Chapter 1. Awakening as an infant in the year 734 of the AG calendar, a diminutive house at Baozi Mountain on Earth was suddenly graced by the appearance of a wailing infant. The little one rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "What a slumber! It's time to rise and rejoice." After a night of relentless toil, his rank had plummeted from the esteemed position of king to the 5th star of the celestial rank. Wow, how, ha! Startled by his own voice, the infant pondered the source of the cries echoing through the dormitory, struggling to get up. He found his limbs weak and feeble. Even the simple act of turning over was a Herculean task. Moreover, he could feel a certain softness beneath him. Goodness gracious. His manhood seemed to have taken a toll. It seemed that those late-night escapades truly had their consequences. As he opened his eyes, he realized the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Had he inadvertently slept through the night? A pair of footsteps approached him, lifting him into the embrace of an elderly man under the warm glow of the lights. The infant glimpsed his tiny hands. So, it seemed he had been reborn as an infant once more. Who was this elderly gentleman before him? Could he possibly be my grandfather? His stomach grumbled with hunger, prompting him to cry out once again. Wah-ho-ha, no, I don't wish to cry. Why is it beyond my control? Whose child is this? He appears to be quite famished. I shall venture into the mountains to seek some beast's milk. After a bout of crying, the infant grew weary and fell asleep. Time passed, and eventually the elder returned with a bottle of warm beast's milk. The infant protested. No, I am not a baby. I refuse to drink milk. With gentle care, the old man placed the nipple into the infant's mouth. The little one, feeling somewhat proud, thought to himself, I shall not drink milk if I am to have a meal. Yet, in a moment of surprise, he found it quite palatable. Glug glug. In no time, the bottle of beast's milk was emptied, and the infant yawned before drifting back to sleep. In the days that followed, the elderly man inquired tirelessly if anyone had lost an infant, but to no avail. Ultimately, he resolved to adopt this child. Gazing at the slumbering infant nestled in his arms, his weathered face broke into a warm, benevolent smile. Child, from this day forth, you shall be my grandson, Son Wuyuan. In truth, even if the infant were awake, he could scarcely comprehend the words spoken, unless the elder were to converse in a language he understood. As time flowed on, Son Wuyuan's days were filled with the simple pleasures of eating and sleeping, oscillating between the two for an astonishing 18 to 20 hours each day. Despite his transformation into an infant, Son Wuyuan found this new existence rather delightful, save for the occasionally intolerable ordeal of soiling his diapers. 3 swift years passed, and Son Wuyuan gradually learned the language of this world. He vividly recalled the moment when a dinosaur unexpectedly appeared outside their home, leaving him utterly bewildered. Fortunately, his grandfather returned just in time. Otherwise, Son Wuyuan feared he would have become a mere snack for that prehistoric beast. From that day forth, he resolved never to remain alone at home wherever his grandfather ventured. He would follow his grandfather. Recalled that day's incident with a shiver of fear every time they ventured into the mountains. He would place Son Wuyuan into the backpack. What a world this must be, where even dinosaurs roam. Moreover, how could such an enormous creature be vanquished by grandfather with but a single blow? It is utterly astonishing. Could it be that I have traversed into a realm of cultivation, with grandfather being a reclusive master of this world? By the way, isn't grandfather's name Son Wufan? Could he be the same Son Wufan that I envision? Indeed, in Dragon Ball, Son Wufan adopted Son Wukong, while grandfather has taken me, Son Wuyuan, under his wing. Yet, this still leaves uncertainty. Son Wuyuan's delicate brows furrowed and relaxed in turn, until suddenly a deafening sound pierced the air. Boom! The echo lingered for quite some time, lost in contemplation. Son Wuyuan was startled by the sudden commotion and hurriedly inquired, "Grandfather, what has happened?" It seems a spherical object has fallen from the sky and struck that mountain over there. Hold on tight. Wuyuan, I shall investigate. Quickly, Son Wuyuan rose from the backpack and clung tightly to his grandfather's neck as Son Wufan deftly maneuvered through the dense forest. They soon arrived at the site of the impact, and upon witnessing the true nature of the sphere, Son Wuyuan's heart leapt. My goodness, this is truly the world of Dragon Ball. Thus, he resolved to make one final inquiry. Grandfather, what year is it? It is the 23rd of July, year 737 of the age of the universe. Why do you ask, Wuyuan? Grandfather, my birthday seems to be approaching soon. Son Wuyuan's bright eyes blinked innocently, filled with anticipation. Grandfather, it appears there is something inside that sphere. Is there? Wuyuan, be a good boy and wait here. I'll take a look. Son Wuyuan nodded. Although he initially felt somewhat uncomfortable being treated like a child, he had gradually grown accustomed to it over the past 3 years. In these times, who among the younger generation isn't a child before their elders? As long as I do not feel awkward, the only ones left feeling awkward are the dashing readers. Son Wufan leaped into the deep pit created by the sphere, and, astonishingly, emerged cradling a wailing child, eyes widening as he glanced at the child's backside. He gasped indeed. There was a monkey tail. He could assert with absolute certainty that he was on Earth within the Dragon Ball universe, where grandfather had been the Son Wufan who was crushed by Son Wukong transformed into a gorilla. And his emergence here was a twist of fate. Son Wuyuan recalled the future Earth's repeated explosions and the myriad fates of its inhabitants so dear. It was perilously dangerous, and what of him? Merely an ordinary Earthling, whose combat prowess might barely reach 5 at adulthood, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Would he truly meet the same fate as other Earthlings, dying repeatedly only to be resurrected by the 7 Dragon Balls? Son Wuyuan believed he still had a chance to turn things around, for Son Wukong, adorned with the aura of a protagonist, was right by his side. According to the hierarchy of kinship, he ought to address himself as elder brother. Perhaps he could invest in enhancing Son Wukong's combat prowess ahead of time, so that when adversaries emerge, he need only bellow, "Close the door and let my dear younger brother deal with him." Moreover, he himself must engage in training with his grandfather not to claim invincibility across the cosmos, but at the very least, he should aspire to be the strongest human on Earth. Surely that is not too much to ask. Upon reflection, he realized that the existence of the miraculous spirit beings must be seized in advance, lest the portly swordsman Yakalob wreak havoc upon them. Instantaneous movement must also be acquired should circumstances take a turn for the worse. He could strategically retreat, gazing at his grandfather, who was emerging from the pit, cradling the yet-to-be-named Son Wukong. Son Wuyuan displayed an expression of astonishment, exclaiming, "Grandfather, look, his bottom is quite peculiar, adorned with a monkey's tail." Son Gohan chuckled and replied, "Perhaps he truly is a great monkey. There are indeed animal people on our Earth who look quite different from us." "Is that true, grandfather? Why haven't we seen any on Baozi Mountain?" "Of course it is true. Our Baozi Mountain is rather remote, so it is not unusual to have never encountered any animal people. Grandfather, we must adopt him." Chapter 2. He bit my bottom. Grandfather, shall we take him in? Does Wuyuan not desire a younger brother? I do. Very well, from now on, he shall be your brother, and we shall call him Wukong. Son Wuyuan thought to himself that indeed, before he had time to ponder further, his grandfather placed him in the carrying basket alongside the newly born Son Wukong. "Wuyuan, take good care of your brother. We shall prepare some delicious food, all right." Son Wuyuan obediently replied. At this moment, Son Wukong had yet to lose his memory, still possessing the innate temperament of a scion. In the basket, he was quite restless, persistently attempting to claw his way over the edge to escape. As Son Wuyuan had promised to watch over his brother, he could not allow Son Wukong to escape. He swiftly lifted Son Wukong from the edge and placed it back at the bottom of the basket. However, this action incited Son Wukong's fury, and he seized his hand, tugging with considerable force. "Ouch, that hurts." Such strength! If memory served, at this juncture, Son Wukong's combat power was a mere 2, while that of an adult Earthling was 5. Given that he was only 3 years old, he could scarcely even reach a combat power of 1, rendering him no match for Son Wukong. Thus, he was compelled to soothe Son Wukong repeatedly, yet the latter paid him no heed and became increasingly aggressive. Son Wuyuan thought to himself, "Alas, am I to be bullied by you? Wukong, you must remember, experience is the greatest teacher ultimately. Your elder brother is still your elder brother." With determination, he grasped Son Wukong's tail firmly, causing the latter to instantly lose all strength and collapse limply in the basket. Old Son Gohan, hearing that Son Wuyuan had calmed Son Wukong after a while, noted with approval that his grandson truly exhibited maturity, managing to soothe his younger brother. At the tender age of 3, as they neared home, Son Wuyuan released his grip on Son Wukong's tail. His hand weary from the prolonged strain rising from the basket, he refrained from glancing back at the sprawled Son Wukong. However, upon entering the house, and before he could set down the basket, an intense pain radiated from his backside. Turning his head, he discovered that Son Wukong had firmly latched onto his thigh, his mouth clamped onto his rear. "Ah, grandfather, what is it, Wuyuan?" Son Wufan inquired, lowering the basket as he spoke. "Grandfather, hurry. Wukong is biting my backside." Son Wufan instinctively reached to pry Son Wukong off, startled by the sudden situation. No. Yanking him off directly would likely result in a disfigurement. This was something he could not permit. Grandfather, quickly grab Wukong's tail. Though perplexed by the instruction, Son Wufan complied and seized Wukong's tail. Once grasped, Son Wukong's body fell limply to the ground, prompting Son Wuyuan to hastily remove his trousers to assess the damage. 2 distinct rows of deep bite marks were clearly visible, accompanied by bruising and blood oozing forth. The touch elicited a sharp gasp. How painful. Indeed, Wukong had proven to be quite the mischievous one according to the storyline. His amnesia was expected to occur next year, and the days ahead promised to be challenging. Wukong, you are far too unruly. How could you bite your brother like this? Wuyuan, are you all right? Son Wuyuan managed a strained reply. Grandfather, I'm fine, it's just that my backside is swollen. Do you have any medicine to apply? Old Son Wufan felt a sense of pride in his adopted grandson, who had always been intelligent and sensible. Yes, yes. I remember having some. Son Wuyuan watched as his grandfather rummaged through the house. Eventually producing a bottle of medicine, he obediently laid down on the bed. That night, both Sun Wuyuan and Wukong were awakened numerous times by the commotion caused by Wukong's son Wufan's side. Wuyuan was such a well-behaved child. Wukong is simply too rambunctious. The following morning, Wuyuan awoke to find Wukong sound asleep while his grandfather was already up practicing martial arts. Grandfather, I also wish to learn martial arts and become strong like you, Sun Wuyuan said eagerly, looking at Son Wufan with anticipation. It is worth noting that old Son Wufan was a highly esteemed disciple of Master Wu Tian, his strength ranking among the elite on this planet. Ha ha ha. Wuyuan, why do you wish to grow stronger? Son Wufan chuckled. I want to protect you, and Wukong, can you teach me martial arts? Of course, but Wuyuan, training is an arduous endeavor. Once you begin, I will be quite strict in supervising you. You won't even be able to indulge in sleeping in. Are you truly determined? Son Wufan's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon hearing that he could not sleep in. Sun Wuyuan hesitated. Luxuriating in the warmth of his blankets was his greatest enjoyment at present. Yet, the thought of formidable adversaries he would eventually face steeled his resolve, and he firmly decided to relinquish this cherished pastime. I have made up my mind I shall begin my training under grandfather's guidance. From that day forth, each morning he diligently followed his grandfather to practice martial arts for an hour, alternating between the techniques of guessing and drunken boxing. After a month, he sensed a significant enhancement in his vitality, and his physique grew notably stronger. Another month passed, and Sun Wuyuan inquired about more formidable martial arts. He recalled that in the script, Sun Wufan had mastered 4 extraordinary techniques: drunken boxing, guessing, residual image boxing, and the turtle school's energy wave. Wuyuan, my dear, training is a gradual process. One must not aspire to lofty heights prematurely. I, indeed, possess the skills of residual image boxing and the turtle school's energy wave, but you are not yet ready to learn them. Upon hearing that there were indeed residual image boxing and the turtle school's energy wave, Sun Wuyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He began to charm his grandfather with playful coaxing, causing the elder's heart to swell with joy. When, since you are so eager to see, I shall demonstrate once for you, but you must observe closely first. He showcased the residual image boxing. Sun Wuyuan watched with rapt attention, meticulously studying his grandfather's footwork and techniques. When it came time for the turtle school's energy wave, he couldn't help but mimic his grandfather's movements. Imitating him with fervor, a tremendous explosion resonated as a nearby tree was violently severed in half. The experience of witnessing it firsthand was far more intense and shocking than seeing it on a screen. Thus, each morning, in addition to practicing guessing and drunken boxing, he devoted 10 repetitions to the turtle school's energy wave. Though he could not yet produce any energy blasts, the act of shouting invigorated his spirit immensely. On a day in the 6th month, Sun Wuyuan discovered he could absorb faint traces of energy from the air. A month later, he realized his strength had considerably increased. Seizing an opportunity when his grandfather was distracted, he engaged in a friendly contest of strength with Wukong, and to his astonishment, he found himself evenly matched with the formidable scion. This indicated that he possessed at least a combat power of 2, although still far from being formidable. He could finally witness the fruits of his training. In the 8th month, specifically on the 3rd day of the year 738 in the AG calendar, Sun Wuyuan was convinced that the energy he had been absorbing from the air was indeed vital energy. He felt significantly stronger than he had a month prior, and his future appeared promising. Lacking a means to accurately measure his combat power, he remained uncertain of his exact capabilities. At this juncture, he no longer needed to remain confined in the backpack. During his excursions with his grandfather into the mountains, Sun Wufan recognized the remarkable transformation Sun Wuyuan had undergone over the past 8 months, deeming him Ancina's century talent in martial arts cultivation. Chapter 3. Sun Wukong's severe injury and amnesia. As they traversed the forest, Sun Wuyuan inquired of his grandfather, "What shall we feast upon today?" "The tale of a wild dragon. Let us search for it." The wild dragon? That was the very dinosaur from the original tale that little Wufan had pursued relentlessly. During their journey, while collecting some mushrooms, Sun Wukong unexpectedly climbed out of the backpack and tumbled off a cliff. The fateful fall that would alter Sun Wukong's destiny had occurred. The once irritable scion would never return, and thus Sun Wuyuan gained a docile little brother, freeing him from the fear of being bitten on the rear. "Oh no, wait here. For Grandpa," old Sun Wukong exclaimed, his heart racing as he hurried down to the edge of the cliff. where he found Son Wukong's head buried in the rocks, having fallen in a terrible accident. The unconscious Son Wukong's breath was faint, and blood flowed profusely from his head. Had he been an ordinary human, his chances of survival would have been utterly bleak, leaving old Wukong filled with guilt over the incident. Upon seeing the severely weakened Wukong, Son Wuyuan's heart sank. Could it be that Wukong would perish like this? Surely not in the narrative. He had narrowly escaped death before, surviving through the Scion's extraordinary resilience and his own indomitable spirit. Old Son Wukong performed a rudimentary first aid to staunch the bleeding, placed Son Wuyuan in a basket, and swiftly ran back home, cradling Son Wukong in his arms.
"Grandfather, is Wukong all right?" Old Son Wufan said with a furrowed brow. "We've done all that we could. The rest is up to fate." Observing Son Wukong's injuries, he believed there was little hope for survival, as the wounds were far too severe. Yet, unexpectedly, Son Wukong persevered and emerged alive, his temperament drastically transformed. No longer the quick-tempered being he once was, Son Wuyuan found himself momentarily astonished. He had thought he had displayed sufficient obedience. Yet witnessing Son Wukong's performance left him feeling inferior. From the tender age of 2, Wukong relentlessly insisted on practicing martial arts together, and naturally, Wuyuan did not shy away from this challenge. Although the amount of vital energy his body could absorb each day was exceedingly limited, over time, he made significant progress. The 2-year-old Son Wukong was no match for him. However, Wukong's tenacity left him feeling drained. Every morning, he would tug at him for training, and after meals, he would again seek him out for sparring. Throughout the day, aside from attending to basic needs, Wukong was either engaged in practice or on his way to find Wuyuan for a duel. Old Son Wufan noticed that the recovered Wukong had become lively and cheerful, displaying a commendable understanding, and with his grandson accompanying him, he found himself enjoying a peaceful existence. Wuyuan also felt confident in his own abilities to protect himself, so he refrained from shadowing his grandfather daily. Wukong followed him like a small tail, and upon witnessing Wuyuan easily vanquish a dinosaur, he would jubilantly exclaim, "Brother, you are so amazing." Early on, Wuyuan cautioned Wukong to avoid gazing at the moon on the night of the full moon, lest terrifying monsters emerge. To his surprise, Wukong excitedly replied, "That monster must be formidable. I wish to battle it." "Wukong, you are no match for it. Am I not capable of defeating it either?" "Indeed, I too cannot conquer it." Although his strength had grown considerably, he had yet to reach even a tenth of Wukong's prowess. What about grandfather? Presently, grandfather could indeed contend with the giant ape transformed Wukong, but to caution him, Wuyuan chose to weave a benign falsehood. "Grandfather is not his match either, so Wukong, you must absolutely refrain from secretly gazing at the moon during the full moon, should the monster be drawn to us. The 3 of us might very well meet our demise." Though Son Wukong nodded in agreement, the excitement and yearning in his eyes left him uncertain of the impact of his words. Should he sever his tail? Yet, even if Son Wukong's tail were to be cut off, it would eventually regrow, and the timing of its return was far from certain. It seemed that their tails would sprout unexpectedly in peculiar situations, such as when Son Wukong was on the verge of defeat in the World Martial Arts Tournament against Master Roshi, his tail would suddenly emerge. Thus, even removing the tail did not guarantee safety. Son Wukong felt that effective solutions were twofold: to become sufficiently powerful and to remove Son Wukong from Baozi Mountain beforehand. Gaining strength could help contend with the giant ape transformation, and removing him from the vicinity of his grandfather, Son Gohan, was imperative after all. He could not afford to be crushed. As time passed, one fateful night, under the full moon, Son Wukong, seizing the opportunity while Son Wuyuan and his grandfather were asleep, stealthily slipped out of the house and gazed up at the moon. "Monster, monster, come forth. Monster, come forth and engage me in battle." Son Wuyuan had not anticipated that his admonitions would not only prove futile, but would also inadvertently pique Wukong's curiosity, resulting in an unintended consequence. A sudden cry of a monkey jolted Son Wuyuan and his grandfather from their slumber. Where had Wukong gone? Upon venturing outside, they beheld the transformed Wukong, now a colossal ape, wreaking havoc. Son Wuyuan pointed at the giant primate and said, "Grandfather, do you think that giant ape could be Wukong? I recall you mentioning that Wukong is not an ordinary human, but rather a creature of the animal kingdom." At that moment, old Son Wufan too felt a pang of doubt in his heart. Could my beloved little Wukong truly have morphed into this fierce and volatile gorilla? He shielded Son Wuyuan behind him and urged, "Stay back, Wuyuan. Grandfather must approach him to ascertain whether he is indeed Wukong." After Son Wuyuan nodded and stepped back, The colossal ape also detected the two of them and let out a thunderous roar as it charged towards them. A fist larger than that of old Son Wukong descended upon them. Old Son Wukong met the blow with his own hands, refraining from counterattacking in consideration that this giant might indeed be his grandson, Wukong. Instead, he focused on defense, calling out Wukong's name in an attempt to awaken his reason. Beside them, Son Wuyuan interjected, "Grandfather, the tail is Wukong's weakness. Perhaps if we sever it, he will return to normal." The tail? Indeed. Wuyuan recalled that when Wukong had bitten him, it was after he had grasped the tail that Wukong had collapsed, utterly weakened. In a swift motion, he positioned himself behind Wukong and grasped the giant ape's tail with all his strength. Instantly, the colossal creature lost all its vigor, its immense form crashing to the ground like a small mountain. At that moment, he was certain that the giant ape was none other than the missing Wukong. Wuyuan, he thought, it is powerless to resist now, yet Wukong has not reverted. Son Wukong, naturally aware that severing his tail would lead to his restoration, refrained from voicing this thought directly, fearing it might come across as too abrupt. If even his well-traveled grandfather was unaware of this, how could a sheltered child like himself possess such knowledge? It would be implausible to claim he had learned it from television, as they were characters from an animated realm. Grandfather, since the tail is Wukong's vulnerability, why not consider cutting it off? Perhaps that could restore him. He anticipated his grandfather would acquiesce, yet to his surprise, the idea was swiftly dismissed. No, what if severing the tail leads to irreparable consequences for Wukong? We must tread carefully, while we can still contain him. Let us avoid causing him harm. Upon hearing these words, Son Wuyuan pondered the original narrative and realized that his grandfather's strength was indeed formidable. Although he may not have been able to defeat the giant ape transformation of Wukong, escaping was certainly within his capabilities. Why, then, had he been crushed? His affection for Son Wukong prevented him from inflicting harm on his grandson. He merely adopted a defensive stance. Chapter 4. Training with Master Roshi as time passed. The moon in the sky vanished, and Son Wukong emerged from his giant ape state, cradled in the arms of old Son Wukong, his body gleaming. Kamehameha. A beam of azure energy struck a massive boulder, shattering it with a resounding crash. Wow, brother is amazing. I want to learn too. Little Wukong mimicked Son Wuyuan's movements. Kamehameha. A diminutive blue wave barely traveled before dissipating. Little Wukong, a martial arts prodigy, learned the Kamehameha technique after merely one observation. However, in the original plot, he had only mastered it upon witnessing Master Roshi wield it against the flaming mountain. Had he now altered the storyline? Yet, Son Wuyuan, upon reflection, dismissed any concerns regarding the alteration of events. His very presence signified a divergence from the original tale. What the future held, whether it would follow the same trajectory or not, was of little consequence. He affectionately ruffled little Wukong's dark hair, a habit he had unconsciously adopted. Do not worry, Wukong. In the future, as you grow stronger, you too shall unleash powerful Kamehameha waves. You learned it in a single glance. Surely, you will surpass both me and grandfather. Really? Absolutely. I put in immense effort to learn the Kamehameha from grandfather. Old Son Wukong had no reason to lament his age. His two grandsons possessed talents that were nothing short of extraordinary. In the year 744 of the age of the universe, Son Wuyuan's strength had surpassed that of his grandfather, old Son Wukong, 2 years prior, and little Wukong's power exceeded that of the original narrative significantly. In the original storyline, by the year 748 of the age of the universe, when Bulma sought him out, Wukong's battle power was around 10. Yet now, 4 years earlier, little Wukong's prowess surpassed that measly threshold. When Son Wuyuan expressed his desire to take little Wukong on a journey of cultivation, Son Wufan readily acquiesced. Having imparted all that he could teach, he felt there was little left to offer, and moreover, Wuyuan's prowess had already surpassed his own, alleviating any concerns about potential dangers. Wuyuan, Wukong, since you both wish to continue your training, venture forth into the broader world to hone your skills. I have a master known as Master Wutian, revered by many as the god of martial arts. You may commence your training with him for a time. Son Wuyuan and his companion bid farewell to their grandfather, Son Wufan, and set out in search of Turtle Island, guided by the map. Little Wukong, however, was quite directionally challenged and had no notion of how to read the map, while Son Wuyuan possessed the ability to interpret it. The map itself was drawn in a rather simplistic manner. Wukong, go catch those wolves over there. Tonight we shall feast on roasted wolf meat. Son Wuyuan exclaimed. Look, Wukong. That fish in the river is so plump. Let us catch it and prepare a spicy grilled fish. Wukong, I can see Turtle Island. That little black dot ahead, is it? Let us race to see who reaches the island first. The one who loses must go hunting. I count to 3 before we start. 1, 2, go. All right. Although you are quite formidable, I shall not concede. With a swift motion, Son Wukong darted out. Elder brother, you are being unreasonable again. Did we not agree to swim together only after counting to 3? As Son Wukong swam vigorously forward, he defended himself, saying, indeed. With 1 or 2 strokes at the outset, does it not amount to 3 strokes in total? Meanwhile, Master Wu Tian reclined on the beach, adorned with a pair of sunglasses, leisurely perusing his cherished collection of bikini magazines. Son Wuyuan and his companion splashed 2 waves of water upon Master Wu Tian, exclaiming, my cherished collection. Rising to his feet, he spotted 2 young children and questioned, who are you? Not only have you interrupted my reading, but you have also damaged my treasured books accumulated over the years. The 2 boys bowed respectfully, and Son Wuyuan spoke, greetings, Master Wu Tian. I am Son Wuyuan, the grandson of your former pupil, Son Wufan, and this is my brother, Son Wukong. Oh, so you are the grandson of Wufan. How is he faring? Grandfather is in good health. We wish to train under the esteemed Master Turtle. May we? Master Turtle scrutinized the 2 boys earnestly, noting their impressive potential. Remarkable. At such a tender age, their strength is already formidable. No wonder my disciple, Son Wufan, sent them to seek my guidance. It seems he can no longer instruct them effectively. Have you considered this carefully? Training under my tutelage is exceedingly arduous. If you have any regrets, now is the time to voice them. Thus, Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong embarked on a year of rigorous training with Master Turtle, adhering strictly to his philosophy of learning, resting, and diligently completing assigned tasks. Their regimen included carrying heavy loads of milk, cultivating the land by hand, studying academics, laboring at construction sites, swimming, and more. Through this extensive training, Son Wuyuan found his foundation solidified and his strength significantly enhanced. Most gratifyingly, he discovered an increased capacity to absorb energy, while Son Wukong also grew considerably stronger. Wuyuan and little Wukong, I have imparted all that I can teach you. The remainder is for you to cultivate at your own pace. Son Wuyuan pondered for a moment and said, Master Rashi, we wish to continue our training to grow stronger. Stronger? Cough, cough. You are already sufficiently powerful. There is no need for further enhancement. Master Rashi wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead. He could no longer discern Son Wuyuan's true strength, and Son Wukong's abilities were also nearing his own. He couldn't fathom where his disciple Son Gohan had stumbled upon such prodigious grandchildren, 2 at once, no less. It seemed he could no longer instruct them. Perhaps it would be best to send them to that place. Wuyuan, Wukong, if you wish to continue your training, you may seek out Krilin at the Krilin Tower. Little Wukong inquired, is Krilin very strong? How shall I put it? His strength is indeed formidable, though it is merely a secondary aspect. You will understand once you arrive. Master Rashi, is Krilin Tower far from here? Little Wukong and I tend to lose our way. If it is too distant, we might get lost, Son Wuyuan expressed. Master Rashi contemplated for a moment before shouting, Flying Nimbus. A golden cloud swiftly descended. This is what I obtained after ascending the Krilin Tower and passing Krilin's trial. Additionally, I have consumed the ultra-divine water, which enhances one's strength manifold. This cloud serves as the flying nimbus. Simply sit upon it to soar through the skies. But only those with pure hearts may ride. Little Wukong innocently asked, Can you ride it, Master Rashi? Of course. With that, Master Rashi demonstrated by leaping onto the nimbus, only to comically fall onto the ground. Little Wukong joyfully hopped onto the flying nimbus, exclaiming, Wukong is a good child, but Master Rashi is a naughty one. Ha ha ha. In that instant, Master Rashi felt a tinge of embarrassment as he shooed them away, for the nimbus could only bear those of pure intent. Brother, hurry up. Let us seek out Krilin and drink the ultra-divine water to grow stronger. Little Wukong exclaimed with delight. Son Wukong hesitated for a moment, but then, with a resolute determination, he leapt onto the cloud, thinking to himself that the worst that could happen would be that little Wukong would tease him for being a naughty child. In the next instant, he found his feet firmly planted on the nimbus, which took him by surprise. He had never anticipated that he would be a person of such pure heart. Haha. Big brother is also a good child. It's only the old Master Rashi who is a naughty one. Little Wukong laughed heartily, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. The infectious nature of little Wukong's laughter left Master Rashi in disbelief. Could it be that there are so many individuals with pure hearts? Or perhaps those with pure hearts are more suited for cultivation? Chapter 5. Cultivating on the Krilin Tower. Son Wuyuan, accompanied by the young Wuyuan, swiftly soared towards the Krilin Tower upon the magical cloud. Upon reaching the base of the tower, a middle-aged man with bronze-hued skin, wielding a long spear, approached warily and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" Son Wuyuan could still see a small figure not far behind him. It must be UPA and his father. UPA was a little boy, and when Krilin first laid eyes on him, he shyly mistook UPA for a girl, thus extinguishing the budding feelings of his youthful heart. "Hello, sir. I am Son Wuyuan, a martial artist, and this is my younger brother, Son Wuyuan." Little Wuyuan also greeted with a smile. "We have come to challenge the ascent of the Krilin Tower." UPA's father, with an expression of astonishment, exclaimed, "You are so young yet have become martial artists? How astonishing! But do you truly intend to challenge the Krilin Tower?" Son Wuyuan and Wuyuan nodded. UPA's father, fearing they were unaware of the perils involved, elaborated, "It has been many years since anyone dared to challenge the Krilin Tower. Legend has it that since the Turtle Sage successfully ascended the tower 300 years ago, no one has managed to reach the top. In my youth, I too made an attempt, but I failed." "Wow, the Turtle Sage is truly formidable," UPA's father exclaimed in astonishment. "Do you know the Turtle Sage?" Little Wukong promptly replied, "We just finished our training with the Turtle Sage, and he sent us to seek out Krilin for further cultivation." Initially, Little Wukong was unaware of the Turtle Sage's ascent to the Krilin Tower. It was Son Wuyuan who informed him along their journey. It turned out that he was a distinguished disciple of the Turtle Sage, which explained his youthful prowess in martial arts. At that moment, Little Wukong's stomach grumbled audibly. "You must be hungry. If you don't mind, come to our tribe and have a hearty meal before challenging Krilin." There was no choice but to satisfy their hunger first. The disparity in combat strength between Little Wukong when famished and when satiated was like night and day. Meanwhile, Son Wuyuan pondered how to acquire Krilin's magical beans, as these life-saving treasures could not fall into the hands of the gluttonous and indolent jackalope. Krilin, being a cat, surely had an affinity for fish. Yet he lacked a universal capsule to procure a bountiful catch to trade for the magical beans. The thought of climbing the Krilin Tower while burdened with fish was simply too exhausting. After satisfying their hunger, the duo commenced their ascent of the Krilin Tower, which loomed high above, adorned with moss and bird droppings. Son Wukong slowed his pace and ascended the Krilin Tower alongside Little Wukong, taking nearly an entire day to reach the summit. "I'm so hungry. Where is the Great Sage?" Upon spotting the white cat, Wukong remarked, "Oh, you must be the pet of the Great Sage, the Krilin. Do you know where he is?" "How rude of you." Son Wuyuan tugged at Little Wukong, saying, "It must be the immortal Krilin." Little Wukong gasped in astonishment. "Is that truly the immortal Krilin? But isn't the immortal Krilin human?" "Well, it is not human." Son Wuyuan blurted out, sensing that something was amiss, yet feeling he had not erred. A bead of sweat trickled down the cat-ass head of the immortal Krilin, who pondered, where did these two impolite fools come from? Are they here for the sacred water? Son Wuyuan is aware that the super sacred water is a mere illusion, while the true divine water is of genuine essence. However, this true divine water is not something that an ordinary individual can withstand. Even the young Wukong is tormented to the brink of despair, leading to speculation that his heart ailment may indeed stem from consuming the true divine water. Yet, the true divine water possesses unpredictable divine powers, capable of awakening latent potential and significantly enhancing combat prowess. Nevertheless, it is highly toxic. Those who dare to drink it must possess a pure heart, lest they succumb to its lethal effects. The true divine water is a treasure left behind by the celestial beings of Earth, and humanity must first resist its toxicity to unlock their potential. According to Master Krilin, Wukong could defeat old Piccolo without the true divine water after years of training. It is merely a treasure of earthly caliber. In the original narrative of Dragon Ball Z and GT, the true divine water indeed serves as a rare treasure, releasing individuals from the control of the aqua mist and the baby's embryonic cells. Yet, Son Wuyuan feels it unnecessary when it comes to developing potential and enhancing combat power. The Grand Elder of Namek stands unrivaled, offering a safe, swift, and painless method to amplify strength, making it the superior choice. Master Roshi has sent us to follow you in training, and then to partake in your trial by drinking the super sacred water. Let us commence. Master Krilin nodded in agreement. Young Wukong, languidly sprawled on the floor, exclaimed, "I am so hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Master Krilin leisurely opened a jar and retrieved a green bean. Son Wuyuan realized that this must be the celestial bean he had been yearning for. He tossed the bean to young Wukong, who caught it and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Master Karen, what is this? This is a celestial being. Consuming one will stave off hunger for 10 days. Young Wukong, still skeptical, responded, Really? I have quite the appetite. Before he could finish his sentence, he belched. Having not eaten for an entire day, Son Wuyuan also consumed a bean. Master Karen, how shall we begin our training? Young Wukong eagerly asked. You two must work together. If you can seize this bottle of super sacred water from my grasp, you will have passed the trial. Son Wuyuan, with a peculiar expression, inquired, Krilin immortal. Are you certain? Both my strength and that of little Wukong are formidable. Seizing the moment when Krilin immortal was distracted, he unleashed his full power and swiftly snatched the ultra-holy water. Beads of sweat trickled down Krilin immortal's forehead as he exclaimed, Remarkable! Far more impressive than the turtle immortal of yore. He coughed lightly and continued, You must carry a bell. If it remains silent while you seize the ultra-holy water from my grasp, you will have passed the trial. My elder brother is astonishing. I must strive harder too. Allow me to go first. Little Wukong dashed towards Krilin immortal. After a considerable duration, little Wukong, panting heavily, remarked, The reason you are out of breath is due to your excessive movements. The duo took 7 days to finally pass the trial. Alas, the bell, if rung inadvertently, would easily spell failure. Little Wukong, elated as he cradled the container of ultra-holy water and took a sip, expressed his confusion. It feels like nothing has changed. Wukong, I believe the ultra-holy water serves merely as a catalyst. Krilin immortal's guidance in our cultivation is what truly matters. Are you suggesting the ultra-holy water is a deception? Little Wukong replied, visibly disheartened. It cannot be termed a falsehood. It is said that ascending the Krilin Tower, passing the trial, and consuming the ultra-holy water enhances one's power. This entire affair is intertwined. My elder brother, your words are quite convoluted. I cannot comprehend. Did you possess such formidable strength before ascending the Krilin Tower? Not at all. I understand now. Thank you, elder brother, and thank you, Krilin immortal. Krilin immortal, with a cat whisker pinched between his fingers and his eyes narrowed in a smile, stated, I have nothing further to teach you. You may take your leave. Chapter 6. A transaction with Krilin immortal. Krilin immortal? Wait a moment. I would like some divine beans, if you please. Krilin immortal scrutinized Son Wuyuan for an extended period before responding, Your situation is rather peculiar. I can clearly sense your pure heart. I should be able to effortlessly employ telepathy to access your memories. However, the truth is that I can easily read Wukong's memories, while yours are obstructed by an unknown force, preventing me from gleaning any insight at all. Son Wuyuan felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He certainly did not wish for anyone to uncover his memories. The yield of the celestial beans was exceedingly low. After years of cultivation, I had only amassed a few jars of these precious beans. I shall give you 1 jar of celestial beans. To be honest, the immortal Krilin is indeed quite generous. However, when it comes to celestial beings, the more, the better. In crucial moments, a single bean could mean the difference between life and death. Son Wuyuan said with a cheerful smile, Immortal Krilin, I have a proposition for you. Oh, Wuyuan, do share what kind of deal you have in mind. It has been several centuries since I last descended from the Krilin Tower. Immortal Krilin inquired with curiosity, a smile gracing her face. Well, here is the deal. From now on, you will sell your celestial beans to me, and in return, I shall catch fish for you to exchange. I assure you, the quantity of fish will surely delight you. Son Wukong pondered that even if 10 fish could not procure a single celestial being, he would not hesitate to offer 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 fish for just 1 bean. In this world, fish were abundant, while celestial beings were treasures of great rarity. Upon hearing this, the immortal Krilin could hardly contain her excitement. It had been centuries since she had savored the taste of fish, a flavor she had dreamed of countless times. Ahem, calm yourself, for I am an immortal. Her mouth involuntarily smacked a few times, and she swallowed hard, resolved to negotiate a fair price. Well, I am willing to trade with you, but I demand 1 celestial bean for every 10 fish. Son Wuyuan was momentarily taken aback. I had fully prepared to haggle, yet you presented me with the most desirable price right away, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. The immortal Krilin inquired, Is the price too steep? No worries, we can negotiate. I can lower it further. Negotiations regarding the price are always feasible. If 10 fish seem excessive, then let it be 5 fish for 1 celestial being. If that proves insufficient, then 2 fish for 1 celestial being. No less, for cultivating celestial beings is no simple task, and their annual yield is quite scant. Just as the immortal Krilin was about to continue speaking, Son Wuyuan readily agreed. 2 fish for 1 celestial being. It's a deal. He could not help but feel a surge of admiration for the immortal Krilin's simplicity and kindness, accompanied by an unexpected pang of guilt. The immortal Krilin was equally pleased, exclaiming, "Ah, it is indeed my forte. Few could rival my bargaining skills." Both parties were exceedingly satisfied, sharing in the joy of the agreement. After departing from Krilin Tower, little Wukong inquired, "Elder brother, where shall we go next?" "Let us first return to Baozi Mountain. We have not been there in over a year." "Wukong, do you miss grandfather?" Son Wuyuan replied with a smile. "Yes, I do. I can't wait to see grandfather," little Wukong said, saliva trickling as he spoke. Son Wukong internally exclaimed, "Goodness, are you longing for grandfather, or perhaps yearning for the delectable dishes he used to prepare?" As they passed through a town, the young Wukong suddenly remarked, "Elder brother, do you see what they are doing?" Son Wuyuan lowered his gaze and was confronted by 3 anthropomorphic beings wielding firearms, one of whom, a bare-headed figure, had a gun pressed directly against a young man's chest. "Wukong, are they robbing?" he inquired. "Brother, what is robbery?" The nimbus cloud soared close above the trio, and Son Wuyuan pointed at the armed creatures, nearly poking the forehead of a bull-headed being. "Wukong, observe. Their indolent and parasitic nature, thriving on the misfortune of others and solely intent on seizing their wealth, epitomizes robbery." Little Wukong blinked his wide eyes in confusion. "It's so complicated, I can't comprehend what you're saying, brother." In essence, Wukong, remember that those who steal from others are villains. If you encounter them, you must defend yourself. All right, then I shall not hold back. The trio of anthropomorphic beings instantly grew furious. "You 2 impudent children, perish." With that, bullets rained towards Son Wuyuan and little Wukong. Son Wuyuan narrowed his eyes, his right hand creating ephemeral afterimages in the air. The unfortunate victims of the robbery, upon hearing the gunfire, were paralyzed with fear. Once the ammunition from the creature's guns was exhausted, a pile of spent cartridges lay at Son Wuyuan's feet. The 3 beings were nearly paralyzed in shock, incredulous at the presence of a creature unafraid of bullets. They hastily mounted their airship in an attempt to flee. Little Wukong noticed and calmly asked, "Brother, they are escaping. Should we intercept them?" "No worries, we possess the Nimbus Cloud. Their speed cannot match ours. Allow them to gain 100 meters, it is of no consequence." "Brother, they have already flown far away. If we do not pursue, they will vanish from sight." "Ah, a tad awkward. Then what are we waiting for? Nimbus Cloud, pursue." In a dense forest, Son Wukong intercepted 3 bandit beasts. "Wukong, subdue them all." With a swift motion, the young Wukong vanished, followed by a series of dull thuds. One by one, the bandit beasts collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Son Wukong stepped forward to confront them. "Big brother, what are you doing?" the curious little monkey inquired. "I am administering justice," Son Wukong replied. "These 3 have committed misdeeds. While we may choose not to end their lives, it is imperative that they face some form of punishment." As he spoke, Son Wukong discreetly placed several universal capsules belonging to the beastmen into his pocket. He had long desired these capsules, and this opportunity allowed him to achieve 2 objectives simultaneously. He could catch fish and exchange them with the immortal Krilin for magical beans. An exquisite plan. He had refrained from knocking out the 3 beastmen directly for this very reason, as such actions were best conducted in the seclusion of a remote grove. "Wukong, destroy their weapons, the very ones that used to attack us, and remove their clothing, discarded along the way." It was indeed delightful to have an obedient younger brother. As little Wukong stripped the clothing, he inquired, "Why must we remove their garments? They have already committed wrongdoings. Should we not allow them to feel humiliated?" Little Wukong was left puzzled, questioning how being unclothed equated to disgrace. "Do not dwell on it. We must hasten our return. If we tarry too long, grandfather may not have prepared our meal." Upon hearing the prospect of missing dinner, little Wukong was filled with urgency, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Brother, summon the Nimbus Cloud. Let us fly swiftly." Chapter 7. The retrieval of the spaceship. The Nimbus Cloud soared at remarkable speed, and soon Son Wukong beheld the familiar Bun Mountain, along with the figure of his beloved grandfather, Son Wuyuan. The moment he spotted his grandfather, little Wukong leaped from the Nimbus Cloud and dashed into the warm embrace of old Son Wuyuan. "Grandfather, how I have missed you." In a moment of bewilderment, Son Wuyuan found himself at a loss. At the tender age of 11, he was growing rapidly, now standing as tall as his grandfather. The combined age of his 2 lives was nearing 3 decades, yet he was still vying for his grandfather's affection against the young Wukong. approaching his grandfather with a smile. He greeted, "It has been a while, grandfather. How is your health?" Old Son Wuyuan chuckled, his eyes narrowing into mere slits, perhaps unable to see anything at all. "Welcome home, my child," he exclaimed, patting Son Wuyuan's shoulder. "You've grown taller than me in just a year, and you seem much stronger. I am exceedingly pleased with your training progress." A rumble echoed from young Wukong's stomach, signaling his hunger. "Haha, grandfather will prepare a meal for you." That night, as Son Wuyuan lay in bed, he pondered the original timeline of the Dragon Balls. It was now the year 745 of the Age of the Earth, and the incident where young Wukong transformed into a giant ape and accidentally crushed his grandfather would occur in 748. He was determined to prevent such a tragedy from happening. In 749, Bulma would begin her quest for the Dragon Balls, likely encountering young Wukong in September at Mount Baozi. The significance of the Dragon Balls was somewhat trivial. The capabilities of Earth's Shenron were exceedingly limited, and many wishes would likely go unfulfilled. In contrast, the Dragon of Namek could grant wishes that would allow for instant transmission without the need for comprehension of ki. Furthermore, if he could acquire the Super Dragons from Universes 6 and 7, he would be able to make a wish, though he had yet to decide what that wish would be. Tomorrow, he would venture into the mountains to locate the spherical spacecraft that young Wukong had used. It would prove to be immensely useful. That spaceship should contain a power level detector, which would allow him to measure his current combat strength. However, the Frisia Force's power level detectors were equipped with tracking and listening devices, presenting a dilemma. It seemed he would need to seek out Dr. Briefs at Bulma's home in West City. He could simply ride the Nimbus cloud to find him. But was it too rude to intrude upon another's home? The truth was, he was unfamiliar with the Briefs family. Never mind that, it was time for rest. The following morning, while young Wukong and his grandfather were still asleep, Son Wuyuan quietly rose. Once he was far enough from the house, he called out loudly, "Nimbus Cloud." Son Wukong ascended on his Nimbus Cloud, embarking on a quest guided by the memories of his past, which had been unearthed years prior. After approximately an hour of searching, he discovered the spherical spacecraft. The crater left by the impact of the spacecraft still remained, though several years had passed, allowing a plethora of verdant flora to flourish in its vicinity. The surface of the vessel was now cloaked in a layer of moss, leading an uninformed observer to mistakenly conclude that the spacecraft had been rendered obsolete. However, it was not significantly damaged. Son Wukong recalled that in the original narrative, when Piccolo trained Gohan, this very spacecraft had the capability to project an artificial moon, transforming Gohan into a colossal gorilla, which Piccolo ultimately destroyed. Furthermore, when Krilin and his companions sought to journey to Namek in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, they had intended to locate this spacecraft, only to be met with the disheartening sight of mere wreckage, prompting them to seek the spaceship that Kami had previously used instead. After Son Wuyuan leaped into the pit and secured the spaceship within the universal capsule, he returned home. Old Son Wufan, noticing his arrival, called out, "Wuyuan, breakfast is ready. Come and eat." Wuyuan had risen quite early that day. Grandpa, I went to the mountains for my morning practice," he replied casually, and just to be clear, it's not an early romance. Hearing this, little Wukong chimed in, "Haha, big brother, you're so sly. You went to train without inviting me." "Wukong, swallow your food before you speak. Look how unclear your words are," Wuyuan gently admonished. After breakfast, Son Wuyuan informed his grandfather, "Grandpa, I need to step out for a bit." "Oh, be careful out there," his grandfather replied. "Don't worry, my strength is formidable now." Upon hearing this, little Wukong eagerly asked, "Big brother, where are you going? Is it for training? I want to come too." "Wukong, this isn't for training. I have important matters to attend to. You can join me if you wish, but be warned, there is a significant chance I won't be having lunch." Upon realizing it wasn't for training and that he might go hungry, little Wukong promptly decided against joining. "No way, big brother. I'll stay home with Grandpa and wait for you to return for lunch. On my Nimbus Cloud, I'm heading to West City to visit Bulma." "You don't know where Bulma's house is? Do you at least know how to get to West City?" With that, Son Wuyuan mounted his Nimbus Cloud and soared towards West City. The Nimbus Cloud is indeed a wondrous entity. It can carry passengers, navigate routes, and discern good from evil, rendering all physical attacks ineffective against it. Wukong's first Nimbus Cloud was scattered by the Demon Clan, but later, Krilin gifted him a piece of the original Nimbus Cloud. Thus, the cloud beneath him was merely a fragment of the whole. Upon arriving in West City, Son Wuyuan wandered about, asking numerous people until he finally located Dr. Brief's residence. Before his journey through time, he relied on a phone's navigation app, only to realize he was somewhat directionally challenged. He considered not barging in unannounced. So he called out loudly at the entrance, "Is Dr. Brief home?" A smart robot emerged from the villa. "Hello, I have business with Dr. Brief. Is he in?" Following the robot, he entered the villa's courtyard, where he encountered Dr. Brief in a white lab coat, smoking a cigarette, alongside Mrs. Brief, who was elegantly arranging snacks. "Young man, what brings you here?" Dr. Brief inquired. Son Wuyuan recounted in detail his discovery of the spaceship, artfully omitting any mention of little Wukong. That's the situation. Currently, Earth lacks the technology for such a spacecraft. If there were indeed a ready-made spaceship, I could fill this gap through my research. Dr. Briefs pondered for a moment before responding. The technology of spacecraft is exceedingly rare. Young man, if you have any requests or desires, feel free to express them. If possible, I would like to request that once you have thoroughly researched spacecraft, you manufacture one for me, along with a gravity chamber. The spacecraft is intended for future endeavors. While the gravity chamber is primarily for Goku as gravity training, while beneficial for Earthlings, has its limitations. However, its impact on scions is immeasurable. Dr. Briefs acquiesced to his request. Son Wukong then produced the battle power detector and said, "Doctor, this is an instrument capable of measuring the combat power of martial artists. Could you see if it can be manufactured?" Dr. Briefs took the battle power detector, examining it meticulously from various angles. Son Wukong added, "It seems that the spacecraft may originate from an evil force in another universe, and it might contain their tracking systems. Additionally, we are uncertain if the detector might harbor other hidden components." Chapter 8. The acquisition of Senzu beans, a battle power detector? What is that? Dr. Briefs inquired, stroking his chin in confusion. Son Wukong surveyed the yard, taking in his surroundings before approaching a grand tree. He inhaled deeply and, in a sudden burst of energy, struck the tree with a powerful fist. Mrs. Briefs exclaimed, "Little brother, you mustn't." But before she could finish her sentence, Son Wukong's fist pierced through the trunk, withdrawing his arm to reveal a gaping hole left behind. The tree lamented, "Why must I always be the one to suffer?" Son Wuyuan pondered to himself, "Indeed, the television series are nothing but deceitful illusions. I have struck this colossal tree with all my might, yet it remains unbroken. How could mere punches to its surface possibly rend it asunder? Perhaps if I were to harness my chi, there might be a chance. I am astonished by your incredible strength at such a tender age. However, this is not the end." With a swift motion of my hand, I slashed horizontally, causing the great tree to topple. "Perish," it seemed to whisper, "for I am weary." I lifted the massive trunk and hurled it skyward, channeling my energy into a Kamehameha wave. The azure energy beam obliterated the tree in the heavens, reducing it to ash, which danced gently in the breeze. Son Wuyuan elucidated the concept of combat prowess to Dr. Briefs using a limited array of terminology. Afterwards, Dr. Briefs, visibly astonished, remarked, "I never anticipated that human martial artists could cultivate such formidable power. Thus, Dr. Briefs, I must entrust you with the subsequent matters." Son Wuyuan turned to leave. Mrs. Briefs, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Young man, once you mature in a few years, would you be interested in going on a date with me?" Son Wukong nearly stumbled. And indeed, Mrs. Briefs' behavior mirrored that of the original storyline, calling out for a date at the sight of a handsome young man. With a touch of embarrassment, he leaped onto his cloud and departed. Given that, I must not be too shabby in appearance, a young gentleman at just 11 years of age, still in the process of growing. Once I reach the age of 18, I shall undoubtedly be strikingly handsome, poised to rival the dashing readers. Son Wukong sat upon the nimbus, contemplating his next course of action. The Dragon Balls awaited the creation of the Dragon Radar by Bulma, while the gravity chamber and spacecraft could only be fashioned by Dr. Briefs. His first destination was to seek out Master Krilin. This time, he did not ascend the Krilin Tower by sheer force. Instead, he rode the Nimbus directly to the sage. "Wukong, have you brought fish to trade with me?" Master Krilin inquired, a spark of anticipation in his voice. "Not yet, but I wish to ask whether you prefer river fish or sea fish." "Wukong, how considerate of you. I will certainly agree. In the future, all the celestial beings I cultivate will be traded with you, and I could even consider offering you a discount of 20%, making it a fair exchange." "Very well, Master Krilin, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." Son Wuyuan handed a multifunctional capsule filled with fish to the immortal Krilin. One capsule contained fish from the river, while the other housed fish from the sea. You have a place to store them, right? Yes, indeed, exclaimed Krilin, eagerly accepting the capsule. Before long, Son Wuyuan noticed Krilin emerging, grasping a still struggling fish, and tossing the multifunctional capsule back to him. Meow, this fish is remarkably lively. I am quite pleased. Those magic beans are now yours. You are welcome to return for trade next time. Upon hearing this, Son Wuyuan felt a sense of familiarity. Reminiscent of the old man's words, "Do come again for a visit." He promptly shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts from his mind. Krilin, you are profoundly knowledgeable and widely experienced. My companion Wukong and I wish to further enhance our cultivation. Might I inquire if there are additional suitable places for training or formidable martial artists you could recommend? Krilin, stroking a whisker, inquired, Wuyuan, you are already quite powerful. There should be no martial artist on Earth stronger than you. Why do you seek to grow even stronger? Son Wukong, with an unflinching demeanor, remarked. I cannot fathom the reason, yet I am perpetually haunted by dreams of a formidable dark overlord intent on annihilating the world. Initially, the dreams seemed innocuous, but their vividness has become increasingly alarming as I find myself reliving the same dream time and again. I fear that these nightmares may manifest into reality. Your predicament is indeed peculiar, responded the serene, immortal Krilin. Pray, share with me the details of this dream, and I shall endeavor to uncover its origin. In my dreams, there appears a towering figure cloaked in green, an ominous demon whose name eludes me. What was it again? It begins with by. Son Wukong deliberately paused for breath, causing a moment of alarm in Krilin. Could it truly be the dreaded Demon King Piccolo? Ah, yes, Piccolo, that name rings a bell. Krilin, you are remarkable. Even the figures I encounter in my dreams are known to you, truly befitting of an immortal. Krilin resumed her pretentious demeanor. Delicately pinching a cat whisker, her expression serene, exuding an ethereal aura. In my dream, the one known as Demon King Piccolo led a horde of green, winged monstrosities to wreak havoc upon humanity. Yet, a formidable martial artist emerged, employing a technique called the Demon Seal Wave to imprison Piccolo within a rice cooker, after which the valiant warrior met his demise. Krilin let out a sigh of relief, realizing that she had merely dreamt of events from the past. Nonetheless, it was indeed peculiar. The rice cooker was subsequently opened, and Demon King Piccolo re-emerged on Earth, wreaking destruction, while the green, winged creatures lunged towards me, causing me to awaken abruptly. Krilin's heart raced anew. Was there more to come? The earlier visions depicted events from the past. Did the latter foretell that Piccolo would break free from his confinement and once again threaten the Earth? Perhaps it would be prudent to send this troublesome lad to the heavenly realm for training, so that, should Piccolo return, he would have someone capable of restraining him. Clearing her throat, Krilin spoke. Wukong, there exists but one place on Earth where you may receive proper instruction in your cultivation. She gazed upward, declaring, that is the heavenly temple, where there are those who can guide you in your training. Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, is there truly a celestial temple on Earth? Might there be deities within its confines? The immortal Krilin was quite pleased with Son Wukong's look of surprise, responding, indeed. But obtaining the guidance of the celestial beings is no simple feat. With a perplexed expression, Son Wukong inquired, what should we do? He believed that the prospect of winning the Oscar for Best Actor was within his grasp. Do not fret. Both you and Wukong have passed my trial and have been granted an opportunity to journey to the heavenly temple for divine guidance. However, to reach the heavenly temple, you must obtain the Rui Jingu Bang, a magical staff capable of transformation. Regrettably, it is not in my possession. It was taken by that shameless turtle sage 3 centuries ago. If you wish to pursue your training at the heavenly temple, you must first retrieve the Rui Jingu Bang. As Son Wukong bids farewell to the immortal Krilin, he acquires the celestial beans, alleviating any future concerns of having to split a single bean into 2 for use. After indulging in a few carefree days, he returns with the young Wukong to seek Krilin once more, obtaining the token bell that will grant them access to the celestial temple for training. Chapter 9. Encountering the celestial deity at the temple as Son Wukong bid farewell to Master Krilin. He acquired the celestial beans and no longer had to fret about the possibility of dividing a single bean into 2 for use. After a few days of leisurely indulgence at the dumpling shop, he took the young Wukong to seek out Master Krilin once more, to obtain the token bell, and proceeded to the heavenly palace for training. Upon returning, Son Wukong and the young Wukong spent several days frolicking in the mountains. The young Wukong was remarkably lively, seemingly unaware of fatigue. Whenever hunger struck, he would chase after a colossal dinosaur, treating it as his prey and requesting Son Wukong to roast it for him. Although the young Wukong possessed the ability to prepare roasted meat, his culinary skills were limited to merely satiating his hunger, lacking the exquisite flavor that Son Wukong could create. Despite frequently witnessing the young Wukong's eating habits, the sight of him consuming a dinosaur of such immense size, akin to a mountain of meat, stirred a sense of incredulity within Son Wukong. What exactly is the Scion's stomach composed of? To accommodate such an abundance of food, are they not akin to gluttonous beasts? One morning, Son Wukong took the young Wukong to the Tower of Krilin. Brother, what is the heavenly palace? The young Wukong inquired. It is the dwelling place of the celestial deities, was the reply. And who are these celestial deities? Are they powerful? The response came. The celestial deities are indeed formidable, governing the earth with their divine strength. Are they as strong as you, brother? The young Wukong asked with eager anticipation. Son Wuyuan pondered for a moment, realizing that the celestial deity's strength seemingly surpassed that of the demon King Piccolo. Uncertain of his current capabilities, he felt as if he were shrouded in darkness. Though he had yet to engage in battle, he surmised that the celestial being must indeed be more formidable than he was at present. Furthermore, the deity's significance extended beyond mere strength. His unique abilities were equally, if not more, vital. It was a complexity that could not be articulated in haste. In due time, Wukong would come to understand. The duo journeyed upon the flying nimbus to the Krilin Tower, where they encountered Master Krilin practicing gymnastics. Wuyuan and little Wukong, are you prepared to train in the Celestial Temple? They both nodded in affirmation. Observing their readiness, Master Krilin retrieved a bell and presented it to Son Wuyuan, guiding them to the pinnacle of the tower. Do you see that groove? Place the Rui Bang within it and let it extend. You shall ascend to the Celestial Temple by following the staff. After positioning the Rui Bang, Son Wuyuan and little Wukong expressed their gratitude to Master Krilin, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Krilin." Wukong grasped the Rui Bang tightly. Are you ready? Yes. Rui Bang, extend. During their journey, they encountered a lightning strike, yet they successfully reached the Celestial Temple. Son Wuyuan resolved to master the sky dance technique. Otherwise, mobility would remain a challenge. Upon spotting the darkly clad Bobo, little Wukong inquired, "Excuse me, are you the celestial deity?" The stoic Bobo shook his head and replied, "Present your token." Confused, little Wukong watched as Son Wuyuan handed the bell to Bobo. "Oh, so the bell is the token," he remarked, scratching the back of his head. "Follow me. The celestial deity wishes to meet you," Bobo instructed, turning and leading the way with his hands clasped behind his back. Along the path, little Wukong exhibited an insatiable curiosity about the Celestial Temple, akin to a young monkey exploring its surroundings. "Before seeing you, I have heard your voices. You must be Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong, as spoken of by Krilin," exclaimed the celestial being. Little Wukong remarked, "The celestial deity looks quite peculiar." Son Wukong, utterly astonished, pointed at the celestial being and exclaimed, You are the demon King Piccolo." Since the deity mentioned the immortal Krilin, it was reasonable to assume that he had discussed the dream that Son Wukong experienced. As a professional actor, one must fully immerse oneself in the role, otherwise, the performance may falter. The deity mused to himself, just as Krilin suggested. This Son Wukong truly dreamt of the demon King Piccolo. Could it be that his claim of Piccolo breaking free from his seal might become a reality? The likelihood appears substantial. Perhaps Son Wukong possesses the ability to foresee the future. Little Wukong had never witnessed his elder brother in such a state of shock, and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Pray tell, who is the demon King Piccolo?" The elder black man explained. He was a malevolent force who emerged over 300 years ago, leading a horde of demons to wreak havoc upon the earth. Ultimately, he was sealed within a rice cooker by an exceptional martial artist known as Master Matedo, who happened to be the mentor of Master Rashi. Then why did my brother mistake the deity for the demon King Piccolo? Little Wukong's clever mind was suddenly engaged. The stoic black man, Bobo, replied, "One must not be disrespectful to the celestial beings." "Fear not, Bobo. Wuyuan, you must be quite intrigued about the connection between the deity and the demon King Piccolo, are you not?" Son Wukong silently thought to himself, "I am fully aware. And I am not at all curious about your connection with King Piccolo. Indeed, I am immensely intrigued as to why you bear such an uncanny resemblance to King Piccolo." A perfectly composed expression emerged on Son Wukong's face as he maintained his composure. Subsequently, little Wukong attentively listened to the celestial being recounting tales of the past. And after an hour, the narrative finally came to a conclusion. Within the depths of Son Wuyuan's heart, a roll of the eyes ensued. Could one not be more succinct? It is merely a matter of distinguishing between good and evil, the deity Piccolo being one and the same. He thought to himself, fully aware of this fact. The deity, with a serious demeanor, addressed them. I have heard from Krilin about the dream you experienced. Although I am perplexed as to why you, Son Wuyuan, would dream of the Demon King Piccolo, I must implore both of you. Should the day arrive when the Demon King breaks free from his seal, I hope you will take action against him. What can we do? Son Wuyuan and little Goku readily agreed. After all, the Demon King Piccolo was easily manageable. Even the original Goku had dealt with him, let alone now. Furthermore, the day of Piccolo's emergence was still distant, and by the time he breaks free from his seal, he would be quite aged. Even at his peak, his battle power was merely 230. Before little Goku even began his training in the temple of the deity, he possessed a battle power approaching that of Master Roshi. The precise figure was uncertain, but it undoubtedly exceeded 100. Thus, when the formidable Demon King Piccolo finally escaped his seal, intending to seize dominion over the world, he would find himself saying, Goku, the Demon King Piccolo is far too weak for my interest. The task of vanquishing him and preserving world peace shall be entrusted to you. The deity did not personally instruct Son Wuyuan and little Goku. Instead, they were guided by Bobo in their training at the temple of the deity. Son Wuyuan was indeed quite curious about Bobo's prowess. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, Bobo was capable of easily subduing a young Goku, who had already vanquished King Piccolo. As the story progressed to the Buu saga, he was able to capture the young Goten and Trunks, even as they transformed into Super Saiyans to escape his grasp. With his eternally expressionless black face, Bobo stated, You two may attack me together. Young Goku, uncertain, asked, Are you sure, Mr. Bobo? My brother and I are quite strong. Chapter 10. Training and sealing Goku's tail. Young Goku hesitated. Mr. Bobo, are you certain? My brother and I are indeed very powerful. Goku, Son Wuyuan interjected. Mr. Bobo is immensely strong. Even if we both attack together, we are unlikely to prevail against him. Yet, Goku felt puzzled. But why does Mr. Bobo not seem very formidable? You will understand once you give it your all. Son Wuyuan replied, feeling helpless. Despite being aware of some plot points, he could not ascertain Bobo's true strength. Officially, Bobo's combat power was rated at 1,000. Yet he could engage with the Super Saiyans Goten and Trunks. Moreover, he had served several generations of deities, yet he remained unchanged while the current gods aged. Upon hearing this, young Goku assumed a fighting stance and, in the next moment, unleashed his full power, employing a mix of rock-paper-scissors, drunken fist, and shadow punch techniques. Exhausted and panting, he found himself unable to touch even a hair on Bobo. Observing Goku nearing his limit, Son Wuyuan also launched a full-scale attack on Bobo. As Bobo deftly dodged, he advised, Be mindful of your breathing rhythm. Avoid unnecessary exertion. Strive for tranquility akin to the sky, and speed reminiscent of lightning. Time swiftly passed. And a year later, the duo's training met Bobo's expectations, allowing them to progress to the next phase. Bobo commenced their instruction on sensing ki and utilizing it in combat, a task significantly more challenging than their previous training. Son Wuyuan recalled that the original plot depicted Son Wukong spending 3 arduous years mastering his abilities. He wondered how long it would take now. Initially, he believed that little Wukong would require even more time to learn. Yet upon witnessing Wukong achieve mastery in merely 3 months, he felt an inexplicable surge of motivation. During training, Son Wuyuan could only describe his experience as frenzied, as he succeeded in mastering the technique within a remarkably brief span of 1 year. Upon unlocking the perception of qi, he discovered the ability to vividly sense the vital energy, no longer reliant on his body passively absorbing it to grow stronger. He could now actively draw it into himself. At the onset of learning to perceive qi, it felt as though his body had been starved for an eternity, thirsting for the essence of energy, capable of absorbing as much as was available. However, after an extended period of absorption, he experienced a sensation akin to satiety, indicating that there indeed existed a limit to how much qi his body could assimilate. He had fancifully imagined that he had acquired some infinite devouring attribute during his traversal, akin to starting as an ordinary individual and growing stronger solely through consumption. He even contemplated training alongside Wukong at the North Kai's domain to learn the spirit bomb technique, with the notion that even if he could not master it himself, Wukong could gather energy for him, allowing him to ascend in strength rapidly and perhaps even surpass the likes of Beerus. It became evident that his aspirations were overly ambitious. The path of cultivation and empowerment was far more intricate than he had presumed, though he did not feel disheartened. Little Wukong had inquired more than once why his own power was advancing at a faster rate than Son Wuyuan's. Indeed, during the 2 years spent in the Heavenly Temple, his strength had multiplied severalfold, easily capable of obliterating foes of King Piccolo's caliber with but a mere finger. Additionally, he had mastered the art of flight. He vividly recalled the exhilaration he felt upon first learning it, having inadvertently created a large hole in the roof of one of the temple structures, and narrowly avoiding a mishap in the restroom due to his burgeoning skills. When little Wukong witnessed him soaring through the skies without the aid of the flying nimbus, he erupted with excitement, clamoring to learn the art of flight. To this day, he remained unaware of how well Wukong had progressed in his studies of the technique. After mastering the art of aerial movement, Son Wuyuan departed from the Celestial Temple for a period, journeying to the Western capital where he acquired a spacecraft and a gravity chamber from Dr. Briefs. However, the gravity chamber only accommodates a maximum of 50 times Earth's gravity. He has yet to utilize the gravity chamber and remains uncertain of the training's efficacy on his physique. He finds himself in a predicament. There is no source of power available at the Celestial Temple, and his home on Baozi Mountain is devoid of electricity as well, rendering the gravity chamber temporarily unusable. Of course, alternative energy sources would suffice, but Son Wuyuan's pockets are emptier than his countenance suggests. Where could he procure funds to buy energy? Should he return to Dr. Briefs to request additional energy resources? Son Wukong silently complained, "Why is your face so large? We're not even related, and you're not my son-in-law or anything." He harbored a somewhat immature idea, uncertain of its feasibility. However, there was no need to rush. The gravity chamber still had sufficient energy for the time being, and perhaps, once depleted, it could be utilized again for the purpose of punishing the wicked and uplifting the virtuous, much like before. It was truly astonishing. He had not anticipated that the martial prowess of the two brothers would be so remarkable, achieving such heights in merely 2 years. Even when the great demon King Piccolo eventually emerged, he would hardly be a match for either of them. Your praise is unwarranted, Divine One. It is thanks to your guidance in our martial arts that our strength has surged so rapidly. As Son Wukong prepared to turn and leave, he glanced up and noticed the tail behind little Wukong. Oh dear, how could I almost forget such an important matter? Just to be safe, I should ask the Divine One to seal little Wukong's tail. Wukong, could you wait here for a moment? Divine One, might you step aside? I have a favor to ask of you. In Son Wuyuan's mind, the voice of the celestial deity suddenly echoed. It must be due to the tumultuous and fierce power residing within Wukong. I can sense it. That dormant force is formidable. And once awakened, even you may find it difficult to contain. Indeed, it seems the celestial deity has also recognized this, which is why I wish to request the deity to seal Wukong's tail, ensuring it never reemerges. Very well. Little Wukong, perplexed, gazed at his elder brother, who stood there in a daze. Son Wuyuan turned to Wukong and said, Wukong, I intend to have the celestial deity seal your tail. Elder brother, what do you mean by sealing? It is like locking you in a room, preventing your escape. Once your tail is sealed, it will remain within your body and cannot emerge. But why must my tail be sealed? Elder brother, did grandfather seal you as well because you lack a tail? Oh, Wukong, you truly are a clever little rascal. The tail represents a significant vulnerability. Have you not noticed that each time I grasp your tail, you become utterly powerless and collapse to the ground? If you encounter a formidable enemy in the future who seizes your tail, you would surely lose, would you not? Then let us proceed with the sealing. Little Wukong replied nonchalantly. Seeing that Wukong had consented, the celestial deity, please proceed. The celestial deity enacted the sealing, completely enveloping little Wukong's tail. Son Wuyuan, witnessing this, felt a wave of relief. Now, grandfather Son Wufan would no longer need to worry about being trampled by the transformed little Wukong. Without a tail behind him, little Wukong felt somewhat disoriented, swaying as he walked as if he might topple at any moment. This feels rather strange, but it no longer matters. Elder brother, now I possess no weaknesses, correct? Little Wukong plopped down on the ground, his innocent large eyes tilting inquisitively towards Son Wuyuan. Of course, in the future, Wukong will undoubtedly surpass even his elder brother. Chapter 11. Methods to accelerate Qi absorption. Scions indeed utilize external enhancements. When faced with defeat, they can transform into mighty gorillas under the full moon, increasing their strength tenfold. After enduring grievous injuries, their power also surges dramatically. When pressed in battle, if their anger ignites, transforming into a super scion can amplify their combat prowess 50-fold. In summary, the latter stages of scion power escalation are astonishingly rapid, while I, as a diligent Earthling, must progress steadily, step by step. Fortunately, my own growth is not sluggish. Judging by the present circumstances, Wukong will remain unable to surpass me for quite some time. By the way, Wukong, have you mastered the Skydance technique? Yes, I have learned it. Very well, let us depart. Farewell, celestial deity. Farewell, Mr. Bobo. As Son Wukong and his companions soared through the skies, their heads pointed downward. They soon caught sight of the immortal Krilin. After exchanging a greeting, they directed their flight towards the direction of Baozi Mountain. The year was 747 in the Age of the Gods. Would Bulma still come searching for the Dragon Balls in 2 years? One could hope so. As characters destined to appear inevitably do, and Bulma had yet to be influenced by his presence. On their way back, Son Wukong retrieved a battle power detector, enhanced by doctor briefs, and donned it upon his head before activating it. What is that you're wearing, big brother? It doesn't he quite resemble Master Rashi's sunglasses? Inquired his younger companion. This is a battle power detector, crafted with the assistance of doctor briefs from West City. It is designed to gauge the strength of martial artists. Son Wukong patiently elucidated. Little Goku scratched the back of his head and asked, but can't we already sense energy? We can gauge our opponent's strength through this energy. So what use is this for our battles? True to his nature as a prodigy of combat, Goku immediately connected the device to their fighting prowess, and indeed, he was correct. Earthly martial artists like him and Goku could directly assess an enemy's strength through their energy perception, even controlling their own energy to keep their true power hidden from the detector. However, the ability to sense energy had its limitations. It lacked the precision required for accurate comparisons of battle power. For instance, when facing formidable opponents, one could only describe them as very strong, without being able to articulate the extent of their power. Wukong, this device can quantify our strength numerically, allowing us to clearly understand how much we have improved in our training. Son Wukong elaborated expansively, leaving little Goku somewhat bewildered. Big brother, although I don't fully grasp what you're saying, it sounds impressive. Now, Goku, unleash your full power so I can see your battle power reading. Upon hearing this, little Goku unleashed his energy entirely, and the detector's reading skyrocketed, eventually stabilizing at 330. Goodness! This was nearly equivalent to the battle power that the new Piccolo had during his first encounter with Son Wukong, which stood at 334, the total might of Piccolo at the conclusion of Dragon Ball. At the series' inception, when Goku first met Bulma, his battle power was merely 10. Yet now, it had reached 330, indicating that the story of Dragon Ball had essentially concluded before it even began. 330? Then, big brother, what is your battle power? I feel as though you are several times stronger than I. Little Goku remarked, his finger absent-mindedly scratching his cheek. Son Wuyuan unleashed his aura without reservation, startling the deities atop the divine palace. The true extent of Son Wuyuan's strength exceeded my expectations, radiating an immense power. On the Krilin Tower, the immortal Krilin, with his round feline visage, broke into a cold sweat. Has Wuyuan truly become this formidable after merely 2 years of training in the Divine Palace? Little Wukong was swept away by the sudden surge of overwhelming energy, realizing once again the incredible strength of his elder brother. My intuition was correct. The combat power detector rapidly climbed to 3,200. While a mere 3,200 would be insufficient for the future, on Earth at present, even the deities were no match for him. Brother, what is your combat power? Only 3,200. Wow, amazing. That's roughly 10 times my own. When we return to Baozi Mountain, I want to spar with you. The Wukong before me had mastered arithmetic, unlike in the original tale where he aged from 11 to 14, startling Bulma at that time. No problem. When we get home, I have a gift for you that will enhance your strength rapidly. The gift Son Wuyuan referred to was, of course, the gravity chamber. Really? Absolutely. When has your elder brother ever deceived you? The ensuing 2 years were spent in intense training, with little Wukong frequently seeking out Son Wuyuan for a spar. Each time, he would leave Wukong bruised and battered on the ground before relenting. Their grandfather, Son Wufan, could not help but feel pain to see his precious grandson in such a state after every bout. Almost every time they fought, he would admonish Son Wuyuan to go easy on his younger brother. However, while Son Wuyuan could easily persuade Wukong in other matters, he found it impossible to do so in combat. Even a slight concession would be immediately noticed by little Wukong. Wukong possessed an unparalleled obsession and dedication to fighting that was difficult for others to comprehend, and Son Wuyuan could not afford to hold back too much. Given his own formidable combat power, after training for 6 months in the gravity chamber alongside Goku, Son Wuyuan realized that the chamber's effect on his strength enhancement was rather limited. Consequently, he decided to allow little Goku to train alone in the gravity chamber while he retreated to the serene depths of the mountains to absorb vital energy. Reminiscent of Piccolo's training methods, the training in the gravity chamber proved to significantly elevate little Goku's combat power, which had surpassed 5,000. And he gradually acclimated to the 30-fold gravity. Regarding the gravity chamber, Son Wuyuan often ventured out to see if he could encounter opportunities to assist the weak and supplement his meager income, as the energy required to operate the gravity chamber was substantial. After 2 years, his combat power had stabilized, although the increase was still considerable. The rate of enhancement had become somewhat insufficient for his current needs. He contemplated 2 avenues, enhancing his affinity for vital energy and accelerating the accumulation of that energy. He pondered whether there existed a method to further augment his affinity for vital energy, thereby hastening his body's absorption rate. Son Wuyuan considered making a wish to the dragon. Yet he found the Earth Dragon's capabilities rather feeble, leaving him uncertain about fulfilling his desires. Even with the Namekian dragon, he lacked complete confidence in its ability to grant his wish, with the most reliable option being the super dragon that transcends 2 universes. However, acquiring the super dragon balls was beyond his reach, and wishing upon the super dragon required knowledge of the divine language. Thus, he was left with the option of seeking ways to expedite the gathering of vital energy, particularly through the North Kai's signature technique, the Spirit Bomb. Since his journey had endowed him with the ability to absorb vital energy, mastering this technique should not prove too difficult. To reach North Kai's planet, he needed the guidance of the Supreme Kai to lead him to the underworld, traversing the snake path to arrive at the North Kai's residence. In the year 749 of the Age of the Universe, Bulma, a high school student in West City, discovered a 2-star Dragon Ball while organizing her family's storage. On August 22nd, she found a 5-star Dragon Ball in a cave in the north and, through her research of ancient texts, uncovered the secrets of the Dragon Balls. Consequently, she resolved to utilize her summer vacation to collect the remaining Dragon Balls. On the morning of September 1st, Son Wuyuan and little Goku set out to hunt. Son Wuyuan managed to catch a dinosaur, believing its substantial size would provide enough sustenance for little Goku. The meat from the dinosaur's claws and the dragon tendons were exceptionally robust, and when combined with spicy seasoning, they created a delightful gourmet treat that Son Wuyuan particularly relished. Before Sun Wukong's tail was sealed by the celestial beings, he frequently utilized it to catch large fish. Now, unable to fish in his usual manner, he resorted to a more primal approach, leaping into the river to select the largest fish to toss onto the shore. As the two were nearing home, Son Wuyuan pondered whether little Wukong would meet the same fate as in the original storyline, getting struck by Bulma's car. In the very next moment, a vehicle barreled toward them, accompanied by a frantic female voice shouting, "Quick, get out of the way." Despite the enormous dinosaur resting on a shoulder, Son Wuyuan adeptly evaded the impending collision. Had little Wukong retained his original power level of merely 10, he would have undoubtedly been sent flying by the sudden onslaught of the speeding car. However, now possessing a battle strength of 5,000, little Wukong effortlessly dodged the vehicle as well. With a resounding crash, the car collided with a large tree and came to a halt. Little Wukong set down the large fish he had been holding and approached Bulma, inquiring, "Who are you? Why did you attack me and my brother? Are you here to steal our catch?" Bulma, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Son Wuyuan and little Wukong, particularly at their colossal quarry, the dinosaur and the fish. Goodness! What sort of creatures have I encountered? How can anyone possess such strength? Upon hearing little Wukong's question, she hastily shook her head vigorously. "I wasn't trying to steal your catch. My car was just going too fast, and I couldn't stop in time. I am terribly sorry for nearly colliding with you." Little Wukong scrutinized Bulma with suspicion, calling out, "Brother, come quickly. This person looks quite peculiar. Her backside seems to be on her chest. Is she a monster?" Son Wukong helplessly rubbed his forehead. Last time, he had explained what a flying car was, and now he found himself more intrigued by Bulma than her vehicle. "Wukong, that on her chest isn't her backside. What is it? You'll understand when you grow up." Son Wukong felt as though he were a traditional Chinese parent explaining matters of intimacy to a child. Little Wukong ceased his inquiries, patted his own chest, and glanced at Bulma's bosom, murmuring, "Why does my chest look different from hers?" Bulma felt her cheeks flush as the two brothers discussed her. Especially when she caught sight of Son Wukong's handsome, resolute face, her cheeks seemed to redden even more, and her eyes sparkled with infatuation. "Wukong, she is a girl, and we are boys. Naturally, We look different. Do you remember what Grandpa taught us about how to treat girls? Son Wuyuan covered his face, exasperatedly addressing little Wukong. Oh, Grandpa said we should be gentle with girls. I understand now, big brother. Meanwhile, Son Wukong silently noted to himself that a larger chest meant a girl. Son Wuyuan set aside the dinosaur and approached Bulma, saying, "Greetings, I am Son Wuyuan. This is my younger brother, Son Wukong, who resides at Baozi Mountain. The house atop that mountain is our home. Might I inquire who you are?" At that moment, it was time for Son Wuyuan to showcase his acting skills. Although he was thoroughly familiar with every detail about Bulma, he feigned ignorance. "Hello, I am Bulma, and I hail from West City." Ha ha ha. Little Wukong laughed heartily. "Brother? Can you believe someone is named? No. It's Bulma, not Noma." Wukong scratched his head. "Aren't they the same?" Son Wuyuan feigned contemplation and inquired, "Your name is Bulma, correct? May I ask if your father is Dr. Briefs? Do you know my father?" With a gleeful expression, she replied, "Yes. A few years ago, I sought Dr. Brief's assistance and brought him a spaceship. So, you are the formidable martial artist my father spoke of. No wonder you can hunt dinosaurs." "Oh, it is merely Dr. Brief's flattery. There are many who are far more powerful than I," Son Wuyuan modestly responded. The conversation between the two grew increasingly lively, while little Goku, observing from the side, began to feel drowsy. "I'm so hungry. Have you two finished chatting?" he exclaimed, his stomach growling. "All right, Goku, let us head back. Otherwise, Grandpa will start to worry. By the way, Miss Bulma, would you be interested in joining us for a meal?" "Oh, I couldn't possibly impose," Bulma replied, but Son Wuyuan encouraged. "You lead the way, and I'll follow you in the car." Delighted, Bulma drove behind them. Her spirits lifted for several reasons. She had thoroughly enjoyed her conversation with the handsome Son Wuyuan. She had discovered the location of the Dragon Balls nearby. The wildlife in this area appeared rather fierce, and she appreciated the safety that came with having two powerful martial artists by her side. And she also wished to invite Son Wuyuan and little Goku to join her in the quest for the Dragon Balls, as their protection would alleviate any fears of danger during their search. Meanwhile, Son Wuyuan's thoughts were less complicated. The scientific acumen of Bulma and Dr. Briefs would undoubtedly benefit him greatly in the future. Who would reject the company of a clever, beautiful, and wealthy woman without reason? While he might not necessarily marry Bulma in the future, was that truly the point? As they approached the mountain's peak, Bulma mused. Surely the Dragon Balls would not conveniently be at their home. "Grandpa, we're back," exclaimed Son Wuyuan. Old Son Wufan emerged from the house and noticed Bulma trailing behind his two grandsons. Could it be? A warm, maternal smile spread across his face. After all, Son Wuyuan had grown into a 15-year-old young man, perhaps not many years away from being a grandfather himself. During dinner, old Son Wufan was exceedingly warm towards Bulma, his gaze towards her not much different from how he looked at his daughter-in-law. This left Son Wuyuan and little Goku in a state of bewilderment. Did this mean they were not actually his biological grandchildren, but that Bulma was? No. That couldn't be right. He and little Goku truly weren't the biological offspring of Grandpa. Throughout the meal, old Son Wufan hardly acknowledged either of them. Chapter 13. Goku's method of distinguishing genders. On the morning of September 2nd, Son Wuyuan, Son Goku, and Bulma departed from Baozi Mountain together in search of the remaining Dragon Balls. Son Wukong and little Wukong are both adept in the art of aerial maneuvering, soaring through the skies at remarkable speeds, much to Bulma's astonishment. To her utter disbelief, they are capable of flight. Lacking an aircraft, Bulma trails behind on an off-road motorcycle. "Hey, you two, wait for me," she calls out, her pace significantly slower than theirs. Son Wuyuan and his companion paused ahead, waiting for Bulma to catch up. After a considerable while, they finally spotted Bulma, breathless and frantic, racing towards them. "Brother, let us summon the flying Nimbus for her to ride," little Goku suggested. "How could Bulma possibly ride the Nimbus? She doesn't possess a pure heart like us," he added. "Very well. Nimbus," little Goku called out loudly. Bulma, perplexed, inquired, "Goku, what are you doing?" "I'm summoning the Nimbus. You're moving too slowly. Let it carry you." Soon, a golden cloud descended swiftly from the heavens, halting before little Goku. "Bulma, you should hop on." Just like with Master Roshi, the moment Bulma mounted, she tumbled off. Fortunately, the quick-witted Son Wuyuan caught her before she fell, for true affection often requires a touch of strategy to be retained. Upon witnessing Bulma's fall, little Goku deemed her a mischievous child. What followed was a scene reminiscent of many television dramas. Bulma found herself blushing in the warmth of Son Wuyuan's embrace. Let it be clear, Son Wuyuan harbored no ulterior motives. He merely perceived Bulma as a fellow Earthling, just as he was. Why should the bounty flow to outsiders? He mused, dismissing any thoughts of the Scion Prince Vegeta's future involvement. After resting for a night, they resumed their journey the next day. Midway, Bulma unexpectedly halted to relieve herself. If memory served Son Wuyuan correctly, this would present a splendid opportunity for a hero to rescue a damsel in distress. Before long, Bulma's cries for help echoed through the air. Goku, keep an eye on our belongings. I'll be right back. Alas, before she could even adjust her clothing, she was snatched by a pterodactyl and lifted into the sky. In his heart, Son Wukong exclaimed, "Oh my heavens! This is certainly not what I wished to behold." With a swift motion, he soared through the air and landed gracefully before Bulma, calmly inquiring, "Bulma, do you require assistance?" Yes, I do." Bulma nearly burst into tears, having forgotten even whether she had properly donned her trousers, as the perilous situation clearly necessitated no such question. With a swift movement, Son Wukong appeared above the pterosaur, delivering a gentle yet decisive blow that sent the creature to its demise. As it released Bulma from its grasp, she began to plummet from the sky. A series of piercing screams echoed through the air as Son Wukong deftly caught Bulma in her descent. Blushing and flustered, she was reminded by him, "Bulma, you're exposed." Meanwhile, the clever little monkey had already commenced preparations for roasting the pterosaur. Having spent 15 years in the Dragon Ball world, Son Wukong had yet to explore the Earth. And this quest for the Dragon Balls presented a perfect opportunity to discover the wonders of this realm. They encountered Master Roshi's turtle, which Son Wukong readily offered to carry on his back. "Hello, Master Roshi. It's been quite some time. Do you remember us?" Master Roshi, adjusting his sunglasses, failed to recognize Son Wukong at first. The familiar aura was undeniable, but it was only upon seeing the unchanged crab hairstyle of Son Wukong that memories flooded back. After exchanging pleasantries, he turned to the matter at hand. "Master Roshi, my companion and I are out here to train while searching for the Dragon Balls. Might we have the one around your neck?" After a year of cultivation alongside Son Wuyuan, his two brothers had become his second disciples among the four he had gathered over centuries. Naturally, he did not impose any difficulties upon them, and the incident involving Bulma's undergarments never transpired. "Little Goku, Wuyuan, your strength has grown tremendously. Even I am unable to perceive the depths of your power. How have you become so formidable? Has the era of Master Roshi come to an end?" Little Goku, without reservation, recounted their training experiences at the Krilin Tower and the Heavenly Palace. Master Roshi sighed, astonished that above the Krilin Tower lay the Heavenly Palace. It was no wonder they had grown so powerful. Meanwhile, Bulma found herself bewildered. What were these Krilin and heavenly beings? Such knowledge had never reached her erudite ears. However, upon contemplating the wish-granting Dragon Balls, she gradually accepted the existence of these celestial entities. On September 5th, guided by the Dragon Radar, the trio arrived at the village where Oolong had transformed into a monster to deceive the villagers. They discovered that an elderly woman possessed a 6-star Dragon Ball, and they agreed to assist the village in vanquishing the beast in exchange for the coveted orb. To Son Wuyuan's surprise, little Goku no longer approached the elderly woman as he had in the original tale, asking, "You're a girl, aren't you?" Instead, he boldly inquired, "Grandma, you are a girl, aren't you?" Son Wuyuan covered his face, perplexed about where things had gone awry. The last time he merely mentioned to Wukong that the chests of girls differed from those of boys. He never anticipated that Wukong would not only remember this but also put it into practice. What a predicament! I shall not bear this burden. As soon as the misunderstanding arose, Son Wuyuan swiftly grasped the situation, rendering any need for little Wukong to don female attire unnecessary. On September 6th, they encountered Yamcha, who was still abandoned at the time. However, Son Wuyuan found no interest in his meager strength and allowed little Wukong to entertain him. Perhaps it was Yamcha's overwhelming weakness that led to little Wukong effortlessly knocking him unconscious with a light punch. That day, upon arriving at the village of the Bull Demon King, little Wukong met Chi-Chi. Upon hearing that Chi-Chi sought Master Wu Tian's assistance to extinguish the flames of Fire Mountain, the kind-hearted little Wukong readily offered his help. While riding on the Nimbus Cloud, little Wukong innocently touched Chi-Chi's chest a few times, only to remark, "Chi-Chi, you must be a boy." Embarrassed and furious, Chi-Chi retaliated with a few kicks, yet little Wukong, with his combat power of 5,000, felt nothing at all. Thus, in this bewildering manner, the two inadvertently established a marriage pact. They ventured to Kame House but failed to find the banana fan necessary for extinguishing the fire. Nor did they bring Master Wutian to Fire Mountain. Ultimately, it was little Wukong's Kamehameha that leveled Fire Mountain entirely. The Bull Demon King, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and the secretly observing Yamcha were left aghast, their jaws nearly touching the ground. Little Wukong scratched the back of his head and grinned, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth as he awkwardly remarked, "What a headache. I must have exerted a bit too much force. I should have just called my brother." Son Wuyuan solemnly remarked, "Fear not, Wukong. Practice makes perfect. With time, the discrepancies shall vanish." The crowd erupted in laughter, pondering the absurdity of the situation. 2 monstrous beings. And he suggested that their predicament stemmed merely from a lack of practice? Such a colossal flame mountain could simply be dismissed with a mere gesture? Was this feat something an ordinary individual could achieve? Chapter 14. The Dragon Balls gathered, summoning the Divine Dragon after Wukong vanquished the Flame Mountain. The 7-star Dragon Ball was discovered amidst the ruins. Only 1 Dragon Ball remained to summon the Divine Dragon and make a wish. Surely, Xiao Wu and Ash would soon attempt to seize the Dragon Balls as well. However, how could I allow them to pilfer what is rightfully mine? As a time traveler, do I not deserve to maintain my dignity? Son Wuyuan mused quietly. Xiao Wu and Ash were part of the comical trio led by Pilaf, perpetually in search of the Dragon Balls to summon the Divine Dragon and wish for world domination. Alas, their endeavors had met with failure time and again, culminating in an unexpected transformation into children, leading a life of indulgence under Bulma's roof. That very night, as Ash and Xiao Wu made their move to steal the Dragon Balls, Son Wuyuan caught them red-handed. "You are here to steal our Dragon Balls, are you not?" With a smile, Son Wukong revealed 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Upon being discovered, the 2 individuals promptly turned and fled. Having already witnessed the terrifying prowess of Son Wukong and his companions during the day, they had intended to stealthily procure the Dragon Balls under the cover of night. However, they never anticipated such misfortune. Their plan had barely commenced before it was irrevocably thwarted. Escape was imperative. They had to flee. Son Wuyuan observed as they dashed into the woods. By the time Wukong and Bulma realized something was amiss, the plane had already taken flight. "Brother, what transpired?" "Someone seeks to steal our Dragon Balls. Let us pursue them." Upon hearing this, Wukong immediately took to the skies, but Bulma quickly interjected, "You must take me with you. Without a plane, I cannot keep up." Reluctantly, Son Wuyuan embraced Bulma tightly and descended to follow. Wukong, with remarkable speed, swiftly caught up to the aircraft piloted by Xiao Wu and Ashu and was about to strike. However, Son Wuyuan intervened just in time. "Brother, did we not catch up to apprehend them?" Xiao Wu queried, puzzled. "Hold your horses, Wukong. Let us follow them first to uncover their lair. There may be unexpected rewards." Son Wuyuan replied. "The final Dragon Ball rests in Pilaf's hands. Tailing them would save us the trouble of searching." Fearing that Xiao Wu might not comprehend and would ask again, Son Wuyuan clarified. "Their ability to locate us for the purpose of thievery indicates that they not only understand the significance of the Dragon Balls, but may also possess instruments akin to a Dragon Ball radar. The last Dragon Ball may indeed be in their possession." "Well, brother, you are so clever and cunning," Xiao Wu exclaimed in admiration. However, Son Wuyuan felt a wave of discontent. While the first part of the compliment was agreeable, the latter was quite inappropriate. To describe such an upright person as cunning was a misrepresentation. Clever would be more fitting. The trio soon arrived at a castle, observing Xiao Wu and Ashu entering. Without hesitation, they followed suit. King Pilaf, adorned in attire emblazoned with the words fried rice, spotted Xiao Wu and Ashu and inquired, "Where are the Dragon Balls?" Quick-witted, Xiao Wu awkwardly smiled and replied, "The Dragon Balls are in the possession of those 3. Ashu and I lured them into the castle. Your Majesty, once you activate the mechanism to trap them, we can seize the Dragon Balls from them. They carry 6 Dragon Balls, after all," Xiao Wu added. Instantly, King Pilaf was elated, bursting into hearty laughter. "Xiao Wu, Ashu, you have done remarkably well this time. Once I conquer the world, I shall reward you handsomely." He activated the castle's mechanism. Yet, the feeble mechanism posed no threat to Son Wuyuan and Xiao Wu. The 3 passed through all the traps without a hitch. King Pilaf's smile abruptly froze, and in an instant, he erupted in furious expletives. "Xiao Wu, Ashu, you 2 imbeciles. How could you bring the enemy into our castle? I shall punish you severely." Ashu and Xiao Wu, a girl and her dog, trembled together in fear when suddenly, with a resounding bang, Son Wuyuan opened the door at their location. Son Wukong revealed a warm smile and said, "Hello, How do you do? May I inquire about the whereabouts of your Dragon Ball? Witnessing the formidable strength displayed by Son Wukong and his companions as they navigated the traps, Pilaf was immediately intimidated and, with great politeness, replied, Please hold on a moment. The Dragon Ball will be handed over to you shortly. Asu quickly fetched the Dragon Ball. With a beaming smile, Son Wukong graciously accepted the Dragon Ball, exclaiming, How could I possibly accept this? You must have expended considerable effort in your quest for this Dragon Ball. The ever-cunning Emperor Pilaf replied, It is indeed our honor to present this Dragon Ball to you. As the saying goes, a gift from a friend should not be declined. From this day forth, you shall be my friends. Although Pilaf did not fully grasp the nuances of the phrase, he understood that he had lost his Dragon Ball, and thus managed to muster a smile that was more painful than joyful. With all 7 Dragon Balls gathered, Bulma was in a state of ecstatic excitement, while little Goku wore a rather dazed expression, seemingly indifferent to the significance of the Dragon Balls. In contrast, Son Wukong felt a flicker of anticipation, though that was the extent of his sentiment. Bulma, do you have any wishes you wish to fulfill? Upon hearing this, Bulma's excitement waned, as she had initially contemplated wishing for a dashing boyfriend. However, now, gazing at the charming and composed Son Wukong, along with the sense of security his formidable prowess brought her, she felt that perhaps she had no need for such wishes after all. I seem to have no wishes to fulfill, she replied, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Wukong, do you have a wish you wish to make? Son Wukong inquired of little Goku. Big brother, can I wish to become stronger? Of course not. The dragon cannot grant such a wish. Well, I'm not entirely sure. But you could give it a try. Little Goku stared at the 7 Dragon Balls and asked, What should I do? Do you know? At this juncture, Bulma interjected. According to my research in ancient texts, once the 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, you simply need to shout, Come forth, dragon, and then make your wish to the dragon. Come forth. Dragon. In the pitch-black night sky, a long green figure soon emerged. Is that the dragon? Exclaimed Bulma. It's so large and lengthy. The trio of Pilaf was left speechless in their astonishment, while Son Wukong curiously observed this magnificent dragon. Speak your wish, commanded the dragon. Dragon. I wish to be as strong as my big brother. Just as Bulma and the Pilaf trio assumed that the dragon would fulfill Goku's wish, the dragon responded. I'm sorry, but your desire exceeds my capabilities and cannot be granted. As anticipated by Son Wukong, little Goku scratched his head in confusion and turned to Son Wukong, asking, Big brother, if the wish can't be granted, what shall we do next? Oh. Meanwhile, Bulma and the Pilaf trio nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. What? Isn't the dragon capable of granting any wish? Why can't such a simple wish be fulfilled? Chapter 15. An engagement equals a grand feast for little Goku's Son Wukong's attempts at wish-making proved fruitless, as Bulma possessed no desires to be fulfilled. Nevertheless, Son Wukong yearned to explore the potential of those wishes, pondering the possibility of success, even in failure. It could enlighten little Wukong and the others about the dragon's limited capabilities, emphasizing that many issues should not rely excessively on the Dragon Balls. Dragon, grant me the gift of eternal life. Resounded the dragon's authoritative voice. Your wish cannot be granted. Allow me the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. Came the response. Your wish cannot be granted. Eradicate the evil enemies that threaten Earth's peace in the future. Was met with the same reply. Your wish cannot be granted. Bulma and Pilaf stood in astonishment, questioning whether they had encountered a fraudulent dragon, for none of their wishes were realized. Was the legendary dragon not said to be capable of fulfilling any desire? Little Wukong quietly murmured, It seems the dragon is rather ineffective. Not a single wish has been granted. The dragon sighed, This is quite embarrassing. Son Wukong cleared his throat and expressed his desire to possess the ability to teleport instantaneously to any location. I apologize, came the response. But the ability you seek transcends human capabilities. It belongs to certain exalted deities within the cosmos and cannot be realized. However, I can impart the principles and methods of instantaneous movement utilized by the inhabitants of planet Aditrol into your memory. This divine dragon from Earth is indeed unreliable. Wukong thought, disheartened that even the wish for teleportation remained unfulfilled. Can't you simply teach me how to teleport like the Aditrol beings? That is not feasible. The art of teleportation practiced by the Aditrol is considered a divine technique. Not everyone can master its principles, even if one comprehends the theory. The guidance of the elders from Aditrol is often necessary for easier learning. Of course, if your innate talent is sufficiently formidable, you may be able to master it independently after grasping the principles. The dragon reflected on its role, feeling it had never appeared so unremarkable in centuries. Well, that seems acceptable, Wukong replied. The dragon's eyes gleamed with red light, and suddenly, Wukong found himself endowed with memories regarding the teleportation of the aditral beings. Your wish has been granted, the dragon proclaimed before dissipating into 7 dragon balls, scattering in different directions. Swiftly, Wukong seized one that had transformed into stone. Bulma, with a hint of confusion, remarked, after the dragon fulfills a wish, the dragon balls require a year to regenerate. Wukong, if you wish to make another wish, you will have to wait a year. I do not intend to wish again. This is my grandfather's 4-star Dragon Ball, and I must return it to Baozi Mountain. By the way, Bulma, our quest for the Dragon Balls has concluded. What are your plans now? Bulma shook her head. I will return home and wait for the school term to begin. I have no further plans. Could you take me back to West City tomorrow morning? It would take me quite a while to ride my bike. The following morning, young Wukong journeyed alone back to Baozi Mountain while Son Wukong flew Bulma back to West City. During their previous flight, he had held her waist, lifting her onto his shoulder as she looked shyly at him. Now, she eagerly suggested that she could sit atop him to take off. Of course, would not agree. He preferred to be on top rather than beneath a woman. Consequently, Bulma had no choice but to be underneath, with Son Wukong above her, embracing her as they ascended. Wukong, you are so fast. Could you slow down a bit? I can't take it. Son Wuyuan sighed. Indeed, I am exceedingly formidable. Ordinary individuals cannot endure such rapid velocity. I scarcely feel it myself, yet she has already reached her limits. Upon returning to Baozi Mountain, Son Wuyuan observed that little Wukong had once again ventured into the gravity chamber for training. It is noteworthy that little Wukong did not engage in the frenzied training typical of the original narrative during his journey to Namek. Firstly, he remains quite young, and secondly, thus far, he has not encountered any significant hardships or crises that compel him to push himself to grow stronger. Wukong, are you planning to seek out Master Roshi for training? Son Wuyuan inquired of little Wukong without any particular reason. Brother, didn't Team Master Roshi say he has nothing left to teach us? He wants us to cultivate on our own. Little Wukong replied, his face a picture of confusion. Oh dear, little Wukong, I'm merely concerned that your true love might slip away. The bald-headed Krilin would soon be seeking Master Roshi for training. Wukong and he had forged a profound friendship since childhood. It was during Wukong's final battle with Frieza on Namek that Krilin lost his life, inciting Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan out of rage. Hence, it has been frequently said that Krilin ascended to the heavens, wielding boundless power. He was indeed Wukong's true love. By the way, Wukong, have you informed Grandpa about your engagement to Chi-Chi yesterday? Son Wuyuan suddenly recalled that after the destruction of Flame Mountain, Chi-Chi had informed her father, the Ox King, about their secret vow of lifelong commitment, which he wholeheartedly supported. That very day, a betrothal ceremony was held in the village for little Wukong and Chi-Chi, and little Wukong joyfully indulged in a grand feast. Engagement? We already celebrated that yesterday. Why must we tell Grandpa again? Son Wuyuan, I have imparted many lessons to Wukong, yet it seems I neglected to teach him this one. It appears he has mistaken the engagement for a grand feast. Never mind, it is futile to clarify matters with Wukong, even if Son Wuyuan articulates his thoughts with clarity. Little Wukong's understanding remains quite limited. It is perhaps wiser to let things unfold naturally. Wukong, continue your cultivation. I shall seek out Grandfather. Little Wukong strides into the gravity chamber to commence his training. Grandfather, I have a significant matter to discuss with you. Observing the towering figure of Son Wuyuan, the elder Son Wufan chuckled and said, Wuyuan, what pressing issue compels you to sit and share? He casually poured a glass of water for Son Wuyuan and took one for himself, sipping leisurely. Grandfather, Wukong has become engaged, and I believe we should make early preparations to host a grand and festive wedding for him in the future. Old Son Wufan sputtered, expelling the water he had just sipped, his expression one of incredulity as he gazed at Son Wuyuan. Was he truly unaware of his own grandson's situation? Moreover, Wukong is merely 12 years old. How could he possibly be engaged? It is utterly astounding that little Wukong, at such a tender age, has found a girlfriend and entered into an engagement. I must admit, I have been quite mistaken. Not only does Wukong possess remarkable martial prowess, but he also appears to have an extraordinary aptitude in matters of the heart. Son Wukong, my esteemed grandson, you must persevere. Truly? Look into my sincere eyes. How could I ever deceive you, dear grandfather? I have already partaken in the banquet for Wukong's engagement. Old Son Wukong's face beams with joy, resembling a fully blossomed chrysanthemum. This child, Wukong, has truly surprised me. I wonder which family's daughter has captured his heart? Son Wukong teased, Grandfather, you must know the other party. And you are quite familiar with them. Old Son Wukong, accustomed to his occasionally mischievous grandson, replied, Come on, just tell me. I can't guess. Chapter 16, Krilin. You can't handle this. Old Son Wukong, used to his occasionally playful grandson, urged, Just tell me. I can't guess. It's your fellow disciple. The daughter of the Bull Demon King, Chi-Chi. Surprised, aren't you? I have heard that he has a daughter, but I didn't expect her to be connected to Goku. Old Son Wukong remarked, feeling quite astonished. Once I have some free time, I will visit the Bull Demon King at Flame Mountain for a chat. And we can discuss the matter of little Goku and Chi-Chi. Goku is still young and inexperienced. I will personally handle this matter to ensure everything is arranged properly. By the way, Upon hearing this, Son Wuyuan felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Wukong had already become engaged, and as Wukong's elder brother, he too needed to seize the moment. After living with his grandfather for over a decade, he realized that his grandfather was quite eloquent. The sudden proposal of marriage left him momentarily bewildered. He was still uncertain whether to pursue Bulma, the daughter of the world's richest man, a paragon of intelligence and beauty, or to wait for the breathtakingly stunning android 18 to appear. One was a beauty endowed with both wit and physique, her ample bosom strikingly prominent. The other was a formidable warrior, a golden-haired goddess seemingly immune to aging. Each possessed distinct advantages and disadvantages, making the decision between adulthood and childhood a perplexing dilemma. On the morning of September 10th, 749 in the era of the gods, Son Wuyuan resolved to visit Kame House to witness the true love of his master, Krilin, and Wukong. Wuyuan, is that you? Didn't you and Wukong set out to seek the Dragon Balls? What brings you here? Chuckled Master Roshi, engrossed in an H magazine without raising his gaze. Son Wuyuan felt exasperated. If he truly had an affinity for such matters, given his esteemed status as a martial arts master, he would surely have no shortage of young and beautiful maidens vying for his attention. What was the point of merely staring at H magazines day after day? As Son Wuyuan diligently experimented with the instant teleportation of the Yard Rat people, he awaited the arrival of his apprentice, the bald-headed Krilin. Before long, a small wooden boat appeared upon the sea, and standing upon it was the gleaming figure of Krilin. Without hesitation, he leapt from the vessel to stand before Son Wuyuan. Without uttering a word, he produced a magazine favored by Master Roshi from his bosom, presenting it with both hands while bowing respectfully, imploring, Please accept me as your disciple. Master Wutian. This. Do you truly believe my handsome visage resembles that of the aged and lecherous Master Roshi? The esteemed Master Wutian is over there. Son Wuyuan found himself at a loss for words in response to Krilin's antics. Oh, I was perplexed. How could a master who has lived for centuries still appear so youthful? It seems I mistook you for someone else. My apologies. Not at all. I too am a disciple of Master Wutian. Should you be accepted as his pupil, as your senior, I would be inclined to offer you some guidance. Son Wuyuan replied earnestly. Go forth. Your ability will determine whether you can become his disciple. Krilin eagerly approached Master Roshi to seek apprenticeship. Initially indifferent, Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with interest upon seeing Krilin's respectful offering of the magazine, thus granting him an opportunity. He requested that Krilin bring him a charming female companion. To Son Wuyuan's astonishment, without the aid of Goku or the flying Nimbus, Krilin successfully located Launch and brought her to Kame House. It remained a mystery how he had accomplished such a feat that evening. Launch prepared a meal for Master Roshi and Krilin using pufferfish, resulting in food poisoning that left all three bedridden for a day before recovering. On September 14th, Master Roshi commenced formal training with Krilin, while Son Wuyuan visited for several consecutive days, engaging in casual conversation with Krilin. Krilin, you are a little bald fellow from the Dorian Temple. Do remember that monks are not permitted to marry. Occasionally, he would demonstrate a hint of his prowess, leaving Krilin in awe and prompting him to address Son Wuyuan as Senior Brother Wuyuan. Senior Brother Wuyuan, you are incredible. How did you become so powerful? With a heart devoid of desire for women, one naturally attains enlightenment and cultivation, Son Wuyuan declared, departing without a backward glance, leaving Krilin to ponder the profound words about the absence of desire leading to divine cultivation. Truly, a senior brother's insights are distinct and exceptional. The following year swiftly passed, and Son Wuyuan finally mastered the art of instant teleportation. It appears my martial talent is indeed commendable. Throughout this year, he frequently approached Krilin, proclaiming, Krilin, you are a monk, and monks are forbidden from marrying. A heart devoid of women allows for spiritual cultivation to flourish. You must renounce worldly desires to grow stronger swiftly. Look at how weak you are now. As Krilin's fragile spirit endured repeated blows, he even began to find merit in the words of his senior brother, Son Wuyuan. In the end, when Son Wuyuan called out to him, Krilin instinctively responded. To this, Son Wuyuan could only silently lament, My apologies, Krilin. It is not that I lack loyalty as your senior brother, but the strength of Android 18 is exceedingly formidable. Your powers are too meager, and I fear you cannot withstand it, jeopardizing your familial standing. Senior brother, Master Wutian is taking me to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament starting today. Will you join us? Krilin suddenly whispered into Son Wuyuan's ear. Son Wuyuan was startled, nearly believing that Krilin had discovered his secret thoughts. However, it turned out that Krilin was merely inquiring about the esteemed martial arts tournament. Of course, he intended to attend. Such a rare gathering of martial artists on Earth was not to be missed. It would be delightful to join in the festivities. And he planned to invite little Wukong along. Little Wukong? You mean your second brother, Son Wukong, right? I recall you mentioning that he is of the same age as I am. Is he truly as formidable as you claim? Krilin inquired. Well, let me put it this way. My brother, Son Wukong, could defeat 100 of the current Krilin with just one hand. Master, that is a bit excessive. You always use me as a benchmark for combat prowess. Speaking of little Wukong, Son Wuyuan felt a bit exasperated. Either he remained cooped up in the gravity chamber all day, more reclusive than he had been in his previous life, or when taken out, he would approach girls, innocently batting his large eyes and asking, You're a girl, aren't you? Big brother, I think I've recently learned to distinguish between boys and girls. Son Wuyuan was rendered speechless. How could the once lively, cheerful, innocent little Wukong transform into a reclusive young man who had an odd penchant for touching others' chests? This surely was not my doing. I would never admit to it. The remarkable increase in little Wukong's combat prowess was undoubtedly my achievement. On the morning of May 7th, 750 in the A.D. calendar, I told Wukong, Today, let us forego training in the gravity chamber. I shall take you to participate in the world's premier martial arts tournament, so you may witness the prowess of other martial artists. Oh, splendid! Is this what you often refer to as reading countless volumes of books is not as beneficial as traveling thousands of miles? Indeed. Allow me to impart another wisdom. Traveling thousands of miles is not as enriching as meeting countless individuals. Chapter 17. The martial arts tournament commences, brother. Shall we fly there? No need. No need. Just grasp my shoulder, and I shall teleport us there instantly. Upon hearing this, little Wukong placed his hand on Son Wuyuan's shoulder. Son Wuyuan pressed his right index and middle fingers together against his forehead, diligently searching for the aura of Master Wutian or Krilin. Due to his still developing mastery over teleportation, he searched for quite some time for Master Wutian's energy, causing little Wukong to grow increasingly impatient. All right, hold on tight. Successfully executing the teleportation, little Wukong exclaimed, Wait, brother, where are we? Have we arrived? At that moment, a piercing scream from a woman echoed in his ears. Goodness! That young and beautiful girl is in distress. We mustn't look. Let us make our escape. Brother, did you see her? Where did you go, brother? Little Wukong scratched his head in confusion. In an instant, Son Wuyuan materialized behind Master Wutian and Krilin, exhaling deeply. The art of teleportation indeed requires further practice. It was a close call, nearly jeopardizing my reputation. I hope that little Wukong is faring well. Greetings, Master Wutian, Krilin. Son Wuyuan greeted them nonchalantly. Wuyuan, you have arrived. Is little Wukong not attending the world's greatest martial arts tournament? Master Wutian inquired. Wukong? He went to the restroom, but he should be here shortly, Son Wuyuan responded. Meanwhile, a young and strikingly beautiful girl approached little Wukong with an air of bravado. Are you challenging me to a martial arts duel? Yet, you are far too weak. Your techniques are riddled with flaws. With a gentle motion, little Wukong tapped her lightly on the back of the head, causing her to faint instantly. The other women in the restroom soon became aware of little Wukong's presence. Chaos erupted within the ladies' room, as bags, mirrors, combs, and high-heeled shoes were hurled toward Wukong. With even a few pieces of lingerie among the projectiles. They are quite fierce. I have done nothing to provoke them. Why must they attack me? Little Wukong pondered. It seemed his elder brother had foreseen the trouble and departed in advance. Perhaps it was wise for him to leave as well. With that thought, He swiftly exited the ladies' room, leaving a flurry of bewildered women behind. What just happened? How did that little rascal vanish so suddenly? They exclaimed, panicking as they fled the restroom. Wukong, you've arrived. Just in time to register for the world's greatest martial arts tournament with me. After Son Wuyuan, Son Wukong, and Krilin registered for the competition, they discovered that Master Roshi did not participate in the tournament as depicted in the original narrative. Old Turtle, are you not going to join the World Martial Arts Tournament? They asked. Ah, my dear ones, this tournament belongs to the youth. I shall remain as a spectator. Watching your battles from the sidelines, replied Master Roshi, his mind as clear as a polished mirror. With both you and Wukong participating, what place is there for me? The era of the martial arts deity, Master Roshi, is indeed coming to a close. During the preliminary rounds, Son Wuyuan effortlessly dispatched his opponents with a single blow, sending them flying with a puff of air. The referee announced, what a tremendous gust from contestant Son Wuyuan, sending his opponent out of the ring. Son Wuyuan emerges victorious. Krilin and young Wukong also easily advanced to the top 16, and the venue was changed for the next match. Bulma, observing the crowd packed in front of the arena, found it nearly impossible to push through. Beside her was the blue-haired Launch, who had frequently sought out Son Wuyuan over the past year. Naturally becoming acquainted with Launch and Krilin in the process, Launch playfully held a strand of blue-haired Launch's hair to her nose, eliciting a sneeze, a chew. Instantly, the gentle blue-haired Launch transformed into the fiery blonde Launch. Out of nowhere, the blonde Launch produced a machine gun, aiming it skyward, and declared, everyone who doesn't want to die, clear the way. A wide path swiftly emerged through the dense crowd. Wuyuan, young Wukong, Krilin, and the perverted old man. You are all here, exclaimed Launch. Young Wukong, with sharp eyes, pointed in a certain direction and said, Big brother, look. Isn't that the guy we defeated in the desert last year? I believe his name was Yamcha. Son Wuyuan followed the direction pointed out by Wukong and, to his astonishment, indeed spotted Yamcha. Due to their infrequent interactions, he had not been attuned to Yamcha's presence until now. In the quarterfinals, they had not crossed paths, both advancing smoothly into the top 8. Meanwhile, Krilin encountered his former tormentor from the Dorian Temple, but regrettably, in his nervousness, Krilin inadvertently sent him tumbling off the platform with a careless kick. Son Wuyuan's opponent was promptly blown off the stage by his powerful breath. The highly dedicated referee exclaimed with excitement, Behold, the breath signature move of contestant Son Wuyuan has once again defeated his opponent with an unstoppable force. Son Wuyuan emerges victorious. The top 8 contenders are Son Wuyuan, Son Wukong, Krilin, Yamcha, Lan Fong, Barbarian, Namo, and the monstrous Kirami. The first match features Krilin against the Barbarian. From the outset, the Barbarian's overwhelming presence dominated the arena, affecting everyone from the competitors on the stage to the referee and the audience below. Some spectators were so overwhelmed that they fainted on the spot. The referee hastily donned a gas mask, and fortunately for Krilin, he was devoid of a nose. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the Barbarian's fearsome techniques, saliva, flatulence, and a mysterious dark weapon retrieved from his trousers. The second match pits Yamcha against the alluring Lan Fong. Despite her beauty, Yamcha found himself unable to overcome his fear of women, exacerbated by Son Wuyuan's earlier appearance. Lan Fong cast a flirtatious glance at Yamcha, accentuated her curves, and playfully tossed her hair. Yamcha's face turned crimson, and when Lan Fong blew him a kiss, he was utterly incapacitated, easily kicked off the stage. The third battle was a fateful clash between little Wukong and Namo. Regrettably, the current Wukong was far too formidable. Namo did not even have the opportunity to unleash his signature move, the Skycross Slash, before being swiftly knocked out by little Wukong. Defeated, Namo wept inconsolably, his tears resembling rain on a pear blossom. In a moment of compassion, Master Wutian gifted him a universal capsule, taking him to a well to fetch water for his parched kin in the desert. The fourth match features Son Wuyuan against the monstrous Kirami. The referee inquires whether Son Wuyuan will deploy his signature breath attack once more, and if Kirami will be able to withstand it. The match is about to commence. Let us anticipate the unfolding spectacle. The competition begins. Son Wuyuan stifled a yawn and exhaled towards his opponent, the beast Gilami, who was instantly propelled into the sky. Once again, our competitor Son Wuyuan unleashed his signature move, sending the beast Gilami soaring. Was defeat imminent for the formidable creature? No. For Gilami astonishingly unfurled its wings and ascended into the heavens. It seemed that Son Wuyuan was finally facing a worthy adversary. As his ultimate technique was countered by the beast, what counterattack would he devise next? Suddenly, the referee's voice faltered, and in a flash, Son Wuyuan appeared behind Gilami, delivering a stunning blow that rendered the beast dazed. Incredible! Son Wuyuan's speed was so remarkable that the spectators could scarcely comprehend the sequence of events. And he exhibited the ability to fly as well. Victory belonged to Son Wuyuan. Chapter 18. The Finals. Son Wuyuan versus Little Wukong. Aside from those familiar with Son Wuyuan, the entire audience erupted in astonishment. Little Wukong, puzzled, remarked, "Isn't flying a simple feat? All one needs is to master the art of aerial maneuvering." He couldn't fathom why they were so astonished. Krilin, sweat trickling down his bald head, explained, "They are not martial artists. They are just ordinary people. Even martial artists may not necessarily master the art of flight." He himself was a martial artist who had never seen his mentor, Master Wu Tian, employ such techniques. The 4 finalists had been determined: Son Wukong, Son Wuyuan, Krilin, and Lan Fang. The first semi-final match was between Wukong and Krilin, while the second saw Son Wuyuan facing Lan Fang. After the semifinals, there was a brief intermission, during which Bulma unexpectedly advised Son Wuyuan, "When you face Lan Fang, don't go easy on her like that fellow with the T name. Show no mercy." Yamucha, caught in the crossfire, became an unintended target of Bulma's comment. In Son Wuyuan's eyes, Bulma was merely overthinking. Lan Fang's abilities, physique, demeanor, and background were hardly worthy of his consideration. Alas, if he held back, Son Wuyuan feared there would be nothing left of Lan Fang. He nodded in acknowledgement, and soon, the match between Little Wukong and Krilin commenced. As Krilin entered the arena, he stated to Little Wukong, "My senior brother Son Wuyuan told me that you could defeat me with one hand 100 times over. But I don't believe you're that powerful unless you only use one hand against me." At this moment, Krilin's mind was brimming with cunning, and he sought to take advantage of Little Wukong. With innocent, wide eyes, Little Wukong replied, "What my brother said is true. I am not deceiving you. If you want me to use just one hand, then I shall fight you with one hand." Krilin, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Are you ready? I shall begin." He assumed his stance, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. The referee excitedly commented, "Krilin's prowess is formidable, his speed too swift for the naked eye to capture. What strategy will Son Wukong employ in response? Let us witness." Remarkably, Son Wukong delivered a precise punch that struck Krilin squarely on the forehead. What had just transpired? Let us conduct an interview with the esteemed combatant, Son Wukong. "Mr. Son Wukong, may I inquire what transpired moments ago?" "I delivered a punch to Krilin. Could you kindly elaborate on the specifics of the incident?" "I struck him squarely on the forehead." The referee chuckled awkwardly, remarking, "It appears our competitor, Son Wukong, possesses quite the sense of humor. I have heard that Son Wuyuan is the elder brother of Son Wukong. Is that correct?" "No, he is not. It seems that Son Wuyuan exudes an air of aloofness." As Krilin fell to the ground, the countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8. Son Wukong emerged victorious. The second match commenced, where Lan Fang attempted to employ the allure of beauty against Yamcha. However, Son Wuyuan, with little desire for discourse, effortlessly sent her flying off the stage with a single slap, causing her to lose consciousness. The referee confirmed, "Indeed, you have not misjudged. Son Wuyuan has once again bested his opponent with a single move. It is unfathomable how much strength remains concealed within him." Upon stepping onto the stage, Bulma's infatuation resurfaced, and in the midst of a crowd, she attempted to approach him inappropriately. Naturally, Son Wuyuan would not permit her to succeed so easily. He did not evade Bulma's embrace. Instead, he pressed her forehead, preventing her from closing the distance to his face. Krilin, witnessing Son Wuyuan's effortless dismissal of the beautiful Lan Fang and his rejection of the lovely Bulma's kiss, felt his admiration for his elder brother deepen. Truly, Son Wuyuan exemplified the essence of a man devoted to his cultivation, free from the distractions of women. Were it his own situation, he might have succumbed already. "Oh, Krilin, your training is still lacking. You must learn diligently from your elder brother." The final match featured a showdown between the two brothers, Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong. The warrior spirit within Wukong was ignited, and he was eager to engage. The referee announced, "An exhilarating moment is upon us. It has come to light that the competitors preparing for the finals, Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong, are indeed brothers. The champions shall emerge from their duel." The audience's excitement reached a fever pitch, their cheers resonating like a cataclysmic avalanche. "Brother, they are exceedingly loud. It is not as if they are competing against you. Why do they appear more excited than I?" "Wukong, they are ordinary people and cannot be understood through conventional perspectives. In time, you will come to comprehend this. The audience chimed. Perhaps it is you who cannot be viewed through ordinary eyes. At last, I can battle with my elder brother. Ever since training in the gravity chamber, you have not fought alongside me. Now, we can engage in a proper contest and showcase the fruits of my labor. As the match commenced, Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong exchanged the most fundamental strikes, their techniques largely mirroring one another. As the battle intensified, so did their ferocity. The arena reverberated with the sounds of their combat, yet the spectators were unable to discern the details of their clash. Not only the ordinary onlookers, but even Master Roshi and Krilin gradually lost sight of the ferocity of their fight. Krilin, astonished, exclaimed, "Is it truly the case that my disparity with my seniors is so vast? Master Wu Yuan's prowess is formidable, but I am astonished to discover that Wukong's strength is equally impressive. It seems that a single hand could easily contend with 100 Krilins, and 1,000 would pose no challenge. It appears that Master Wu Yuan was not exaggerating to provoke me. Rather, he had been considerate of my feelings by downplaying the situation." Teacher Wu Tian, meanwhile, is sweating profusely, realizing that both Son Wuyuan and little Wukong have surpassed him by a considerable margin. He had merely assumed they were only 1 or 2 times stronger than himself. The disparity in strength between 1 or 2 times is monumental during battle. To illustrate, let us compare Tao Bai and General Blue from the Red Ribbon Army. General Blue possesses a combat power of 60 and wields extraordinary abilities, while Tao Bai boasts a combat power of 120 and the formidable technique, Drill Wave. Despite their powers differing by only a factor of 2, Tao Bai can effortlessly defeat General Blue with a mere flick of his tongue. The referee, momentarily bewildered, finds himself at a loss for words. How should he describe the unfolding spectacle? It is astonishing. Both competitors, Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong, simultaneously unleash their ultimate technique. Divine speed, engaging in a fierce and evenly matched confrontation on the arena. The Phantom Fist technique is executed twice, leaving the audience in awe as multiple images of Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong suddenly appear. Can they truly employ a technique of duplication? They reappear on the stage. Whether resting briefly or preparing for their ultimate move remains a mystery. Brother, unleash all your power. I wish to gauge the extent of our disparity. Little Wukong's face bears an unprecedented seriousness. Ah, my dear and innocent little brother, have you also discovered an ocean? It is merely a pool of water I have created for you, to preserve your enthusiasm for training. Very well, let us settle this with the Kamehameha wave. Son Wuyuan believes that after this prolonged exchange, it is time to conclude the match. Continuing further would serve little purpose. Just as he speaks, little Wukong prepares to gather energy for the Kamehameha wave, but Son Wuyuan hastily interjects, "Wukong, let us ascend to the sky. Engaging in the arena could endanger ordinary spectators." Chapter 19. The conclusion of the tournament and future plans. Little Wukong nods and follows Son Wuyuan into the heights above. The referee, donned in sunglasses, gazes upward, observing as Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong ascend into the sky, reaching greater altitudes. They had expressed concern about collateral damage, and one wonders what earth-shattering technique they are about to unleash. Kamehameha wave. The legendary martial arts master, Wu Tian, has unveiled his ultimate technique, the Turtle School's Kamehameha wave. When this formidable move collided in the sky with another powerful attack, it released a dazzling light so intense that it was nearly impossible for onlookers to open their eyes. The extraordinary relationship between these two formidable competitors and Master Wu Tian piqued our curiosity, prompting us to interview their companion, contestant Krilin. As the referee handed the microphone to Krilin, he graciously acknowledged, "They are my senior brothers, both having received the teachings of Master Wu Tian." With his arms crossed proudly over his chest, Krilin beamed with pride. Such revelations were astonishing. Contestants Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong were not only brothers, but also disciples of the martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian. The two azure energy waves continued to clash in the air. Son Wuyuan had always heard that engaging in a wave contest with members of the Sun family was futile, yet he remained undeterred, resolutely believing that he must persevere. As he now bore the surname Son, he was astonished that some perceptive netizen had uncovered the hidden truths. His Kamehameha wave began to push past the midpoint, gradually compressing Wukong's energy wave. Little Wukong shouted, "Aha!" and they exchanged blows repeatedly. It seemed that Wukong's energy was nearing depletion. Unexpectedly, Wukong exclaimed, causing his energy wave to surge dramatically. Son Wuyuan had to cautiously increase his output, concerned that Wukong might suddenly falter and suffer injury from the energy wave. Suddenly, little Wukong smiled contentedly and said, "Brother, you are indeed as strong as ever." Then, he inexplicably lost all his strength, and his energy waves ceased abruptly. Son Wuyuan, taken aback, could hardly contain his exclamation. Fortunately, he quickly realized something was amiss and deftly redirected the energy wave towards the sky before it could reach Wukong. With his strength diminished, Wukong began a free fall from the sky. Son Wuyuan swiftly positioned himself beneath Wukong to catch him, gently lowering him to the arena. The referee, brimming with excitement, announced. The two contestants engaged in an exhilarating aerial duel, ultimately leading to Son Wukong's exhaustion and fainting. The champion of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament is Son Wuyuan. As the tournament concluded, Son Wuyuan approached Bulma to request the Dragon Radar. His intention was not to seek out the Dragon Balls, but to locate one that was said to be near a pirate's treasure. With his financial struggles, he couldn't even afford to build a large villa, and he knew that Wukong, being somewhat neglectful of domestic matters, would leave his future wife, Chi-Chi, living in modest circumstances. Originally, the Bull Demon King boasted considerable wealth. However, after Wukong extinguished the flames of the Flame Mountain, the entire mountain and its treasures were lost. Ultimately, the mightiest warrior on earth found himself tilling the fields to make a living. Chi-Chi, convinced that pursuing martial arts held no future, forced their exceptionally talented son, Son Gohan, to become a scholar, leaving Son Wuyuan, who was watching from the screen, feeling a pang of regret. "Brother, didn't we already summon the dragon last time? If even the divine dragon cannot fulfill your wishes, then why pursue it?" Little Wukong expressed his confusion. "Brother, how do you perceive our family's circumstances?" Son Wuyuan gently inquired. "Very well, our grandfather is wonderful, and my elder brother is also great," replied Wukong. "However, as we have grown, it seems we are still confined to this small house. Merely the three of us, grandfather, brother, and I. Don't you have any thoughts on this, Wukong?" Son Wuyuan continued to guide him. "Oh, brother, are you suggesting?" "Indeed. Just as you surmised. Wukong, have you finally come to an understanding? All my years of guidance have not been in vain. Do you truly wish to move in with Bulma and share a bed with her?" Upon hearing little Wukong's words, he nearly exclaimed in shock. What on earth? When did Wukong start speaking so recklessly? One may indulge in food, but one mustn't speak carelessly. I never uttered such a thing. Wukong, you have changed. I did not speak in jest. One night, I overheard you mention wanting to be with Bulma, along with some remarks about free meals and long legs. You weren't very clear. It turned out to be a dream spoken aloud, which little Wukong had overheard. No wonder Wukong would not randomly say such things. With the attempt to guide Wukong towards family values failing, Son Wuyuan decided to keep this matter confidential, for he feared his reputation would crumble if disclosed. According to the Dragon Radar, Son Wuyuan chose a Dragon Ball located in the ocean for his initial search. After considerable effort, he finally discovered the hidden cave of the pirate's treasure. He successfully unearthed a multitude of boxes filled with gold, silver, and jewels, alongside the skeletons of pirates. If memory serves, this was merely a fraction of their bounty. Much more lay concealed within a colossal statue nearby. He packed all the treasure-laden boxes and the statue into a universal capsule. With such a vast fortune, constructing several grand villas should pose no challenge. At that time, Wukong could share half with him. To prevent Chi-Chi from hindering Wukong's training in favor of farming, he also reminded Wukong to explore other planets in the universe for gems, bringing back plenty for Chi-Chi. One day, Son Wuyuan noticed the Red Ribbon Army approaching Baobao Mountain, and he surmised the reason behind it. It was nothing less than the Dragon Balls. He possessed 2, while the Red Ribbon Army had gathered the remaining 5. With those 2, they would complete the collection. Of course, this was intentional. Little Wukong had ceased searching for the Dragon Balls, and without any in his possession, the Red Ribbon Army had no means to confront him. They would merely resort to theft. Son Wuyuan saw no reason to allow Wukong to annihilate the Red Ribbon Army, nor would he want the vengeful Dr. Gero conducting his android experiments, which ultimately led to the emergence of Android 18. The 18th is not the focal point. The true concern lies with the Red Ribbon Army, which wreaks havoc upon the world, committing unspeakable atrocities that warrant their eradication. Indeed, it is not merely my admiration for the beauty of the 18th that stirs my discontent. Rather, it is the righteousness within me that ignites my disdain for the Red Ribbon Army. A voice of justice echoes in my mind. Is that what you call admiration? You are merely lusting after their form. Goku, cease your training for now, and come forth. Guests are soon to arrive at our dumpling shop. Please attend to them properly. Son Wukong pressed the switch to the gravity training room, allowing little Wukong to emerge. What guests? Is Miss Bulma coming? Little Wukong inquired with a hint of innocence. It is not Bulma. You must come out and graciously receive them. Do you remember? Son Wukong spoke earnestly. I do not know how to entertain guests. Brother. You should go instead. Chapter 20. Visitors from the Red Ribbon Army. Goku, you go and greet them. I do not understand how to host guests. Brother. You should handle it. I wish to train. No, Goku, you are no longer a child. This year you turned 13. You are growing up and should learn the ways of the world. If they dare to impose unreasonable demands or resort to violence, you may retaliate. Should anything occur, I shall support you, Son Wukong remarked. Those devoid of humanity are oblivious to the consequences. Surely, an incident will ensue. Under his persuasion, the young Monkey King awaited the arrival of the Red Ribbon Army at the base of Baobao Mountain. Soon, he spotted General Blue, accompanied by a cadre of subordinates. Approaching in tanks. Report, General. We have identified a small spirit at the foot of the mountain. What significance does such a trivial matter hold? The general inquired. Sir, there are no other individuals in the vicinity. Thus far, we have only seen this solitary spirit. Moreover, the Dragon Balls are often found in pairs. It is plausible that someone inadvertently discovered two, and this spirit may possess information regarding their location. Your analysis is not without merit. What are we waiting for? Capture that spirit and extract the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. General Blue stated with a flat tone. Yes, General. As the young Wukong noticed figures approaching, he prepared to politely inquire whether they were guests. However, he was suddenly met with a fist the size of a cooking pot aimed at him. Dodging the blow, he exclaimed, What are you doing? If you strike again, I shall retaliate. His elder brother had instructed him that he could defend himself if attacked. And the aura of these individuals suggested they were not benevolent. To think you evaded that. Fortuitous little spirit, your luck ends here. Strike lightly. We need him alive for the general's interrogation. Fear not. I shall exercise restraint. Another fist was thrown towards Son Wukong, but a small hand deftly intercepted it. What? How could such a tiny being withstand my blow? You have come to seize my brother's Dragon Balls, so I shall not hold back. In an instant, the minions fell to the ground, not even catching a glimpse of Wukong's presence. Recognizing the dire situation, a small soldier hastily reported back to General Blue. Spirit, you have incapacitated many of my subordinates. Reveal the location of the Dragon Balls, and I may consider a lighter approach when I end your life. General Blue sneered disdainfully at the diminutive Wukong. Who are you? The young Wukong inquired. Listen well, little spirit. I am General Blue, a high-ranking member of the illustrious Red Ribbon Army. Are you not intimidated? He proclaimed with pride. I have never heard of you. Wukong replied earnestly. This response ignited General Blue's fury. You are utterly ignorant. Not recognizing the famed General Blue? What am I doing arguing with a child? Tell me, where are the Dragon Balls? The Dragon Balls? They are with my brother. Even in the face of an adversary's inquiry, the young Wukong remained sincere. Consider yourself fortunate. Where is your brother? Well, he is atop the mountain. As little Wukong pointed towards the house atop the mountain, General Blue let out a peculiar laughter. Huh? What a brainless little imp. Now that you have learned the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, your existence holds no value. Anyone who dares to challenge my Red Ribbon Army shall perish, foolish child. Subsequently, General Blue unleashed his prized superpower upon little Wukong. You cannot move. Meet your demise. With a swift chop aimed at Wukong's neck, a single finger rose to block Blue's assault. You can still move? Impossible. How can my superpower be ineffective against you? Little Wukong replied candidly. Just now, a feeble force tried to restrain me. Was that your superpower? How weak. You shall die. Die. General Blue frantically attacked Wukong. Yet all his blows were effortlessly intercepted by Son Wuyuan. Little Wukong yawned, casually delivering a punch that sent General Blue soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight. He then returned to Baozi Mountain and briefed Son Wuyuan on the situation. No worries, it appears we have unwelcome guests. Wukong, you did exceptionally well. If you wish to train, go ahead. I will summon you when it's time to eat. Since Wukong had not delivered a lethal blow, the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army quickly regained consciousness and reported the situation back to headquarters. Consequently, Marshal Red and Vice Officer Black invested heavily in hiring the world's foremost assassin, Tao Pai Pai, to deal with Son Wukong and seize the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. Tao Pai Pai then executed a classic pillar flight, swiftly heading towards Baozi Mountain. While absorbing energy, Son Wuyuan sensed a rapidly approaching aura and mused to himself. This must be the so-called world's greatest assassin, Tao Pai Pai. I never expected Wukong to abandon the search for the second set of Dragon Balls, yet here you are. Summoned by the Red Ribbon Army. Such is fate. As the saying goes, delivering a head from 1,000 miles away, a small gift carries great sentiment. Wukong, hold off on your training. Someone will arrive shortly to challenge you. Once you finish, you may resume your training. Remember, they are not good people. Show no mercy. More people are coming again. Tao Pai Pai landed gracefully, and, upon seeing Son Wuyuan, inquired, Little Imp, are you the one who defeated General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army? It was I who defeated him. The Dragon Balls are in your possession. Hand them over. I can end your life swiftly. My fees are quite steep, and dying at the hands of the world's greatest assassin, Tao Pai Pai, would be a privilege. I understand now. You are aligned with the previous group. You are a villain, and my elder brother said to show no mercy to you. Little Wukong stated earnestly, then slightly revealed his aura. Initially standing with his hands behind his back, Tao Pai Pai felt the overwhelming pressure of this aura, causing him to sweat profusely. So powerful, and so young. Who could have trained you? As Wukong was poised to launch his attack, Tao Pai Pai fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. His innocence akin to that of a blank slate, leaving Wukong momentarily bewildered. A bomb was hurled towards Wukong, while simultaneously, Tao Pai Pai leapt away from the ground with all his might. Ha ha ha, fool. How easily you fall for my ruse. Even with your formidable strength. You cannot emerge unscathed from the explosion of my volatile bomb. You are still too young, little demon. Tao Pai Pai reveled in his triumph. Yet in a twist of fate, young Wukong deftly kicked the undetonated bomb back towards Tao Pai Pai. The very essence of Tao Pai Pai seemed to be on the verge of fleeing in terror. Bang! A thunderous explosion resonated. And Tao Pai Pai's figure vanished into the ether. Chapter 21. The Dreams of Rider, the Heightened Body, the Black Officer Strikes. Son Wukong sat leisurely atop the mountain, sipping tea, and could not help but exclaim, though we are not in the same time or place, the scene unfolding before me evokes a sense of warmth and familiarity. At first glance, I did not recognize the peach blossoms, but upon closer inspection, I have become a character within this tale. Ah, indeed, I seem to possess a greater eloquence. Big brother, I have vanquished that villain. If all is well, I shall retreat to the gravity chamber for training. Wait a moment. Dear younger brother, have you ever heard the saying, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, but thrice is enemy action? I do not understand. Look, that nefarious organization, the Red Ribbon Army, has troubled us twice. Upon realizing their failure this time, they will undoubtedly return to harass us again. What do you think I should do? Son Wukong's intentions were evident. Such a conundrum. Just tell me directly what I should do, big brother. Little Wukong habitually scratched the back of his head. Son Wukong sighed inwardly, contemplating that the only aspect he could alter in Wukong was his combat prowess, hoping that his character would remain unaffected. Of course, it was imperative to eradicate evil thoroughly and take the initiative, for they were a group of nefarious individuals who perpetually schemed to dominate the world, holding the lives of ordinary people in utter disregard. Moreover, Wukong, one cannot solely rely on training in the gravity chamber. Excess in any form is detrimental. There must be a balance between rigor and leisure, embodying the duality of martial and literary pursuits. Therefore, I entrust you with the seemingly simple task of annihilating the Red Ribbon Army. There is no need to concern yourself excessively with the minions. The rest can be entirely vanquished. Do you understand? The words spoken by Son Wukong were largely incomprehensible to the young Monkey King, however. He grasped the latter part. His elder brother was urging him to confront the wicked, and thus he nodded in understanding. Indeed, though he could not alter Wukong's inherent nature, enhancing his reading comprehension was not in vain. Very well, his brother instructed, take the Dragon Ball radar and make haste. I shall prepare a delightful meal for you. What would you like to eat? The young Monkey King, drooling, replied, I desire braised pork and spicy strips. Consider it done. The braised pork is crafted from the meat of a massive wild boar found in the Baozi mountain, while the spicy strips are not the typical flour-based variety, but rather a special concoction made from the dragon tendons of the Baozi mountain dinosaurs, seasoned with chili oil and other spices. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, General Blue, having been dispatched by the young Monkey King, was present. Marshal Red and the Aide Black were informed of the failure of Tao Pai Pai. General Red erupted in fury, exclaiming, a bunch of useless fools. Black, how do you train your soldiers that they cannot even handle a mere child? And you brought in that so-called world's greatest assassin, Tao Pai Pai, who turned out to be a failure. After spending a fortune to recruit him, He encountered that child and didn't dare utter a sound, kneeling in surrender, only to be nearly obliterated by his own bomb. Indeed, the situation of Tao Bai Bai at the foot of the Baozi mountain was monitored by Dr. Jero's miniature robots, and the nearly lifeless Tao Bai Bai was being transported to his laboratory. In his lab, Dr. Jero exclaimed with excitement, "The body of a powerful martial artist is an exceedingly rare material for my experiments. My android project can now advance to the next phase." Suddenly, he recalled Android No. 8, and a shadow crossed his face. He could not fathom why his first successful android, modified mechanically, was endowed with great strength yet possessed a gentle disposition, a love for peace, and an aversion to combat, leading him to consider android number 8 a failure. Outside the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, the young Monkey King, recalling his brother's teachings on politeness, was uncertain if he had indeed located the Red Ribbon Army. Thus, he approached a soldier on guard and inquired, "Hello, sir. Is this the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army?" The soldier erupted in laughter, addressing his companions. "Did you hear that? This little brat is asking if this is our headquarters." "Indeed it is. Who are you looking for?" Bored from standing guard, they found amusement in the prospect of toying with the naive child before ultimately disposing of him. "You have not come to the wrong place. Leave at once, for I intend to destroy the Red Ribbon Army headquarters." The laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by anger as they retorted, "Where did this audacious child come from? Seize him and turn him into a pincushion." As the scene unfolded, General Red and his cohorts were observing through surveillance, recognizing the little rascal who had defeated the assassin Tao Pai Pai. How audacious of him to come knocking. Eliminate him at once. Brew, take command of the soldiers on site. General Brew replied with a pallid complexion. "Yes, Marshal." "Blake, do we have the Dragon Balls in his possession?" Deputy Blake inspected their colossal Dragon Ball detector and noted that the positions of the 2 Dragon Balls had not shifted. "The Dragon Balls are not with him. They must still be hidden in the mountain where he was previously discovered." General Red lamented, "What a pity. If only the Dragon Balls were in his possession. We could have collected all 7 by eliminating him and wished for my height to increase." Deputy Blake could hardly believe his ears. "Marshal, did you just say that once we gather the Dragon Balls, you intend to wish for an increase in height?" "Blake, refrain from being so dramatic. My initial plan in seeking the Dragon Balls was indeed to enhance my stature." "Are you jesting? We have expended tremendous manpower and resources, toiling to procure the Dragon Balls merely for your height? What about our ambition to rule the world?" "Silence, Blake. What do you understand? Dominating the world requires merely time and effort, which can eventually be achieved. However, my height cannot be altered. Since childhood, I have been ridiculed as Red the Shorty. Do you comprehend that feeling?" Blake argued back, unable to accept that the commander he fervently supported prioritized his height over world domination. "You fool. How can one win the affection of a beauty without a tall and imposing figure?" In a moment of despair, Blake pulled the trigger, striking Red squarely in the forehead. "You are unworthy to lead the Red Ribbon Army. From now on, I shall take command and lead the Red Ribbon Army to world domination." Meanwhile, little Goku was cutting through the Red Ribbon soldiers like a hot knife through butter, causing many to flee in terror, a testament to his restraint. Goku remained true to himself, as long as no one pushed him too far. He generally refrained from lethal force. "Ah, there you are again, General Lose Something." "Fool, I am General Brew of the Red Ribbon Army, not Lose Something. My apologies. Your strength is quite lacking. You should flee at once and cease any future wrongdoing," little Goku earnestly advised. What a joke. General Blue, with his imposing stature, would surely tremble at the thought of you, a mere child, departing from the Red Ribbon Army. Little Goku suddenly recalled lessons imparted by his elder brother and, raising his right hand, unleashed a cerulean energy wave that obliterated a distant mountain. General Blue's eyes bulged in disbelief as he stammered, "I fear you, young hero, and I am willing to heed your words, mend my ways, and refrain from misdeeds, even helping elderly ladies cross the street." Chapter 22. The Fall of the Red Ribbon Army and Accelerating the Training Process. Observing General Blue's hasty retreat, little Goku joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly formidable. This method is remarkably effective." He retrieved the Dragon Ball radar to check his direction, as his brother had indicated. Just ahead lay the lair of the nefarious leaders of the Red Ribbon Army. Defeating them would grant him the chance to return to Baozi Mountain and savor his brother's braised pork and spicy strips. Throughout his journey, little Goku encountered no resistance. The soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army, upon sighting him, fled in terror as though confronted by an unspeakable demon. Upon reaching the command room of the headquarters, He beheld the lifeless bodies of the Black Lieutenant Black and the former Commander Red sprawled upon the floor. "Are you the head of this vile organization?" Little Goku inquired, eyeing the Black Lieutenant. Instead of answering directly, the lieutenant extended an invitation for Son Wuyuan to join the Red Ribbon Army. "With your immense power, it would be a pity not to ally with us. I am willing to relinquish my command and assist you in conquering and ruling the world." "It appears you are mistaken." Little Goku refrained from immediate confrontation, first informing the Black Lieutenant of his impending assault. Unappreciative of the warning, Bang. Black, reminiscent of his sneak attack on General Red, drew a gun from his pocket. In an instant, he witnessed Little Goku catch the bullet in his hand. "Very well. Now it is my turn to attack you. Please hold on." Goku halted his assault, gazing quizzically at Black, who swiftly climbed into a robot. "Foolish child, perish." With the mech at his command, Black felt invincible, launching a fist aimed directly at Goku's forehead. Little Goku raised his hand to intercept the colossal mechanical fist, declaring, "I won't indulge you any longer. I must return home for dinner." With a flick of his other hand, he casually unleashed an energy wave, annihilating Black in a cloud of ashes. Yet the wave's power remained unyielding, leveling a distant mountain. Mission accomplished. Time to return home for a meal. Oh. And I must not forget the Dragon Balls. My brother seems quite interested in the dragon. In an underground laboratory somewhere in the north, Dr. Gero glowered at the screen displaying the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. "Son Goku, I shall remember you." With the demise of the Red Ribbon Army, he had lost substantial resources, significantly hindering the progress of his subsequent experiments. "Back at Baozi Mountain, brother, I have returned. Is the braised pork and spicy strips ready?" "The braised pork is ready. The spicy strips will take a little longer to absorb the flavors. By the way, Yukong, have you plundered the treasury of the Red Ribbon Army?" "No, I returned right after the fight. Hee. Such a vast army must possess considerable wealth." Son Wuyuan felt it would be a shame not to retrieve some for household expenses. "Alas, Wukong, you seem so carefree now. But I wonder how you will fare when your wife urges you to work and earn a living." "Brother, I have completely adapted to the 50-fold gravity." "Is there a greater multiplier?" "No. If you wish to increase the gravity further, you will have to seek assistance from Dr. Briefs at Bulma's place again." Seeing the eager look in little Wukong's eyes, Son Wuyuan decided to use instant transmission to reach Bulma's home. "Bulma's energy is quite faint. I find it somewhat challenging to locate her, but eventually, I succeeded." In an instant, Son Wukong appeared beside Bulma, exclaiming in awe at her exquisite beauty, her radiant complexion, and her striking poise. The warmth from his nostrils escaped as he was jolted back to reality by a bar of soap striking his forehead amidst her shrill screams. Reluctantly departing from the bathhouse, "You lecherous rogue, Wukong." After much deliberation, he even agreed to accompany her on a shopping spree, which ultimately softened Bulma's mood. For Son Wukong was the man she had chosen as her partner. What could she do? Naturally, she chose to forgive him, swayed by his handsome visage. Unbeknownst to them, this entire scene was witnessed by the Briefs couple at home. Wukong, feeling his cheeks flush with embarrassment, was acutely aware of his own bashfulness. Mrs. Briefs warmly approached, wrapping her arms around Wukong, only to be playfully interrupted by Bulma, who had hastily donned her clothes. "Oh dear, our Bulma seems rather upset." Mrs. Briefs chuckled. "When shall we welcome a little grandchild?" Bulma's face turned crimson at the suggestion, while Wukong, though slightly embarrassed, felt no significant discomfort. "Wukong, is something amiss?" Bulma inquired, sensing his unease. "Is it that obvious?" She pondered aloud. "Well, I used to seek you out at Baozi Mountain. If you had no intentions of finding me, why would you come looking?" Bulma's voice carried a hint of melancholy. "Ah, but is this not a matter of necessity? I feared that you might succumb to solitude and claim me for yourself. If that were to happen, our child might merely be a bystander, and pursuing Android 18 would become an insurmountable challenge." Son Wuyuan reluctantly revealed his purpose. "It would be splendid if the gravity multiplier in the gravity chamber could be increased to 300 times. Dr. Briefs inquired, "Can you withstand such immense gravity?" "Given the current pace of training, it is estimated that it won't take many years to adapt." Son Wuyuan responded, somewhat uncertainly, as he was unsure whether little Wukong might one day become reckless and resort to self-destructive training to swiftly acclimate to the intense gravity. "You martial artists are truly formidable," Dr. Briefs remarked, his expression revealing little surprise. "Truly, he is a scientific genius who can face death with composure. Wuyuan, you are already the strongest in the world. Do you still wish to train to become even stronger?" Bulma asked, somewhat perplexed. At this moment, she had yet to encounter any real crisis. Nor were there formidable foes on Earth, so she did not fully comprehend why the two brothers were so obsessed with their pursuit of strength. To nurture an army for 1,000 days is to use it for a single hour. Training to become stronger prepares one for unforeseen circumstances, and it also promotes health. Who knows, perhaps one day I might achieve divinity. Do as you wish. I will come to find you when I have time. Bulma replied with a hint of resignation. Son Wuyuan pondered for a moment and said, recently, I have conceived a training regimen, which may involve taking Wukong on a journey of at least a year. During this time, it is highly likely that you will be unable to reach me. After departing from the luxurious villa of Bulma, Son Wuyuan recalled that the house on Baozi Mountain was merely a quaint wooden cabin. He intended to entrust some jewels from the pirate treasure to his grandfather, so that he could commission the construction of a villa. Furthermore, it was indeed time to intensify the training. Little Wukong's combat power was already measured to exceed 10,000, not accounting for the unique eration techniques employed by Earth's martial artists, which would undoubtedly place his actual combat prowess far above that of the average extraterrestrial beings. Meanwhile, Son Wuyuan's own combat power was a mere 360,000. If little Wukong could transform into a Super Saiyan, his combat power would surge 50-fold, significantly surpassing Son Wuyuan's own. Therefore, with prudence in mind, he resolved to hasten his training. Chapter 23. The Deity Guides to the Underworld. Brother, are you truly serious? Will you really take me to train? Little Wukong exclaimed, nearly bursting with joy. He was the kind of fervent practitioner who could train without respite. The old gravity chamber had proved to be a slow avenue for enhancing his strength, and he was uncertain when the new gravity chamber would be completed, leaving him anxious about how to proceed with his training. Yes, I know of a place that we might explore, though I cannot guarantee its efficacy. Wukong, prepare the items you deem necessary. I shall await you at the Heavenly Temple. With that, Son Wuyuan appeared at the Heavenly Temple, where he encountered the stoic figure of the elder Bobo. Son Wuyuan, have you come to seek the deity? Indeed, I implore you, Mr. Bobo. I wish to have an audience with the deity regarding a matter of great importance. Please wait a moment. I shall seek the deity's permission. No need for that, Bobo. The deity emerged, observing Son Wuyuan and contemplating the depths of his increasingly unfathomable strength. It was astonishing to think that someone could become so powerful. Hello. It has been quite some time, deity. Son Wuyuan greeted with a smile. Wuyuan, what brings you to seek me? It is about the king of the realm. Son Wuyuan suddenly interjected, and upon hearing this, the deity's already green visage seemed to deepen in hue, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. Son Wuyuan found it difficult to comprehend the feelings of the celestial being. Was it merely a matter of mentioning the name of the deity as superior? Why such tension and fear? Compared to my peers in my previous life, they were far inferior. We were the type who would readily dismiss our superiors at the slightest displeasure. If work became unsatisfactory, we would resign without hesitation, occasionally taking a break to prevent our superiors from exploiting us. O celestial being, your state of mind requires further refinement. Where did you hear about Lord of the Realm? The celestial being inquired, finally managing to stabilize their emotions. Son Wuyuan furrowed his brow and earnestly inquired, do you believe me if I say I dreamed of a celestial deity? The deity replied, I believe you, not a bit. At such a tender age, you possess quite the cunning. I truly cannot fathom how you managed to ride the flying nimbus without ever falling off. Were it not for my observations of your peculiar behaviors, I would have genuinely believed you to be as pure and innocent as Wukong. Dreaming again, are we? Pray tell, what did you envision this time? I dreamt that the earth exploded with a tremendous bang, transforming into cosmic dust. The deity's composure nearly shattered. Can you possibly be more absurd? Such a vast planet cannot simply explode at your whim. Yet, considering Son Wuyuan's previous dream of the Demon King Piccolo, perhaps he indeed possessed the ability to glimpse fragments of the past and future. Wuyuan, please elaborate. Well, I dreamt that in the future, Wukong and I encountered an insurmountable foe. Sun Wuyuan rambled on, weaving an elaborate tale with great conviction. The deity, normally steadfast, found his composure wavering under the weight of such fantastical narratives. In truth, the deity's mindset remained relatively stable. However, the safety of the earth occupied too much space in his thoughts, leading to a state of concern. Thus, I wish to train with Lord Kai to enhance my strength as much as possible. What do you think? At this moment, the exuberant little Wukong arrived at the celestial palace, promptly inquiring about where to train. Son Wuyuan awaited a response from the celestial deity. Recalling that the deity could manifest before King Yama, and was capable of retrieving the original Son Wukong from the realm of the King of Worlds after his training. Logically, it seemed the deity should also be able to escort him and Wukong to the underworld rather than waiting for death to occur. If death were a prerequisite, he might as well wish upon the dragon to transport both him and Wukong directly to the Northern King Star. After considerable contemplation and weighing the consequences, the deity reluctantly acquiesced to Son Wuyuan's request. In an instant, through some divine intervention, the three vanished from the celestial hall, reappearing in the Hall of Yama. The imposing King Yama, resembling a bulkier version of Kiki's father, the Bull Demon King, inquired, "Earth deity, what brings you here?" He then noticed Son Wuyuan and young Wukong standing behind the deity. "Earth deity, why have you brought two living souls into the realm of the dead?" The celestial being explained the situation to King Yama, who responded, "Traversing the serpent path to the King of Worlds is no simple feat. The path leading to the Northern King Star lies that way." The deity bowed in gratitude and escorted Son Wuyuan and young Wukong to the serpent path before departing. Gazing at the seemingly endless path, young Wukong remarked, "It appears quite distant." "Not too far. In fact, with your strength, you could reach the Northern King Star in less than a day if you flew at full speed." "That still seems quite far. What if I get hungry along the way?" Young Wukong's greatest concern was the prospect of hunger. "Rest assured, I have prepared for that. Here, take this magical bean. Consume it when you feel famished to replenish your energy. Wukong, you must remember not to fall beneath the serpent path, otherwise, I would be unable to rescue you. Below lies the underworld, a place designated for the imprisonment of malevolent souls. Also, at the midpoint of the serpent path resides a deity of the Serpentine Way. You must leap from the end of the path to reach the King of Worlds. Do you understand?" Young Wukong nodded earnestly. "Yes, I understand. But it seems you will abandon me to reach the King of Worlds for training first. You are quite cunning, brother." "Indeed, this child is far from obedient. Fully aware of my intentions yet voicing them. Wukong, completing the serpent path is a form of training. It is said that King Yama is the only being to have traversed it in 1,000,000,000 years. Do not grow complacent. Is that so? How do you know, brother?" "I dreamt of it. I shall take my leave now. Wukong, see you at the King of Worlds." With that, Son Wuyuan unleashed all his strength and soared along the serpent path. As he passed by the dwelling of the serpent goddess, he hesitated, contemplating whether to enter. After all, entering would grant him the opportunity to spend a night of passion with the alluring serpent goddess, without any financial obligation or responsibility. The tantalizing thought of her divine essence was captivating. Yet, he decided against it. Her complexion posed a challenge for him to accept. What a pity! Had she possessed the smooth, fair skin akin to Bulma's, he would have seized the opportunity without a second thought. In truth, he recalled that the deity of the Serpentine Path, the Serpent Queen, was a colossal and elongated serpent. You might think of it as a steadfast staff of the East Sea, yet ultimately, it is akin to fishing for a needle in the vast ocean. Only a man of the stature of Yama could withstand such a being. After all, he was no Su Xian. He fervently exclaimed within his mind, "Rest assured. Bulma and Android 18, my body and soul are entirely yours." Son Wuyuan lamented as he soared through the air. Beneath the serpentine path lay a vast expanse of golden clouds, reminiscent of the somersaulting clouds, resplendent in their shimmering beauty. Alas, to venture down and take a seat amid them might very well lead one to the depths of hell. After approximately an hour of flight, Son Wuyuan beheld the tail of the serpent, and from that vantage point, he could discern a diminutive yellow-green planet. Son Wuyuan recognized that this was indeed King Kai's planet. The King Kai Fist and the most essential spirit bomb awaited him. Chapter 24. The King Kai Fist Greetings. "May I inquire if King Kai is present?" Son Wuyuan addressed Baburus, the pet gorilla of King Kai. "Young man, what business do you have with me?" A plump and diminutive figure, sporting 2 antennae atop his head, materialized before Son Wuyuan. It was King Kai himself. "Greetings, King Kai. I am a martial artist from Earth. I beseech the divine assistance of the gods, which has granted me the opportunity to traverse the Serpent Road and arrive at King Kai's planet to seek your guidance." "Earth? That diminutive planet with such low combat power has produced a strong individual like you? Please, wait a moment." Son Wuyuan gazed at the 2 antennas atop the North King's head, which twitched slightly. "I began to understand the unfolding events. I never anticipated that in just a few centuries of neglect, Earth would give rise to such an exceptional martial artist as you. While the bloodline of Earthlings is regarded as inferior in the cosmos, your remarkable achievements without any distinctive lineage reveal an extraordinary talent for martial arts. It is evident that you possess a substantial potential to master my ultimate techniques. According to tradition, you are permitted to follow me in your training. However, you must first pass my test. If you can amuse me with your humor, you may remain here to cultivate your skills. After all that. I thought the king would readily agree to teach him, yet it still hinged on telling jokes. Fortunately, the North King has a low threshold for humor. Presenting no challenge for Son Wuyuan. My Lord King, please listen closely. I shall begin. A classmate asked Xiaoming, who treats you better, your mom or dad? Xiaoming replied, they both treat me very well. The classmate pressed further, if they were to argue, which side would you choose? Xiaoming responded, I would stand on the side. The North King paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, I would stand on the side. He clutched his belly, laughing uproariously, and in his mirth. He fell onto the grass, continuing to pound the ground with delight. Son Wuyuan had prepared several humorous anecdotes. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the North Kai possessed such a low threshold for amusement. He was left in fits of laughter. You have passed my test, and may accompany me in my training, the North Kai declared, secretly elated at the prospect that this individual might indeed master his Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, particularly the Spirit Bomb, which, despite being his own invention, was a technique he himself could not fully control due to its immense power, rendering it unwise for casual use. Little Wukong heeded Son Wuyuan's words and successfully arrived at the Kai's planet. The North Kai mused, is this truly Son Wuyuan's brother? How peculiar that he belongs to the fierce warrior race of Scions. Yet, he seems distinct from the others, possessing a remarkably pure spirit and the potential to master the Spirit Bomb. Could it be that my Spirit Bomb and Kaioken are destined for greatness? Haha. Son Wuyuan, my goodness, is my joke truly so powerful? The after effects have yet to cease. Brother, who is he? Little Wukong glanced at the North King, who was inexplicably laughing foolishly. He is the king of the realm, and henceforth, we shall follow him to cultivate and learn some formidable techniques. Son Wuyuan leaned closer to little Wukong's ear and whispered, here is a compendium of jokes for you. When the king of the realm asks you to tell a joke, recite it from this book. Only by making him laugh will you be allowed to train with him. Little Wukong, puzzled, replied, but has he been laughing all along? As expected, Wukong recited from the book and succeeded in amusing the king of the realm, thus earning the opportunity to train under him. However, due to Wukong's combat prowess being inferior to Son Wuyuan's, and the North King needing to instruct Son Wuyuan first, a gravity-enhancing device was bestowed upon little Wukong. Initially set to 3 times the gravity of King Kai's planet, which is merely 1/10 the size of Earth yet possesses tenfold its gravity. This meant 30 times the gravity of Earth. Yet, after undergoing training under 50 times the gravity, 30 times proved insufficient for little Wukong. The North King was somewhat astonished and proceeded to increase the gravity. Only at 6 times the gravity of King Kai's planet did little Wukong begin to feel the strain, affecting his mobility. Ultimately, the gravity was heightened to 7 times that of King Kai's planet, rendering Wukong's movements arduous, thus allowing him to undertake his first training task, to capture Babirus. The North King did not immediately teach Son Wuyuan the King's Fist or the Spirit Bomb, but rather commenced with numerous foundational training exercises to strengthen his physique. Son Wukong's physical prowess has been significantly enhanced through the fortification of vital energy. However, he remains inferior to the little Wukong, who has honed his abilities through relentless training in the gravity chamber. In terms of bodily control, he lags behind Wukong by a considerable margin. Once he has sufficiently trained his physique, Wukong embarks on his next cultivation endeavor, striking the formidable Gregor with a hammer. Your mastery over bodily control has reached a commendable level. It is now time to impart the techniques of the Kaioken. First, you must harness the energy coursing throughout your entire being, followed by amplifying the energy within you exponentially. The speed at which Son Wuyuan mastered the King Kai Fist astonished the North Kai, who solemnly admonished him. Wayne, you must remember, never exceed 3 times the King Kai Fist, otherwise, your body will collapse. Note, as the precise increase in combat power from a single King Kai Fist is unknown, it is established that a single King Kai Fist only enhances one's control over energy without augmenting combat power values. During his training on North Kai's planet, his combat strength ascended to 400,000. With a senzu bean in his mouth, Son Wuyuan shouted and unleashed the double King Kai Fist, boosting his power to 800,000. He then forcefully activated the quadruple King Kai Fist, raising his strength to 1,600,000. The North Kai urgently cried out, "Stop! Your body will break down." Son Wuyuan indeed felt excruciating pain throughout his body. And the moment he exited the King Kai fist state, he collapsed to the ground. The pain intensified, and he struggled to swallow the senzu bean in his mouth. The North Kai, exasperated, exclaimed, "Did I not just warn you against exceeding the triple King Kai fist?" In the next moment, Son Wuyuan fully revived, leaving the North Kai astonished. He then began to examine Son Wuyuan, touching and patting him, saying, "Incredible. You're unscathed? This is impossible." Son Wuyuan produced a mystical bean and offered an explanation. The North Kai remarked, "I never anticipated such extraordinary treasures existed on Earth. However, Wuyuan, your actions are rather reckless." With a firm slap to the back of Son Wuyuan's head, the latter winced in pain. "What recklessness are you referring to? I was well prepared." In the original narrative, Wukong's antics truly embodied recklessness, often leaving him battered and unable to muster the strength to rise. Nonetheless, the Kaioken technique has indeed flourished in Wukong's hands. While the North Kai estimated that a threefold Kaioken was the limit, Son Wukong astonishingly employed a 20-fold Kaioken during his battle against Frisia on Namek. "Brother, was that the Kaioken you just executed? Remarkable. I must learn this technique." Chapter 25. The difficulty of mastering the spirit bomb. Son Wukong did not respond to Wuyuan's words, for it was not he who was to instruct Wukong in his cultivation, but the king of the northern realm. "Can you strike Gregor with your hammer now, Wukong?" Son Wukong shook his head, declaring, "Not yet. Its speed is far too swift. I must enhance my strength." The North King, brimming with excitement, remarked, "Wuyuan, it appears you have completely mastered the King's fist. You are now ready to cultivate my next ultimate technique, the spirit bomb." Not only was the North King elated, but Son Wuyuan himself was equally thrilled, for the paramount objective of his journey was to learn this extraordinary technique, as spirit energy was the foundation of his empowerment. Though the King's fist was commendable, the method of cultivating the spirit bomb held even greater significance. As the adage goes, without practice and internal power, martial arts yield naught but emptiness. Martial arts pertain to techniques, while internal power signifies strength. Techniques devoid of genuine strength are little more than mere ornamentation. The North King awaited Son Wuyuan to inquire about the spirit bomb, feeling as though he had been waiting an eternity. "Wuyuan, it seems you have lost interest in the spirit bomb." In truth, the brief pause typical of conversation was merely Son Wuyuan's anticipation for the North King to elaborate. To his surprise, the North King, brimming with impatience, was indeed eager for this very moment. How could he not be intrigued? "Master King, may I inquire what the spirit bomb entails?" With immense pride, the North King responded, "The spirit bomb is a powerful technique of my own creation. It harnesses the energy from flora, fauna, humans, and even the atmosphere to form a wide energy sphere. It bears no harm to those with noble intentions, however. The greater the malevolence in one's heart, the more formidable the spirit bomb becomes." Son Wuyuan attentively listened to the North Kai as he elaborated on the intricacies of the spirit bomb. After an extensive discourse, North Kai concluded with an important caveat. The prerequisites for mastering the spirit bomb are exceedingly stringent. Only those with pure hearts may practice it. Even I have not fully grasped the technique, and as for whether you and Son Wukong will succeed, I cannot assert definitively. There is merely a glimmer of hope. Do not lose faith in the face of adversity. "What are you doing?" Son Wuyuan replied earnestly. "I am attempting to gather energy according to your esteemed guidance, hoping to condense it into a spirit bomb." "Ah, Wuyuan. The path of cultivation requires one to tread steadily and with purpose. One must not aspire to lofty heights too hastily. Even if you possess extraordinary talent, it is implausible to condense a spirit bomb at such a rapid pace." Yet, at that moment, Son Wuyuan was entirely absorbed in the process of communication and energy convergence. Less than half an hour later, he suddenly exclaimed, "It's here." A question mark appeared on North Kai's forehead. "What is here?" Then, he was rendered speechless by the overwhelming sensation of energy converging towards Son Wuyuan from all directions. As the creator of this ultimate technique, he could not possibly be oblivious to such a profound gathering of energy. Impossible, no matter how remarkable one's innate talent may be. It is inconceivable that they could master the spirit bomb after merely hearing me describe it once. What kind of prodigy have I taught? North Kai trembled all over, unsure if it was due to sheer astonishment or the exhilaration of witnessing the continuation of his ultimate technique. "Yes, just like that. Now, slowly attempt to condense the gathered energy in your palm." North Kai was electrified with excitement, as if it were he, not Son Wuyuan, who was learning to condense the spirit bomb. Hearing the words of the North King, Son Wuyuan corrected a few minor details and successfully condensed a white energy sphere with a diameter of approximately half a meter. Wuyuan, you are truly remarkable. I never imagined that you would be able to form a vital energy orb on your very first attempt. You are nothing short of a genius. Ha! The North King exclaimed, leaping with joy, completely devoid of the calmness and composure expected from a deity governing the North Galaxy. Although Son Wuyuan felt a joy that rivaled that of the North King, he maintained an air of nonchalance and replied, "This is merely standard procedure, my lord. Please remain composed." Ha! Wuyuan, why are you putting on a facade? You should let your happiness shine through. Suppressing your emotions is hardly beneficial. Indeed. As expected of the North King, I still have much to learn from you regarding the cultivation of one's mindset. Ha ha ha. Let us bring forth something to celebrate. The North King gestured towards Son Wuyuan. What? You're keeping that treasure trove of jokes, 100,000 cold jokes? Quickly, bring it forth. And do not forget the spicy strips you made. I wish to indulge in both the jokes and the snacks simultaneously, for some unknown reason. There was a time when the North King saw little Wukong enjoying the spicy strips, took one for himself, and became utterly captivated. The spicy strips made from dinosaur tendons within the universal capsule of Son Wukong are dwindling. As the King of the North Galaxy indulges in a plethora of cold jokes while consuming snacks, he risks choking, which is not conducive to his well-being. I am the supreme deity overseeing the entirety of the Northern Galaxy. The notion of poor health is inconceivable to me. A mere choking incident is trivial. The King of the North declared nonchalantly. Son Wuyuan carefully retrieved a package of spicy strips from the all-purpose capsule, causing the eyes of King Baozi to gleam with anticipation. With great reluctance, Son Wuyuan selected the shortest strip from the package and placed it gently into the plump hands of King Baozi. The latter stiffened, exclaiming, "Wuyuan, are you truly so miserly? Does your grandfather even know?" Son Wukong, with a semblance of seriousness, remarked, "It seems you are unaware, in my grandfather's eyes. I am exceedingly generous. One piece is far too meager. It should be at least 10. After all, I have imparted to you all my ultimate skills." The King of the Northern Realm endeavored to secure greater gains for himself. "No, 2 pieces, 1 skill for each piece. 9 spicy strips cannot be reduced. It is a firm price, 4 spicy strips. Then let it be 8. 1 skill warrants 4 spicy strips. Ha ha ha, hand them over to me. All the spicy strips shall be mine." The King of the Northern Realm seized the entire bag of spicy strips and dashed back into his chamber, resolutely closing the door behind him. Son Wukong symbolically knocked on the door and then proceeded to cultivate. This routine never ceased to amuse him. One might wonder why the King of the North could not possess a touch of elegance. For instance, when spicy strips are presented, it requires multiple invitations before he begrudgingly concedes to take a bite, thus exhibiting a semblance of divine sophistication. Consider the King of the North, who, in his spare time, regales his pet gorilla, Baburus, with jokes, pondering the number of blades of grass on the planet of the Dimension Kings. Son Wukong could hardly fathom the depths of the King's tedium. Just moments ago, while concentrating on the spirit bomb, Son Wukong experienced some wondrous transformations within his body. He was convinced that utilizing the spirit bomb's cultivation method would enhance his body's absorption of energy, thereby accelerating his combat prowess. In Chapter 26, Wukong. You must believe me. Piccolo's exhilaration, Son Wukong felt no surprise at his ability to master the spirit bomb. After all, it was through energy that his strength had flourished. It was inconceivable to him that he could fail to learn the spirit bomb. However, what he did not anticipate was an unexpected gain. He could not precisely articulate the nature of the changes, yet his perception of energy had become noticeably clearer. Unlike before, when he could sense energy's presence only vaguely. It was now as if the fog had lifted. Furthermore, his capacity to absorb energy had significantly increased. He was confident that within 10 days, his combat power would surpass 1 million, with approximately 3 years remaining before the emergence of the Demon King Piccolo. If the Demon King were to lay an egg, the arrival of the new Piccolo would be roughly 6 years hence. And how many years would it be until his elder brother Raditz arrived on Earth? He needed to calculate. After the battle between Goku and the newly born Piccolo, Goku married Chi-Chi, and they had their son Gohan the following year. When Gohan turned 4, Raditz came to Earth to capture him, threatening Goku to kill the Earthlings, thus leaving 11 years. In these 11 years, his combat power must reach at least 1 billion. Otherwise, the foes to come would be increasingly formidable. Goku's strength would also continue to soar during this time, becoming uncontrollable. In the original narrative, Krilin's demise incited Goku's fury, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. However, currently, little Wukong shared an excellent relationship with his elder brother. Would he need to die once to trigger Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan? Impossible. He could not bear to lose that person. Yet, despite Goku's lively and playful nature, his temperament was exceedingly gentle, making it no easy feat to provoke him. He would need to conduct thorough research in advance. As for his elder brother Raditz, should he be eliminated outright or merely confined? Perhaps it would be best to forego killing him. Confinement seemed too cumbersome. One brother would suffice, wouldn't it? Time swiftly passes, and 3 years have elapsed. The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament is soon to commence. The malevolent presence of the Demon King Piccolo is likely to be unleashed. Even from the North Chaos planet, Son Goku can sense the sinister energy emanating from Earth. Goku's strength has seen a remarkable ascension, rising from a battle power of 10,000 to an impressive 180,000. However, Son Goku finds it challenging to ascertain the limits of Goku's power when utilizing the Kaioken, as he is uncertain how many times Goku can amplify his strength. Moreover, despite the passage of 3 years, Goku remains unchanged in stature, barely taller than he was 3 years prior. It will take another 3 years for him to experience significant growth. Indeed, the Saiyan race is quite peculiar. Goku, it has been 3 years. It is time for us to return, Son Goku exclaimed. But I wish to continue my training under Lord Kao. Little Goku lamented, casting a reluctant glance at the North Kao. The North Kao responded with a shiver, Goku, I've taught you all I can. Do not think you can linger here for food and shelter. My supplies are nearly depleted. Should you return, bring your own provisions. Farewell, Lord Kao. We shall visit you again. They chorused. Go on, go on. With your departure, I shall enjoy a long period of tranquility. Brother, must we traverse the Snake Way to return? Son Goku inquired. No, we can instantaneously teleport back. Son Gohan replied with unwavering confidence. We won't end up in the ladies' restroom again, will we? Goku recalled the previous incident during the last World Martial Arts Tournament, where the women had indeed been quite troublesome. Not at all. Although I haven't used instantaneous movement in 3 years, I have continued my studies. Son Gohan reassured him, thumping his chest. Hold on tight. We are heading back. As the two brothers vanished in an instant, the entire Kao planet seemed to grow quieter and more desolate. The North Kao mused to himself. Their sudden departure has left me somewhat unaccustomed. Meanwhile, on Earth, Son Goku pointed at the sight of numerous women bathing together, exclaiming, see. Brother wasn't lying. We truly did not materialize in the ladies' restroom this time. But where are we? Why are there so many girls here? He had gradually learned to distinguish between genders, noticing the prominent features on their chests that signified they were indeed girls. Calmly surveying his surroundings, Son Wukong remarked, Wukong, remain composed, do not panic. In the next instant, he vanished with a swift teleportation, leaving the bewildered young Wukong standing alone. What in the world? How could someone as innocent and upright as I am keep stumbling into places that prohibit male entry? However, one must admit, the spectacle witnessed moments ago was indeed magnificent. A sight I had never encountered in my 2 lifetimes. This journey to the Dragon Ball world was not in vain, huh? Could it be that the heavens are hinting at my impending marriage? No, it is not yet the time for matrimony. A transmigrator with ambition and background must at least wait for Android 18 to emerge. Young Wukong scratched the back of his head, pondering. Where has my brother disappeared to again? I must learn to teleport as well. Suddenly, a chorus of vivacious young girls erupted into piercing shrieks. Confused, young Wukong muttered, why are they screaming again? He then swiftly departed, leaving a chaotic scene of flying undergarments in his wake. In a distant corner of the sky, Pilaf and his companions huddled together, trembling in fear. Before them loomed the fearsome King Piccolo, whom they had unwittingly released from his confinement. At that moment, King Piccolo, aged like the Supreme Kai, commanded his subordinates to scour the land for Dragon Balls, desiring to wish for the restoration of his youth while also seeking out formidable martial artists, akin to the Grandmaster who had sealed him away 3 centuries prior with the Maphoba technique. However, the Dragon Balls remained elusive, testing King Piccolo's patience. Do you still have no news of the Dragon Balls? Upon hearing his inquiry, Pilaf and his companions felt their hearts race, nearly leaping into their throats. As they hurriedly inspected their instruments, to their astonishment, they discovered a trace of the Dragon Balls, exclaiming with delight, we have news. Upon closer examination, Pilaf gasped, realizing that all 7 Dragon Balls were congregated in a single location. Congratulations, Your Majesty. All 7 Dragon Balls have appeared together. King Piccolo was ecstatic, momentarily disregarding thoughts of martial artists. All he desired were the Dragon Balls to reclaim his youth. He promptly commanded Pilaf and his companions to pilot their aircraft towards the location of the Dragon Balls. He intended to personally intervene, summon the Eternal Dragon, and make his wish. Dominion over the world was within reach. Ha! King Piccolo laughed heartily. The location of the 7 Dragon Balls was, of course, Baozi Mountain, where Son Wuyuan had previously destroyed the Red Ribbon Army, collecting 5 Dragon Balls, along with 2 he had gathered himself, which he had kept on his person without utilizing. Previously, while he and Wukong were on King Kai's planet, Pilaf's devices could only detect the general vicinity of the Dragon Balls on Earth, which is why they had shown no response until now, despite numerous careful inspections and repairs. Chapter 27, Home Delivery? In the mountains of Baozi, Son Wuyuan had long since detected the presence of the formidable demon King Piccolo, though he had chosen to postpone any confrontation with him. To his utter astonishment, however, it seemed that the Demon King was approaching him directly, offering a rather unexpected doorstep delivery. Oh, Demon King Piccolo, why the haste? I am not yet prepared to deal with you. Son Wuyuan mused to himself. His interest lay not with the Demon King, but rather with the newborn Piccolo. Firstly, the infant Piccolo lacked the unadulterated malevolence of the Demon King and exhibited promise as a martial artist. Secondly, in the future, this young Piccolo would serve as a personal caretaker and martial arts instructor for his family, not only tending to Goku's son, Son Gohan, but also to his granddaughter, Xiaofang. The most significant advantage was that this caretaker required no salary, merely needing water to sustain him, a free personal attendant, an offer too good to pass up. The dilemma now was whether Son Wuyuan should intervene himself or allow his younger brother, Goku, to take action. Feeling somewhat lethargic, he opted to delegate this task to Goku, planning to relax nearby with some spicy snacks. And of course, his trusty little stool. As everything fell into place, Son Wuyuan felt the approach of the Demon King and promptly summoned Goku from the gravity chamber. Bulma and Dr. Brief had spent 3 years developing a gravity chamber capable of exerting 300 times the normal gravitational force, and Goku had eagerly immersed himself in training within it. Brother, I've only trained for a brief moment. Goku protested. Hold on, there will be someone arriving shortly. You need to handle it. But why must I deal with such weak adversaries that disrupt my training? When will I ever catch up to you? Goku pondered in frustration. You'll understand soon enough. Prepare to be astonished. Before long, the ominous voice of the Demon King echoed, Ha ha ha. I, Demon King Piccolo, have arrived. Mortals, hand over your Dragon Balls, and perhaps I shall spare your lives if I am in a good mood. Goku widened his eyes, gazing at the Demon King's unsettlingly green skin, reminiscent of a deity, and asked in astonishment, a deity? No, wait, the aura is wrong. Deities do not exude such a chilling malevolence. At that moment, the voice of the deity from the heavenly palace reached Son Wuyuan, I implore you to eradicate Demon King Piccolo completely. Surprised by the deity's keen interest in the situation, Son Wuyuan inquired, Are you certain you wish for me to eliminate the Demon King? Wouldn't that have repercussions for you? Not at all. The Demon King is merely an embodiment of my darker side. His demise will not affect me. The deity replied, a hint of unease in his voice. Son Wukong, naturally, could not bring himself to believe the words of the celestial deity. He remarked, The deity and the Demon King Piccolo are but 2 halves of the same entity. How can one survive with only half of oneself? Therefore, I am inclined to think that your fates are intertwined. If one suffers, the other suffers as well. To slay the Demon King Piccolo is tantamount to slaying you. Am I not correct, O celestial being? The deity fell into silence for a moment. Brother, how could he possibly resemble the deity so closely? Wukong pondered, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Wukong, did I not mention this to you before? Son Wukong shook his head, having forgotten the conversation he had with the celestial being Krilin about dreaming of the Demon King Piccolo, which little Wukong was not present for. He learned from Son Wuyuan that he and the celestial being were originally one entity, later split into 2, one embodying goodness and the other evil. Wuyuan swiftly elucidated that he represented the malevolent facet of the celestial being. Little Wukong listened, both astonished and somewhat bewildered, pondering the perplexing notion of a person being divided into 2 distinct entities of virtue and vice. How convoluted. Meanwhile, the Demon King Piccolo, ignored by the 2, was filled with both rage and shock. He was enraged by the audacity of these two insignificant beings to disregard him, and astonished that one of them possessed such profound insight into his origins. It mattered not if he did not comprehend, for Wuyuan suddenly paused, contemplating what would happen if the Demon King refused to divulge anything once he was on the brink of death. Wuyuan, eliminate him. The earth must not suffer further destruction due to my inadequacies as a celestial being. After my demise, I wish for you to inherit the position of the celestial guardian. The celestial being spoke with a tinge of melancholy and guilt. Life is so splendid. Why do you yearn for death so desperately? This cannot be. Wuyuan urged. Celestial being, send a message to Wukong, instructing him to severely injure the Demon King Piccolo. Do not concern yourself with the reasons for now. I shall explain later. After receiving the celestial being's telepathic message, little Wukong too felt perplexed. Why not simply end his life? Why prolong Piccolo's demise? At that moment, the Demon King Piccolo, incensed by their disregard, could not tolerate the insolence of these two mere mortals, whose energies were so feeble they dared to dismiss him. A once feared monarch capable of shaking the world. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed two energy blasts aimed at Son Wuyuan and little Wukong. Wuyuan deftly evaded, retreating, while little Wukong remained steadfast, allowing the energy blasts to strike him. Oblivious to your own demise. How could this be? He scoffed, completely unscathed. Son Wukong, with a hand on his forehead, lamented, what is this fellow trying to show off? His attire is purchased with money, and it seems he must change his outfit yet again. Wukong, remember the words of the celestial beings. Son Wukong nodded, then engaged in an intense battle with King Piccolo for 300 rounds, compelling the aged demon to resort to mysterious techniques to temporarily restore his powers to their former glory. Atop Mount Baozi, Son Wuyuan sat contentedly on a small stool, savoring spicy snacks while watching the fierce clash between the two. When it comes to playing it safe, you excel, my brother. No wonder during the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, Krilin was able to hold his own against your Super Saiyan Blue form. You've certainly made quite a splash across the Atlantic. After more than an hour, King Piccolo's energy dwindled to its lowest point. Oh no, could something truly unfortunate be unfolding? Observing Piccolo's labored breathing, I grew anxious as he suddenly took a deep breath. He can't really be on the verge of perishing, can he? What about the precious egg I anticipated? Our family's future caretaker hangs in the balance. King Piccolo, you must endure and lay that egg. Suddenly, King Piccolo's neck swelled as he prepared to open his mouth. It's coming, it's coming. It's about to emerge. King Piccolo exhaled his last breath of foul air and then succumbed to death. What kind of demon takes such an eternity to lay an egg? In my past life, when I captured a hen, it would effortlessly lay an egg with a mere flap of its wings, such a simple task. This is far more complicated than my former hen's endeavors. My dear brother, I think I may have messed up. He seems to have perished. The heavenly god isn't dead too, is he? Little Wukong expressed his unease, having been cautious in controlling his power during the confrontation with King Piccolo. Calm down, my brother. I shall inquire further. Heavenly god, are you still among the living? How peculiar. Why have I not yet perished? Has King Piccolo truly met his end? The heavenly god responded. Son Wukong gazed upon the lifeless form of King Piccolo, the grotesque neck still cradling the unhatched egg within. Divine One, please hold for a moment. The outcome shall soon be revealed. Wukong, would you be so kind as to fetch me a knife? I have need of it. Though little Wukong was bewildered by the request, he obediently ventured into the kitchen to retrieve a chef's knife. Son Wukong found himself at a loss for words, contemplating the absurdity of wielding a kitchen knife to perform a surgical procedure on the Demon King Piccolo. Could one truly use the same instrument for culinary purposes afterward? It was akin to using a surgical scalpel from an operating table to slice an apple. Knowing this, would one still have the appetite to consume the fruit? While Son Wukong was unaware of others' sentiments, he belonged to the category of individuals unable to accept such a notion. Wukong, perhaps it would be best to return the kitchen knife to the kitchen. It is simply not appropriate. With no other recourse, Son Wukong concentrated his energy into a weapon and, with a few swift motions, excised the tumor from Piccolo's neck. Son Wuyuan felt immensely satisfied with his precise and efficient surgical skills. He quipped, if you seek the finest in tumor excision, come to Wuyuan on Baotou Mountain. I am indeed a surgical prodigy. Have you seen this, celestial being? I have rescued your other half. Son Wuyuan chuckled. The celestial being pondered for a moment, expressing lingering concern. If this issue is not resolved thoroughly, it could pose a significant threat and potentially disrupt the peace of Earth. Hold on, celestial being. I perceive this as a new form of life, distinct from the past menace of King Piccolo. It is merely a progeny of King Piccolo, who may have unpredictable potential for the future. Besides, with both Wukong and me around, can it truly cause chaos? Son Wuyuan replied nonchalantly. Then I entrust everything to you and Wukong. After concluding the conversation with the celestial being, Son Wuyuan gazed at the small egg in his hand, which was even smaller than a volleyball. I wonder if Piccolo will be all right. He contemplated the reasons for this peculiar situation. The lack of rejuvenation for King Piccolo could be the primary reason for the egg's diminutive size. Additionally, the prolonged battle with little Wukong might have drained Piccolo's vitality, resulting in not only a shrunken egg, but also a lack of strength to produce a normal one. In any case, he was uncertain if this egg could even hatch into Piccolo. It was undoubtedly lacking in vital attributes. What could be done to remedy this deficiency? However, it seemed that the Namekians were not fond of nourishing soups. They only consumed plain water, which posed quite a challenge. He had also considered using the Dragon Balls at his disposal to summon the Eternal Dragon to rectify Piccolo's inherent shortcomings. Yet it was advised to refrain from excessive use of the Dragon Balls, as their repeated invocation could lead to unforeseen consequences. Son Wukong harbored a rather immature notion, to inquire whether it would be possible to insert this egg into the belly of the celestial deity, thereby allowing it to be nurtured anew within the divine form, potentially remedying its inherent deficiencies. However, before pursuing this audacious idea, it was imperative to ascertain whether the celestial being was still capable of laying eggs. If it could not even produce an egg, the notion of reinserting it for rebirth would be futile. Yet, should the deity possess the ability to incubate eggs, then the endeavor might indeed be feasible. In a fleeting moment, Son Wukong appeared beside the celestial deity. "Wukong, what brings you here?" inquired the deity. "There is a significant matter that I have long wished to discuss with you. May I pose a question?" "Speak freely," the deity continued. "Can King Piccolo produce monsters through the method of spawning from his mouth? Is it within your capabilities?" "No," replied the deity. "When I separated from King Piccolo, we each acquired distinct abilities. He obtained that particular power, while I retained the ability to create Dragon Balls." With a heavy heart, Son Wukong concluded his conversation with the celestial being, his thoughts drifting to a distant realm, the planet Namek, the homeland of the deities. There, he might seek a presence akin to that of the celestial, and with a flicker of thought, transport himself to Namek, entrusting the enigmatic egg to the esteemed elder of the Namekians, perhaps even alleviating the malevolent heart that plagued Piccolo in his early days. Upon returning to the Baozi mountain, he summoned little Goku from the gravity chamber. "Brother, what is it now? I have only just begun my training. Cease your complaints. I shall take you to a place where unexpected wonders await. Are you going to use instant transmission again? What if another mishap occurs? What mishap could possibly arise? At worst, a slight deviation in location. Do you doubt even me, brother?" Son Wukong playfully delivered a sharp yet affectionate tap to his younger sibling's head. It is wise to discipline one's brother early on. Who knows when the balance of power may shift? A thought that brought a tinge of melancholy to his heart. This time, their destination was Namek, a realm of androgynous beings, where there was no need to fret about inadvertently arriving in a gathering of the feminine populace. Son Wukong and little Wukong vanished atop Baozi Mountain. Old Son Wufan glanced at the two brothers who had disappeared, feeling a sense of joy mingled with nostalgia for the swift passage of time. The two little ones he had brought home to raise had grown up in the blink of an eye. They found themselves in a village on Namek, where little Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, big brother, where are we? So many Demon Kings Piccolo." Son Wukong felt quite speechless. Wukong, take a moment to sense their aura. It is not akin to the malevolent energy of Demon King Piccolo. Indeed, it is remarkable. They bear a striking resemblance to the celestial beings. Little Wukong, being somewhat face-blind when it comes to the Namekians, could discern no differences among them apart from their varying heights and builds. He then teleported alongside Son Wukong to the position of the Grand Elder. Nairu, upon noticing the sudden appearance of the two, inquired with great caution, "Who are you?" "Outsiders. If you have no business here, I must ask you to leave." "Greetings. We come bearing urgent matters and seek an audience with the Grand Elder." "I kindly request that you relay our message," Son Wukong replied courteously. "Nairu, allow them entry. I can sense no trace of malevolence about them." The Grand Elder's voice echoed from within a uniquely shaped dwelling just as Son Wukong finished speaking. "Yes, Grand Elder, please follow me," Nairu responded. Upon entering the abode, Son Wukong gazed at the Grand Elder before him, exclaiming, "My, how grand." Little Wukong blurted out, "This Namekian is enormous." Nairu swiftly admonished little Wukong for his impolite remark. Yet the Grand Elder showed no ire and merely gestured for him to stand aside. Son Wukong scrutinized his two brothers, while they, in turn, assessed him. Little Wukong's thoughts were transparent to him, allowing him to effortlessly glean a wealth of valuable information. However, when it came to reading Son Wuyuan's mind, his mental prowess proved futile. Son Wuyuan exuded no malevolent aura. On the contrary, he emanated a warmth that elicited a sense of familiarity, leaving even the well-versed Wukong in a state of perplexity. Dear friends from afar, what brings you to seek my presence? Chapter 29. Unleashing Potential, Wukong's Power Surge. Dear friends from afar, what brings you to me? The Grand Elder inquired calmly. Without uttering a word, Son Wukong produced the egg. The moment the Grand Elder laid eyes upon it, he discerned an aura reminiscent of their Namekian kin, albeit tinged with a faintly sinister essence. We hail from the distant planet Earth. Centuries ago, a young Namekian child arrived on our world and subsequently caught the attention of the then-reigning deity, becoming a candidate for divine succession. Son Wuyuan briefly recounted the events that transpired. He was likely one of the prodigious children sent out during the calamity that befell Namek several centuries ago, and to his surprise, it appears that other members of his race had also survived. According to Wu Yuan, the deity Bik initially possessed unparalleled talents, but in his quest for divinity, he forcefully divided himself, which inevitably halved his innate gifts. Otherwise, his strength would not be so diminished. I appreciate your effort in returning our kin. I have comprehended the situation thoroughly, and it is not overly complex to resolve. At that moment, Son Wuyuan seemed to recall something and, with a hint of embarrassment, addressed the elder. Great Elder, I heard from Lord King of the North that the Namekians possess some remarkably peculiar abilities, such as creating Dragon Balls and unlocking potential. I would like to request your assistance in unlocking our potential, if you would be so kind. Just as Neru intended to intervene, the Great Elder spoke. It is quite all right, Neru. The Supreme God overseeing the North Galaxy? It is indeed surprising to receive attention from a being of such exalted status. I can indeed help unlock a portion of your potential, for you are warriors of righteous hearts. There is no issue in doing so. Thank you, Wu Yuan replied. Goku, you may proceed first. Brother, what does unlocking potential mean? It seemed that little Goku had quietly listened to the conversation between Wu Yuan and the Great Elder for quite some time without grasping the concept. How very much like Goku. In simple terms, it means enhancing your strength rapidly. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, little Goku was filled with excitement and approached with eagerness. Great Elder, what must I do? The Great Elder gestured for him to come closer. Goku, embodying the essence of a well-behaved child, stepped forward, and a hand larger than a fan was placed upon his head. I did not expect you to be so powerful at such a young age. Your energy is several times that of Neru's. Neru was taken aback by the Great Elder's words. It is important to note that he was not only the Great Elder's bodyguard, responsible for his safety, but also the strongest combat-oriented Namekian currently on Namek. To think that this childlike Goku possessed strength several times greater than his own was astonishing. How formidable must Goku's elder brother, Son Wuyuan, be? The thought was nearly unfathomable. Was this the caliber of warrior capable of associating with a deity of the king level? Truly remarkable. Yet, even with such strength, did they still require unlocking potential to grow even stronger? What the Great Elder spoke of was merely Goku's foundational combat power. Goku was also adept in his King Fist technique, and his ultimate battle prowess would undoubtedly exceed the mere multiples of Neru's strength. Your potential is boundless, ceaseless, and everlasting. I can only unlock a small fraction of it. As he spoke, Goku's aura began to surge dramatically, a white flame radiating from his being. Son Wuyuan could sense that Goku's strength had escalated tenfold in a matter of moments. Wow, what an incredibly powerful sensation. Brother, I can hardly contain my urge to spar with you. Little Goku trembled with excitement. Very well, Son Wukong agreed, saying, my dear brother, although your strength has just begun to rise, you wish to challenge me. Let me assure you, your elder brother remains your elder brother. No matter how much your power increases, one must not become arrogant. Do you understand? Great Elder, Wukong and I shall return shortly. Son Wukong and his younger counterpart stood apart from the dwelling of the Grand Elder, suspended in midair. The two brothers locked eyes, and in that electrifying moment, it felt as though sparks ignited in the very air where their gazes met. In a swift motion, Son Wukong dashed before Son Wuyuan. But before he could launch an attack, Son Wuyuan delivered a sharp slap to his forehead. You still dare to play the guessing game with your elder brother? Let me instill some sense into you. Little Wukong's body was propelled into the earth, emerging from the pit in tattered clothes. Doesn't my brother warm up before a fight? How many times have I instructed you? When confronted with a formidable foe, you must unleash your full strength without hesitation. Otherwise, you may find yourself defeated in a single blow. I understand. You claim to understand. Yet how many times have we had this conversation? Knowing is one thing. Comprehending is another. If you err again, I shall be quite weary of this. With a sigh, Son Wuyuan decided to let it go, relinquishing any further concern. As Son Wukong unleashed his full power, beads of sweat cascaded down Narua's face beside the elder. The other Namekians on planet Namek also sensed this terrifying aura, abruptly halting all their activities. Upon realizing the source of this overwhelming presence was the elder's location, many Namekians, filled with concern for his safety, hurried towards that direction. Son Wukong did not unleash his aura. In battles of this caliber, he skillfully restrained his energy, opting to erupt at the moment of engagement, thereby significantly minimizing energy expenditure and prolonging the duration of combat. Be cautious, my elder brother. I have grown exceedingly powerful. Wukong, indeed you have become stronger. Yet this alone is insufficient. Ah, fight, fight, fight! Wukong exclaimed, launching a full-scale assault while incessantly shouting. If your strength is limited to this, then it is time to conclude. Son Wukong struck a pose reminiscent of a seasoned master, for he understood that strength is fleeting, while elegance endures a lifetime. He discerned the gravity of both with remarkable clarity. It's not over yet, Wukong hastily retorted, fearing that his elder brother might, as before, utter similar words followed by a swift slap to the back of his head, leading him to lose consciousness. This is merely the beginning. Kaioken times 3, ha. A crimson, translucent aura enveloped young Wukong completely. Kamehameha, another wave attack? I am also a member of the Sun family. Do you think your elder brother fears you? Son Wuyuan merely raised his right hand, unleashing the Kamehameha wave, swiftly overpowering Wukong's energy blast. 4-fold Kaioken, 5-fold Kaioken, 10-fold Kaioken. This had already surpassed the limits of his physical endurance. Truly, what a conundrum. I am not your adversary, so why exert yourself so fiercely? It seems I shall have to expend yet another Senzu Bean. Once again, Wukong fell from the sky, utterly drained, as Son Wuyuan caught him, incessantly exclaiming, "It hurts. It hurts, it hurts. Brother, you are indeed formidable. Despite my considerable growth and the extreme use of Kaioken, I still cannot surpass you. Of course. Just consider who is the elder brother and who is the younger. I have reiterated countless times, your elder brother remains your elder brother, no matter how strong you become. I will always be your elder brother." Son Wuyuan bantered with his younger sibling. "Brother, I cannot fathom why. But seeing that expression on your face makes me want to land a punch right on it." Little Wukong exclaimed, his innocent, wide eyes sparkling with mirth. "Nonsense. That expression paired with your brother's handsome visage is simply magnificent. It cannot possibly be the expression you claim it to be. Some transgressions are indeed self-inflicted. The younger brother lacks understanding. Perhaps it is best to save that Senzu Bean, for he can still cry out in pain," indicating that the situation may not be overly dire. Chapter 30, Son Wuyuan's Potential, a wish to enhance Earth. When Son Wuyuan returned to the elder's residence, cradling little Wukong, he encountered a throng of Namekians gathered in unison, leaving him momentarily bewildered. A verdant sea of beings stood at the entrance, their hue deepening with age, a truly remarkable race. As little Wukong's elder brother, he exhibited commendable kindness. Although he refrained from using a Senzu Bean for immediate recovery, he summoned a healing Namekian to attend to Wukong's wounds. Subsequently, the elder unlocked Son Wuyuan's potential, though this time it proved to be a more arduous endeavor than when unlocking Wukong's. "Your physique is exceedingly peculiar. I have never encountered a case quite like yours. By the standards of Earthlings, you should not possess such vast potential. Yet at times, your potential resembles the boundless expanse of the starry sky, limitless. Other times, it appears as though it is a well on the verge of drying up, having reached its utmost limit. Your lineage is anything but ordinary. However, what puzzles me is that, despite your Earthling heritage, could it be an evolutionary advancement?" The elder mused, speaking to Son Wuyuan as if engaging in a dialogue with himself. Son Wuyuan was acutely aware of the distinctions between himself and the other inhabitants of Earth. He was neither merely a soul nor entirely of this world, embodying a paradox of being both Earthling and not. What remained unclear to him was whether his body's ability to absorb vital energy was an inheritance from his ancestors or a transformation that occurred during his extraordinary journey, an alteration beyond his comprehension. For how else could his form have reverted to that of an infant? The Grand Elder, drenched in perspiration, dedicated an extensive period to unlocking Son Wuyuan's potential, while Nilu, deeply concerned for the Grand Elder's well-being, fervently wished to halt this endeavor. At a certain moment, it seemed as though Son Wuyuan's body had dispelled a chain, unleashing a previously restrained aura. His power surged forth, cascading like tumultuous waves, each stronger than the last. The Namekians were left in awe, their strongest warrior, Nilu, trembling uncontrollably. Could such strength truly belong to a mere mortal? In contrast, little Wukong's body shook with excitement, his thrill starkly different from Nilu's fear. Is this the entirety of my brother's aura? It is even more formidable than I had imagined. When will I finally face him in battle? If Son Wuyuan were aware of his younger sibling's sentiments at that moment, he would undoubtedly feel compelled to indulge this reckless brother, who, after previously suffering greatly, had recovered too swiftly and was now itching for a confrontation with his elder. Son Wuyuan felt a remarkable transformation in his prowess, approximately threefold the strength he possessed before unlocking his potential. Though the enhancement was not as exaggerated as Goku's tenfold increase, it was undeniably impressive. He pondered whether he truly possessed the immense potential that the elder had mentioned. Should he consider seeking the guidance of the old Kaioshin and the Kaioshin realm to further develop his latent abilities? After all, the elder's capabilities were vastly inferior to that of the old Kaioshin. A sense of trepidation washed over him at the thought of the old Kaioshin discovering his identity as an outsider. This ancient being had been sealed within the Kaioshin sword for 75 million years, an enigma whose true age was unknown, making it difficult to ascertain whether he would detect any discrepancies. Most importantly, he was uncertain about the supreme deity of this world and their disposition towards outsiders, who would relish the feeling of having their life in another's hands. Reflecting on these matters seemed excessive. One must tackle challenges one step at a time. He had one final task to complete on Namek before reaching a satisfactory conclusion. Elder, I have another matter to discuss regarding my time on Namek. I wish to use your Dragon Balls to make a wish. Is that permissible? Son Wuyuan inquired candidly. You are all warriors with kind hearts. You may borrow the Dragon Balls for a single use. Typically, making a wish with the Dragon Balls requires a trial. But it appears none among my children can match you in strength, so the trial can be waived, the elder responded in a tranquil tone. He then instructed the elders of the various villages to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Wow, the Dragon Balls on Namek are enormous. Does that mean they can grant even greater wishes? Little Goku gazed in wonder at the 7 Dragon Balls before him. Indeed, the larger the Dragon Balls, the grander the wishes they can fulfill. One Namekian stepped forward and uttered a chant in a strange language that Son Wuyuan could not comprehend. The 7 Dragon Balls resonated in unison, emitting a brilliant light as the sky darkened. Soon, a peculiar dragon materialized in the heavens. Unlike the dragon of Earth's mythology, which bore a resemblance to the legendary creatures of Chinese folklore, this dragon, known as Purunga, the dragon of dreams, on Namek, was entirely different in form. Brother, look at how thick, large, and lengthy this dragon is. It looks so strange, nothing like the dragon on Earth. Elder Muley, who succeeded the elder after his passing, inquired about the 3 wishes Son Wuyuan wished to make. Little Goku was momentarily astonished. 3? Aren't we allowed only 1 wish? Elder Muley clarified, the dragon on our Namek can grant 3 wishes. Now, please state your desires, and Purunga will fulfill them. Little Goku glanced at his brother as Son Wuyuan declared, my first wish is for the dragon to strengthen Earth as much as possible. Elder Muley gazed upward and said, the dragon's eyes glowed fiercely, and the wish was granted. My second wish is for Goku and me to possess the ability to survive in the void. He was informed that a single wish could not grant both of them the ability to survive in the void, so it had to be amended to benefit him alone, without altering his genetic makeup. However, his mind was imbued with a new ability to replace the energy required for the metabolism of living beings with the essence within him. As long as he retained this essence, he would no longer need to rely on oxygen for respiration. His third wish was to acquire the power of instantaneous teleportation to any location. Once again, Muli conveyed Son Wuyuan's words to Belunja. Yet this wish could not be fulfilled. He could only teleport within this universe. Having learned the teleportation technique of the Edetra aliens, Son Wuyuan found it somewhat lackluster, as he had little interest in places devoid of life. Recognizing that this power was not particularly beneficial to him, Son Wuyuan decided to bestow this wish upon Wukong, who had yet to make a single wish. Wukong, you may use this remaining wish. Young Wukong once more implored the dragon to elevate his strength to match that of Son Wuyuan, only to be met with disappointment again. as this dragon could not grant wishes that defy the laws of nature. Son Wuyuan pondered for a moment before leading Elder Muley to a secluded corner, cautioning Wukong not to follow. Elder Muley, for your third wish, you must do this and that. Do you comprehend? Elder Muley responded, how could I possibly understand? I'm utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, he nodded, his gaze subtly sweeping over little Wukong before he articulated his third wish to the dragon. Chapter 31. Wuyuan becomes the irresponsible brother in the eyes of the Namekians. The Namekians present were collectively at a loss for words. They were not Son Wukong and could not overhear the conversation between Son Wuyuan and Elder Muley, yet their hearing was exceptionally acute. Is it truly right for you to treat your brother this way? Is he not your own flesh and blood? This wish is quite straightforward. The crimson light from the dragon's eyes fell upon little Wukong, who scratched his head in confusion as he looked toward his elder brother. With the wish fulfilled, the dragon transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering anew across Namek. Every Namekian present understood the nature of the wish, save for little Wukong, who curiously glanced around, wondering why everyone was staring at him. Brother, what wish did you grant me? I feel nothing at all. How can the dragon declare the wish fulfilled? Nothing of consequence. You will naturally come to know in due time. Would I ever deceive you, little brother? Son Wuyuan asked Wukong with a serious demeanor. Son Wukong shook his head and said, I believe my elder brother would never deceive me. The surrounding Namekians remarked, what a good child. He is nearly being misled by that unscrupulous elder brother of his. Compassion and pity adorned their green faces, and Nailu could hardly restrain himself from speaking, yet was halted by the Grand Elder. Despite his esteemed position as the Grand Elder of Namek, possessing vast knowledge and experience, he struggled to comprehend Son Wukong's recent actions. Though peculiar, there must be reasons unknown to him. He could not allow Nyla to undermine Son Wukong's plans. After Son Wukong and his companion departed from Namek and returned to Earth, Nail inquired of the Elder why he had gone to such lengths to assist the 2 brothers. Nail acknowledged that it was reasonable for them to express gratitude by returning a fellow Namekian and using the Dragon Balls. However, he could not comprehend why the Elder had exerted such tremendous effort to unlock their potential. In his eyes, the Elder's health and safety were of utmost importance. Nail. Upon encountering Son Wukong, I suddenly foresaw a looming catastrophe threatening Namek. I witnessed a golden warrior named Son Wukong battling a formidable evil adversary. It must surely be the grown-up version of Son Wukong. In that vision, I beheld the destruction of Namek, the Elder explained. Nail, incredulous, exclaimed, how could there exist such a powerful enemy? The current Son Wukong is already despairingly strong. Who could possibly rival him in the future? Especially with an even more terrifying elder brother, Son Wuyuan? In that disaster, I did not see Son Wuyuan. I could only glimpse a fragment of the future. Perhaps, apart from the formidable foe that Son Wukong faces, Son Wuyuan is also engaged in a struggle against an even mightier enemy elsewhere, on the peak of Baozi Mountain. Observing Wukong's voracious appetite, Son Wuyuan contemplated whether to hire a chef to cater specifically to the culinary needs of young Wukong, whose appetite was indeed prodigious. Notably, before heading to King Kai's planet for training, Son Wuyuan had bestowed considerable wealth upon his grandfather to construct a spacious villa, liberating the 3 of them from their cramped wooden cabin. By the way, it seemed that the World Martial Arts Tournament was once again upon them. After the tournament concluded, Krilin was to meet his demise at the hands of King Piccolo's minions. As this thought struck him during dinner, Son Wuyuan recalled that although King Piccolo was no more, his remaining minions still posed a threat. Could it be that little bald Krilin has fallen victim to that creature named Tambourine? He pondered. With this thought, Son Wuyuan instantaneously transported himself to Papaya Island, the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon discovering Master Rashi and the others, he approached them with a cheerful greeting. Greetings, everyone. It has been far too long. Master Rashi, dear old grandpa, the delightful Oolong, Krilin, and oh, our enchanting Miss Bulma is here as well. 3 years had passed, and Bulma had blossomed into a figure of remarkable allure, resembling a perfectly ripened peach. Her striking curves could easily overshadow all women of her age. This woman was also quite audacious, immediately charging towards Son Wuyuan upon his arrival, eager to seize the opportunity. Thankfully, he continuously reminded himself, Android 18, hold fast against temptation. Oh, it's Wuyuan. It has indeed been a long time. Have you and Wukong been secretly training somewhere for the past 3 years? Neither Krilin nor I have seen you at Kame House even once. As Master Rashi engaged in casual conversation with Son Wukong, he keenly observed the ongoing match on the arena. although he chose not to participate in the martial arts tournament. The second semifinal was currently unfolding, featuring a showdown between Yamcha and Tien Shinhan, though it appeared that Yamcha was on the verge of defeat. 3 years prior, he had also trained under Master Mateto, significantly enhancing his strength. Meanwhile, Krilin had already triumphed in his semifinal, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to face Tien Shinhan in the final match. Indeed, Master Wukong, you must have grown immensely stronger, Krilin exclaimed with excitement. Reminiscing about the epic battle between Son Wuyuan and little Goku during the World Martial Arts Tournament 3 years ago. Despite feeling that he had made considerable progress, he still believed he had yet to reach even a fraction of the prowess exhibited by Son Wukong or Goku back then. 3 years had passed, and he could scarcely fathom how much stronger those two brothers had become. Has Krilin forgotten Master Wukong's words? Surely he hasn't been secretly courting a girlfriend, which would impede his training. Son Wukong teased. You are a monk, devoid of worldly distractions. Your devotion to cultivation must remain steadfast. Besides, monks are forbidden from marrying. So do not let anything detract from your pursuit of enlightenment. Master, you cannot deceive me. While it is true that I hail from the dueling forest temple, I am now a disciple of Master Mateto, and I am indeed permitted to marry, Krilin retorted, holding back an additional thought. You have long been involved with Bulma, and yet continue to urge me to remain free of women. Do you wish for me to remain single for a lifetime? Seeing the situation, Son Wukong realized that the plan to have Krilin remain a monk and forsake marriage was doomed to fail. He was left with no choice but to implement Plan B to assist Krilin in marrying at the earliest opportunity. It appeared that his first girlfriend was named Marin, a name that still evoked deep feelings in Krilin. He subsequently named his daughter with Android 18 after his former love, Marin. As the results of the tournament match were announced, Yamcha faced defeat, perhaps due to Tien's ignorance of the fact that Tao Pai Pai had been slain by Goku. In truth, Goku had not laid a finger on Tao Pai Pai, merely kicking away a bomb that the latter had thrown. Ultimately, Tien bore no animosity towards their group and refrained from inflicting serious harm on Yamcha, such as breaking his leg. In the final showdown, Krilin vied for the championship against Tien. Regrettably, although Krilin displayed commendable strength, he was still no match for Tien. Master Roshi laughed heartily, calling Tien an old perverted turtle, which provoked the turtle hermit into a heated exchange. Regarded as the god of martial arts, Master Roshi managed to maintain control over Master Crane. Realizing he could not defeat Roshi alone, Tien, who possessed superior strength, was asked to join forces against the turtle hermit. However, Tien steadfastly adhered to his moral principles and declined the request. Chapter 32. The mysterious confidence of the two demons. At that moment, two green figures descended from the sky. One slender and one stout. They were Dabura, the son of the demon king Piccolo, and his younger brother, a nameless weakling who met his end at the hands of Yachirobe in the original tale. The two demons held their heads high, brandishing a roster of the martial arts tournament. With a disdainful glance at Tien, Dabura proclaimed, So, you are the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Tien? The demons ignored the question and turned their attention to Krilin, stating, It seems you are the second-place finisher, Krilin. Now, let me make myself clear. Do not soil your trousers from fright. We are the esteemed sons of the great demon King Piccolo, and soon, we shall be the ones to bring about your demise. Haha. Except for Son Wukong, Master Roshi, and Master Crane, the entire audience, including Krilin, was left bewildered. After 3 centuries, how many remained who could recall the great demon King Piccolo? The audience engaged in hushed conversations, speculating on the identity of the formidable demon King Piccolo. Yet the anticipated scenes of panic, fear, and chaos were conspicuously absent. Master Roshi, startled, turned pale and discreetly slipped into the crowd to make his escape. Initially, when he heard the news of the Demon King's emergence, he too felt a fleeting sense of trepidation. However, he quickly recalled Son Wukong and Son Wufan, contrasting them with the Demon King Piccolo he had witnessed 3 centuries prior. It dawned upon him that it was highly improbable that the Demon King would pose a threat to either of them. With a newfound calmness, he proceeded to narrate the tale of the Demon King Piccolo to Krilin and the others in detail. The two demons, Dambalin and his companion, upon realizing that others were aware of their esteemed father, did not interrupt Master Roshi's account. Their resurrection as demons would undoubtedly instill fear beneath the reign of their kind. Master Roshi's words were broadcast globally via television. While most viewers remained skeptical, a segment of the audience began to uncover pertinent records. Observing the unfolding situation, Some spectators chose to discreetly depart. Sensing that Master Rashi had conveyed enough, Damblin interjected, "Well then, it is time to send you on your way." The announcer of the martial arts tournament remarked, "Please hold on a moment, dear viewers. You have just heard the alarming news. The malevolent demon King Piccolo has returned, poised to disrupt the peace of our world. Will the mightiest martial artists before us be able to vanquish this evil adversary and safeguard global harmony? Let us await the outcome with bated breath." Upon witnessing the audacity of this ordinary referee daring to interrupt the actions of two demon clan members, Son Wuyuan could not help but be taken aback. My goodness, this is a matter of life and death. Such audacity is truly remarkable. Enough of your grandstanding. You two demons, the great King Piccolo has already been vanquished by my brother, Son Wukong. With a striking entrance onto the arena, Son Wuyuan spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing a trivial matter. Naturally handsome, Son Wuyuan appeared even more striking standing alongside the two non-human demons, captivating many women in the audience and those watching on television. Wow, this man is incredibly handsome. I feel like I've been swept away by love at first sight. I believe in romance once again. Damblin, however, was utterly incredulous at Son Wuyuan's words. In his worldview, King Piccolo was the most formidable entity on Earth, utterly incapable of being defeated by this human sibling. Impossible. No one knows Lord Piccolo better than I do. He is the strongest in the world. There can be no being on Earth that can surpass him. You, young man, have insulted the great demon lord. Prepare to face the judgment of the demon clan. Krilin muttered under his breath, "This Damblin fellow is quite bold. He must have never experienced the harsh realities of life." Reflecting on his own past, he sighed. "Ah, I shan't dwell on it. It brings tears to my eyes. I was so young back then. And it was through my senior brother's repeated lessons that I became mature and composed. One must never provoke my senior brother's displeasure." A small bald head, striking a pose of exaggerated seriousness, appeared rather comical. Son Wuyuan, gazing coolly into the camera, proclaimed, "The forthcoming scene is not suitable for children." The commentator, recognizing Son Wuyuan's identity, excitedly announced to the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, I remember now. He is none other than Mr. Son Wuyuan, the champion of the last martial arts tournament, whose strength is extraordinarily formidable. He is the esteemed disciple of the martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian." Ignoring the incessant chatter of the commentator, Son Wuyuan swiftly dispatched two demons with a single strike, sending them soaring into the sky. A pair of energy blasts followed, reducing the two demons to mere ashes. Krilin wore a peculiar expression, pondering how his senior brother had developed a penchant for slapping foes. Recalling the countless times his own bald head had been subjected to such treatment, impressive was the sentiment that Tianjin Fan felt towards Son Wuyuan. Even as the champion of this year's martial arts tournament, he could not help but sense the vast chasm that lay between them. Was the turtle school truly that powerful? As Son Wukong and his companions approached the arena of the martial arts tournament, Master Wu Tian turned to Tianjin Fan and remarked, "Unlike he, who harbors ulterior motives, you are a true martial artist." He then inquired of Wukong, "Is it true that the nefarious demon King Piccolo has indeed been vanquished by little Wukong?" To say he was slain might not capture the entirety of the truth, for Piccolo's power was so feeble that Wukong inadvertently obliterated him. Son Wukong shrugged nonchalantly. Master Wu Tian, overwhelmed by nostalgia, reflected on the days when his own master, Wu Tai-do, had sacrificed his life to seal away the demon King Piccolo. Now, ironically, that very creature had been inadvertently dispatched by his own disciple. Such is the unpredictability of fate, a reminder that one cannot resist the passage of time. Suddenly, Wukong felt an unexpectedly soft sensation on his arm, his expression shifting to one of dismay as he exclaimed, "Bulma has taken advantage of my momentary lapse." To his surprise, she did not loosen her grip, but instead embraced him even tighter. Curious, Krilin asked, "Brother Wukong, you have grown increasingly powerful. Where have you been training these past 3 years?" Wukong replied, "Krilin, your strength seems to have waned. After 3 years, your battle power barely exceeds 100. You must endeavor to train harder." Krilin sighed in resignation. "I have been trying my utmost. What is this battle power all about?" Son Wuyuan retrieved the combat power detector, an instrument capable of measuring the fighting prowess of martial artists, crafted by Dr. Briefs, Bulma's father, at my request. I was astonished to discover such a device. "What are your and Goku's combat power levels?" Krilin inquired. "Guess," came the playful response. "It must be over 1,000. Krilin surmised, believing he had inflated the figure, which was indeed tenfold his own power. Dazed, Chaos exhibited a blank expression, while Tien, visibly taken aback, recognized that although he surpassed Krilin in strength, his own capabilities were still somewhat limited. Krilin, he admonished, I have always urged you to diligently train rather than daydream about marriage. Look at you now. So anxious even to make a guess, your strength has constrained your perspective. Allow me to offer a benchmark. 3 years ago, Goku's combat power exceeded 10,000. And in this span, our strength has experienced remarkable advancements. While stating this, Son Wuyuan could not resist a habitual jest at Krilin's expense. Chapter 33, Bulma's sister, who has been absent for over a decade. Son Wuyuan remarked that 3 years ago, little Wukong's combat power had already surpassed 10,000, leaving everyone nearly dumbfounded. Bulma swiftly snatched the combat power detector from Son Wuyuan and donned it, then turned to observe that Son Wuyuan's combat power displayed a mere 10. What on earth? Is this device accurate? Wuyuan, how is your combat power only 10 while Krilin stands at 106, the old turtle at 137, and Tien at 136? The detector was functioning correctly. It merely reflected a suppressed aura, hence the reading of 10. If I were to unleash my full power, the detector would explode due to my strength exceeding its limits, Son Wuyuan stated matter-of-factly. Krilin, trembling, inquired, what is the upper limit of this instrument? Not much. Merely 1 million. If combat power exceeds 1 million, the detector will bang and explode. Thus, it can no longer measure the combat power of me and Wukong. What? Wukong's combat power has also exceeded 1 million. You brothers are truly monsters. Krilin had initially felt satisfied with his own growth over the past 3 years. But upon discovering that his age peer, Wukong, boasted a combat power exceeding 1 million while he remained at a mere 106, the disparity seemed at least 10,000-fold. Tien was equally astonished, realizing that there was an ocean of discrepancy within the title of champion of the world's martial arts tournament. The gap was too vast. Extinguishing any motivation to catch up, one might feel discontented competing against someone slightly stronger, but who would dare to compare themselves with someone a billion times more powerful? I truly cannot fathom how you cultivate your strength, he mused. Krilin, I believe you have learned quite a bit under Master Roshi. If you wish to grow stronger, you could challenge the Korin Tower, pass the trials of Korin, and then train in the Heavenly Temple. Son Wuyuan elaborated on the opportunities of the Heavenly Temple and Korin Tower, though he withheld certain details, such as the fact that Korin's sacred water was a ruse and that the god of earth and King Piccolo were, in fact, the same entity. Tien and Yamcha clenched their fists, determined to pass Korin's trial, drink the sacred water, and seek training from the god of earth. Chaozu remained silent, choosing to follow Tien wherever he went. Wuyuan, is there truly a god in the Heavenly Temple? Bulma felt her curiosity piqued immensely. With a look of incredulity, Son Wukong gazed at Bulma, as if to question the whereabouts of her purportedly brilliant intellect. The latter, in an unreasonable fit of anger, pinched the soft flesh at his waist with considerable force. However, Wukong's physique had transformed significantly over time. He was not a mere novice to be easily intimidated. Though her pinch did not inflict pain, he made a mental note of her actions. One day, upon her return home, she would come to realize the price of her transgressions. Just a single entry in his ledger would render her incapable of leaving her bed for an entire day. The Heavenly Palace served as the abode of Earth's deities and their celestial attendants. And it is worth noting that the Dragon Balls were indeed a creation of these divine beings. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, what? The Dragon Balls were created by the deities. Wukong? Can we not simply approach them to make a wish? Alas, we cannot, Wukong replied, shaking his head. Though the deities possess many mysterious abilities and have created the Dragon Balls capable of summoning Shenron, they themselves lack the power to fulfill the wishes of others. By the way, Wukong, you truly are something else. I am your girlfriend, yet you abandoned me in West City for 3 years without a single inquiry. Tomorrow, you are to accompany me on a shopping spree, and the day after, to the amusement park. As Son Wuyuan listened, a chill ran down his spine. Bulma had meticulously arranged his schedule for the upcoming month. Indeed, it was not easy to win over a wealthy lady, yet he could manage it, as she only requested his companionship for a month without any complaints. Wuyuan, could you share where you and Wukong have been training these past 3 years? I searched numerous times at Baozi Mountain, but could not find you. Bulma inquired. I beseeched the heavenly god to take Wukong and me to the underworld, where we encountered the imposing King Yenluo. We traversed the serpentine path and spent 3 years training under the king of the worlds. Shortly after returning, I encountered the demon King Piccolo, which I let Wukong handle, he explained. The underworld? King Yenluo? The king of worlds? Do such entities truly exist? Observing the puzzled expressions of those around him, Son Wuyuan patiently elaborated. You must have heard of the underworld, the realm where souls are reborn after death. The King Yanluo presides over the judgment of souls, determining their fate, ascending to paradise or descending into hell for punishment. The heavenly God oversees earth, while the King of Worlds governs the Milky Way. Thus, I trust you can comprehend. If any of you are interested in training under the North King in the future, I could escort you there, but whether the North King is willing to teach you will depend on your own abilities. After bidding farewell to the group, Son Wuyuan was pulled by Bulma to her grand villa in West City. Krilin and the others found the influx of information overwhelming, taking some time to digest it before deciding to follow the training path of Son Wuyuan and Wukong. Krilin left Turtle Island and headed to Krilin Tower, where he unexpectedly ran into Yamcha. Yamcha, did you not have a date with a girl today? Krilin teased, recalling that Yamcha had trained under Master Roshi on Turtle Island for a year before moving to West City. Each time he returned to Turtle Island, he brought a different young and beautiful girlfriend, which he had once envied greatly but had since come to terms with. Did you not come as well? Yamcha replied. Master Wuyuan and the others are incredibly strong. I thought I had nearly reached my potential, but upon learning of their combat prowess, I realized that my power of over 100 is far from the limit. Perhaps this is just the beginning of my training, so I must continue to grow stronger. I too aspire to become stronger. Though I may be slightly weaker than you now, I believe I can surpass you. Let us see who can reach Krilin Tower first, and who can complete the Krilin Sage's trials first. Very well, on the count of 3, we shall begin to climb. 1, 2, 3. Meanwhile, on Turtle Island, Master Roshi looked on in surprise as Tianjin Fan and Dumpling arrived seeking his guidance. At Bulma's home in West City, Dr. Briefs and Mrs. Briefs greeted them warmly. It's been a while. How are you both? Mrs. Briefs smiled, linking arms with Bulma while the other arm encircled Son Wuyuan. Wuyuan, you've become even more handsome. Bulma has been dreaming of you, calling your name for the past 3 years. Would you like some snacks? Thank you. Son Wuyuan accepted the delicacies. Has my sister still not returned? Bulma inquired, to which Dr. Brief responded. Your sister has not returned to Earth after leaving for the cosmos over a decade ago. Mrs. Brief feigned tears, lamenting. Both of my daughters have grown up and prefer to venture out rather than stay home with their mother. In Chapter 34, King Kai seeks assistance, addressing Bulma. If you do not wish to return home, when will you and Goku have a grandchild for me to play with? Flushing with embarrassment, Bulma replied, Mom, Goku and I are not even married yet. Besides, I am only 20, and Goku is merely 19. She had not truly considered the prospect of marriage at such a young age, as she was merely a sophomore in college. At this moment, Son Wuyuan endeavored to diminish his presence to the greatest extent possible. He had no desire to marry and procreate at such an early stage. After all, he was a man. And those in the know would understand. Over the course of a month, Son Wuyuan let out a long sigh, reflecting on how he had spent this time. Each day was filled with excursions to shopping districts, amusement parks, and gastronomic delights, traversing every corner of the Western capital and savoring a myriad of culinary offerings. Bulma had gifted him a universal capsule containing a luxurious villa, and while enjoying time at sea, she unveiled a cruise ship more magnificent than an aircraft carrier. In just a month, he had been exposed to the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. The mere thought of having intelligent robots attend to his every need made him nearly forget his roots. Meanwhile, on planet King Kai, the North King Kai inadvertently noticed several life-bearing planets within his jurisdiction of the northern galaxy transforming into desolate wastelands. Could it be that dreadful entity had resurfaced? How infuriating. Hadn't he that menace been eradicated? And what of the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe, Frisia, who relentlessly wreaked havoc with his minions? The North Galaxy seemed to be beset by calamity. The North King Kai felt an urgent wave of anxiety as he paced around the small confines of his realm, scratching his head in frustration. He had no means to confront Frisia directly, but he sought someone to address the destruction wrought upon those life-bearing planets. The Scions had resurfaced. Who would have thought that aside from the few Scions under Frisia's command in Goku, there were still others after the destruction of planet Vegeta? It seemed their inherent nature was difficult to change. They were back at it again, causing chaos. Who could he enlist to rein them in? If left unchecked, who knew how many more life-bearing planets they would ruin? The first figure that sprang to mind was the miserly Son Wuyuan, who had once contested him over spicy strips, followed closely by the Na'vi yet insatiable Goku. By the time they returned, their powers would have surpassed those ruffians. It should pose no issue for Wuyuan and Goku to intervene. In the skies above a certain life-bearing planet in the northern galaxy, 6 figures materialized. These were the very individuals the North King Kai had hoped would enlist Wuyuan's aid to resolve the situation. Leading them was a low-ranking Scion warrior named Dales, accompanied by his 5 extraterrestrial comrades, Kakao, Dawais, Amando, and the Raka's brothers. Dales bore a striking resemblance to an adult Goku, his features tinged with malevolence as he smirked and declared, "The vitality of this planet surpasses the combined total of the previous ones. It is bound to yield even more bountiful fruits. Boss, let us take action. I can hardly wait to savor the fruits of the divine tree." Pathetic fools. Once we harvest this batch, we can recruit even more members and forge a mighty legion with the fruits of the spirit tree to dominate the universe. Ha! Darius harbored grand ambitions. As a lowly Scion warrior, he had once held himself in contempt. However, after fortuitously acquiring a seed from the Tree of Might, his strength began to ascend rapidly, and his aspirations swelled to the point of contemplating cosmic domination. King Kai, with his antenna-like appendages quivering, inquired, "Wuyuan, can you hear my words?" "Ah, is that you, King Kai?" "It's me, Wuyuan. Are you available at the moment? I find myself in a predicament and require your assistance. Please bring Goku, and I will explain everything in person." Bulma, overhearing Wuyuan's disjointed conversation, was momentarily perplexed and asked, "Wuyuan, who are you speaking to?" "It's the King Kai seeking my help. But isn't he more powerful than the Supreme Kai? Why would he need your assistance?" Bulma queried, puzzled. The situation with King Kai is somewhat akin to that of the Supreme Kai. While he oversees all life planets in the northern galaxy, he does not personally intervene against those who cause destruction. In truth, his combat prowess is not particularly formidable. My strength has already surpassed his. "Is that so? It seems you are about to depart again. When will you return?" Bulma said, her mood dampened. "I am uncertain. If my opponent lacks strength, my instant transmission will allow me to return swiftly. However, if they are powerful, I cannot be sure. I also wonder if those extraterrestrial beings possess any peculiar techniques. I will return with Goku and ascertain the situation at King Kai's planet." Wuyuan replied candidly. "Be careful. If you cannot win, don't push yourself," Bulma admonished seriously. "Of course, safety is paramount. If the tide turns against us, I'll utilize instant transmission to escape. Beyond that, I cannot make promises." "Instant transmission is indeed quite useful," Wuyuan said with a grin. "Now, I must return to the Capsule Corp to find Goku. Farewell." After bidding farewell to Bulma and her family, Wuyuan instantaneously transported back to the gravity chamber at Capsule Corp, where he found Goku diligently performing one-handed push-ups, drenched in sweat. "Goku, pause your training. I am taking you to see King Kai. He needs our help." With a puzzled expression on his face, Goku listened as Wuyuan informed his grandfather before they set off for King Kai's planet. Upon their arrival, the previously troubled King Kai instantly brightened at the sight of Wuyuan and Goku. "Wuyuan, Goku, you have come. King Kai, do you indeed require our assistance?" Wuyuan asked directly. "Indeed. A group has emerged within my jurisdiction, wreaking havoc upon the life planets. Their current strength is not significant, so you can confront them with confidence." The Northern Realm King continued, stating that there were a total of 6 individuals, led by a Scion named Dales, who traversed the cosmos in search of planets teeming with life to plant the Tree of Spirits. Son Wuyuan held a vague recollection of Dales, seemingly perceiving him as lacking formidable combat prowess, entrusting the task of confronting him solely to Wukong posed no significant challenge. Wukong, discerning the keywords within the conversation, inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Lord of the Kai, what exactly is the Spirit Tree?" "The Spirit Tree," the Kai explained, "is a unique flora that thrives in the realm of the gods. Once it takes root on a planet in the mortal realm, it swiftly absorbs the life force of the entire celestial body, maturing into a spirit tree that bears fruit. This fruit is imbued with immense energy, and consuming it can result in a temporary yet substantial enhancement of one's strength. However, the majority of this power diminishes over time, ultimately leaving only a negligible fraction fully absorbed to augment one's abilities. Moreover, the planet that nurtures the spirit tree suffers degradation as the tree flourishes, often taking centuries to recover." Chapter 35. The Spirit Tree, Chopping Firewood. Such is the situation. The North Kai elaborated carefully to Wukong. "Lord of the Kai, are you aware of the current combat strength of Dales and his entourage?" Son Wuyuan inquired. "I have conducted thorough investigations. According to the readings from your battle power detector, the mightiest Scion, Dales, boasts a combat strength of 430,000, while his 5 subordinates possess strengths that vary, generally ranging between 60,000 and 100,000. The North Kai responded. Although Wukong's combat strength of 180,000 did not match Dale's, it would suffice to contend with Dale's subordinates. I recall, Wuyuan. Your strength surpasses 1 million. Evidently, the North Kai overlooked the fact that both Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong had recently enhanced their powers during their visit to Namek. Otherwise, such a statement would not have escaped his lips. Initially, Wukong felt a flicker of anticipation at the prospect of battle. Yet disappointment washed over him upon learning that the strongest among them only reached 430,000. Lord of the Kai, if their combined strength is only this, they cannot possibly match Wukong alone. What? When you departed, did Wukong not possess merely 180,000 in power? Although over a month has passed, it seems improbable that his strength has surged beyond 430,000 so swiftly. The North Kai expressed astonishment, pondering if the brothers had experienced some fortuitous event that significantly bolstered their capabilities. It is true, Son Wuyuan succinctly recounted upon returning. Namek, you say? They indeed possess certain extraordinary abilities. I never anticipated such a dramatic increase in your strengths. Thus, confronting Dales and his men should pose no challenge for you. The North Kai refrained from voicing another thought. Perhaps soon they would be capable of standing against the nefarious Frisia. With this notion, the North Kai's spirits lifted, and he erupted into a stifled yet hearty laugh. Son Wukong found himself perplexed. Was it truly necessary to exhibit such exuberance merely for assisting in dealing with Darius? Moreover, even in the absence of Darius, Son Wukong had already resolved to venture into the universe in search of worthy adversaries for Wukong. Although Wukong had significantly enhanced his combat prowess through relentless training in the gravity chamber, Son Wukong perceived a stark deficiency in his battle experience, which could lead to considerable setbacks in future confrontations. Wukong, he exclaimed, I am elated at this moment. Do hasten to bring forth your spicy strips to elevate the festivities. Son Wukong reluctantly produced a packet of spicy strips and remarked, Lord King of the North, you must consume these sparingly. The production of these spicy strips is no simple task. It requires the painstaking process of breaking down dragon tendons, proportionately mixing them with chili oil, peanut powder, soy sauce, and aged vinegar for marination. Finally, they are coated in just the right amount of flour and fried to achieve a crisp exterior and tender interior. I have noticed a significant decline in the number of dinosaurs in my home at Mount Baozi. If this continues, the dinosaurs within will face extinction. The North King accepted the spicy strips and replied, Do not worry, for I am aware that there are numerous planets in the universe that still harbor dinosaurs, some of which are over 10 times larger than those on Earth. I can provide you with their locations, and you may capture the dinosaurs yourself. Lord King, the fruit of the spirit tree is reputed to be fit for consumption only by the divine. Surely its benefits extend beyond merely enhancing that meager combat power? That would be an utter waste of a life-bearing planet. Son Wukong pondered the immense vitality possessed by a life-bearing planet. Destroying a few planets, as Dales had done, only yielded a combat power of 43,000. Thus, the spirit tree's fruit seemed rather insignificant. The spirit tree's fruit contains vast energy that remains unabsorbed and wasted. In fact, the vitality within the fruit can be absorbed by the human body to extend one's lifespan, although I am uncertain of the exact increase. The North King responded, Extend one's lifespan? A remarkable treasure. Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a handsome young man, he could not bear the thought of aging prematurely. If possible, he would seek out the eternal dragon in the future to wish for immortality. Lord King, do you have a way to guide me to Dale's aura? Without that, I cannot utilize my instant transmission. Place your hand upon my back, instructed the North King. Son Wukong and little Wukong placed their hands on the North King's back and closed their eyes. Soon, Son Wukong beheld a scion strikingly similar to Wukong, radiating a presence brimming with brutality and malevolence. At that moment, they witnessed the planting of the spirit tree seed upon a planet. Son Wukong observed a towering tree breaking through the clouds, extending into outer space, adorned with clusters of green, unripe fruit. The immense roots of the spirit tree wove through the planet's soil like living entities, causing the flora to wither and yellow in their wake, while the planet's animals fled in panic. Wow, brother, that tree is enormous. If we cut it down, we won't lack for firewood for a long time, exclaimed Son Wukong with enthusiasm. Though they had a new house, the kitchen was still somewhat cramped for cooking. Preparing such a multitude of food required considerable time, and they often resorted to barbecuing large dinosaurs outside or stewing meat in a specially designed large pot, consuming a significant amount of firewood. You are right. Bringing it back would mean we wouldn't need to chop wood for quite some time. Son Wukong nodded in agreement. The North King, somewhat speechless, thought to himself, is chopping wood the priority? That planet is on the verge of being drained by the spirit tree, its vitality nearly depleted. Eliminating Dales and his ilk and utterly destroying the spirit tree should be the focus. Lord Ko, this matter is entrusted to us. Goku and I shall return shortly. Son Wukong removed his hand from Lord North Ko's back, opening his eyes as he spoke with a calm demeanor. Then, we shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Son Wuyuan and little Wukong nodded, raising their right hand with the index and middle fingers extended and placed at their brow, meticulously searching for the aura of the Scion Dales. They found it. Wukong, grab hold of me. Let us venture forth to gather firewood, haha. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong seized Son Wuyuan's left hand, and in an instant, they vanished, reappearing on the planet where Dales and his companions resided. King Kai of the North pondered. I can't shake the feeling that Wuyuan has been deliberately showing off in front of me, though I lack evidence. Do not inquire why the king would use such a phrase. He learned it from 3 years spent with Son Wuyuan. Dales and his group assembled together. Excellent. The fruits of the spirit tree will ripen soon, even faster than I anticipated. The vitality of this planet is far superior to that of previous ones. Soon, our strength will surpass Frisia's formidable power of 530,000. At that time, we shall defeat Frisia and establish the mightiest legion in the universe, the Dales Legion, dominating all of existence. Ha ha ha. Dales gazed fervently at the fruits on the spirit tree, eager to consume them. His 5 subordinates joined in the laughter, for if their leader was amused, how could they not respond? Chapter 36. Dales, who resembles Wukong. Hello there. Feel free to laugh, but kindly keep your distance from my tree. We are about to gather wood for a fire, so please stand back. Son Wuyuan and little Wukong suddenly appeared within 100 meters of Dales and his 6 companions, observing the 6 male beings of varied heights and appearances laughing foolishly. And they courteously greeted them. Although Son Wuyuan intended to eliminate them shortly, he believed in the virtue of courtesy before combat. He was, after all, a bright and charming young man who valued martial ethics. Brother, did you not say that once we ascertain they are enemies, we should act without hesitation? Wukong was perplexed. His brother had always advised him thus since he began his training. Why then was he hesitating now? It was truly a conundrum. His brother's thoughts were difficult to decipher. What nonsense are you spouting, child? I am currently striving to maximize our benefits. If we eliminate them outright, then what? Shall we chop down the spirit tree? The fruits are nearly ripe. It would be a pity to destroy it now. First, let us engage in some banter with Dales and his companions, then proceed to spar. If we vanquish them immediately, where shall we find ample opponents to enhance our combat experience? Wukong clearly lacked understanding of resource management. Their grandfather was not young, and without the longevity granted by the spirit tree's fruits, he would likely pass into the afterlife to accompany the almond, also known as Taishang Laojun, guarding the 8 trigrams furnace in mere years. The laughter of Dale's 6 companions abruptly ceased. When had these 2 appeared? They had been careless, failing to notice the approach of others. If these individuals were to steal the fruits from the spirit tree, would they remain oblivious? Dales promptly activated the combat power detector, his face contorting into a sneer. Huh, what a shock. I thought I was facing a formidable opponent, but it turns out to be merely 2 worthless beings with a power level of a mere 100. How dare you approach the spirit tree with such feeble strength? You're courting death. One of you 5, deal with these bothersome pests. Kakao coldly remarked. I have no interest in such weak adversaries. The Lacasse brothers echoed his sentiment, while Daj chuckled ominously. Amando, since the fruits of the spirit tree have yet to ripen. Waiting here is rather tedious. Let us both take action, one each, and see who can scare the opponent into wetting their pants. How about we wager a fruit from the spirit tree? Amando laughed in agreement. Fine, but I'll choose first. That little brat is mine. And the bigger one belongs to you. Amando, you sly fox. Who doesn't he know that children are more easily frightened? Dales interjected coolly. Keep your distance from the spirit tree and be careful not to damage my fruit during your scuffle. Otherwise, your share will be halved. Kakao glanced at Goku several times, feeling an inexplicable jolt in his heart. He then turned to look at his leader. The resemblance was uncanny. The little boy was essentially a miniature version of the leader. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke up. Have you all noticed how much that little brat over there resembles our boss? Upon hearing Kakao's observation, The others began to scrutinize Goku. Indeed, the resemblance was astonishing. The five of them collectively gazed at their leader, seemingly questioning whether the boy was his illegitimate child. Amando felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. No, it can't be. I was almost ready to kill the boss's illegitimate son, despite the boss's ruthless demeanor. He might not be so indifferent towards his own child. A single misstep could lead to him making my life miserable or even eliminating me. Dales, having heard Kakao's remark, also took note of Goku. It appeared that he bore an uncanny resemblance to him. However, he was certain he had no such son. He recalled someone from the past. On planet Vegeta, there was a low-class warrior whose innate talent allowed him to elevate his power to rival that of upper-class warriors. And that individual was Bardock. Due to their striking similarity, Dales had often been ridiculed because of it. Thus, the child before him might very well be Bardock's son. But what was the absence of a tale about? Dales spoke up. "Eyes, Amando, hold your horses. Little brat, I must ask you, are you truly a scion?" Upon hearing the term scion, Goku's face was filled with confusion. Scion? What is that? I've never heard my brother mention it. I am from Earth. And my name is Son Goku. Earthling? No, he must be connected to Bardock. The resemblance is too striking. Dales pressed further. Tell me, did you once have a tail? Where is it now? You even know about that. My brother said tails are useless, so he asked the god to remove it, and it never grew back. At that moment, Son Wukong noticed the monkey-like tail of Dales, who had it wrapped around his waist. Very well, you are indeed Bardock's son, a scion. I offer you an opportunity to join my Dales Legion, and we shall spare your lives, though your current strength is rather feeble. With the immense potential of our scion lineage, your power can swiftly ascend, Dales proclaimed with a tone of condescension. Little Wukong replied, Am I truly that weak? Yet it seems you are considerably weaker than I. Brother, he claims I am Bardock's son. Does that mean our father is Bardock? Wukong had always assumed that his brother was his biological sibling, thus believing they shared the same father. Wukong, if you wish to know, I will elaborate upon our lineage upon our return. For now, we must vanquish these fiends who wreak havoc upon the planets and cut down the spirit tree to take home for firewood. Oh, I understand, brother, Dales coldly retorted. Ungrateful wretch, I initially spared your life out of respect for our shared scion heritage, yet you seem intent on courting death. Dietz, Amando, take action. Eliminate him. Yes, boss. They chorused. Ha ha ha, the little brat is just a child, lacking discernment and audacity to reject our esteemed invitation. Prepare to meet your end. Amando laughed heartily as he advanced towards Son Wukong step by step. Dietz followed suit, relishing the terror etched upon their opponent's face as they approached. Reveling in the delightful sounds of pleas for mercy. As he neared Wukong, Dietz maniacally laughed. Are you so petrified by my overwhelming presence? You, in despair. I don't wish to fight you, but your arrogance is suffocating, and since you insist on coming so close, I can only bestow upon you a slap. No need for excessive gratitude. Son Wukong flashed a radiant smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. In an unexpected turn of events, Dietz received a resounding slap to the face, propelled by an immense force that sent him crashing into the trunk of the colossal spirit tree, where he remained suspended, oblivious to his fate. Chapter 37. Harvesting the Fruit. Felling the tree, Kakao exclaimed in astonishment, Impossible. His battle power is merely 100. How could he have sent Dietz flying? He repeatedly checked Wukong's battle power with a scouter, confirming several times that it remained at 100. Yet, it was inconceivable that someone with such power could launch Dietz, who possessed 70,000 battle power, even if Dietz had been caught off guard. Dales found the situation perplexing as well. Dietz, how long do you intend to remain stuck in that tree? Have you perished up there? Kakao, equally curious, flew up to pat Dietz on the shoulder. As a result, Dietz's body slid down the tree trunk and fell to the ground, his face grotesquely contorted. Kakao reached down to check for breath beneath Dietz's nostrils, trembling as he uttered, Be boss, Dietz. He has ceased to breathe. He is dead. Darius coldly remarked. That worthless Dez squandered so many of my precious spirit tree fruits, only to be struck down with a single blow. Perhaps his demise is for the best, sparing me from the future waste of even more spirit tree fruits. Son Wuyuan yawned and said, Wukong, I have completed my tasks. The remaining 5 are entirely yours. Our fruit is beginning to ripen, so do not allow them to disturb me while I gather the harvest to bring back to grandfather for a taste. With that, Son Wuyuan swiftly ascended the spirit tree and plucked a freshly ripened red fruit, about the size of his fist, feeling the immense energy contained within it. What? Such speed! You scoundrel, put down the spirit tree fruit, or I shall ensure your demise is a most dreadful one. Dales, no longer indifferent, became agitated and somewhat enraged upon witnessing Son Wuyuan seize a fruit from the spirit tree. Kakao and Lacase, his brothers, attempted to intercept Son Wuyuan to reclaim the spirit tree fruit, but upon hearing his elder brother's warning, Son Wuyuan unleashed a fraction of his power. Yet, even this small fraction left Dales and the others astounded. Their combat power detectors, specially customized, revealed a reading that surpassed even Dales, the current strongest among them. 600,000 in combat power? How is this possible? He is merely a young scion who has yet to enter his growth phase. Dales began to panic, shouting loudly. What are you waiting for? Everyone, attack together and swiftly eliminate this brat. The 5 of them surrounded Son Wukong. You 4, go ahead, Dales commanded. However, aside from Dales, the other 4 were swiftly knocked down by a single punch from Son Wukong, deliberately avoiding any fatal blows. Seeing his defeat imminent, Dales' gaze shifted to a red fruit on the spirit tree, his only chance for a comeback. He unleashed a ki blast towards Son Wukong and executed one of his ultimate moves, high-speed movement. A combination of the dance of the void and rapid evasion, aiming to reach the fruit first, just as he was less than half a meter away from the fruit. Son Wukong appeared above him and delivered a swift kick, sending Dales crashing into the earth. His elder brother had instructed him not to let anyone disturb his fruit gathering. So he was determined to heed this advice. After all, if his brother were displeased, he might no longer prepare delicious meals for him or allow him to train in the gravity chamber, the consequences of which would be dire. Dales cursed inwardly, damn it. So close, so very close to obtaining the spirit tree fruit. If I consume that fruit, my combat power will exceed 1 million in a short time. And then this brat would stand no chance against me. Energy Halo. Similar to the Ki Wave Slash, Dales unleashed another one of his ultimate techniques towards Son Wukong, who sidestepped effortlessly, causing the energy halo to fly towards a fruit on the spirit tree, successfully severing it. A sly smile crept upon his lips. He had succeeded. The brat was just that, a mere child, far too young. In the next moment, his smile froze upon his face as a hand suddenly emerged to seize the fruit of the spirit tree. Hey, Dales. If you dare extend your claws towards my fruit again, believe me, I shall sever both your paws right now. Behave yourself and play nicely with Wukong. Dales gritted his teeth. Since acquiring the seed of the spirit tree, he had never endured such humiliation. How shameless. You treat our hard-earned spirit tree as if it belongs to you. Wukong, take him further away to fight. Once you familiarize yourself with his moves, send him to hell to reincarnate. All right, I understand, brother. Without hesitation, Son Wukong appeared before Dales, delivering a punch that sent Dales flying far away before he could react. Regaining his footing, Dales once again employed his high-speed movement to charge towards the spirit tree, but a smaller figure, swifter than he, appeared before him and struck him in the face, sending him sprawling once more. As Dales clambered back to his feet, he furiously roared, high-speed movement. How could you possibly know my signature move, high-speed movement? Oh, is that what it's called? Such a simple technique. I learned it with just a glance. Isn't that peculiar? Son Wukong replied earnestly. Dales muttered to himself, what on earth is this freak? Son Wukong possesses extraordinary martial arts talent, to the extent that even Son Wuyuan feels overshadowed. The technique of rapid movement demonstrated by Darius is not particularly sophisticated, with his profound understanding of martial arts. Wukong learns it effortlessly with just a glance, presenting little challenge. Meanwhile, Son Wuyuan has finally awaited the ripening of the last spiritual tree fruit, having harvested a total of 168 fruits. With the fruits gathered, it is now time for me to fell the tree. Spiritual tree, alas, devoid of compassion. Son Wukong concentrated his energy to forge a colossal sword, measuring 40 meters in length, and swung it with great force against the trunk of the spirit tree. With a resounding crack, the sword shattered. It seemed that the sword had proven ineffective. Should he resort to the energy orb instead? Son Wukong dismissed this notion, asserting that if he was to cut firewood to take home, then he would indeed cut it down for that purpose. With his current mastery over energy, he no longer needed to confine himself to forming orbs. He could also shape his energy into a grand sword. Come forth, sword. In no time, Son Wukong truly manifested a sword several hundred meters long and began to swing it vigorously at the trunk of the spirit tree. Son Wukong was startled by the colossal sword wielded by his elder brother. He and Darius were still within the weapon's range. Phew. Fortunately, my quick wit and swift movements allowed me to evade it. Otherwise, I would have been the unfortunate one, Son Wukong remarked, glancing at Darius, who had been cleaved into several pieces, a lingering fear evident in his voice. Darius, along with his severed hands, struggled on the ground for a long while before succumbing. The resilience of the Scion race is indeed remarkable. With a thunderous crash, the spirit tree was felled by Son Wuyuan, causing the earth to tremble as if an earthquake had erupted. Upon witnessing the gruesome demise of Dales, Son Wukong exclaimed, "Alas, how tragic! This does not seem to bear the hallmark of my influence. Has he developed a propensity for violence under my prolonged tutelage?" He then urged, "Wukong, ensure the demise of those fallen extraterrestrials as well. Otherwise, should they return to Earth, innocent lives may be at stake. Remember, if one merely cuts the grass without uprooting it, it shall sprout anew with the spring breeze. They are not virtuous beings, if you grant them clemency today. Who knows how many more innocent souls may perish at their hands in the future?" Son Wukong appeared quite hesitant upon hearing this. He found it difficult to strike against those who were utterly defenseless, yet the words of his elder brother resonated with him profoundly. Ultimately, he reluctantly delivered the final blows to Kakarot and his companions. Perhaps it was because he had never wished upon the dragon to revive others that he felt a sense of disappointment in the dragon, as it repeatedly failed to fulfill his desires, leading him to think that the dragon was not as remarkable as he had believed. Chapter 38. Frisia, Shrag, Gula Wukong. "Stop standing there in a daze," he admonished. "The spirit tree has been felled, and the vitality and energy are returning to this planet. It won't be long before it flourishes again. We have accomplished the task entrusted to us by Lord Kai. However, we have our own matters yet to attend to. Come quickly and assist in chopping wood. The spirit tree is far too large to lift, and even if we could, there isn't enough space on Bunsen Mountain to place it. Once the wood is chopped, I will store it in the universal capsule. Its larger size is of no concern. After all, the spirit tree is a divine tree, and it will make exquisite high-end furniture. What a statement that would make." After a considerable time, the spirit tree was nearly cleared. Son Wukong rubbed his sleepy eyes and remarked, "Wukong, you did splendidly and swiftly. I haven't even finished my nap, and you've completed everything. When we return, let me know what you wish to eat." The North Kai looked somewhat bewildered at the sight of the planet inhabited by the two. Good heavens! They truly went out to chop wood. Son Wukong dealt with Dales using merely 600,000 battle power. Yet when Son Wukong instructed him to chop wood, he unleashed over 180,000 battle power, and later complained about the pace, employing the five-fold Kaioken to hasten his efforts. He was utterly speechless. The proud techniques of the North Kai had been reduced to mere wood chopping. How embarrassing. And that little rascal Son Wukong too. He transformed the fine spirit bomb into a spirit sword for lumberjacking. Hadn't he been told that this technique should only be used in dire circumstances? North Kai sighed. This batch of students is quite challenging to teach. The previous batch, led by King Yanluo, was far easier. It's time to return and report to Lord Kai. This journey has indeed been smooth sailing, without any unforeseen incidents. Son Wuyuan, accompanied by Wukong, instantly transported back to planet King Kai. Lord King Kai, that scoundrel has been dealt with. If there are no further matters, Wukong and I shall take our leave. Shortly after their departure from the planet, several mutant robots appeared, reporting to Dr. Mew that the spirit tree had been felled, leaving only a stump. Additionally, they discovered several corpses at the scene, likely those of the 6 who had planted the spirit tree. On an unnamed planet, an elderly man known as Dr. Mew observed the footage transmitted by his mutant robots. Upon seeing the corpse of Dales, he noticed the tail protruding from its rear. Scion, that brutal race which annihilated the Zephyr, reputed to be the mightiest warriors in the universe. Bring back that corpse with the monkey tail, and also collect samples of the spirit tree. I need to conduct research. It may yield unexpected surprises. Dr. Mew clenched his fists. Science, prepare yourselves. The wrath of the Zephyr will eradicate your kind. After the departure of the mutant robots, another group arrived on the planet, led by Slag. The planet ahead is where the spirit tree flourished. However, our investigation has revealed an unforeseen situation. The spirit tree has been cut down, leaving only a massive stump. Who dares thwart my plans? I shall ensure they are ground to dust. Issue a command to find that individual at all costs. I must reclaim my youth. The speaker was a Namekian, one of the prodigious children sent away hundreds of years ago. Slag was among the most brilliant of these prodigies, a rare super Namekian whose formidable combat strength was unmatched. Yet now he had grown old and desperately sought the fruit of the spirit tree to restore his youth and extend his lifespan. After Slag's departure, 2 more groups arrived in search of the spirit tree, the mechanical forces under the frost demon Gula and the Jinya force under Frisia. Unfortunately, they returned empty-handed. as Son Wuyuan's instant transmission left no trace for them to pursue. Believing everything had gone smoothly without incident, Son Wuyuan had already returned with Wukong to Baozi Mountain. Meanwhile, the North Galaxy became a tempestuous arena, with various factions seeking the spirit tree, causing widespread panic among the inhabitants of many planets. Some unfortunate worlds were either conquered or obliterated in the chaos. Though Son Wuyuan encountered no mishap himself, he inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest and fled, leaving bystanders to suffer the consequences. The North Kai lamented silently, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Dealing with one Frisia was already a headache, yet now two others, equally formidable, Cooler and Slug, had appeared. Who could possibly rein them in? Once more, he thought of the brothers Son Wuyuan and Goku, muttering to himself, this simply won't do. Even with Goku employing the Kaioken at 5 times its normal strength, his battle power barely exceeded 9 million. The three adversaries boasted battle powers of over 100 million. And the more powerful Wuyuan likely only reached a little over 10 million. After a fit of frustration, the North Kai resigned himself to a state of despair, reclining on a lounge chair. At Baobao Mountain, Son Wuyuan presented a fruit of the Tree of Might to his grandfather, Son Gohan. The elder inquired, what is this fruit? Wuyuan? I have never seen it before. This is called the fruit of the Tree of Might, Wuyuan explained. It is said that only deities from the divine realm can partake of it. Consuming it enhances both your strength and longevity. Enhancing strength and longevity? I had no idea such things existed in the world. Where did you acquire this? Did the gods send it to you? Son Gohan, who was not particularly concerned with power and lifespan, only wished to see his 2 grandsons grow and thrive. We obtained it from a planet in the universe, where the Tree of Might stands enormous. Goku recounted the entire incident to their grandfather. Impressive. I cannot believe you have grown to the point of assisting Lord Kai, Son Gohan said, inspecting Wuyuan and Goku for injuries. After thoroughly checking and confirming they were unharmed, he finally felt at ease. Grandpa, you need not worry excessively about our safety. I can teleport, and should I encounter an unbeatable foe, I will swiftly bring Goku back, even if injured. We can consume a senzu bean obtained from Krilin, which can heal any wound instantaneously, as long as we are not dead. Son Wuyuan exclaimed with a cheerful grin. That is reassuring, indeed. I am nearly ready with the meal. Please wait here while I finish preparing it. During the meal, Son Gohan chuckled at the sight of Goku devouring his food. Goku, do not rush. Take your time. There is plenty more, and you must eat well to grow strong. By the time your brother was your age, he had already become a handsome young man, while you remained so small and adorable. You must eat. Our family has more than enough food. Son Wukong listened, feeling a sense of embarrassment. His appetite was certainly not small. The amount of food consumed by him alone surpassed that of both himself and his grandfather combined. Chapter 39. The movements of the 3 great evils at the headquarters of the Frisia army in the northern galaxy. King Frisia, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, learned that the fruit of the Tree of Might had been seized by a mysterious individual. The tree itself had been cut down, and the group that had previously acquired the seeds of the Tree of Might had been annihilated. Oh, how amusing it is that someone emerged from nowhere to snatch the fruit of the Tree of Might from me. Frisia, things are getting increasingly interesting. Mr. Shambois, do you have any other news? Frisia, seated in his infant pod, inquired. Your Majesty Frisia, my subordinates have discovered that the one who previously planted the Tree of Might is a scion named Dales, a low-ranking warrior who survived by sheer luck after failing to return before Vegeta's explosion. However, we have not located Dale's body on that planet, so we cannot confirm whether he is alive or dead. Additionally, the mechanized forces under King Cooler have recently been active within our territory, and we have even spotted the presence of Slag, Shambois reported truthfully. Dales, a pitiful homeless monkey, possesses such fortune to obtain the seeds of the Tree of Might? That old Slag must be nearing the end of his lifespan, hence his desperate search for the fruit of the tree. As for my dear brother, as long as they do not interfere with our plans to conquer other planets, we need not concern ourselves with them for the time being. Yes, Your Majesty. What of Vegeta and the other Saiyots? Vegeta's power is rising rapidly, nearing 12,000. The combat abilities of the other 2 Saiyots are insignificant, though their pride is quite pronounced. However, their transformation into great apes poses a challenge. Should we eliminate them to prevent future troubles? Shambois expressed his concerns. Mr. Shambois, you worry too much. The Saiyots are merely a group of barbaric monkeys. The legendary Golden Warrior is nothing more than a joke. Frisia disdainfully replied, exuding confidence in his own power. As a prodigy of the Frost Demon race, He believed that even if a golden warrior truly existed, they would not stand a chance against him. The reason for preserving Vegeta and the other scions was Frisia's interest in Vegeta's innate talent. He aimed to see if this scion, reputed to be the most gifted among them, could indeed become the legendary Golden Warrior, the super scion that instilled fear in the Frost demons, as recounted by their ancestors. Regrettably, the current circumstances suggested that hope was bleak. Allowing them to grow would not elevate them to a level capable of challenging him. After so many years, Vegeta still only possessed a battle power of 12,000, which was indeed disappointing for one hailed as the most talented scion. Thoroughly investigate the identity of the mysterious individual who intercepted the fruit of the Tree of Might. It is a rare and valuable asset that cannot be easily overlooked. As the Cosmic Emperor of Frisia, my possessions are not so easily acquired. Saviza, Nez Dre. Did you three personally attempt to seize the fruit of the Tree of Might and fail? I grant you the opportunity to explain yourselves. Frisia's brother, Cooler, inquired. Report. My king, our spaceship detected several exceptionally powerful energies before approaching the planet housing the Tree of Might. Cooler seemed intrigued and urged, continue. The initial 6 energies detected revealed that 5 possessed battle powers of less than 100,000. While they are formidable in the universe, we do not regard them with concern. The 6th energy, however, registered a staggering 430,000, which was not the peak. As we drew nearer, the readings escalated to an astonishing 600,000. Most alarming was the emergence of an energy response reaching 9 million in battle power, a truly exaggerated figure. So you fled in terror? Cooler remarked, his tone indifferent, his keen gaze fixed on Saviza. Dre quickly interjected, My Lord Cooler, we did not retreat. We advanced further. As we neared our destination, our ship detected a terrifying energy exceeding 50 million in battle power, causing the detector to explode. By the time we arrived, we found only 5 corpses in the stump of the Tree of Might. We suspect the slain were those who planted the tree. The fruit of the Tree of Might was likely seized by the owners of the energies that appeared later. Whether it was the 600,000, the 9 million, or the one exceeding 50 million who took it is still under investigation. When did such formidable beings emerge in the North Galaxy? It seems the failure of your mission is not solely your fault. According to your accounts, the sudden appearance of the 9 million battle power coincided with the instantaneous disappearance of the 600,000 power. Thus, the truth is clear. The individual with 600,000 must have slain those who planted the Tree of Might, only to be subsequently killed by the one with 9 million. The final entity, presumably the one exceeding 50 million in strength, likely arrived too late. Shrag is undoubtedly that formidable being. Cooler spoke with confidence. Little Goku exclaimed, Goodness, did I kill myself? Undoubtedly, you are impressive, Lord Cooler. I am in awe. Shrag, in a fit of rage, lamented, A bunch of useless fools. It's been days, and we still have no news of the Tree of Might? His 5 capable subordinates, Enkaira, Doladebo, Kishu, Jigu, and Big Eye, dared not respond, fearing for their lives as Shrag's temper grew increasingly volatile. The North King wiped the sweat from his brow on King Kai's planet, reflecting on how fortunate it was that Goku and Gohan had departed earlier that day. Otherwise, the situation could have taken a dire turn. However, the thought of Gohan leisurely enjoying a nap while employing his ultimate technique to fell trees, and Goku using his Kaioken to chop firewood, filled him with concern for those 2 mischievous boys. Why was it that the individuals involved remained so calm while he was in a state of anxiety? The North King fell into a contemplative silence. Gohan, you are remarkably swift this time, Bulma exclaimed unexpectedly. I believe I am rather slow, Gohan replied. It simply depends on my desire. If I wished, I could accelerate my pace even further. A slower approach alleviates the strain on my body, and the process feels quite comfortable. Chapter 40. The elated North King and the floating Yamcha, how could it not be comfortable? Gohan mused. Aside from swiftly dispatching days and felling the spirit tree, he had not exerted himself much. The most laborious task of chopping firewood had been left to Goku. While he enjoyed a restful slumber, awakening only to return to Capsule Corp with Goku. By the way, Bulma, have you completed the modifications to the power detector I requested? He inquired. The previous model had a disappointing limit of 1 million and had exploded several times. I am quite curious about my current power level. Gohan looked at Bulma with anticipation. She retrieved a power detector from her capsule and handed it to him. This took considerable effort to create. Its power measurement limit is 100 times that of the previous model, boasting a maximum capacity of 100 million. It should suffice for quite some time. especially since Krilin and the others had power levels just above 100 a month ago. As Son Wukong donned the battle power detector, he contemplated unleashing his full strength. However, he hesitated, realizing the potential risk of being detected by any instruments belonging to Frisia's army. Bulma, please wait for me a moment. I must visit Lord Northkai to assess my current battle power. Bulma, puzzled, inquired, isn't it sufficient to measure your power right here? Why must we go to Lord Northkai? That seems rather troublesome. In truth, I would prefer not to. There exists a formidable evil army in our universe, and I am uncertain whether I can contend with them. Recklessly revealing my strength could lead to my presence being detected by that army, potentially causing unnecessary complications. Son Wukong explained candidly. I see. In that case, may I accompany you to Lord Northkai? I have never met a Kai before. Not even the Supreme Kai on Earth. I am quite eager to see what Lord Northkai looks like. If Lord Northkai's planet were a typical celestial body, Son Wukong would have readily agreed to Bulma's request. However, the reality was that the Kai's planet, though modest in size, possessed gravity tenfold that of Earth. For someone like Bulma, whose battle power was below 5, venturing to the Kai's planet would be tantamount to a death wish. No, it is impossible. The gravity on Kai's planet is 10 times that of Earth, and your body would not withstand it. Ah, what a pity. Please wait for me. I shall bring you something upon my return from the Kai's planet. With that, Son Wukong departed for the Kai's planet, not pausing to allow Bulma another word. Hello. Lord Kai, it has been quite a while. The sudden appearance of Son Wukong startled Lord Northkai. Wukong, you appear without warning. It's rather frightening. At this rate, I may develop a heart condition. That remark is rather misplaced, Lord Northkai. You are a deity. How could you be frightened by a divine presence? Even if you were, a heart condition seems unlikely. Enough of the philosophical banter. Kindly step aside and do not obstruct my sunbathing. Yet, there is no sun around here. Wukong, your sense of humor seems to be waning. Now, what brings you here today? Nothing of importance. Please continue enjoying the sun. I shall not disturb you. Upon hearing Son Wukong's words, Lord Northkai truly ignored him, reclining quietly on his lounge chair, adorned with sunglasses, hands resting upon his belly. Son Wuyuan no longer restrained his aura, and suddenly, a white flame erupted around him, radiating outward in all directions from his center. The unprepared Northern Realm King was instantly swept away by the force. Wuyuan, what is the meaning of this overwhelming display of power? He exclaimed, astonished. Wait, you possess such formidable strength. How impressive. The Northern Realm King was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had always recognized Son Wuyuan's prowess, believing him to be stronger than Wukong. Yet he had never anticipated such a significant increase in power. Wuyuan had concealed his true capabilities far too well, and the king realized with surprise that he had overlooked them entirely. Son Wuyuan observed the data on the battle power detector skyrocketing. Upon seeing the final stabilized figures, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. What a remarkable feat! An impressive battle power of 6,666,000. With the use of the Kaioken, defeating Frisia would be effortless. This is splendid. Wuyuan possesses such formidable strength. Once Gula and Shrag leave the North Galaxy, he could eliminate Frisia, allowing my North Galaxy to gradually restore peace. The North Kai's notion of peace is merely relative, without the large-scale destruction caused by Frisia's army. How could absolute peace ever exist in the universe? The gloom of recent days dissipated, and the North Kai joyfully sprinted around his KO planet for several laps. In the gravity room of Baozi Mountain, Son Wukong sensed it too. Has my brother gone to the North Kai again? How powerful! The North Kai's planet is so far from Earth, yet I can still feel an inexplicable sense of pressure. My brother's true strength is astonishing. All right, I must strive even harder. At the sacred temple, Krilin and Yamcha had completed their training for the day. They had passed Master Karen's test 10 days prior and were now seeking guidance from the Supreme Kai. They could feel their strength had significantly increased compared to before, bolstering their confidence in their training. Yamcha exclaimed with excitement, Krilin, at this rate, it won't be long before we catch up to Goku and Wuyuan. Perhaps we might even surpass them. Krilin, upon hearing this, felt his throat dry and swallowed hard. Yamcha, you might be getting a bit ahead of yourself. Though our power has risen rapidly during this time, it's still limited, perhaps not even reaching 200 in battle power. I distinctly remember Goku surpassing 10,000 a few years ago, and now he can't even be measured with the 1 million limit of the battle power detector. He was perplexed as to where Yamcha found the confidence to surpass his senior brother Wuyuan and Goku, both of whom were extraordinary. As long as you're happy, Yamcha. Just don't take it too seriously. Meanwhile, Son Wuyuan on the North Kai's planet was deliberating whether to utilize the Kaioken. However, he recalled that the battle power detector had a limit of only 100 million. If he activated the double Kaioken, it would surely explode. He decided to return and have Bulma enhance it further, ideally to be able to measure battle powers of 100 to 180 billion. After bidding farewell to the North Kai, Son Wuyuan instantaneously teleported back to Bulma's side. She immediately inquired, "How much is your total battle power now?" "Not much. Only 6,666,000, he replied. "What? If that's the case, it seems you won't be able to use the battle power detector for much longer." Bulma exclaimed, "Actually, I haven't even unleashed my full strength yet. Otherwise, this detector would have broken." Son Wuyuan lamented, "Can Bulma improve it to raise the limit?" Bulma frowned and replied, "It's quite challenging. This battle power detector is nearing its maximum capacity. Further improvements would only reduce its accuracy or increase its size. Or we would need to achieve a breakthrough in materials." "Oh, how so?" "The precision of this combat power detector is 1. If we were to elevate its accuracy to 10,000, the most crucial and vulnerable components within could significantly enhance its strength, thereby naturally elevating its detection threshold." Chapter 41. Bulma, is there truly such a dull race in existence? Let us set it to a unit of 10,000, after all. Any variance below that number is inconsequential, Son Wukong remarked. Suddenly, Krilin and Yamcha, in the Heaven's Temple, sneezed in unison, achoo. Achoo. Krilin, rubbing his increasingly shiny bald head, pondered aloud, "Why are we sneezing? Is someone playing tricks on us?" Son Wukong replied, "Oh dear, I've been discovered." Yamcha, hands on his hips, chuckled. "It must be that some beautiful woman is missing me. Alas, I am currently ensnared in my training, destined to be a man unattainable by them." At this moment, Bulma was lost and thought about the gift Son Wukong had mentioned he would bestow upon her. What could it possibly be? Oh, how I anticipated. After all this time getting to know him, he has never gifted me anything. Could it be a gemstone necklace? Should I seize the opportunity to kiss him? It seems I haven't kissed him in quite a while. Has he finally come to his senses, understanding the art of gift-giving to please his girlfriend? If he were to propose with a ring, would I accept him or not? Bulma found herself blushing unexpectedly. Nearby, Son Wukong noticed Bulma's suddenly rosy complexion and glanced up at the bright sun. Ah, a delicate girl like her might follow from prolonged exposure to the sun. He mused. He reached out to touch Bulma's forehead, then his own, muttering, "Her temperature seems normal. Women are truly peculiar. Their faces change so quickly." Meanwhile, Bulma, having waited in vain for the gift from Son Wukong, was bewildered as he touched his forehead. "Wukong, why are you touching my forehead?" she queried. "Huh, it's nothing," he replied. Bulma pressed on. "Wukong wouldn't he forget, would he? It seems I must take the initiative." "Wukong, did you not say you had a gift for me?" Bulma's tone faltered as she chose not to continue. As Son Wukong slapped his forehead, realization struck him. "Ah, how could I forget? It's time to hand over that item to you." Upon hearing this, Bulma was instantly filled with excitement, and in a fleeting moment, she envisioned Son Wukong presenting her with a magnificent engagement ring, kneeling passionately to propose, asking if she would accept. "I do," she exclaimed. What did you say?" Son Wukong's hand, which was extending a fruit from the tree of spirit, froze momentarily. It was only then that Bulma snapped back to reality, seeing Son Wukong offering her the fruit. With unfiltered curiosity, she asked, "Where's the ring?" "What? This fruit from the tree of spirit is what I intended to give you." Son Wukong observed Bulma's demeanor shift, her gaze becoming envious, resembling the predatory eyes of a wolf during a nighttime hunt. "Can someone explain what's wrong with this woman? Just a fruit? You made me excited for nothing." Bulma's enthusiasm plummeted, leaving her disinterested. "Is this fruit really that unimpressive? Many desire it yet lack the opportunity to obtain it. Were you even listening to me?" With no choice, Son Wukong reiterated. "This is the fruit from the tree of spirit, exceedingly rare. Consuming it can enhance your strength and longevity." Oh, Bulma still seemed unimpressed. "Of course. That's not the main point. Consuming it can also beautify and rejuvenate you." Upon hearing the words beautify and rejuvenate, Bulma's eyes sparkled with interest. "Really? More genuine than pearls. And women who consume it will maintain their youthful firmness." Son Wukong whispered into Bulma's ear. "Hey, how annoying." Bulma responded. "Why is it that women think so strangely? Strength and longevity should surely be more important." Bulma took the fruit, preparing to consume it, but Son Wukong interjected, "Wait, let me take you somewhere first." "Where to?" "To the home of the current god, Namek." Wait, the god is an alien? Bulma asked in astonishment. That's one way to put it. I visited with Goku once before. Hold on tight, we will teleport there. Hey, can you be a bit more graceful? Son Wukong pondered whether his decision to pursue Bulma had been hasty. You told me to hold on tight, didn't you? Bulma cheerfully replied. This woman clung to him like an octopus, her long legs wrapped around his waist, her face playfully rubbing against his chest, leaving him feeling rather overwhelmed. I must say, this woman is playing with fire, Son Wukong thought, as his own enthusiasm surged, ready to respond. He noted down Bulma's reaction in his little notebook, thinking with a smirk that one day he would have her repay him in kind. Upon detecting the energy of Namek, Son Wukong materialized there. Hey, Nail. Long time no see. It's you, Son Wukong. And who is she? This is Bulma, my girlfriend. What does girlfriend mean? Naru inquired curiously. Bulma gazed at the peculiar green-skinned individual before her and remarked, a girlfriend is simply the female counterpart in a romantic relationship. How is it that someone of your age has never experienced love? Son Wukong and Neza share a moment of silent understanding. Son Wukong, what romance is he talking about? Nail, what romance is he talking about? Bulma, in our clan, there is no distinction between male and female, hence there is no need for romance. Son Wukong immediately clarified for her. Not distinguishing between genders, how do you reproduce? Bulma asked, perplexed. We propagate the next generation through oral oviposition, currently on planet Namek. Apart from the individual Son Wukong brought last time, all the inhabitants are children of the Grand Elder. Nail responded. Bulma was astonished. Is your Grand Elder so prolific? How impressive, to have single-handedly birthed an entire planet's population. She mused. How can there exist such a tedious race in the world? Unable to engage in romance or partake in the delightful affairs typically enjoyed by both genders. Son Wukong felt a throbbing pain in his head. Bulma, there is no need for you to be overly astonished. Countless races exist within the universe, each with its own unique mode of existence. Some even have origins from trees. So the reproductive methods of the Namekians are not particularly strange. Furthermore, the Grand Elder is not as prolific as you might imagine. There are only a little over 100 Namekians in total, far fewer than the population on Earth. Bulma replied earnestly, over 100 is still quite a lot. I certainly cannot envision myself bearing that many children in the future. Children? How many should Bulma have in the future? Son Wukong pondered. Having too many would be burdensome, leading to headaches, while having too few might suggest a lack of capability. Perhaps a compromise of 8 to 10 would suffice. Naru wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead, observing, these two visitors from Earth seem rather unusual. Son Wukong, are you here to see the Grand Elder? If there is nothing of great importance, I would prefer you not to disturb his rest. You understand my meaning, do you not? Naru said with some hesitation. Of course. I understand. Rest assured, my visit with the Grand Elder will not be for any ill purpose. Son Wukong assured, thumping his chest. Very well. The Grand Elder is aware of your arrival. Follow me inside. Chapter 42. The Gift of Fruit and Training for Bulma upon encountering the Grand Elder. Bulma lost her composure once more. No wonder he is called the Grand Elder. He truly is quite grand. Greetings, Grand Elder. It has been a month. And I have missed you greatly. How have you been? Son Wukong politely engaged in small talk with the Grand Elder, inquiring if Piccolo had hatched yet. After all, he was there to request the Grand Elder's assistance in unlocking Bulma's potential, and it would be inappropriate to dive straight into the matter. Grand Elder, are you familiar with this fruit? Son Wukong produced a spirit tree fruit, creating a moment of suspense before addressing the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder smiled warmly. This must be the legendary spirit tree fruit, said to be consumable only by deities. Son Wuyuan chuckled heartily. Indeed, the Grand Elder is truly knowledgeable and wise. This is something I stumbled upon. I have come primarily to present you with a fruit from the spirit tree. I shall assist the young girl beside you in unlocking her potential. Please accept this spirit tree fruit, for it may grant me several more decades of life. The Grand Elder replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Naru cautiously accepted the spirit tree fruit, and her gaze towards Sun Win seemed to soften considerably. Truly, he is a sage filled with wisdom, instantly discerning his intentions. Sun Wuyuan gestured for Bulma to step forward. Wuyuan, what are you planning to do? Bulma inquired. Filled with curiosity, the Grand Elder possesses remarkable abilities, capable of guiding the latent potential within a person to enhance their strength. In due time, I shall teach you the art of flight. Having some martial prowess is undoubtedly beneficial. As Bulma walked forward, she asked, after unlocking my potential. Will I be as formidable as you? Her question rendered Son Wuyuan, Nairu, and even the Grand Elder speechless, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Ahem. How shall I put this? It largely depends on your inherent potential. If your martial talent is exceptionally high, there is indeed a possibility for you to become quite powerful, and results will soon manifest. Presently, Bulma is merely an ordinary person with a combat power of less than 5. Surpassing her current self may only be achievable through the Super Dragon. Wow, Wuyuan, I now feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me. I seem to have become quite strong. Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Son Wukong quietly murmured to himself. It seems there isn't much of a difference. He decided to check his current battle power using the detector. Bulma swiftly observed her own battle power, which registered at a mere 80. Her delicate face immediately fell. What is your battle power, Bulma? She asked. Only 80? That's so low. I thought I could catch up to you. The gap between her and Wukong seemed insurmountably vast. But isn't it just a slight difference? The detector she had created for Son Wukong, capable of measuring up to 1 billion in battle power, was still unable to capture the true extent of his might in his strongest form. Son Wuyuan patiently reassured her, You have done remarkably well. You have never practiced martial arts before, yet you are already stronger than 999 of people on Earth. Many seasoned martial artists are no longer your match. As for me, I began my training under my grandfather at the tender age of 3, enduring the harsh winters and scorching summers. And I have spent many years training under Master Wu Tian, the immortal Krilin, the deities, and the king of the realm. It is only with the assistance of the Grand Elder that I have attained my current strength. For us Earthlings, the path to enhancing one's power is far from simple. As matters settled, Son Wuyuan bid farewell to the Grand Elder and returned to Earth with Bulma. Wuyuan, should I consume the fruit from the Tree of Might right now? Bulma inquired. Though a scientific genius, her knowledge of martial arts was rather limited. Train with me for a while first. Wait until you have fully mastered the power within your body before consuming the fruit. Increasing your strength without a solid foundation in martial arts is not advisable. Son Wuyuan said with utmost seriousness as he regarded her with care. Wuyuan, will it be very arduous? It should be manageable. You may experience some discomfort at the beginning, but after the pain, it will feel quite exhilarating. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to moderate the pace to help your body acclimate before gradually increasing the intensity, aiming to achieve results in a short time. In the following months, Son Wuyuan imparted fundamental martial arts knowledge to Bulma, teaching her techniques such as the Shadow Fist, the Sky Dance technique, and the Kamehameha Wave. Bulma also consumed a fruit from the Tree of Might, which initially caused her combat power to surge to an impressive 80,000. However, as the energy dissipated, it ultimately stabilized at just over 2,000, which was rather disappointing. In the end, Son Wuyuan reached a conclusion. Bulma lacked the spirit of martial arts. During this period, although he had earnestly attempted to instruct her, Bulma simply could not withstand the intensity of rigorous training. Initially, she exhibited enthusiasm, yet as time passed, her motivation waned, and he found himself unable to spur her into further practice. Thus, he declared the training concluded. After all, a battle power of 2,000 was sufficient for her needs. Ironically, she resorted to various methods to tease him. Had it not been for Son Wuyuan quietly reciting the calming mantra of number 18, he might have succumbed to Bulma's advances. He sensed that his frustration had been intensifying over the past 6 months, and it was conceivable that one day he might ignite an uncontrollable passion with her. It is said that the distinction between 0 and countless instances is negligible. It can easily become an addiction, leading one to neglect sleep and food, lost in its allure. He resolved to resist. A true man should not hang himself on a single tree. Even if he cannot possess an entire forest, he ought to dangle between 2 trees for greater advantage. Suddenly, Krilin in the Temple of the Gods shivered, sensing that he was about to lose something of great importance. Tenshinhan and Dumpling successfully completed their training under Master Mateto and Krilin, ascending to the Temple of the Gods for further cultivation. Yamcha, impatient, sought to spar with Tenshinhan, eager to reclaim his pride after having been defeated by him at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Seizing the opportunity before Tenshinhan commenced his training within the temple, he aimed to deliver a decisive blow. Otherwise, he might not have another chance. Ultimately, he indeed managed to best Tenshinhan, concluding with a stylish wolf fang fist, leaving Krilin shaking his head in disapproval, feeling that Yamcha's victory was somewhat unearned. Sun Wukong returned to Baobao Mountain, contemplating his future cultivation. He felt that his progress was somewhat inadequate at this rate. It seemed improbable that he would achieve a foundational battle power of 100 million before the next world's martial arts tournament, which was just over 2 years away. In fact, he had begun to consider inviting Wukong to join him in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 years of training. However, Wukong had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, since each individual could only train in the chamber for 2 years, entering too early would hinder the attainment of optimal results. Son Wukong consumed 3 spirit tree fruits, leaving him with 165. Chapter 43, The High Absorption Efficiency. Each fruit providing 2 million combat power. Son Wuyuan had utilized 3 spirit tree fruits, leaving him with 165 remaining, which he intended to use to augment his power. The spirit tree fruits were imbued with immense energy, however, while consumption could enhance one's strength slightly, a significant portion of this energy often dissipated as the individual's body struggled to absorb it. Furthermore, the capacity to absorb energy varied greatly among individuals. Dales, possessing a pure Saiyan lineage, was far more adept at harnessing the energy from the spirit tree fruits than his subordinates, the extraterrestrials. In contrast, these extraterrestrials could absorb the energy more effectively than Bulma, who was of Earthling descent. Son Wuyuan pondered his own ability to absorb the energy, being of Earthling blood himself. He mused that he might surpass Bulma, yet he was likely inferior to Dales, who bore Saiyan heritage. I shall consume one and assess its effectiveness, he declared to himself. If a single fruit does not elevate my combat power by at least 100,000, then I shall refrain from wasting the spirit tree fruits. Son Wuyuan produced a fruit from the spirit tree and, with a few crisp bites, consumed it entirely. The flavor was surprisingly delightful, befitting of divine sustenance. This prompted him to recall the scene of a certain emaciated purple cat ravenously devouring instant noodles, suggesting that even the food of the gods may not always be delectable. A surge of power coursed through his body, and he could distinctly sense his energy burgeoning within him. He had underestimated the spirit tree fruit. The energy contained within was not only immense but also remarkably easy for his body to absorb. The speed of absorption was far superior to that of gathering qi. With the ingestion of a single spirit tree fruit, Son Wuyuan felt an overwhelming sensation of fullness, not as if his stomach were full, but rather as if every cell in his body had ingested an excess of energy. He had never experienced such a phenomenon during his previous cultivation of qi. It seemed that his vitality had surged excessively, his spirit was exuberant, akin to the exhilaration of being invigorated by a potent elixir. He felt an urgent need to channel this excess energy, otherwise, sleep would elude him that night. For reasons unknown, the image of Bulma bathing flashed through his mind at the thought of expending energy. Calm down, that incident was merely a minor mishap during my instant transmission. Truth be told, Bulma truly possesses remarkable qualities that most cannot fully grasp. Wukong, let us journey to King Kai's planet, Son Wuyuan declared, switching off the gravity chamber and approaching Wukong. After half a year, Wukong had finally begun to grow again, surpassing the stagnation at 1 meter 20 and entering a phase of rapid growth. Big brother, why are we going to King Kai? Is there another villain that needs our intervention? Wukong inquired, puzzled. Not quite. I have noticed that you have been cooped up in the gravity chamber for too long. While immense strength is essential for cultivation, it is equally important to possess a wealth of combat experience to become an exceptional warrior. Therefore, I intend to take you to train with King Kai for a while to enhance your combat skills, Son Wuyuan stated with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong was so exhilarated that he nearly leapt from his feet. It had been quite some time since he last sparred with his elder brother, the last occasion being on Namek. Splendid. During the training, dear brother, please do not hold back. I implore you to exert your utmost strength. I yearn to discern the extent of our disparity. Son Wuyuan, throughout my life, you are the only one who has ever made such a request of me. Wukong, I shall certainly fulfill this modest request of yours. Rest assured, I know my limits. Place your hand upon my shoulder, and I shall lead you to the North King Star. Let us proceed. Wuyuan, Wukong, what brings you to my abode once more? The North King inquired, perplexed. Fear not, we have not come merely for a meal, esteemed king. Wukong, let us begin. In unison, they propelled themselves off the ground with tremendous force, their fists colliding in a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Son Wukong, taking advantage of the moment, executed a left-footed kick. Wukong raised his knee to block. His body propelled backward as if in flight. In that instant, Son Wuyuan unleashed a ki wave directed towards the soaring Wukong. Just as the ki wave was about to collide with Wukong's form, he forcefully swung his arm, sending it careening beyond the boundaries of King Kai's planet. Seizing the opportunity in Wukong's momentary vulnerability, Son Wuyuan swiftly teleported behind him and delivered a resounding slap to the center of Son Wukong's forehead. Son Wukong was propelled into the soil of King Kai's planet like a bullet, stirring up clouds of dust. The battle had yet to conclude. Yet Son Wuyuan could sense a surge of energy rapidly escalating. This was perhaps the entirety of Wukong's power in his natural state. Indeed, Wukong proved to be quite effective. The absorption rate of the energy from the fruit of the spiritual tree within me had noticeably increased. As the conflict between Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong persisted, the surface of King Kai's planet became riddled with numerous craters, both large and small. The North Kai and his pet gorilla Baburus, along with Gregory, scuttled about the ground, occasionally caught in the explosion of a stray energy wave that knocked them off their feet. "You too, cease at once. At this rate, you will obliterate my planet," the North Kai shouted in exasperation. However, the combat between Son Wuyuan and Wukong had only reached its zenith, and there was no indication they would halt. Especially since the North Kai possessed the ability to restore his planet. As long as it did not explode, all was well. Tenfold King Fist. Wukong's white aura transformed into a vivid red. The North Kai was taken aback. How formidable. Wukong had managed to employ the Tenfold King Fist, far exceeding my expectations. I had previously assumed that the Triple King Fist was the utmost limit of human endurance. Perhaps my King Fist will flourish in the hands of this foolish lad, huh? Yet, Son Wuyuan, lacking the ability to utilize the King Fist, effortlessly withstood Wukong's onslaught. If he could also wield the Tenfold King Fist, then even Frisia and the strongest of foes, such as Shrag and the mightiest Kula, might not stand a chance against him. Alas, Wuyuan did not possess Wukong's robust scion physique, rendering him incapable of harnessing the Tenfold King Fist. As the energy from the spirit tree's fruit was nearly depleted, Wukong exclaimed, "Big brother, please, not yet. I haven't had my fill of fighting." Just as he uttered his final word, a familiar hand struck him in a well-known spot. And once again, Wukong succumbed to unconsciousness. "My apologies, Wukong. I am aware of your desire to continue, but I, your elder brother, must consume a fruit from the spirit tree and ascertain the extent to which it enhances my combat prowess. Rest assured, I shall awaken you shortly. And I shall not relent until you are utterly exhausted, for there is great satisfaction in besting my own brother." Son Wukong activated the enhanced power detector created by Bulma, only to discover that his combat power had inexplicably surged by 2 million. How astonishing! The energy contained within a single fruit of the spirit tree was indeed monumental. How much energy had Dales and the others squandered by consuming the spirit tree's fruits? Although the energy exceeded his expectations, he was reminded that these fruits were born from the life force of an entire planet. His efficiency in harnessing the fruit's energy was remarkably high. Yet he couldn't help but wonder if his body would reject it, potentially diminishing the fruit's effects. Chapter 44. Wukong in the Pit, telling jokes half an hour later. Wukong awakened from his stupor, rubbing the spot on his head where he had been struck. "Brother, could you refrain from hitting me on the back of the head next time? Grandpa says that hitting there can make a person foolish." I'll make an effort to aim better next time. Don't worry, I wouldn't want to trick you again. I'm all set now. Wukong, do you wish to continue?" "This time, brother, you absolutely must not hit me on the back of the head again," Wukong said with evident concern. Son Wuyuan consented to refrain from striking the back of his head, determining that controlling his strength and substituting a slap with a fist would suffice. He mused quietly to himself. This time, Son Wukong did not gradually escalate his strength in their confrontation, but instead unleashed the full might of the Tenfold Kaioken. Observing the precarious situation, King Kai of the North hastily interjected, urging, "You too, cease this at once. Desist from your clash, or my King Kai planet shall be reduced to ruins." The roof of his modest abode was gone, leaving only about a meter of wall standing. And the solitary fruit tree on the planet had succumbed to the chaos. Although his voice resonated loudly, the tumultuous sound waves generated by the fierce battle between Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong drowned out his pleas. Immersed in their fierce struggle, they remained oblivious to King Kai's admonitions. By the end of the day, Son Wuyuan had expended 5 spirit tree fruits, while Wukong, battered and bruised, bore a face that was nearly unrecognizable to his elder brother, save for the unmistakable fact that he was indeed his younger sibling, Son Wukong. Son Wukong lay face down in a pit, his body covered in wounds, unable to rise. "Wuyuan, your strikes were excessively harsh. Given the current state, it seems he will require at least a month to recuperate." Was it not merely a sparring session? Why did you both take it so seriously, inflicting such severe damage? The king of the northern realm spoke with a heavy heart, lamenting the devastation wrought upon his domain by the two, while also bearing the burden of concern for their well-being. Son Wuyuan shrugged his shoulders, expressing a sense of innocence and helplessness as he spoke. Lord King of the North, you are well aware of Goku's character. He is incredibly stubborn and a natural-born warrior, unwilling to relent easily. Although he is currently gravely injured and unconscious, it is not a significant issue. Scions possess remarkable resilience and can endure tremendous punishment. You seem unfazed by Goku's condition. I wonder whether it is fortunate or unfortunate for him to have you as an elder brother. Would you prefer to send Goku to Namek for recovery or back to Earth? The North King inquired. Having me as a brother is undoubtedly a stroke of luck for Goku. I have always considered his well-being since childhood, Wuyuan replied. We intend to train here under your guidance for an extended period and will not be departing from King Kai's planet for the time being. As for Goku's injuries, it is a trivial matter. Have you forgotten that I possess the magical beans? Son Wuyuan grinned. At that moment, Goku was lying in a pit somewhere. Ah, you reminded me. I had almost forgotten about the existence of those precious beans on Earth. Yet, Goku is truly an anomaly. Having overseen the North Galaxy for many years, I have never encountered a scion as kind-hearted and composed as he is. The typical demeanor of a scion tends to be ferocious and ruthless, sighed the North King. Son Wuyuan remarked with curiosity, have I not mentioned this to you before? Indeed, before reaching the tender age of 1. Wukong exhibited an exceedingly tempestuous temperament and possessed an affinity for biting. One fateful day, shortly after his first birthday, while my grandfather escorted us along a mountainous path that traversed a perilous cliff, Wukong managed to escape from his carrying basket and plummeted into the abyss below, striking his head against a rock. It took a considerable duration for him to recuperate, after which his disposition markedly improved. Wukong remained in a pit, still in slumber. So this is how it transpired. I wonder, esteemed King Kai, how much insight you possess regarding the Scion race. While Son Wuyuan was quite knowledgeable about Scions, he was eager to uncover any clandestine truths that he might be unaware of. The Scions, you say? My understanding is somewhat limited. In antiquity, Planet Vegeta was known as Planet Zephyr, inhabited by two distinct races, the Zephyrians and the Scions. The Zephyrians boasted advanced technological civilization, whereas the Scions were rather primitive and savage. Yet, in the ensuing conflict between the two races, it was the Scions who emerged victorious, annihilating every last Zephyrian and renaming Planet Zephyr to Planet Vegeta. Wukong remained in that pit for over half an hour before vanishing, and King Kai imparted to Son Wuyuan all that he knew. In truth, Son Wuyuan was already aware of this information, including the account that the destruction of Planet Vegeta was precipitated by the divine being's wrath over the Scion's atrocities, which summoned a meteor shower that led to the planet's demise. Son Wuyuan mused to himself. It appears that the North Kai's understanding of the Scions is quite limited. He does not even know that Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, not by a deity. Suddenly, the North Kai exclaimed, Wuyuan, have we forgotten something? It seems we are missing something. Goku, it seems we neglected to tend to his injuries. Son Wuyuan sighed internally. Goku, it seems that in crucial moments, it is I, your elder brother, who remains reliable. Only I remembered your grievous wounds. The North Kai is utterly absurd. Wuyuan, you are truly unreliable. You could forget that your younger brother is lying in a pit. Poor Goku. To have such a negligent elder brother. North Kai, you are also Goku's mentor. How could you forget? Yet, I still recall. Goku's fingers twitched as he slowly opened his eyes, struggling to crawl out of the pit. He saw his brother engaged in a heated discussion with the North Kai and staggered over. Wow, my dear brother, you have awakened. Here, take this, a senzu bean. As a senzu bean entered his stomach, he realized, your life is in your own hands, not in the hands of fate. Son Wuyuan observed Goku's face, which was becoming quite swollen, and spoke somewhat sheepishly. After consuming a senzu bean, Goku was instantly revitalized, joyfully gesturing to the air. Gurgle, gurgle, I am so hungry. Big brother, North Kai, do you have any food? Goku looked eagerly at Son Wuyuan and the North Kai. North Kai, I entrust the matter of our meal to you. What? Wuyuan, you are wreaking havoc on my Kai planet, and yet I must provide you with sustenance? Did you not bring any food? The North Kai replied, displeased. Given the haste with which Goku and I arrived, there was no time to prepare food. Son Wuyuan implored. North Kai, you are so magnanimous and amiable. Surely you would not let us go hungry, would you? However, my food supplies are indeed quite limited, and Goku's appetite is enormous. How about this, for one meal? I will tell you a joke, if that is acceptable? Son Wuyuan said, feeling a pang of regret. Deal. Quickly, tell me a joke while I prepare your food. My sense of humor is quite discerning, so do not attempt to amuse me with trivial humor. Son Wuyuan could barely contain his laughter. I have never encountered anyone with a sense of humor as lacking as yours, King of the North. Listen carefully, Your Majesty. Once there was a eunuch. The King of the North, bewildered, interjected, "That's just 7 words. Where is the joke in that?" He then inquired, "What follows?" "There is nothing more." "What? That's it?" Not amusing in the slightest. The King of the North felt that Wuyuan was teasing him. "Your Majesty, think about it. Once there was a eunuch. Hence, there's nothing beneath." Upon hearing Son Wuyuan's clarification, the King of the North remained in stunned silence for a moment before erupting into hearty laughter. Chapter 45. A surge in power, a first glimpse of new life. Ha ha. That's it. The King of the North's laughter resonated across the entire planet as he doubled over, kicking his legs and slapping the ground in delight. "Brother, when will the King of the North finish laughing? I am quite famished. Do you have anything to eat? I can hardly hold on any longer." Was your joke truly that explosive? The King of the North has been laughing for so long without stopping. I, too, am perplexed. How can such a brief jest elicit such prolonged laughter from Your Majesty? I have some jerky here. Allow me to offer you some to ease your hunger. A small bag of jerky, though not substantial, weighed only 2 or 3 pounds. Son Wukong stuffed the jerky into his mouth, and after a moment of chewing, it was swallowed down. "Brother, what kind of jerky is this? It tastes fantastic. How come I've never had it before?" "It's field mouse jerky." Son Wuyuan observed Wukong's reaction and noted that he displayed neither shock nor disgust, which reassured him that his concerns were unwarranted. Wukong was not picky about his food. "Hey, why is the North Kai still laughing? This won't do. When will we get to eat? Look over there. A Frisia is appearing in the sky." Son Wuyuan exclaimed dramatically. The North Kai's laughter suddenly caught in his throat, and he halted, his expression shifting as he followed the direction of Son Wuyuan's finger. All he saw was the tail of a serpent and golden clouds. There was no sign of Frisia. Indeed, this was his domain, King Kai's planet. And it was unlikely that Frisia would just appear here. Why was Wuyuan making such a jest, frightening a deity? The North Kai's breathing quickened slightly as he placed his right hand on his chest and exhaled deeply. Son Wukong teasingly remarked, "Isn't it merely a diminutive member of the Frozen Demon clan? It is truly remarkable, astonishing even, that our esteemed king of the realm, who commands the advanced deities of the northern galaxy, is so apprehensive." He produced a packet of spicy strips and offered it, saying, "Here, esteemed king. Indulge in these spicy treats to alleviate your fright. With both Goku and I by your side, we need not fear even if Frisia were to appear. Let us see whether we can vanquish him." Son Wukong exuberantly declared, "I must say, the sensation of putting on an act before the divine is simply exhilarating. As for Frisia, that is merely a growth challenge for Goku, a mere experience to be gained, and does not significantly concern him. However, should Frisia truly descend upon Earth to cause turmoil, there is little left to discuss. This aged trickster, who resorts to underhanded tactics when faced with defeat, could be swiftly vanquished with a powerful strike." Son Wuyuan harbored a profound envy for the longevity of the Frozen Demon clan. After all, Frisia had lived for centuries and still frequently occupied a baby carriage, his lifespan rivaling that of a tortoise. After savoring some spicy strips, King Kai of the North regained his composure, avoiding any display of excessive surprise or joy. "Wuyuan, my lad, please refrain from such jests in the future. I fear you may one day frighten me into a heart attack." He chuckled. "I have yet to hear of a deity afflicted with heart disease." With a satisfied sigh, Goku lay sprawled on the grass after their meal, surrounded by a heap of empty bowls. Meanwhile, King Kai was laboriously constructing a wall brick by brick. "My lord, why not utilize your powers to complete this task effortlessly? Why go through such trouble? You are still young and fail to grasp the inherent joy in such endeavors." "Fail to understand? I believe it is simply that you, King Kai, have too much time on your hands and seek trivial pursuits to occupy yourself. What joy can be derived from that?" Son Wuyuan and his companion did not train for an extended period under the North King. After consuming 160 fruits from the spirit tree and training for a little over 10 days, they departed. During this time, his strength surged remarkably, accumulating an increase of over 200 million in battle power, culminating in a total of more than 316 million after assessment. It became evident that not every fruit from the spirit tree could enhance his power by 2 million. He speculated 2 potential reasons. First, his body might have developed a resistance akin to drug resistance, causing it to reject certain energy-carrying substances within the spirit tree fruits, leading to the expulsion of that energy from his system. Second, the fruits might possess a small amount of mysterious, unknown energy that could improve and enhance his physique. The human body could be viewed as a vessel for energy, and enhancing one's physique would entail expanding the vessel's capacity, which became increasingly challenging as his power grew. Of course, he was uncertain of the true cause. It appeared that his plan to rapidly augment his strength through the spirit tree fruits had failed. He even contemplated making a wish to the dragon for an endless supply of these fruits. With a battle power of over 316 million, not accounting for the Kaioken, he believed this strength would suffice for a considerable time. In the year 756 of the A.D. era, Goku's power growth had begun to slow. Yet he was nearing the normalized battle strength of 3 million. As for Son Wuyuan, his power enhancement remained relatively steady, devoid of any bottlenecks. But neither did he experience any explosive growth. In April, Son Wuyuan visited Namek to check on the progress of the family caretaker, Piccolo. He wondered if Piccolo had any intentions of returning to Earth. This matter required his attention. He feared that if Piccolo became too content on Namek, the caretaker situation would be jeopardized. Piccolo's father, King Piccolo, had perished at the hands of Goku, and many of his memories and hatred had been passed down to Piccolo. Even if Piccolo had shed his malevolence on Namek, he would still likely seek a confrontation with Goku. Son Wuyuan, what brings you to Namek? Inquired Nail, stationed outside the elder's abode. Nothing of great importance. Just came to pay a visit to the elder and see how that little rascal Piccolo is faring. It's been years, and I find myself missing him, Son Wuyuan replied. By the way, Nail, his name is indeed Piccolo, right? Nail nodded and led Son Wuyuan to meet the elder. Before long, he beheld the elder, as steadfast as ever, seated comfortably in a large chair. Beside him stood a green-skinned Namekian towering over 2 meters in height. Piccolo had indeed grown remarkably. In 3 years, Goku had grown from 1 meters to nearly 8 meters, while Piccolo had expanded from an egg to a staggering 2 meters. One could only wonder what kind of hormones he had consumed to achieve such rapid growth. Was it true that Namekians could perform photosynthesis simply by drinking water? Could hydration facilitate such extraordinary growth? Greetings, Elder. I hope you are in good health. Son Wuyuan smiled in greeting. Wuyuan, you have arrived. Thanks to your blessings. My health is quite robust, the esteemed elder remarked with a twinkle in his eye. At that moment, Big stepped forward and addressed Son Wuyuan, saying, Your aura feels remarkably familiar to me. Son Wuyuan rolled his eyes, recalling the time when he held you for a long duration while you were still an underdeveloped egg, and then sent you to Namek to complete your innate abilities. Chapter 46. Patiently guiding Piccolo, do you truly find my aura familiar? Son Wuyuan inquired earnestly of Piccolo, who nodded in response. Piccolo, deep in thought, remarked, This is likely due to the fact that we belong to the same kind. Your Namekian people are a notably benevolent race, and I too possess a gentle demeanor, which is why you experience that sense of DJVU. In the vernacular of our homeland, it is akin to finding one's kin. He was uncertain how much Piccolo believed him, yet after this exchange, Son Wuyuan felt an overwhelming sense of kindness within himself, akin to someone who would tread lightly to avoid harming even the smallest of creatures, embodying the notion of cherishing moths that flutter towards a flame. Indeed, I travel using instantaneous movement or flight techniques, never stepping on ants, and in my home, I utilize electric lights that spare moths from their demise. I am truly benevolent. Piccolo, who had yet to venture beyond his sheltered existence, was momentarily taken aback by Son Wuyuan's reasoning, which seemed sound, albeit with a vague sense that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was. By the way, Piccolo, are you training and learning alongside the elder? Son Wuyuan asked Piccolo. With a cool expression, Piccolo replied, shortly after my birth, I began studying and training under the elder. Piccolo is an exceptionally gifted and martial-minded Namekian warrior. If he were to reunite with the celestial beings of Earth, he would once again possess the extraordinary talents of a super Namekian, significantly amplifying his strength. Piccolo, this time, you should accompany him to Earth. I know you are eager to spar with Son Wukong. The elder sighed. Piccolo felt a sense of confusion. Namek was his homeland, and the elders had treated him with great kindness. Here, he felt a sense of belonging and warmth, having fully integrated into Namekian life over the past 3 years. The desire to visit Earth could be seen as an obsession left by his father, the Demon King Piccolo. The ambitions of vengeance and domination over Earth had long since been relinquished, yet the urge to confront Son Wukong remained. Regardless of the outcome, he felt compelled to go. Otherwise, he sensed an insurmountable hurdle before him. Piccolo nodded silently. Observing this, the elder turned to Son Wuyuan and said, I entrust you with the matter concerning this child Piccolo. A trip to Earth is a trivial affair. I have constructed a villa with ample rooms. When the time comes, let him choose one to reside in. With me around, there will be no unexpected occurrences, so rest assured, elder. Son Wuyuan confidently patted his chest and assured, hee. The Son family's caretaker is already in position. Now, it's time for Grandpa to urge Wukong to marry. After all, he had initiated preparations a few years ago. And now that Wukong is grown up, it's time for him to wed Chi-Chi. I will find a way to encourage Wukong to have several offspring. So when the time comes, a host of nephews and nieces will emerge, ensuring that we need not worry about gathering enough righteous scions to assist Wukong in transforming into a super scion god. Moreover, I must nurture Wukong's firstborn son. Having bid farewell to the Grand Elder of Namek, Son Wuyuan instantaneously transported himself back to Baozi Mountain. Piccolo stood with his arms crossed, his posture rigid, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Is this your home? I forgot to ask, what is your name? Piccolo inquired. My name is Wuyuan. Derived from the phrase, the path of enlightenment leads to lofty heights. Oh, and one more thing. My surname is Son. Son Wuyuan replied with a cheerful smile. Piccolo murmured to himself. Wuyuan, Son Wuyuan, wait, that sounds remarkably similar to Son Wukong's name. Is there an ominous premonition rising within me? This journey to Earth seems rather hasty. Do you know Son Wukong? Piccolo asked, his voice tense. You mean Wukong? He is my brother, and his strength far surpasses yours. However, you are quite formidable yourself, having achieved such power in merely 3 years. I recall that at the age of 3, my strength was but a fraction of yours. Son Wuyuan said with a smile that hinted at amusement. Upon hearing this, Piccolo felt his heart leap into his throat, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. I knew his presence felt eerily familiar. Son Wukong was present when my father was slain, claiming to be a kind-hearted individual. What a deceiver. I was far too young and naive. Observing Piccolo's anxious demeanor, with his energy escalating, Son Wuyuan nearly burst into laughter. Do not be so tense. We are not enemies. The Grand Elder entrusted you to me, and even if you do not trust me, can you not trust the esteemed Elder who has guided you through your deficiencies? Do you truly believe the Grand Elder would harm you? Son Wuyuan asked. Gazing into Piccolo's eyes, Piccolo instinctively shook his head. Even if he were to believe in the annihilation of the universe, he could never accept that the Grand Elder wished him harm. There's a reason the Grand Elder entrusted you to me. So your trust in me is fundamentally the same as your trust in him. Relax, contain your energy. I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. Most importantly, my strength far exceeds yours. If I truly had such intentions, your resistance would be futile. As he spoke, Son Wuyuan deliberately emanated a portion of his energy, leaving Piccolo speechless, drenched in sweat. Once Son Wuyuan retracted his aura, Piccolo appeared utterly drained, gasping for breath. Son Wuyuan cast a glance at Piccolo, noting how profusely he was sweating. Had the Namekian been composed of water? It was indeed a possibility. For Piccolo subsisted solely on water and had grown over 2 meters tall in merely 3 years, resembling something crafted from the very substance itself. Meanwhile, Goku was diligently training within the gravity chamber. Piccolo, do you intend to seek out Goku for a confrontation? Son Wuyuan mused internally. Ah, Goku. I have located the caretaker for your future offspring. Whether he remains depends on your prowess. Piccolo's strength was not to be underestimated. The Elder had not only rectified his inherent deficiencies but had also unlocked his latent potential, with a battle power of 380,000 detected by Son Wuyuan's scouter. Piccolo felt a surge of pride at the mention of a beating. He turned his face away, driven by an indomitable spirit, vowing that one day he would surpass these 2 brothers and deliver them a thorough thrashing. Yet, at present, he recognized he was no match for either of them. He sensed Goku's formidable aura nearby. Though not as vast and potent as Son Wuyuan's, it was undeniably stronger than his own full capacity. Uncertainty lingered whether that was Goku's complete strength, but one thing was certain, he stood no chance against him. Inside the gravity chamber, Goku indeed refrained from unleashing his full power. He simply allowed his aura to emanate naturally without restraint. No rush, take your time. First, select a room to settle in. When you have the opportunity, seek out Goku for some sparring. I will ensure he regulates his strength so that your powers are comparable during your practice. Training is not solely about meditative enhancement. Combat skills and experience are equally vital. Furthermore, if time permits, you might explore Earth's cultural knowledge. The commonalities and differences between our civilizations could elevate your mindset. What Son Wuyuan truly wished to convey was that as the future caretaker of the Sun family, one must possess not only formidable strength but also avoid becoming a casualty of a 9-year compulsory education system. Seeing the wisdom in Son Wuyuan's words, and out of respect and trust for the elder, Piccolo gradually lowered his guard against him. Chapter 47. Arranging Goku and Chi-Chi's marriage in the Heavenly Temple. Yamcha exclaimed with great excitement. After 3 years, the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence again. Tien, this time, claiming the championship will not be so simple. Heh. Tien, possessing a nature starkly different from Yamcha's, remained taciturn, devoted to martial arts, and fiercely proud. He did not respond verbally but clenched his fists in determination. Yamcha, you are celebrating too soon. Do not forget Goku and Master Son Wuyuan. While our strength has undeniably progressed significantly, do you recall the magnitude by which their battle power surpassed ours 3 years ago? It was at least 10,000 times. After 3 years, do you truly believe our strength has increased by that same factor? Moreover, that was 3 years ago. I cannot conceive that Master Son Wuyuan and the others have remained stagnant during this time. Observing Yamcha's exuberance, Krilin could not help but speak up. Yamcha's smile froze upon his face. A 10,000-fold increase. Such a substantial enhancement is hardly feasible. He estimated that his relentless training over the past 3 years had yielded perhaps a 10-fold improvement. Krilin, they likely have lost interest in the World Martial Arts Tournament. They did not participate 3 years ago, and the champion of this year's tournament should be contested among the 4 of us. Yamcha said awkwardly. It is noteworthy that during his training under Master Mateto, Tenshinhan caught the eye of the golden-haired Launch, who frequently went to great lengths to procure delectable food for Tenshinhan's recovery. Even after Tenshinhan ascended the Korin Tower with dumplings in tow, Launch's attempts to join him in her plane proved futile, yet she stubbornly camped beneath the tower. Unfortunately, Tenshinhan, being a martial arts enthusiast, deliberately avoided Launch. On the peak of Baozi Mountain, Piccolo had sought out Goku for sparring sessions over the past month, which allowed him to gain a clearer understanding of the vast disparity in strength between himself and Son Goku. He also trained alongside Goku in the gravity chamber. Though the effectiveness of this training was of little concern to Son Goku, who left all matters regarding Piccolo to him, allowing their complex relationship to evolve freely. On the morning of May 6th, during breakfast, Son Gohan inquired of Goku, Goku, today marks the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Do you have any interest in participating? Are you asking me to go? Goku replied, his cheeks full, his words somewhat garbled. Goku, please swallow your food before speaking. There are no formidable opponents on Earth. It would be somewhat unfair for me to participate. Son Gohan remarked, rubbing his temples. Then I shan't go either. Goku replied decisively. With Goku opting out of the tournament, the chance for him and Chi-Chi to meet on the arena vanished, leaving Son Gohan to ponder when his beloved nephew would finally make his entrance into the world. After their meal, Son Gohan approached his grandfather, Son Goku, and upon mentioning the idea, his grandfather enthusiastically raised both hands in agreement. Subsequently, unbeknownst to Goku, the grandfather and grandson duo sought out the Ox King to discuss Goku and Chi-Chi's impending union. Upon hearing that she would be taken to meet Goku, Chi-Chi immediately consented. Though her expression was a tapestry of emotions, surprise, anger, and a deep-seated resentment all mingling beautifully, making it difficult to fathom how she managed to convey such a complex array of feelings on her face. The 4 of them swiftly arrived at Baozi Mountain, and Son Gohan bellowed, Goku, cease your training for a moment and come out. I have a grand surprise for you. A surprise? Has my brother conjured up some delightful food again? Goku speculated. Upon emerging, Goku saw no trace of food, and Piccolo followed closely behind, having exited the gravity chamber. Brother, what do you need from me? Wukong, filled with curiosity, inquired, Chi-Chi, you and I shall reminisce for a while. We will step aside to avoid interrupting your conversation. Now, my grandfather and I shall make preparations for the wedding we are to host for you tomorrow. Piccolo, you too shall accompany us. Wukong, you will remain here and engage Chi-Chi in a pleasant conversation. Do not dare to intimidate her, understood? Wukong, scratching the back of his head in confusion, pondered. Why must I stay behind? Doyuan, are we truly all right to leave in this manner? Do not worry, grandfather, there will be no issues. I shall patiently await your return. Son Wuyuan, Piccolo, the Bull Demon King, and Grandpa Son Wufan peered over the wall, observing Son Wukong and Chi-Chi outside. Soon, they saw Chi-Chi bashfully approach Wukong. Smiling as she said, Son Wukong blinked his innocent, wide eyes and replied, "Who are you?" The ungrateful celestial lord had indeed led Wukong to completely forget his future bride, leaving Son Wuyuan uncertain about the unfolding situation. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Chi-Chi's brows furrowed. Her silver teeth clenched. Even from a distance, Son Wuyuan could sense the fury emanating from her. With a ferocious roar, she exclaimed, "Baka!" Even the formidable Wukong was taken aback, instinctively leaning backward, truly a woman capable of overpowering Wukong. Boring. Piccolo remarked dismissively, leaving behind a cool silhouette for the three of them. Wukong, sweating nervously, earnestly stated, "But I really don't recognize you." Chi-Chi nearly erupted in anger, but noticed the three heads peering over the wall and restrained herself. "I am Chi-Chi. You remember the incident at Flaming Mountain, right?" Only then did Wukong recall, astonished, "Chi-Chi, I remembered you as a boy. But how have you transformed into a girl? Your chest didn't have such ample curves before. Can a boy truly become a girl? But my brother never mentioned this. It's quite perplexing. Baka Yaru, you fool, I was just younger back then." Chi-Chi shouted, her face flushed. Hearing Wukong's words, Son Wukong, his grandfather's Son Wufan, and the Bull Demon King were nearly struck by lightning, almost tumbling off the wall. At this moment, Son Wuyuan inquired of his grandfather, "Grandfather, did you not impart this knowledge to Wukong? He has always been by your side, growing and cultivating under your guidance. I thought you would have taught him. Why have Wukong and Chi-Chi suddenly come to blows? Should we intervene?" Grandfather's Son Gohan expressed his concern. "Fear not, grandfather. They have not seen each other in a long time and are merely caught up in their emotions. Moreover, Wukong is exercising restraint in his actions. A trivial misunderstanding has arisen between the young couple. They shall soon resolve it. As the saying goes, couples may quarrel at the head of the bed but reconcile at the foot. It is best that we do not involve ourselves, lest we complicate matters further." With that, Son Wuyuan confidently exited the courtyard, retrieving 3 small stools and a tea table. He brewed a pot of tea and laid out a feast of watermelon, cantaloupe, peanuts, and sunflower seeds. "Grandfather and Uncle Bull Demon, do not linger by the wall. Come down and join us for tea, a bite to eat, and some conversation. We might as well arrange matters for the young couple's wedding," Son Wuyuan said with an air of authority. Chapter 48. Sharing melons and notifying Krilin and others observing Wukong being pursued and struck by Chi-Chi, who was relentless in her assault, while he merely dodged and occasionally blocked. Son Wuyuan thought to himself, "Wukong seems to lack resolve. He cannot even defend himself before marriage. Once wed, he will undoubtedly find himself in a subordinate position within the household. How tragic. After the birth of your nephew, his status will be undeniable. There is no escaping it. He will have to follow in your elder brother's footsteps, such is the origin of familial authority." Time passed, and Chi-Chi, panting and exhausted, could no longer continue her vigorous pursuit of Wukong. Conversely, Wukong remained calm and composed, barely breaking a sweat. With a petite frame like Chi-Chi's, even 10 or 8 of her could not hope to tire him. Although Wukong initially believed that marriage was merely about sharing meals, he had inadvertently promised Chi-Chi that he would marry her when they grew up. Despite this vague agreement, upon realizing that marriage entailed a deeper commitment than he had imagined, he resolved to fulfill his promise. "Look, grandfather, there have been a few bumps along the way, yet overall, everything has progressed smoothly. Wukong and Chi-Chi have concluded their matters. We can now prepare for their wedding," Son Wuyuan remarked as he observed Chi-Chi, smiling brightly as she linked her arms with Wukong. Grandfather Son Gohan, wearing a contented smile, took a sip of tea and asked with a grin, "Wuyuan, now that Wukong's marriage is settled, when do you and that girl named Bulma plan to tie the knot?" Son Wuyuan's hand, poised to bring a sunflower seed to his lips, became rigid. "Isn't it more prudent for us to discuss Wukong's matrimonial affairs? Why divert the conversation towards me?" He observed Wukong, Chi-Chi, and the Bull Demon King simultaneously grasping a handful of seeds to crack open. "Grandfather, although my relationship with Bulma has flourished splendidly, I believe we are not yet at the juncture of discussing marriage. Much like fine wine, it requires further maturation. This matter is indeed a case of haste making waste. Emotions cannot be rushed. Rest assured, grandfather, I am well aware of my feelings." Son Wuyuan spoke ambiguously, evading the crux of the topic. "Though I am uncertain of your thoughts, it is evident that the young lady harbors affection for you. During the years you spent in training, she frequently journeyed all the way to Baozi Mountain to inquire about your well-being, the grandfather remarked earnestly. Since you have intentions, I hope you will consider marrying her soon. After all, you are Wukong's elder brother. Sun Wuyuan nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, realizing now that his grandfather possessed quite the eloquence. Elder brother, we have finished the sunflower seeds, and they hardly suffice as a meal. When shall we dine? Wukong inquired, clutching his growling stomach after observing his brother's conversation with their grandfather. Sun Wukong first visited Master Rashi, who was taken aback by the news. Is Wukong truly to be wed so soon? And to whom is he marrying? It is the daughter of the bull demon king, Chi-Chi. Master Rashi recalled the fiery girl from years past. How swiftly time has passed. He hoped that her spirited nature would be something Wukong could endure. He remembered the time when Wukong brought Chi-Chi to borrow the banana fan, only for her to strike him on the forehead. The date of Wukong and Chi-Chi's wedding is set for May 8th, which is merely 2 days away. I shall come to fetch you then, Son Wuyuan declared before vanishing from Kame House in an instant. With a sigh, Master Rashi mused, this lad truly comes and goes like a wisp of smoke. He then reclined back in his chair, retrieved a magazine, and occasionally let out a hearty laugh, his nostrils flaring with amusement. Son Wuyuan arrived at the Celestial Temple, startling Krilin, Yamchu, Tien, and Chaozu, who were taken aback by his sudden appearance. Hello, everyone. It's been a while, Mr. Popo. Son Wuyuan greeted the assembly at the temple. Master Wuyuan, are you here to train at the Celestial Temple as well? Krilin inquired excitedly. No. Goku is getting married the day after tomorrow. If you all are free, you are warmly invited to Baozi Mountain to celebrate Goku-'s wedding. Son Wuyuan responded with a smile. What? Yamcha and Krilin exclaimed in surprise. The seemingly simple-minded Goku was getting married so soon? Perhaps they had underestimated him. He had been more capable than they realized. Master Wuyuan, may I ask how strong you and Goku are now? Krilin had always been curious about this and could no longer contain his eagerness to find out. Yamcha and Tien also leaned in, their curiosity matching that of Krilin. Krilin, it might be better if you remain unaware. I fear it may dampen your spirits. Are you truly certain you wish for me to disclose this? Son Wuyuan raised an eyebrow. Krilin swallowed hard, his confidence wavering. Please, I genuinely want to understand the extent of our disparity. Since you insist, I shall be frank. Goku's battle power is nearly 3 million, and mine is just a tad over 300 million, Son Wuyuan stated nonchalantly. What? 3 Yamcha, Krilin? And Tien were utterly flabbergasted. Goku possessed a battle power of 3 million, while Son Wuyuan's was an astounding 300 million, a disparity far greater than they had imagined. Yamcha, reluctant to accept this reality, asked, Wuyuan, could you measure our current battle powers? Certainly. Here, take this battle detector and see for yourselves. Son Wuyuan handed over the device. Krilin donned the battle detector, only to see it display 0. Is the detector malfunctioning? Why does it show 0 battle power? Son Wuyuan slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I apologize. I forgot that you cannot utilize that combat power detector yet. Here, take this instead. He retrieved a combat power detector from his possession, one that measured in the tens of thousands, and handed Clint another that measured in single units. Clint regarded Son Wuyuan with a hint of skepticism, pondering whether his elder brother had genuinely forgotten or was merely feigning ignorance. After all, he remembered that Son Wuyuan possessed an excellent memory and was unlikely to make such a trivial mistake. 1357, is this truly my current combat power? It seems that Master Wuyuan's power exceeds my own by more than 10,000 times. Clint lamented. Clint, let us measure our combat powers as well. Oh, Yamucha, your power is 1246. Tien Shinhan, your power is 1487. Kaiatsu, your power is 876. Clint instinctively glanced at Son Wuyuan, and suddenly the detector erupted with a loud bang. Clint, this is an outdated combat power detector with a maximum limit of 1 million. If you exceed that limit, it will explode. Why would you test me? Huh? What a surprise. I merely reacted instinctively. Clint scratched his shiny bald head in a hurry to explain. Then he realized that Master Wuyuan usually concealed his entire aura. Theoretically, the detector should not register any power and certainly should not explode. Clint scrutinized Son Wuyuan, who was looking at him with a smile that was both enigmatic and familiar. It reminded him of the times early in his training with Master Wutian when Wuyuan would find various excuses to tap his forehead with that same amused expression. Reflexively, he took a few steps back, causing Son Wuyuan to blink in surprise. Why are you retreating, Clint? My smile is so radiant and heartwarming. Chapter 49. Drinking and Playing Games. An unexpected turn of events after departing from the Heavenly Temple. Son Wuyuan hesitated before making his way to Bulma's residence, hoping that his fears would not materialize. "Ah, Wuyuan, are you here to see Bulma?" Mrs. Briefs warmly greeted him. "Would you like a snack?" "Wow, Wuyuan, you've come," Bulma exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace his arm tightly. The stunning elasticity of her hold, combined with the unique fragrance wafting from her, tantalized his senses. "Bulma, the day after tomorrow, my brother Son Goku and Chi-Chi will be holding their wedding, and I came to invite you both to attend," Son Wuyuan said, feeling somewhat anxious. Dr. Briefs maintained a neutral expression, while Mrs. Briefs continued to smile gracefully. However, Bulma's reaction was markedly more pronounced. "What? Goku is getting married the day after tomorrow?" Bulma was taken aback. Having been involved with Son Wuyuan for over 7 years, they had shared countless moments together, yet had never taken that final step. She had even worried about whether there was some unspoken ailment affecting Wuyuan, but after conducting several examinations herself, she found him to be bursting with vitality. Yet, despite her countless hints, why had Wuyuan never acted on her suggestions? She found herself in a state of confusion. Son Wukong perceived the sorrowful gaze of Bulma, reminiscent of a woman who has languished in solitude for 2 decades. He immediately understood that perhaps he had taken things too far. Well then, perhaps one day he should take the initiative, lest she continue to yearn for his presence. "Indeed, Bulma. Do you recall the girl we encountered 7 years ago while searching for the Dragon Balls at Flame Mountain? Had they not been betrothed at that time? I once thought their youthful antics were mere child's play, yet it seems they are on the verge of marriage," Bulma remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Wukong," Bulma called out with utmost tenderness. Upon hearing this, Son Wuyuan felt a shiver run down his spine. To his astonishment, when had Bulma ever displayed such a gentle and tender side? He had exerted an immense effort to extricate himself from the situation, realizing that he lacked the qualities of a scoundrel. His inherent kindness and sincerity left him pondering how those industrious little bees managed to flit carefreely among the blossoms. Regrettably, had he known he would traverse to another realm, he would have memorized the phrases of a cad. Now, he found himself at a loss. On May 7th, the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced as usual. Son Wuyuan, Son Wukong, and Piccolo abstained from participating, while Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, Krilin, and Yamcha advanced to the semifinals. Tragically, Yamcha once again faced Tianjin Fan in the semifinals, succumbing to him yet again. However, he took solace in having outsmarted Tianjin Fan when he first ascended to the God Temple. Otherwise, he would have faced a continuous string of defeats. Krilin's prowess far surpassed Dumpling's, allowing him to effortlessly reach the finals, where he fought valiantly against Tianjin Fan for 300 rounds, yet ultimately claimed the second position. On May 8th, Goku and Chi-Chi tied the knot. Aside from the mysteriously absent sister, Tais, Bulma's family attended the ceremony. Krilin, Tianjin Fan, and others were also present. And surprisingly, the god, who had remained at the God Temple, descended to partake in the wedding. When Piccolo encountered the god, the two exchanged lingering glances filled with unspoken emotions. Piccolo, to his astonishment, noted that the malevolence he once bore had completely dissipated over the past 3 years. Clad in a flowing white cloak, Piccolo turned his chin slightly, exuding an air of haughty indifference. Bulma found herself entranced by Chi-Chi in her wedding gown, while Son Wuyuan, Yamcha, and Krilin engaged in drinking and a game of rock, paper, scissors. Initially, they had been unfamiliar with the game, but after a single round, they found themselves caught in its allure. Especially Tianjin Fan and Piccolo, who began with reluctance, soon found themselves embroiled in a competitive spirit after losing to Yamcha and Krilin, spiraling into an uncontrollable contest. Yamcha and Krilin, feeling a surge of anxiety, devised a ruse when Yamcha suddenly clutched his stomach and declared a need for the restroom, prompting Krilin to mimic his escape. Consequently, Tianjin Fan and Piccolo faced off against each other, their rock, paper, scissors yielding a stalemate as they exchanged victories. Yet, their proud natures, coupled with strong self-esteem and competitiveness, fueled their relentless rivalry. Son Wuyuan was unaware of the exact quantity of wine consumed by the two, but it was evident that they had begun to speak nonsensically, unable to separate Krilin from Yamcha. Tianjin Fan reeked of alcohol, and to his astonishment, even the normally green face of Bic had turned crimson. Son Wuyuan marveled at this, pondering how Bic, with skin and blood not of a red hue, managed to blush. A group of individuals was thoroughly inebriated, prompting Son Wuyuan to arrange accommodations for them to spend the night, planning to depart the following day. Marriage is truly a hassle. He mused internally, relieved that the busy day had concluded, allowing him the luxury of a restful slumber. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Upon opening it, he found Bulma clad in her pajamas, her breath faintly tinged with the scent of alcohol. Her cheeks flushed, uncertain whether it was due to the drink or thoughts of a more risky nature. Bulma, why are you seeking me out instead of resting in your room? Son Wuyuan inquired, suppressing the restless stirrings within, his tone remarkably calm. Please let me in first. Bulma replied, casting furtive glances around like a thief. Should it not be you asking to enter? Ugh. He reprimanded himself for his wandering thoughts, his mind racing with a surge of activity that almost sent him into a frenzy. Peering outside to ensure no one was watching, he swiftly pulled Bulma into the room and locked the door behind them. Before he could contemplate his next move, he heard Goku's astonished voice. Chi-Chi. If we are to sleep, why are you removing my clothes? Is this what marriage entails? But I don't understand. Big brother, come and teach me. Son Wuyuan covered his face, pondering whether to cry or laugh at having such a brother. As for the matter at hand, he felt powerless. Some things are innate and cannot be taught. Grandfather Son Wufan, still awake in his room, wore a grim expression. He had previously perceived Wukong as rather simple-minded. Yet now it appeared he possessed an element of foolishness. Wuyuan was not fulfilling his duties as an elder brother, having forgotten to impart such significant lessons to Wukong. Mrs. Brief stifled a laugh, remarking on the audacity of today's youth. Bulma cast a peculiar glance at Son Wuyuan, speculating whether he harbored undisclosed flaws. Regardless, pressing matters demanded attention. Just as Son Wuyuan and Bulma were about to delve into serious discussions, an unexpected roar from Wukong reverberated throughout the villa, startling both. Wukong's condition seemed alarming. His power appeared to have surged to 3 million. Bulma, hurry and get dressed. Son Wuyuan's expression shifted to one of concern. This was unforeseen chaos. Bulma, momentarily bewildered, questioned, what did you just say? I'm all in, and you tell me this? Chapter 50. Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan. Sensing Bulma's growing determination, Son Wuyuan hastily clarified, hurry, get dressed. I fear that if we delay, Wukong may demolish the villa. Bulma was perplexed. Why would Wukong destroy the villa? She quickly recalled that his earlier outburst had been quite unusual. You actually killed my brother. I will not let you escape. The entire villa, or rather the entirety of Baozi Mountain, trembled as the shockwave spread in all directions. Son Wuyuan had wished for the earth to be fortified with the dragon of Namek, and he now wondered if the entire planet was quaking violently. The night sky, already dark, deepened into an oppressive gloom, accompanied by flickering bolts of lightning. Residents within the villa awoke in confusion and rushed outside, casting bewildered glances toward Wukong's room. Many ordinary people, roused from their slumber, mistook the commotion for an earthquake. Some fled outdoors, others scrambled under their beds, and a few even leapt from the 5th floor. In an instant, Son Wukong materialized within the confines of his chamber, yet his countenance bore a shade of darkness. What trickery was the dragon Palunja up to? Was it not decreed that it would incite Wukong's fury only when his combat prowess reached 3 million? Why now did Wukong bellow in agony, proclaiming his own demise? In the next moment, Wukong unleashed a torrent of golden light, his aura soaring exponentially, crashing against the ceiling with a resounding boom, obliterating it entirely. Son Wuyuan rubbed his forehead and thought, Wukong, we haven't even celebrated your wedding yet. And you've already demolished most of the roof of your new house along with the villa. Noticing that Chi-Chi was utterly stunned, Son Wuyuan instantaneously appeared behind Wukong and delivered a sharp kick to his backside, sending the bewildered Wukong soaring into the sky with a cry of ah. It seemed that Shenlong Palunga had ensnared Wukong within a fabricated illusion, one in which he was being sacrificed to the heavens. This was Krilin's role, not his own. Son Wuyuan silently reproached the dragon for its overreach. With a thunderous shout, he commanded, Wukong, snap out of it. Wake up. The sound waves resonated so intensely that the ears of old Son Wufan and the others buzzed. Bulma murmured, when did Wuyuan's voice become so powerful? Yet, Wukong did not regain his senses. Instead, his strength surged uncontrollably, his eyes devoid of their usual innocence and purity, now filled with anger and agitation as he glared at Son Wuyuan. What is this? Do you wish to fight your elder brother? Son Wuyuan rolled up his sleeves, seemingly poised to strike. I will kill you. I will kill you. Wukong's furious declaration left Krilin, Yamcha, and the others puzzled. What has gotten into Wukong? His energy is surging, terrifyingly potent. Why has his black hair turned golden? Bulma, do you have any idea what's happening? Krilin inquired. Bulma shook her head and replied, I don't know either. It seems only Wuyuan understands the reason behind this. Shortly after attending Wukong's wedding, the Supreme Kai returned to the Kaioshin realm, leaving without even partaking in the feast. Note, Namekians survive solely on water, but, referencing King Piccolo, it is presumed they can consume food as well. What has happened to Wukong? Such a formidable power. I hope Wuyuan can subdue him, the Supreme Kai thought, beads of sweat trickling down his green skin. Meanwhile, far away on planet King Kai, North Kai began to take notice of the events unfolding on Earth, recalling a legend about the Golden Warrior of the Scions. Indeed, Wukong's condition suggests he has become a Super Scion, a being said to emerge only once every millennium among the Scion race. The legend of the Golden Warrior from the Frozen Demon Clan is, it turns out, a reality. Wukong's strength had now surpassed that of Frieza at full power. It was truly remarkable. North Kai couldn't help but laugh joyfully, while his pet gorilla, Fabulous, stared at him in bewilderment. As Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong engaged in a fierce battle, their rapid collisions in the sky left behind a series of afterimages, rendering their struggle indecipherable to the spectators below. Piccolo gritted his teeth and muttered, Damn it, I never anticipated the disparity would be so vast. The blow was significant for Tien, who was deeply passionate about martial arts, while Krilin, accustomed to the shock, maintained a remarkable composure compared to the others. Chi-Chi gazed anxiously at Wukong, and Son Gohan shared her concern, yet he understood that the prowess of Wuyuan and Wukong far surpassed his own. He felt powerless to assist, and could only hope that Wuyuan could regain control of the situation. Thunderous roars reverberated as Wuyuan effortlessly unleashed a violent assault against Wukong, culminating in a Kamehameha wave. At first, Son Wuyuan remained indifferent, but in the next moment, Son Wukong suddenly appeared just behind his forehead. Good heavens! When did Wukong learn the art of instantaneous movement? If he were to face someone of lesser strength, they would surely be obliterated. Nevertheless, he is still your elder brother. After Son Wuyuan spoke, an overwhelming aura of over 300 million was unleashed without reservation. In an instant, it pushed back Son Wukong's Kamehameha wave, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent Wukong flying. Son Wukong immediately charged forward, showing no restraint as he confronted Wukong. How dare you disturb the night? How dare you refuse to enter the bridal chamber? How dare you not hasten to produce a nephew for me? How dare you rouse your elder brother and sister-in-law from their slumber? How dare you jeopardize my peace with Bulma? Son Wuyuan's movements became increasingly fluid, and his spirits lifted as he engaged in the correct application of technique with his younger brother. This was a conclusion he had meticulously crafted over a decade of exploration. On a rainy day, there was nothing better to do than spar with his brother. He had long since mastered the art of striking, employing finesse in his hits, knowing precisely where to strike and how much force to use to elicit pain in Wukong without causing significant harm to his body. He skillfully avoided all vital points, ensuring that no conspicuous marks were left behind, so that their grandfather would remain oblivious to the proceedings and refrain from reprimanding him. After a considerable time had passed, Wukong could no longer contain himself. Brother, please stop. I concede. He relished the thrill of battle, yet this particular contest, wherein Son Wuyuan's strikes barely grazed him, was frustrating. Moreover, the locations where his brother landed blows were excruciatingly painful. Do not rush, Wukong. I believe you possess substantial untapped potential for receiving punishment. Son Wuyuan nearly burst into laughter, for he had already perceived that Wukong had regained his composure. Yet, Wukong, with his newfound strength, aimed to challenge his elder brother's authority, feigning ignorance and not uttering a word even as he became aware. Much time elapsed, and unbeknownst to them, they had wandered far beyond the confines of Baozi Mountain. At a certain moment, Son Wuyuan realized he might have exerted himself a tad too vigorously, having inadvertently left Wukong with a bruised and battered visage, so much so that even their brother would struggle to recognize him. Ahem, Wukong. We have been out for quite some time. Here, take a fairy bean to recuperate, and then we must return. Otherwise, grandfather will surely worry, Son Wuyuan declared, producing a fairy bean for Wukong. Though Son Wukong felt somewhat dejected after his recent thrashing, he nonetheless consumed a celestial bean without a second thought, fully restoring his injuries and erasing the signs of his earlier defeat. Observing this transformation, Son Wuyuan could not help but smile with satisfaction, relieved that his grandfather would no longer think he had been overly harsh in his treatment of his younger brother. Chapter 51. The collecting insect. As Son Wuyuan prepared to return to Baozi Mountain, he noticed a lifeless flying insect and, without hesitation, seized it, examining it closely several times. This insect was a bionic mechanical creature. How intriguing! Has Dr. Gallo begun his research on that monster cell? If so, he must have succeeded with androids 17 and 18. I wonder if he dares to show his face after witnessing the battle between Wukong and me? Son Wuyuan pondered, realizing that the troublesome Dr. Gallo needed to be dealt with sooner rather than later, as his threat loomed excessively large. Dr. Gallo was a scientific madman, yet also a remarkably cautious individual. 17 years had passed since the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army and his transformation into the android known as Number 20. The investigation into Son Wukong's martial prowess, his growth and strength, and the intricacies of his techniques has been conducted with meticulous detail. However, a critical oversight occurred during the battle on Namek, where the lack of surveillance led to a grave miscalculation of Son Wukong and his companion's abilities, resulting in the complete collapse of his plans. Consequently, he was compelled to take the perilous step of activating androids 17 and 18. Now, having recognized the formidable might of Wukong, it is likely that Dr. Gero, given his character, will choose to patiently cultivate Cell, allowing it to absorb androids 17 and 18 before evolving into its perfect form to wreak havoc. In an underground research facility nestled within the northern glaciers, an elderly man with silvery hair and a gaunt visage gazes intently at the footage transmitted by mechanical insects he dispatched to scout and collect the cells of powerful martial artists. How infuriating! Has Son Wukong truly grown so powerful? How is it that he can transform into that golden-haired state? His strength is astonishing, and his elder brother, Son Wuyuan, is unexpectedly even more formidable than Wukong. This old man is none other than Dr. Gero, who fixates on the dormant chambers of androids 17 and 18 for quite some time, before his gaze lingers on the chamber of android 16. After much hesitation, he finally stows away the remote control in his hand. Upon their return to Baozi Mountain, Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong were greeted by a throng of familiar faces. Two graceful figures rushed into their embrace. "Wuyuan, are you hurt?" Bulma inquired, her gaze fixed upon Son Wuyuan. He shook his head, for he possessed several jars of miraculous beans, and his combat prowess exceeded that of Wukong by more than double. This question, he thought, ought to be directed towards Wukong. "Wukong, are you all right?" Upon hearing Chi-Chi's concern, Wukong chuckled and scratched the back of his head as Chi-Chi meticulously examined his well-being. "Chi-Chi, we are unharmed," he began. But before he could finish, his elder brother interjected. Son Wukong eagerly exclaimed to his grandfather, "Rest assured, I always exercise considerable restraint in my actions. Just look at Wukong. Does he appear to be in a state of despair despite his severe injuries? He is undoubtedly a spirited young man." Son Wukong gently stroked his white mustache and smiled as he spoke. "Wuyuan, my dear child, you have always been exceptionally intelligent and have taken great care of Goku. I have complete confidence in your abilities. However, it seems we have encountered a predicament." Son Wuyuan's expression grew serious, as if facing a formidable foe. "Wuyuan, what trouble have you encountered?" Krilin and the others inquired anxiously. The mere notion of Son Wuyuan, a being of such terrifying power, speaking of trouble, sent shivers down their spines. Could there possibly be an adversary even stronger than him? The thought of such a fearsome enemy made the hearts of the Earth warriors race, prompting the elder Son Wukong to ask, "Is the situation truly grave?" Son Wuyuan nodded earnestly, pointing at the dilapidated villa with utmost seriousness. "Grandfather, our nest is gone. It seems the arrival of your great-grandson must be postponed." The concerned crowd nearly stumbled in shock, while the elder Son Wufan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. "Wuyuan, you mischievous rascal, but this is indeed a conundrum. Alas, you do not grasp the intricacies involved. You merely consider it a trivial matter. The swiftness of my nephew's birth will ultimately dictate the pace at which Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan God. Son Wuyuan has devised a feasible plan, urging Wukong to produce 5 nephews and nieces within 5 years. It should not pose a challenge. 1 each year suffices, and should twins arise, the task could be accomplished ahead of schedule. Furthermore, given that Wukong has now become a Saiyan, it would be considerably easier for his progeny to transform into Super Saiyans. Yet, might 5 be somewhat insufficient? Having a few more would indeed provide greater assurance. Yes, that is the way to proceed. Bulma stepped forward with great enthusiasm, declaring, "Leave the matter of the villas to me. I shall have my company's employees deliver several universal capsules containing villas. Wuyuan, how many should we acquire?" However, Accepting several grand villas from Bulma might not reflect well, especially with a multitude of onlookers. Directly accepting them could lead to accusations of relying on others for sustenance. And he is certainly not one to indulge in such behavior. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, "These minor details are entirely at your discretion, Bulma. Moreover, I lack expertise in villa layouts, interior decoration, and furniture arrangement. You are far more knowledgeable in these matters." Krilin remarked, "As expected of you, Master Wuyuan. You speak of having no women in one's heart, allowing cultivation to flourish, yet you make it quite challenging for me." With the villas in disarray, the group found themselves devoid of sleep. Krilin, Yamchu, Tien, Kairatsu, Master Rashi, and Turtle swiftly returned to their respective abodes. Son Wukong accompanied the Bull Demon King back to his abode in the original Flame Mountain, while Bulma prepared to pilot an aircraft to return her parents to West City. Initially, Son Wukong intended to use the art of flight to escort Dr. Brief and his wife alongside Bulma, yet her parents expressed a greater preference for traveling by plane. "Bulma, I have a little something for you to examine," Son Wukong exclaimed, revealing a mechanical insect he had captured prior to their return. As he opened his palm, the tiny creature buzzed, eager to take flight. Son Wuyuan pinched one of the mechanical insect's legs between his fingers, and the little creature's frantic flapping of wings offered him a fleeting sense of coolness. At first glance, Bulma perceived it merely as a small bug. But a moment's contemplation made her realize that Wuyuan would not engage in such trivial pursuits without reason. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it to be an artificial mechanical fly. Determined to trace the origins of such a device or to incapacitate it entirely, Bulma's expression reflected her lingering doubts. Wuyuan explained, "There could be numerous such devices lurking around. Who knows, one day we might find ourselves in an intimate moment, only to be broadcasted live by some shadowy voyeur hiding in a corner. Wouldn't that be a significant issue? What? Are you telling me there might have been such devices while I was bathing? Which shameless individual devised this contraption?" Bulma exclaimed, instinctively crossing her arms in agitation. As for Wuyuan, he was uncertain whether Dr. Gero shared the same peculiar interests as Master Rashi. Perhaps, out of sheer boredom during his extensive research, he resorted to using mechanical flies for surveillance. The situation appeared more dire than he had anticipated, necessitating a reassessment of Dr. Gero's threat level. He cautioned, "We must not entertain wild conjectures about the number 18. Otherwise, I fear I might perceive everything as awry. There's certainly a possibility. In any case, Bulma, please expedite your research and be extra cautious while bathing." Wuyuan urged earnestly. Bulma, recognizing the gravity of the situation, had unconsciously equated Dr. Gero with a voyeuristic fiend, unaware that he was indeed the mastermind behind the mechanical flies. "Wuyuan, I must unmask this pervert. Even though I regret not having time to accompany you," she declared, seizing the insect. Whether due to her excessive grip or a moment of negligence, the insect suddenly exploded in her hands. Chapter 52. Dr. Gero and the Androids. This Son Wuyuan possesses not only extraordinary strength, but also a distinctly unconventional style, marked by his keen perceptiveness. The challenge of acquiring his cells is formidable. Dr. Gero spoke gravely, simultaneously issuing a self-destruct command to the mechanical fly upon capture. Beside Son Wukong stands Bulma, well acquainted with him. She is the daughter of Dr. Briefs, possessing technological prowess that rivals her father's, and it is said that her aptitude surpasses that of Dr. Briefs himself. Aware of his own shortcomings, he cannot afford to be complacent. No amount of caution can be deemed excessive. Nevertheless, successfully acquiring Son Wukong's cells is a significant achievement, propelling my ultimate android project forward. I have nearly collected the cells from the most formidable martial artists on Earth, with the sole regret being the absence of Son Wukong's cells. Dr. Gero has chosen not to create androids akin to androids 17 and 18. Instead, he aspires to manufacture an android capable of continuous evolution. By fusing the cells of the strong, he aims to create an embryo, which will then undergo meticulous cultivation, with growth potential far exceeding that of other types of androids. However, he has also recognized a flaw in this plan. It is exceedingly time-consuming, to say nothing of the difficulties inherent in fusing the cells of the strong. The process demands considerable time and patience. Moreover, there exists a significant probability of fusion failure during the process. Following this, the cultivation of the embryo presents further challenges. He must determine how to enhance it to ensure it develops along the desired trajectory. Even he harbors little confidence in his ability to create the ultimate android cell. However, the immense power of both Son Wukong and Son Wuyuan poses a considerable threat for the three most powerful androids, 16, 17, and 18 do not heed his commands. Android 16, modeled after his deceased son, is a purely mechanical android, currently possessing strength that surpasses both 17 and 18 by a significant margin. His demeanor is gentle and serene, cherishing peace, nature, and small creatures. Yet he abhors conflict and will not aid in conquering the world. Both androids 17 and 18 are exceedingly powerful, yet they defy his orders and harbor animosity towards him, posing a threat to his very existence at the slightest opportunity. This has rendered his situation rather precarious. The obedient androids lack strength, while those sufficiently powerful are either pacifistic or intent on his destruction. It is a lamentable predicament, filled with failures. Regrettably, the number of permanent energy reactors he can produce is limited to 2. Otherwise, he could continue his research, refining, and developing a successful permanent android. The permanent energy reactors within 17 and 18 cannot be extracted for further use. The core material for the energy furnace was a peculiar substance he had procured after scouring the entirety of Earth, one capable of infinitely absorbing and converting energy. However, during the manufacturing process, failures resulted in the wastage of a portion of this material. Ultimately, he succeeded in creating only 2 units. During the process of live transplantation, a significant number of individuals were captured for experimentation. Dr. Gallo identified 2 primary reasons for the failures. First, a robust physical shell was necessary to withstand the minimum energy output of the perpetual energy furnace. Second, an individual's constitution had to be compatible with the energy furnace. Higher compatibility reduced the physical strength requirements and allowed for continuous enhancement through the furnace's energy. He dedicated considerable time to selecting a group of individuals from the population of Earth, identifying those with a certain degree of compatibility. After conducting covert observations and assessments, he finally chose a pair of siblings with the highest compatibility as the host for the perpetual energy furnace. Even so, merging with the furnace proved exceedingly challenging. At the age of 8, Dr. Gallo modified them, implanting the perpetual energy furnace, explosives, and control devices. Subsequently, to expedite the integration of the energy furnace with their cellular structure, he induced a prolonged state of deep sleep lasting over a decade, during which the necessary nutrients for the growth of the young subjects, designated as 17 and 18, were administered via intravenous injection. Years after the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army, the fusion of the perpetual energy furnace was completed. However, upon attempting to activate Subject 17, Dr. Gallo found that the subject did not obey commands and intended to attack him. With no alternative, he was compelled to press the remote control button. This was the closest he had ever come to death. Had he delayed pressing the button by a mere 0.01 seconds, he would have been killed. In desperation, he conceived this arduous and time-consuming ultimate android project. Had he not witnessed the enemy's power today, he might have abandoned this plan, allowing the computer to autonomously control simulations and move on to the next absorption-based android initiative. Should the cell fusion project succeed in merging the cells of subjects 17 and 18, along with those of Goku and Piccolo, it would not only yield a high degree of compatibility but also a body of extraordinary strength, thereby increasing the upper limit of perpetual energy furnace capacity. Furthermore, it would grant access to numerous martial arts techniques. If the perpetual energy furnace were to be eliminated, this would enable the matured cell to absorb subjects 17 and 18 directly, acquiring the developed perpetual energy furnace without the extensive time usually required for fusion. Dr. Gallo swiftly refined the cell fusion project, and the next phase involved extensive experimentation and waiting. Additionally, he was aware that Son Wuyuan and Bulma were searching for him and even preparing to flee. On Mount Baozi, upon witnessing the explosion of the mechanical insect, Son Wuyuan disdainfully muttered, "This old man is more cautious than I anticipated. Just a small insect. What clues could it possibly uncover? Was it really necessary to install a self-destruct mechanism?" Meanwhile, Bulma, caught off guard by the explosion, asked, "Are you hurt? Would you like a senzu-bean?" "No. My combat strength is not to be underestimated. Such explosive power cannot harm me." That voyeur is exceedingly cautious. By the way, Wuyuan, are these flying insects common? Bulma inquired with a hint of frustration. "They are found globally. I cannot fathom their numbers. Upon returning to West City, I shall pay handsomely for their capture. I am determined to see if they can all explode. Otherwise, Bulma, will undoubtedly track him down." After Bulma departed, Son Wuyuan informed his grandfather of his intention to venture out and took flight towards the northern glaciers. He aimed to locate Dr. Gallo's lair and eliminate that old voyeur. Old Son Gohan had grown accustomed to his grandson's habit of wandering off rather than staying at home. He refrained from saying much, simply advising him to return in time for dinner. The contrast between the two grandsons is striking. One is perpetually eager to explore, while the other remains cooped up in the gravity chamber, training, only emerging for meals. With a slight, devilish smile curling at the corners of his lips, Son Wuyuan remarked, "Do you think the explosion of the mechanical insects has resolved the matter? While I may not know your exact location, a general idea suffices. If it takes a day to locate you in the northern glaciers, so be it. If not, then 2 days will do. You, with your nefarious schemes. Best find a good hiding spot, lest you find yourself summoned by the King of Hell." Chapter 53. Summoning the dragon before the dinosaurs. Has Son Wuyuan taken any action? His elaborate surveillance detected him swiftly approaching the northern glaciers. The sparsely populated region is not a place he would wander aimlessly. Moreover, his years of steadfast experience as Dr. Gallo warned him to be cautious, as an ominous sense of unease began to intensify within him. After a brief moment of distraction, he beheld Son Wuyuan's sudden appearance at the northern glaciers, his heart racing as he resolved to execute a strategic retreat to avoid an encounter. Knowing full well that Son Wuyuan was heading directly towards him, in his decision to flee, Dr. Gallo scarcely pondered how Son Wuyuan had managed to appear there so abruptly. He hastily packed crucial documents into a universal capsule, taking with him the precious cells he had painstakingly collected. Regrettably, he could not transport subjects 17 and 18, as they were not purely mechanical and could not fit within the capsule. Dr. Gallo took subject 16 with him and boarded a spacecraft. After executing a series of maneuvers, he glanced back at the cryogenic chambers labeled 17 and 18, vowing, "Wait for me. I, Dr. Gallo, shall return." He then closed his eyes within the spacecraft, entering a state of feigned death, effectively sealing off all his presence. His extensive research into martial arts tactics had even led him to develop devices capable of absorbing the energy of martial artists. Though he had yet to apply them to his creations, he knew that a skilled martial artist could sense him through their energy. To ensure he remained undetected by Son Wuyuan, he not only suppressed his own energy, but also charted a route for the spacecraft that was both secure and concealed, ascending into the cosmos only after reaching a safe distance. Time moved forward as Son Wuyuan departed from Baozi Mountain. During his flight, he pondered whether the cunning old fox, Dr. Gallo, would notice his conspicuous approach towards the northern glaciers. Thus, he carefully attuned himself to the energies emanating from the north. Although the northern glaciers were vast and sparsely populated, numerous humans still resided within that expansive area. Son Wuyuan instantaneously traversed to the northern glaciers twice. In truth, he had no desire to do so on 2 occasions, but the unfamiliarity of the area and its distances left him no choice. In the desolate north, there existed small towns where humans congregated, and Son Wuyuan prudently avoided densely populated areas, seeking instead the solitude of an isolated presence for his next teleportation. After executing over 100 instantaneous relocations without encountering the old man, he inadvertently terrified the ordinary folk around him. Could it be mere misfortune? Unlikely, considering he had just teleported next to a young woman enjoying a hot spring in such a sparsely populated region. It seemed, indeed, that his luck was rather unfortunate. Was it conceivable that Dr. Gallo had transformed into a soulless artificial being? It appeared that he would need to retrieve his long-preserved Dragon Balls, which had lain dormant since his training on King Kai's planet, safely stored away in a location that thwarted Dragon Ball detection radar until now. Son Wukong pondered for a moment. Where exactly did I place the 7 Dragon Balls? Yes. On one occasion, while venturing into the mountains to hunt, I fed the 7 Dragon Balls to a large carnivorous dinosaur. Over the years, I have only utilized the Earth's Shinran once, and carrying the Dragon Balls has proven quite cumbersome. The universal capsule operates by compressing and then restoring items through particle manipulation. However, the Dragon Balls cannot be contained within it, perhaps due to their rigidity or the peculiar energy they possess. Keeping them at home feels like an invitation for theft. While it is manageable when he and Goku are at home, one cannot predict the consequences if, by chance, a missile were to obliterate Baozi Mountain. Moreover, even if he remains at home, the missiles themselves are silent and unpredictable. What guarantee is there against being struck while asleep? The loss of life is unfortunate. Yet the real concern lies in the potential destruction of the house and Baozi Mountain. With the formidable strength of their 3 generations, they are not easily harmed. Unlike the kinds of explosives produced by Dr. Gero that could annihilate the Earth itself, sustaining even minor injuries would be a challenge. Upon detecting the scent of the dinosaur, Son Wuyuan instantaneously transported himself to its location. The dinosaur, in the midst of a fervent chase, was startled. After letting out a furious roar, it recognized Son Wuyuan, triggering a rather unpleasant memory, a sorrowful tale from a sunny morning when it had been engaged in a rather intimate encounter with a female dragon. Suddenly, this feeble bipedal creature appeared, grinning widely, and delivered a resounding slap to its forehead, causing it to lose consciousness atop the female dragon. From that moment on, the female dragon had utterly ignored it. Moreover, it had lost its teeth, and significant issues arose with its digestion and appetite, leading to a constant state of hunger. Yet an overwhelming feeling of fullness plagued its belly. Roaring in frustration, it lamented, "Do you have any idea how I have endured these years? I can barely eat. I cannot relieve myself, and the females have turned their backs on me. What have you done to me?" It pondered whether the creature had somehow lost its wits, for it appeared quite sprightly, albeit excessively thin, perhaps attempting to shed weight. Goodness, one could see its ribs. This foolish dinosaur was truly a peculiar sight. The dinosaur, unable to comprehend, found Son Wuyuan's noise unbearable. "Just lie down for now. I am quite swift," Son Wuyuan declared, delivering another slap that rendered the dinosaur unconscious, its memory stirring faintly as it succumbed. With a couple of claps, Son Wuyuan bellowed, "Come forth, divine dragon." After a prolonged silence, the sky remained unchanged. Is this so? Is the earth dragon so feeble that it is subdued by the simpleton, unable to emerge? Alas, dear dinosaur, it seems I must escort you to the realm of Yama. Be sure to mention my name. Perhaps Yama, considering our shared lineage, having been taught by the same master, might grant you a chance at reincarnation in the vicinity of Baozi Mountain. 18 years hence, you may once again rise as a magnificent dragon. Son Wukong incessantly spoke words of comfort to the dinosaur, while his hands were far from idle. Seizing the opportunity when the creature was unaware, he deftly severed its head, thereby bringing an end to its nefarious existence and bestowing blessings upon the myriad of animals residing in Baobao Mountain. My merits are boundless. With a swift stroke across the dinosaur's distended belly, 7 smooth, rounded stones tumbled forth. Were the stones that contained the 7 dragon balls truly of such size? I think not. At that time, they seemed rather modest. After knocking out the foolish dinosaur's teeth, I had effortlessly inserted them. Arise, Shenlong. The dinosaur that oppressed you has been vanquished by my hand. Unbeknownst to Son Wukong, after his disappearance from the northern glaciers, the diminutive spacecraft carrying Dr. Galo took off from the site, swiftly departing Earth and soaring into the vast cosmos. As he gazed at the sky, dark clouds suddenly loomed overhead, enveloping the surroundings in an inky blackness akin to the depths of night. Within those clouds, flashes of lightning danced, illuminating the scene with bursts of golden light. Such is the nature of the divine dragon, which revels in making grand entrances. It appears in an instant when summoned, only to vanish just as swiftly. The dragon, elusive and enigmatic, comes without a trace and departs without a whisper. How splendid it would be! As Son Wukong awaited the dragon's manifestation, he expressed his boredom with a sardonic remark. "State your wish and bring Dr. Galo before me," Son Wukong declared without hesitation. Chapter 54, the 18th, Lazuli. With a sinister smile, Son Wukong pondered. According to the original timeline, there remained 11 years until Dr. Gero transformed himself into the android number 20. He found it hard to believe that Dr. Gero had become an android so prematurely. If that were indeed the case, why would he wait another 11 years to make his appearance? In the original narrative, Raditz would not arrive for another 4 or 5 years, during which Son Wukong's combat prowess was still quite low, leaving no one capable of thwarting his quest for vengeance and world domination. Thus, apart from his unfortunate luck in teleporting hundreds of times without success, there was another possibility. Dr. Gero might possess a method to conceal his energy signature. The specifics of this method were inconsequential, as he was unable to comprehend the technological civilization of this world. However, as long as Dr. Gero remained an ordinary human devoid of power, he would be unable to resist the might of the dragon. Whether he consented or refused, he would inevitably be brought before him, at which point the decision of whether to mold him into a sphere or flatten him would rest solely in his hands. Dr. Gero's spaceship traveled with remarkable speed, having already exited the solar system that encompassed Earth, venturing into the distant cosmos. At a certain moment, in a state of apparent death, Dr. Gero's eyelids fluttered, and the voice of the Earth's dragon penetrated his corporeal form, reaching the depths of his soul. Return to Earth? What a jest! He had expended great effort to escape from that world, and his soul roared in protest. "No, I refuse to return to Earth. On Earth, Son Wukong gazed at the writhing dragon above him and slowly spoke. This wish is quite simple. Soon, he would behold the renowned scientist, Dr. Gero, and felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. In this later stage of the Dragon Ball universe, where science, frozen demons, gods of destruction, and angels roamed freely, the androids created by Dr. Gero represented the last vestige of dignity for humanity. The dragon's eyes flickered with crimson light, and Son Wukong beheld a white-haired, white-bearded old man, peacefully reclining on the ground before him. Your wish has been granted, the dragon declared, vanishing as the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the globe with a swift whoosh. Son Wuyuan checked Dr. Galo's condition. There was no breath and no heartbeat. Had the dragon inadvertently caused his demise during the forceful packing of Dr. Galo? How should one handle this elderly gentleman? Defile his remains? That would be inappropriate. He was not of such character. The deceased should be treated with the utmost respect. It is essential to emphasize this point. Thus, Son Wuyuan removed all the clothing from Dr. Galo, only to be met with an unseemly sight, truly an eyesore. The garments were not only ill-fitting, but also quite tattered. In a single pocket, he discovered a universal capsule, and he draped the ragged clothing back over Dr. Galo's body. After all, he was a renowned scientist. Even in death, one must not allow his reputation to be tarnished. I am inherently kind-hearted and straightforward, but such traits may lead to my disadvantage in the vastness of the cosmos. Upon opening the universal capsule, he found a cryogenic chamber marked with the number 16. Son Wuyuan was puzzled. The 16th should have been housed within Dr. Galo's secret laboratory, alongside the artificial beings numbered 17 and 18. Why then did Dr. Galo carry the 16th with him? Was it a reminiscence of his deceased son? Son Wuyuan gazed intently at the lifeless form of Dr. Galo, contemplating whether to dismember him as a precaution during burial. Retrieving the stasis pod within the universal capsule, he instantaneously transported Dr. Galo's corpse to the northern glaciers. After over an hour of searching, he discovered a cave sealed with a heavy iron door, suddenly sensing a flicker of life from Dr. Galo. Could it be a resurrection? Observing whether he would awaken, Son Wuyuan remarked, "Allow me to assist you, Doctor. No need to be modest." A series of crisp, rhythmic claps resonated through the air as Dr. Galo stirred, feeling a peculiar numbness in his face, as if it no longer belonged to him. "Greetings, esteemed scientist Dr. Galo. Surely, you recognize me." Son Wuyuan proclaimed with a radiant smile. "It is you. Son Wuyuan. My plan was flawless. How could you discover it and bring me back?" Dr. Galo exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury coursing through him. Not only did his face ache, but he was also incensed, grappling with the realization that his impeccable scheme had been so easily unraveled by Son Wuyuan, who he believed was inferior in such matters. Additionally, he vaguely recalled a voice asking if he wished to return to Earth, a dreamlike memory that sparked his suspicion. "Why should I explain? Care to take a guess?" Son Wuyuan quipped, smashing open the iron door and lifting Dr. Galo by the neck, floating effortlessly into the cave. Dr. Galo frantically searched his body, only to be met with the grim truth. "Stop searching. Such a dangerous android could never remain with you." "You seem quite familiar with me," Dr. Galo said, cold sweat trickling down his brow, his expression transitioning to one of dread as he realized he had lost all chances of turning the tide. "Chief Scientist of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Galo, are you not also well acquainted with both me and Wukong?" Son Wuyuan replied in a calm tone. Suddenly, Dr. Galo exclaimed, "I see now. It's the Dragon Balls." After Wukong annihilated the Red Ribbon Army, he took all the Dragon Balls from our ranks. What are you planning to do? Stop at once. Those are 2 defective models that could annihilate all life on Earth. You would do well to remain silent," Son Wuyuan retorted, losing interest in further conversation as he delivered a swift blow to Dr. Galo's forehead. Dr. Galo collapsed, his consciousness fading as he pondered, "Who is this person? Could he not wait for me to finish speaking?" With both androids 17 and 18 secured in their stasis pods, he mused, "I suppose I am the hero in this tale. Just wait, little brother-in-law. As per the order of seniority, I shall rescue your sister first. Just a moment." Son Wuyuan opened the hatch of Capsule 18 and beheld a strikingly beautiful woman, with azure eyes and shoulder-length golden hair, lying serenely within. His gaze inadvertently drifted to her chest, which remained remarkably pronounced even as she lay supine. What a sight to behold! Should he conduct a thorough examination of Capsule 18 to ascertain if any malfunctions were present? In the brief moments of his hesitation, Capsule 18 stirred to life, rising gracefully and stepping out of the pod. Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Dr. Galo sprawled on the ground. This was the man who had plunged her and her brother into an abyss of darkness and suffering. Dr. Gallo had not only abducted them during their youth for experimentation, transforming them into artificial beings, but had also obliterated their once harmonious family. The thought of avenging their plight consumed her thoughts. With a countenance as frigid as ice, Capsule 18 addressed Son Wuyuan. You are one of the targets designated for elimination in Dr. Gallo's files. Though your strength is commendable, it will not be an easy feat to eliminate me. Son Wuyuan responded nonchalantly. In truth, I am neither your enemy nor that of you and your brother. Rather, I am your savior. Are you truly willing to pursue the mission of your adversary in order to harm your benefactor? Chapter 55. The Fall of Gallo and the Clash with Android 17. Capsule 18 remained silent, her expression still as cold as ever, leaving her thoughts a mystery. Son Wuyuan approached the dormant capsule number 17 and promptly activated it. To his surprise, number 17 awakened swiftly and exclaimed, Son Wuyuan? I never anticipated that it was you who liberated me in number 18. What a delightful surprise. Upon noticing Dr. Gallo, motionless on the ground, number 17 swiftly darted to his side and, without hesitation, delivered a crushing blow to the doctor's head. In an instant, Dr. Gallo, who was already unconscious, had his skull brutally crushed, producing a chilling crack, and he departed this world without a sound. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Son Wuyuan silently mused, Old Gallo, your demise is both horrific and unsightly. My condolences. I shall observe 3 seconds of silence for you. No need for thanks. Turning to Son Wuyuan, number 17 declared, We were created with the sole purpose of defeating you and Sun Wukong. Given that you have freed us from Dr. Gallo, I shall limit my vengeance to Sun Wukong alone. You are aware that Sun Wukong is my brother, are you not, number 17? Son Wuyuan retorted. Indeed. You and your brother are the primary targets of Dr. Gallo's ambitions. Our files contain extensive information about you, including combat data, interpersonal relationships, and the rate of power escalation. Defeating you is both our mission and our purpose. Number 17, your calculations are flawed. I rescued both you and number 18, and I have also entrusted Dr. Gallo's fate to you. In that case, there is no recourse. The power I possess exceeds your imagination, and you cannot prevent me from eliminating Sun Wukong. Number 17 replied with unwavering confidence, his tone as unwavering as a statement of fact. With a slight curve at the corners of his mouth, Son Wuyuan chuckled. If I don't give it a try, how would I know I am not your match? There can be no one in this world whose power surpasses ours. The atmosphere immediately fell silent, so quiet that a falling needle could be heard, as a tense and oppressive aura enveloped the scene. Seeing the two on the verge of confrontation, number 18 remarked in a calm tone, 17, he saved our lives. I only said to defeat him, not to kill him. As number 17 approached Son Wuyuan, he took 1 step, 2 steps, and paused 2 punches away from him, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he clenched his right fist and launched a rapid strike aimed at Son Wuyuan's abdomen. A muffled sound of pain involuntarily escaped his lips. Number 17's waist bent as his fist made contact with Son Wuyuan's belly, yet it could advance no further, suspended in the air. In truth, I rather enjoy overcoming others with sheer strength, Son Wuyuan replied with a smile. Though he stated this, he mused that if he were to face the likes of the angelic destroyers from the 7th universe, culinary persuasion might also prove effective, depending on the circumstances. Number 18 was taken aback. Son Wuyuan's strength far exceeded what Dr. Gero's data had indicated. Number 17 grasped the fist that struck his abdomen, contemplating that he ought to take this seriously. Your power is indeed unexpected, but you are still no match for me. You have no idea how terrifying my strength truly is. I await your performance. Despite having watched numerous Dragon Ball anime in his previous life, where power levels varied greatly and often exaggeratedly, he recalled that when Frieza first aired, his final form on Namek had a power level of merely 1 million, which later inexplicably rose to 120 million. Thus, he pondered, what could be the power level of the living, breathing number 17 before him? Uncertain of how much strength number 17 had exerted, he still aimed another punch at Son Wuyuan's abdomen, only for the latter to precisely grasp his fist. Nanny, you actually managed to catch it. The two seemed to be engaged in a fierce contest, each continually augmenting their strength. The white aura around them swelled, intensifying with each moment, causing the cave to tremble and stones to plummet from the ceiling. Son Wuyuan felt the full force of number 17, which was stronger than 275 million, yet slightly weaker than his own strength, approximately around 300 million. After all, combat power is not static. It possesses a certain range of fluctuation. Even if your strength is comparable to mine, you shall still not be my opponent. My stamina is boundless. While you will inevitably weaken as the battle progresses. He was astonished by Son Wuyuan's formidable power, yet remained confident in his ability to overcome his adversary. Son Wuyuan nodded in agreement with the words of number 17, yet in the heat of battle, who can predict the outcome? I may not possess the stamina to match you in number 18, but why should I compete with you in endurance? A single strike could easily bring you down. If the foe were someone like Frieza, I would hardly waste effort. I would either send Goku to gather battle experience or unleash my power to eliminate him in one blow. Haha. Number 17 clearly doubted Son Wuyuan's ability to defeat him in one strike. Doubtful. Are you interested in a wager? Such a tactic is quite common. However, Son Wuyuan dismissed concerns of its originality. If his opponent fell for it, that was sufficient. Intriguingly, with Dr. Gero dead, number 17 was in surprisingly good spirits and did not mind spending time to play with Son Wuyuan. What shall we wager? Number 17 inquired, raising an eyebrow. Let us bet something substantial. If I lose, I shall arrange for your every need, food, clothing, shelter, and all-encompassing service. How scandalous. I, Son Wuyuan, pledge that this will be my sole transgression in gambling. If I falter again, let my good friend Krilin remain single for another 30 years. And what will my price be? How about your sister, number 18, becoming mine? Such mischief. As the old saying goes, beauty brings disaster. Let me bear this burden alone and spare the innocent Krilin. At this moment, Son Wuyuan's mind was exceptionally active. He certainly did not expect number 17 to agree. That was not his intention. Bakayuru, what did you just say? Before number 17 could respond, number 18 interjected vehemently. You two can wager all you want. It has nothing to do with me. Did you see that? Indeed, I'm merely testing my luck. Should I succeed against all odds, I would gain immensely. Haha. Number 18, did you notice? Son Wuyuan is already eyeing you on our first meeting. Is he blind? You are so hot-tempered. Number 17, repeat that. Number 18 shot him a fierce glare, issuing a stern warning. See? She is indeed that fiery. You'll have to change your approach. Number 17's expression remained largely unchanged. How about this? I'll concede a bit. If I lose, I'll prepare a villa for you and find a way to dismantle the bombs within you. However, if you lose, you must vow not to harm anyone other than yourselves, excluding extraterrestrials. Upon hearing the word bomb, both number 17 and number 18 lost their previous composure. Son Wuyuan clearly possessed far too much knowledge. The pair fixed their gaze on him, akin to cheetahs poised to pounce on their prey, ready to attack at any moment. Why the tension? If I intended to kill you, would I have let you out? Son Wuyuan remarked with calm rationale. There are 7 Dragon Balls on Earth that can grant wishes. While they may not restore your humanity, disarming a bomb is certainly within reach. Surely, you do not wish to harbor a ticking time bomb within yourselves. Chapter 56, A Resounding Slap. The king strikes again. 17 and 18 exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement to the wager. Should they emerge victorious, a significant threat to their well-being would be resolved. Yet, should they falter, they would not suffer loss. For they were not driven by a morbid desire to take lives. At the headquarters of the Frieza force, a lizard man rushed anxiously to Frieza, exclaiming, "There's trouble." "Lord Frieza, speak," Frieza replied with poised elegance, maintaining his composure. "Our instruments for measuring combat power have exploded." The last incident of such a calamity occurred around the time the spirit tree's fruit appeared, which subsequently led to an increase in the capacity of our specialized combat detectors to 100 million. My dear brother, Cooler, has also departed my sphere of influence. Have you been probing the power of Shrag? Frieza asked nonchalantly. Not at all, Lord Frieza. I have been instructed to avoid provoking Shrag. The terrifying energy surge has been detected in a remote region of the northern galaxy, the lizard man said, lowering his head, unable to meet Frieza's gaze. Activate the backup combat detector with a 200 million capacity immediately. I wish to ascertain the strength of this newly emerged mysterious power. Frieza declared, his expression darkening. Why, Your Majesty? The results are in. 150 million combat power. The lizard man was taken aback by this revelation. Many within the ranks were unaware of Frieza's true strength. Yet he knew that his own capabilities exceeded Frieza's by 120 million. 150 million? That surpasses my current full strength. How could such a formidable being suddenly manifest in the remote regions of the northern galaxy? Dispatch orders to halt the conquest of planets in that area, Frieza commanded. Why, Your Majesty? There is further news, the lizard man stammered, trembling. Another, even stronger force has appeared. The instruments have exploded again. What? Activate the largest detector at once. Frisia's tone grew urgent. Yes, my lord. The results are in. 310 million, my lord. The newly emerged energy reads at 310 million. Frisia broke into a sweat upon hearing this. It was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond his own capabilities. Yet, why did such strength manifest in the remote regions of the northern galaxy? What treasures could possibly lie there? Monitor those two energies closely. Meanwhile, Shrag received reports from his subordinates. Lacking the advanced technological prowess of the Frisia force, he could only deduce that the newly emerged mysterious powers exceeded 100 million. If only I could obtain the spirit tree, I would possess enough vitality to unleash my full strength from my prime. Cursed be those who have stolen my spirit tree. In the icy expanse of the northern earth, Son Wuyuan and 17 gazed at each other across the distance. Wukong intrigued. I am curious. What gives you the confidence to defeat me with a single blow, considering our powers are comparable? According to my findings, you are not one to be overly arrogant, which suggests you must have some hidden card up your sleeve. Calmly, number 17 remarked. However, you are not the only one with a trump card. A turquoise spherical shield enveloped him. Number 17 unleashed his most formidable defensive technique with all his might. He could not afford to be careless regarding the removal of the bomb within him. Since you are prepared, I shall not keep you waiting any longer. Kaioken times 2. After invoking the Kaioken technique at double strength, his shield appeared remarkably robust. Yet, Son Goku felt it insufficiently secure and escalated to Kaioken times 3. The crimson aura intensifying further. In a mere heartbeat, he shifted from a position approximately 100 meters in front of number 17 to directly behind him. With pinpoint precision, he struck 17's occiput, shattering the shield as if it were glass, the force unabated. Son Wuyuan, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, swiftly retracted most of his power. In the fleeting moment when the protective shield shattered, number 17 attempted to turn around while raising his hand to block. However, just as the thought crossed his mind, Son Wuyuan's palm struck decisively against the back of his head, rendering him disoriented as his body crashed into the earth. Son Wuyuan murmured, "Fortunately, I managed to restrain my strength. Otherwise, my future brother-in-law might have to rely on the dragon of Namek for resurrection." Number 17. Number 18 shouted anxiously as she flew into the pit created by number 17's body. "Do not be alarmed. As I mentioned earlier, I harbor no intent to kill you. Number 17 was merely knocked unconscious by me." Son Wuyuan replied nonchalantly. "At worst, he may suffer from a mild concussion, but he is certainly not dead. Yes, I exercise considerable restraint in my actions." Great, great, great king. Upon hearing this voice, Frisia felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart. What old tidings could this creature bring now? "Frisia, the device has exploded again." "What do you mean? The largest power detector has also exploded." Frisia initially reacted with anger, followed by disbelief. The lizard man nodded eagerly. Indeed, in the remote region of the North Galaxy, an energy response exceeding 500 million was detected, and the device exploded again. Immediately initiate an investigation. Employ whatever methods necessary to uncover the cause. Otherwise, you should be aware of the consequences. A remote area of the North Galaxy typically harbors not even a lowly soldier-level combatant. Those insignificant planets are beneath my subordinates' contempt, yet formidable beings have appeared one after another. Surely, something extraordinary has surfaced that I am unaware of. Could it be that these powerful entities are merely idling about? Conduct a covert investigation, conceal your identities, and absolutely avoid provoking those powerful beings. Frisia added after a moment of contemplation. This aura is terrifying. I had no idea that Son Wuyuan had not even unleashed his full power during his battle with Son Wukong. Piccolo muttered to himself beneath a large tree on Baozi Mountain, feeling somewhat disheartened. Master Wuyuan typically suppresses his aura. Perhaps in combat, he cannot sense the opposing force. What manner of adversary is he contending with? Alas, my strength is far too feeble to be of assistance. Krilin, on came House, clenched his fists tightly. Glancing back at the calm came Sanin, who was nonchalantly perusing a magazine, shaking his head in resignation. Number 18 discovered the unconscious number 17 in the pit, and Son Wuyuan approached to assess the situation, confirming that number 17 still had a pulse and a heartbeat, albeit with a bump on the back of his head concealed by his hair. "Wukong, what brings you here? Were you not escorting Uncle Nyewang home?" "I returned him, but I found that fires have erupted anew over there. I sought the banana fan, but was unable to extinguish the flames. I later learned that the inferno emanates from the 8 divine halls of the underworld. I intended to head to Wuxing Mountain when I noticed something was amiss here, prompting my visit. Son Wukong recounted the events to him. Who are they? Did they battle with you before, big brother? They must be incredibly strong. Son Wukong inquired excitedly. Indeed, they are formidable, surpassing your strength. Even in your transformed state, you would not be a match for any one of them. Gazing intently at the conscious android 18, Goku's eyes sparkled with fervor. Those familiar with him understood that this was a manifestation of his insatiable thirst for battle. However, to the unacquainted, he might be misconstrued as a lecher, when in truth, he was merely an oblivious martial arts enthusiast. Approaching Android 18, he performed a respectful bow and, with hands clasped together, exclaimed, "Let us engage in combat." Android 18 briefly glanced at the incapacitated Android 17 before casting a sidelong look at Goku, and, with a cool demeanor, replied, "Very well." Son Wukong noticed that Android 18 had cast a fleeting glance in his direction before conceding. Why did she look at me before agreeing? Android 18 distanced herself from Son Wukong and soared into the sky. After a brief moment of silent eye contact, Son Wukong let out a low growl and initiated his attack. Just as his fist reached the vicinity of Android 18, she struck first, landing a powerful blow to Wukong's abdomen. He doubled over like a shrimp, saliva spilling from his mouth. Son Wuyuan observed the fierce battle between number 18 and Wukong, a scene that felt strikingly familiar. Glancing over at the still-lying number 17, he pondered silently, "Wukong, do not be too stubborn or tenacious in this fight." The clash in the skies raged on as Son Wukong gradually unleashed his strength against number 18, though it was more accurately a one-sided assault. With Wukong on the receiving end, "You are indeed formidable, but I must now summon my full power. My apologies. I've only recently mastered this transformation and am still rather unpracticed," Wukong remarked, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. "Is this truly your entire strength?" Number 18 interjected suddenly. The situation is growing increasingly dire." Son Wuyuan ventured to advise, "Wukong, your sparring is nearing its conclusion. Perhaps it is best to cease here." Sighing, he reflected on how much Wukong had matured, becoming resistant to counsel. Let him be. After all, with him in the fray, it is unlikely that number 18 would resort to lethal force. It's merely a matter of enduring a beating. "Brother, it's a rare opportunity to face such a powerful opponent. I must engage with all my might," Wukong declared, and in an instant, he teleported behind number 18, launching a swift punch. However, number 18 adeptly spun around and firmly grasped his wrist. With a forceful pull, Son Wukong lost his balance and leaned forward, only for number 18 to strike him in the abdomen with a knee, followed by a devastating elbow strike that sent him crashing to the ground. Despite never conceding defeat, Wukong's strength waned over time. Although he bore no particularly grievous injuries, his head was increasingly adorned with bruises and his face bore the marks of battle. Remarkably, she could have incapacitated him with a single blow, yet number 18 chose to prolong the encounter, as if seeking retribution, determined to render Wukong unrecognizable even to his own brother. As the battle neared its climax, Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha with his final reserves of energy. Yet, number 18, swift as ever, evaded the attack and delivered a resounding slap to the back of Wukong's head. Just before losing consciousness, Wukong felt a wave of familiarity wash over him, prompting thoughts of his elder brother. Son Wuyuan gazed in astonishment. Is number 18 truly so vengeful? I merely struck her brother, number 17, twice. Yet she has mercilessly pummeled my brother Wukong for such an extended period. I only landed a single blow on the back of number 17's head, which resulted in a small bump. However, she has left Wukong battered and bruised, his face swollen and covered in lumps. Oh, my poor brother. Number 18 cast a fleeting glance at the rapidly searching Son Wuyuan, her cold visage revealing little change, yet the corners of her mouth subtly curled into an arc, imperceptible to outsiders, as she once again approached number 17's side. Son Wuyuan emerged from the pit, cradling the unconscious Wukong in his arms. 18. Your treatment of my brother has been rather excessive, don't you think? Are you seeking to take your frustrations out on me? Strike you? Perhaps I shall refrain. I generally do not resort to violence against women I do not find utterly detestable. Wukong had endured more than his fair share of beatings, and Son Wuyuan had long since lost count of how many times he had struck him. As he spoke, he fed Wukong a healing bean, and in that instant, Wukong's injuries began to mend, and he slowly opened his eyes. Upon witnessing Wukong's recovery, Son Wuyuan raised an eyebrow at 18, conveying the message that his brother was fully restored, while her brother lay still on the ground. Wukong, do you wish to engage in another battle? 18 inquired. Casually tucking a lock of hair behind her ear, her tone remarkably calm. Having just endured a fierce beating, Wukong's skin should not be overly sensitive. Yet to prevent any erratic impulses from disrupting Wukong's combat instincts, Son Wuyuan interjected, Wukong, do you not still need to search for the octagonal eggshell of the fire-eating bird and the honey from the bees residing in the octagonal nest to repair the Bagua furnace? Wukong, you shall not fight her again. Let us not forget our wager. Both you and 17 have lost. Son Wukong chuckled awkwardly and remarked, had you not reminded me, I would have completely forgotten. Grandfather and Chi-Chi are still waiting for me on the 5 Elements Mountain to gather the materials needed to repair the 8 trigrams furnace. Shortly after Son Wukong departed, number 17 gradually regained consciousness. What was that extraordinary move of yours, Son Wuyuan? I felt your power surge immensely in that moment. A few years ago, I trained with Wukong under North Kai, where I acquired a wealth of martial knowledge and 2 signature techniques from Lord Kai. Just now, I utilized the Kai Fist against you, which amplifies strength exponentially. While battling you, I employed a triple Kai Fist. Suddenly, Son Wuyuan snapped his fingers in realization. Oh, you have an intriguing companion as well, whose strength surpasses yours. Son Wuyuan, although I cannot defeat you, we have yet to hear of any other artificial beings besides ourselves. I, number 17, am the most formidable android created by Dr. Gero. No, you are mistaken, number 17. I possess a deeper understanding of Dr. Gero than you do. He indeed engineered an android even more powerful than you, yet the circumstances are similar to yours. He does not obey Dr. Gero's commands. Son Wuyuan produced a universal capsule, pressed it, and tossed it onto the nearby ground. With a resounding bang, a dormant chamber materialized. Number 17 was momentarily astonished. So, there are indeed other androids. This one is number 16. He is a being of greater strength than you, but unlike you. He is not a hybrid of human and machine. He is purely mechanical. As number 17 approached to release number 16, Son Wuyuan seized his hand firmly, stating calmly, I merely wish to show you, I have no intention of handing him over to you, at least not for now. What are you really trying to accomplish? Number 17 inquired, merely addressing potential hazards. Although number 16 was deemed a failure by Dr. Gero, he was indeed created to eliminate both me and Wukong. I've shared enough with you. I have pressing matters to attend to. With that, Son Wuyuan secured number 16 and entered a cave, where he discovered a passage extending deep underground. Without hesitation, he unleashed a wave of energy, swiftly exiting the cave. In the next moment, a mushroom cloud erupted behind him, obliterating the cave entirely. Regardless of whether Dr. Gero had cultivated the embryo of Cell, this mission seemed to conclude successfully. Yet, he felt a peculiar sensation, as if he had overlooked something. Chapter 58, Supplementing the 8 trigrams furnace, Ahmed number 16, like you, is a powerful android, a kindred spirit. It would be inappropriate to keep him with me. Once repaired, I shall return him to your side. Farewell, my friends, until we meet again. After the disappearance of Son Wuyuan, shall we return to our former village on the 18th? Returning? That seems agreeable. With our adversaries vanquished, and neither Son Wuyuan nor Son Wukong needing to confront anyone, it is indeed time to seek a place of refuge. Number 17 jested. If you find yourself without a destination, perhaps you could seek out that fellow Son Wuyuan. He may be the only one on Earth who would dare to want you. 17. Are you itching for a fight? Number 18 retorted with a cold snort, casting a murderous glance at 17. She harbored gratitude towards Son Wuyuan for saving both herself and 17, yet it did not extend to a depth that would compel her to offer herself, particularly in light of his romantic involvement with Bulma. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them for an extended period until 18 finally broke the stillness. I need to purchase some clothing. Will you accompany me? Do you have any money? None, but they possess plenty. 18 pointed towards the trio of animal men, led by the bare-headed individual, who were fleeing with police cars in hot pursuit. Speaking of which, did we not promise Son Wuyuan that we would refrain from harming others? Number 17 remarked, picking up a large bag of cash from the ground, gazing at the fallen animal men and police officers. I only knocked out 2. The rest were all you're doing. Besides, we did not commit murder, so it does not constitute a breach of our agreement. In Bulma's laboratory in West City, Son Wuyuan materialized beside her. Wuyuan, what brings you here? I came to check on your progress and to present you with an item that may pique your interest. It is a dangerous object that requires your attention. I have discovered 2 types of mechanical flying insects. One is akin to the one you previously showed me, which explodes upon capture. The other is still under investigation, with no results as of yet. What perilous item must I address? Upon witnessing the explosive capabilities of the mechanical insects, Son Wukong lost all hope of Bulma apprehending Dr. Gero. He was aware that, apart from Dr. Gero's mechanical insects, there existed a type of surveillance bug designed to gather information about Earth, a reconnaissance rocket. It was said that for every 100,000 flies, there was one that belonged to the Galactic Patrol. He pressed a button on the capsule containing Android 16 and explained, I have summoned the Eternal Dragon using the Dragon Balls to bring the individual controlling the flying insects before me. That individual, who has a penchant for voyeurism, is the world-renowned scientist, Dr. Gero. Surely you are familiar with him. To his astonishment, Bulma exclaimed, it couldn't possibly be him. Upon seeing the stasis chamber housing Android 16, she inquired, is this the dangerous object you mentioned? Indeed. He is an artificial being created by Dr. Gero with the intent to eliminate both me and Goku. His power far surpasses that of Goku, and it would be a shame to destroy him. Hence, I wish for you to investigate whether it is possible to modify his programming slightly, transforming his mission from one of extermination to the protection of Earth, while disregarding all other directives. The mere mention of the word android invigorated Bulma, whose passion for technology rivaled Goku's devotion to martial arts. Before long, Son Wukong found himself sidelined, as all of her attention became fixated on Android 16. Son Wuyuan offered a gentle reminder, while conducting your research, please refrain from waking him. I shall visit Wukong. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Farewell. Bulma, utterly engrossed in her studies, merely acknowledged him with a gesture. Her focus unwavering as she immersed herself in her work, deftly wielding a wrench in one hand and a screwdriver in the other, moving with a fluid grace. Was she truly dismantling Android 16 into a myriad of components? Regardless, it was beyond her comprehension. Goku, what has happened to your face? I scarcely recognize you. I was stung by a bee while collecting honey from an octagonal beehive, Goku replied sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Is it possible that such bees could harm you? Are there truly such ferocious bees on Earth? Son Wuyuan expressed his disbelief, yet chose not to inquire further. He caught sight of his grandfather and Chi-Chi, along with the now towering figure of Goku. Are you truly intending to enter the Bagua furnace? Without hesitation, Son Wukong nodded. And Amon continued, very well, let me explain how to repair the Bagua furnace. You already possess the necessary materials, and you have brought the banana fan as well. When I open the furnace, Wukong, you must use the fan to disperse the flames, revealing a passageway leading to the center of the furnace. Follow this passage swiftly to locate and seal the breach before it vanishes. Time is of the essence, and the space within the furnace is ample. Observing Wukong's entrance into the furnace, Son Wuyuan felt no anxiety. Instead, he gazed at the figure known as Amon, who, despite appearing youthful, was a being that had lived for millennia. You seem to be struggling. Would you like me to assist in carrying this great cauldron? The enlarged Amon rose. Towering over Son Wuyuan, whose height barely reached her ankle, beads of sweat as large as basins cascading down her face. Do you possess such strength? Amon inquired, eyeing the diminutive Son Wuyuan. I believe my strength is quite considerable, Son Wuyuan exclaimed as he soared upward to relieve Amon, lifting the cauldron as if it were akin to a flying ant. Your grandson is impressive indeed, Amon remarked, recalling how Wukong had effortlessly bested her with a single move. And now she recognized the formidable strength of the young one before her. Indeed, Lady Amon, they have diligently trained from a young age and possess remarkable abilities. In a matter of moments, Son Wukong had successfully repaired the Bagua furnace and teleported back. Just as they were preparing to depart, Amon suddenly inquired, Son Wuyuan, I would like to invite you to serve as the guardian of Mount 5 Elements. Would you accept? Oh, is it happening again? Son Wuyuan observed with keen interest. Grandfather, will you agree? I am willing. However, the atmosphere seemed peculiar, akin to a proposal where conditions were not discussed before an agreement to work was made. Grandfather was not being very supportive. Son Wuyuan is well aware that his grandfather does not harbor the myriad trivial thoughts that he himself possesses. The 5 Elements Mountain serves as a conduit between the mortal realm and the underworld, making it a likely place for the emergence of demons, spirits transformed from the deceased, as well as malevolent apparitions from hell. The promise to remain is intended to contribute to the tranquility of the human world. Now, should a deeper relationship develop between grandfather and Shinran? One must ponder, is it grandfather who is indulging in youthful folly, or is it Shinran? Judging purely by height and appearance, Grandfather seems to have struck a fortunate bargain. Yet, when considering age, Shinran has managed the Five Elements Mountain for nearly 5 millennia, while Grandfather is merely 98 years old. After imparting some words of wisdom to the two brothers, old Son Wuyuan decided to reside at the Five Elements Mountain. Son Wuyuan respects his grandfather's choice without a hint of dissent. Son Wukong and Chi-Chi returned to Baozi Mountain, while Son Wuyuan, wishing to grant his newlywed brother some space, opted to postpone his return. This decision also spared him from the risk of indulging in romantic sentiments. He first sought out Krilin at the Turtle Hermit's abode, followed by Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu. It was time for these 5 warriors of Earth to embark on the next phase of their training. Chapter 59. Sending Krilin and the others to King Kai's planet. Where are you taking us for training, Wuyuan? Krilin inquired with curiosity. Don't you know, Piccolo? Master Wuyuan has previously trained under King Kai, though I am unaware of who he actually is. He never disclosed that information to me. Piccolo felt a jolt of realization. Shortly after his emergence, he had followed the Grand Elder for training and had learned that King Kai was a deity of significant stature. Observing the expressions of Krilin and the others, it was evident that they were oblivious to the implications of the title King Kai, yet he chose not to elaborate. Standing with his arms crossed over his chest, Son Wuyuan cast a glance at the somewhat haughty Piccolo, who lacked the wisdom and composure typically associated with his fusion with the Supreme Kai, burdened as he was. Quite commendable. Steady yourselves. We are about to journey to King Kai's planet. The 6 of them instantly appeared in the high skies above King Kai's planet. Krilin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kairatsu felt their bodies grow heavy and plummeted rapidly, but they quickly regained their composure and landed smoothly. Piccolo, however, was not as fortunate. The weight of his gear suddenly intensified tenfold, and he crashed to the ground like a meteor, causing the entire King Kai's planet to tremble. Ouch! Just watching it was painful. It seemed Piccolo struggled to rise, though fortunately, he wasn't gravely injured due to the considerable weight of his turban. Son Wuyuan floated in the air, observing the entirety of Piccolo's descent, his face down and rear up. Piccolo painstakingly removed all his burdens and effortlessly leapt out of the crater, his breath still somewhat labored. Son Wuyuan, why did you bring so many people with you this time? I couldn't bear to see you alone on King Kai's planet. So I brought them along to liven things up a bit and, while we're at it, learn some martial arts basics. I believe they will have no trouble passing the trials of the Snake Way. Should I take them to the starting point of the Snake Way? Traversing the Snake Way provides an opportunity for my guidance and cultivation. That is the rule I established. However, I am not entirely unreasonable. As long as each of them can share a joke that amuses me, I shall consider them to have passed the test. The North Kai said leisurely. Did you all hear that? The North Kai is a deity endowed with extensive martial knowledge and possesses many formidable techniques. Embrace the challenge wholeheartedly. The group exchanged glances, perplexed. They had come to cultivate. Why was the test to tell jokes? Krilin immediately leaned in and whispered to Son Wuyuan, did Master Wuyuan and Goku really train here? Also, why do I feel so heavy? Indeed, pay close attention to the North Kai. What you learn is invaluable. As for the heaviness, that is due to the gravity here being 10 times that of Earth. Krilin, Tien, and Piccolo felt somewhat disheartened, as they were not particularly adept at telling jokes. Only Yamcha, brimming with confidence, approached the North Kai. I have a joke. I carry a blanket on my back. The North Kai's lips began to curl into a smile, his chubby hands unable to contain his delight. Ha ha ha. Yamcha successfully delivered 2 jokes, which left Son Wuyuan unmoved, yet the North Kai laughed heartily, leaving no room for dissent. Krilin and Kaiatsu managed to perform adequately, but Piccolo and Tien struggled for quite some time to conjure even a single joke. Ultimately, it was Yamcha who provided them with suggestions to help them pass. Several times, Piccolo contemplated turning away to train alone, but having sensed Son Wuyuan's formidable presence, he was unwilling to accept his own weakness. The North Kai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking slowly. Now let us commence our training. But I must warn you, my regimen is quite arduous. Ha ha ha. How amusing. I seem to have started telling jokes again. The 5 members of the Namekian race gazed in astonishment at the inexplicably laughing King Kai, as his laughter gradually turned awkward and then ceased. He turned to them and declared, you may leave. Lacking both talent and humor. Ha 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 ha. Yamcha clutched his belly, laughing heartily, with tears of laughter welling in his eyes, lending a semblance of authenticity to his mirth. In stark contrast, Krilin, Tien, and Kaiatsu wore forced smiles, Tien, particularly, was so embarrassed that beads of sweat glistened on his bald head. Meanwhile, Piccolo merely managed a slight grin, unable to elicit a sound of laughter. King Kai persisted with his training regimen, first capturing Bubbles and then using a hammer to strike Gregory. Due to Piccolo's overwhelming strength and established habit of weighted training, King Kai adorned Piccolo's limbs with training gear, enabling him to walk, albeit with considerable difficulty. On the other side of King Kai's planet, Goku had already settled down in silence to engage in his training, aiming to develop an even more formidable technique, the Kaioken. He refrained from employing a twofold or greater Kaioken, opting instead for a state of complete control over his energy, which could also be referred to as a one-fold Kaioken. While the one-fold Kaioken did not cause an instantaneous surge of energy within him, it did elevate his mastery over energy to a pinnacle. The Kamehameha wave involves concentrating energy in the palm, compressing it for a period before launching it to strike the adversary, significantly enhancing its offensive capability. The advantages are evident. Yet so too are the drawbacks. Gathering energy requires time, during which an opponent may seize the opportunity to strike first. Of course, another strategy exists, pairing it with instantaneous movement for early evasion, followed by close-range execution of the ultimate technique. Son Wuyuan possesses a formidable mastery over his energy, and when augmented by the Kaioken technique, he can unleash a Kamehameha wave of equivalent power almost instantaneously. Logically, he should be capable of effortlessly executing a Kamehameha wave at 2 or even 3 times his normal capacity. However, he found himself unable to succeed in this endeavor. The Kaioken technique compresses the energy within the body, exponentially amplifying its potency. Yet, this enhancement also concurrently intensifies the strain on the physical form, potentially leading to injury if not managed carefully. Nevertheless, the brilliance of the Kaioken lies not only in its capacity to enhance energy, but also in its ability to augment speed, attack power, and defense. However, the higher the multiplier of the Kaioken, the quicker and more substantial the energy leaks out, making it more suitable for short bursts of combat. While his physique surpasses that of Krilin and others, it does not align as harmoniously with the Kaioken as Goku.It does. In essence, he seeks to exploit the Kaioken's unique energy control to exponentially amplify his energy when unleashing his ultimate techniques. At the headquarters of the Frieza Force, Frieza listened with boredom to the reports regarding the ongoing conquest of various planets. What is the current status of the Scions, Zebon, and Vegeta? He inquired. Reporting to Lord Frieza, since 3 years ago, I assigned them more advanced missions. They have sustained injuries several times, yet they have completed their tasks, and their power has indeed increased significantly. Zebon replied respectfully. Send them to execute missions in the remote area exhibiting strong energy readings. If they perish, it would be advantageous. They are merely a few Scion monkeys, saving me the trouble of dealing with them. Should they survive, even better, perhaps they will yield the intelligence I so desire. Frieza remarked with a sinister smile. Chapter 60. The Scions and the progeny of the Sun family on an unknown planet. Raditz offered charred meat to Vegeta and Nappa. Nappa took a bite and remarked, Raditz, after all this time, your grilling skills remain as lacking as your combat prowess. It still tastes dreadful. Raditz remained silent. While Vegeta interjected, Nappa, be grateful. If it were you grilling, you wouldn't even be able to stomach it. Nappa, stroking his bald head, boomed, Prince Vegeta. My battle power far exceeds that of Raditz. He possesses such low combat strength and cannot even grill meat properly. He is nothing but a waste. Raditz, accustomed to such remarks, showed little reaction, as if it were to be expected, while Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Vegeta, you were saying something about Frieza. Nappa began. But Vegeta silenced him with a glance, pointing to the power level detector on his ear before turning it off. Nappa and Raditz followed suit, switching off their detectors as well. Nappa, be mindful of your words. Those power level detectors are equipped with listening devices. If you wish to court death, do not drag me down with you. I understand, Vegeta. But do you not think that Frieza, that fiend, intends to eliminate us? For the past 3 years, he has assigned us missions far beyond our capabilities. On several occasions, despite harnessing the power of the great ape, he still suffered grave injuries. Nappa, increasingly agitated, raised his voice. I believe the destruction of planet Vegeta was not due to a meteor impact, but rather the handiwork of Frieza. Silence, Nappa. You fool. Do you think I am unaware of these facts? Our current strength is insufficient to confront Frieza. He has long feared his Scions, particularly the emergence of the Super Saiyan. Only by becoming Super Saions do we stand a chance of defeating him. I shall become a Super Saiyan, and I will slay Frieza and obliterate his army. After a considerable time, they resumed the use of their power scouters and received the next combat assignment from Zabo. How peculiar, Nappa mused. This task appears astonishingly simple. Could it be that our previous missions were deemed commendable, and this is a reward for our efforts? Vegeta retorted coldly, who knows what Frieza is plotting? It certainly cannot be anything good. We Scions used to dispatch newborn infants to such lowly planets. Is he attempting to humiliate us? Nappa. Among the lowly planets assigned in this mission, there is one alarmingly close to us. Your Highness, that location is exceedingly remote. The nearest planet is M871, which requires a 9-month journey. Once we have feasted, we shall set our spaceship's course and slumber for the duration of the journey. Mr. Zabo. Has the mission been communicated to Vegeta and the others? A subordinate inquired. Yes, I have issued the orders. Zabo replied, bowing respectfully with his hand over his heart. Excellent. We have encountered a notable increase in powerful beings within our territory lately. For the next year, I plan to train for an hour each day, accumulating a full day of training each month. A pig-headed minion interjected, My lord, 1 hour a day for a month totals 30 hours. Yet a day only has 24 hours. We are still 6 hours short. A deadly energy beam pierced through the forehead of the pig-headed minion. Did I permit you to speak? Who raised such a subordinate, devoid of any sense of decorum? A rotund figure with crimson skin nervously explained, He is a new recruit under my command, somewhat dim-witted and yet to learn the proper etiquette. I sincerely apologize. Mr. Dodoria, go eliminate the subordinate who recruited this fool. My Frieza force does not accept trash. Zabo internally scoffed. What a simpleton. King Frieza merely seeks to reduce his training time. Does he truly believe he has miscalculated? Nevertheless, he is indeed courageous. I have followed King Frieza for many years and would never dare to speak so boldly. Even someone as formidable as King Frieza feels the pressure and must begin training to enhance his power? For Frieza, the notion of exercising had never crossed his mind. Even in his weakest form, he could traverse the galaxy with ease. He deemed any effort to enhance his strength unnecessary. However, the emergence of several formidable powers, each more potent than the last, instilled within him a palpable sense of urgency. Thus, he devised a training regimen, confident that upon its completion, he would once again reign as the sovereign of the universe. His eerie laughter echoed throughout the headquarters of his legion. A month later, on the planet of King Kai, Son Wuyuan divided his training into 3 segments each day. In the morning, he studied the Kaioken technique. At noon, he developed new special moves. And in the afternoon, he absorbed energy. During this time, he inquired about the process through which King Kai conceived the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, seeking details from the inception of the ideas to their refinement and eventual success, including the insights King Kai gleaned from each step. Brother, how cunning you are. Sneaking in to train with Lord King Kai without inviting me. Hey, Wukong, why aren't you spending quality time with Chi-Chi on Mount Baozi after just a month? Son Wukong hoped that Wukong would refrain from causing any trouble. His nephew had yet to appear, and any training would have to wait until Chi-Chi became pregnant. As for Chi-Chi, there was nothing amiss. She simply insisted on being atop him every night. Son Wukong covered Wukong's mouth and said, Wukong, that matter is a private affair between you and Chi-Chi, and it must not be disclosed to outsiders. Wukong protested, but brother, you are not an outsider. Nevertheless, he insisted. In any case, this matter should not be spoken of to anyone other than the 2 of you, for if Chi-Chi were to find out, she would surely be upset with you. Son Wukong chuckled awkwardly, saying, Chi-Chi has been exceptionally kind to me and has not shown any signs of anger. She mentioned that she is pregnant and forbids me from joining her in bed at night. The training effects in the gravity chamber, which are 300 times the normal gravity, have diminished significantly. I felt your presence, so I came to check on you. What? So soon? Wukong, you truly are remarkable. Our Son family will have descendants, but let us not become complacent. We must continue to strive for excellence. Son Wuyuan spoke earnestly, Wukong for the time being. You may set aside your training. First, share this delightful news with Grandpa, and then return home to care for Chi-Chi. As for your cultivation, once your child is born, I shall take you to a place most suitable for your training. That place is the room of spirit and time in the heavenly temple. The reason I had not allowed Wukong to enter before was twofold. He was too young at that time to endure the monotony of such a place, and more importantly, a person can only spend 2 years inside, which equates to merely 2 days outside. The benefits gained after transforming into a Super Saiyan would be significantly greater. Brother, can't you take me to train right now? Absolutely not. Your wife is with child. How can you leave her unattended at home? Honestly, Do you not wish to have more children? Do you not aspire to become a Super Saiyan God? With no other choice, Wukong complied with Son Wuyuan's guidance and informed Grandpa Son Gohan of Chi-Chi's pregnancy. Upon hearing the news, old Son Gohan was filled with joy. Yet he quickly realized that his grandson, Wukong, was not particularly adept at caring for others. Furthermore, his elder grandson, Son Wuyuan, had reportedly gone to King Kai's planet, prompting him to request a leave of absence from his superior, Almond, to return to Baozi Mountain and look after his daughter-in-law. Chapter 61. The birth of my nephew in Frisia's news of formidable and fierce energy. It seems Son Wuyuan is on the verge of success. The speaker was North Kai, who had been frequently questioned by Son Wuyuan over the past 10 months, grappling with some particularly challenging inquiries. There was even a time when he felt overwhelmed by one of Son Wuyuan's questions, realizing that it was beyond his expertise, and ultimately sought guidance from the Grand Kai for the answer. Piccolo, Krilin, Tien Shin'an, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu ceased their training, their gazes fixed intently on the direction of Son Wuyuan. Is that truly the Kamehameha the first I'm familiar with? Krilin swallowed hard. The Crimson Kamehameha just now. Wukong suddenly appeared directly in front of him, startling Son Wuyuan. He swiftly adjusted his direction, causing the energy wave to narrowly miss Wukong, singeing a few strands of his hair. Wow, that was close. I nearly met my end. Brother, that move of yours is impressive. Wukong, are you unharmed? Goodness. Just as I was perfecting my technique, you dashed in, almost offering your head as a sacrifice. We nearly turned this into a brotherly tragedy, Son Wukong nonchalantly remarked. Elder brother, Chi-Chi is about to give birth, so I came to find you to return. What? Your sister-in-law is in labor and you're not seeking the midwife, but rather looking for your brother? I am not equipped to assist with childbirth. Son Wuyuan replied helplessly. Who is the midwife? Where can she be found? What about grandfather? Due to my swift speed, grandfather entrusted me with this task, and you were the first person who came to mind. As Krilin and the others approached, they suddenly lost their footing and fell to the ground in unison, utterly astonished by Wukong and his companion's antics. I will inquire if Bulma has any experience with childbirth. Is Chi-Chi truly going to have a baby? However, I am also unversed in this matter. My mother should possess the necessary experience. Son Wukong swiftly escorted Bulma and Mrs. Briefs to the Baozi Mountain. While they entered to assist with the delivery, the three of them outside exchanged wide-eyed glances. Old Son Wufan, feeling somewhat anxious, paced restlessly, in stark contrast to Wukong's calm demeanor, who appeared blissfully unaware of the potential risks of childbirth. A resounding cry shattered the tranquility, the rhythmic, melodious wailing of a newborn echoed through the air. Congratulations, Wukong, you have ascended to the role of father. Before long, the door swung open, and the trio entered to find Mrs. Briefs bathing the infant. Bulma, her curiosity piqued, inquired about the peculiar monkey tail protruding from the baby's bottom. How strange. Why does the baby have a tail? It's not odd. I had a tail when I was young, but my elder brother had the deity seal it away from me. But did you and Grandpa ever have tails? Wukong recalled asking his brother and grandfather about their tails during his training in the deity's temple, only to realize that his brother was also visiting the temple for the first time at that time. Bulma turned her gaze towards Son Wukong, incredulous. Surely, you didn't have a tail too? No, we are both orphans picked up by Grandpa. Only you have a tail. As for why your tail needed to be sealed, it was not only a weakness but also because on the night of a full moon, Wukong, seeing the moon would transform into a raging great ape. Son Wukong recalled the tale recounted by his grandfather and elder brother, which advised him against gazing at the moon. Yet, on one occasion, he succumbed to temptation and furtively stole a glance, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Previously, Dales had remarked on his scion heritage, and he had even inquired whether Bardock was indeed their father. Upon returning to Earth, Wukong had not broached the subject, which is why it remained unspoken. Suddenly, Bulma interjected. Are you implying that Wukong is an extraterrestrial? Indeed, Wukong arrived aboard a spherical spacecraft. I consulted King Kai regarding the Scions, who reside on planet Vegeta, a warrior race that revels in combat and destruction, with both the young and the old engaged in battle, often serving under the tyrannical Frisia. How could such a brutal race exist? Bulma remarked, her voice tinged with trepidation. Thus, the Bardock mentioned by Dales is your father. Planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frisia himself, leaving only a handful of Scions alive, and you are one of the surviving Scions. Moreover, your dazzling transformation is that of the Super Saiyan, a phenomenon that occurs only once every millennium. What do you think, Wukong? Are you not a tad exhilarated? You have now become a prodigy among the Scion race, appearing once in 1,000 years. Sensing the atmosphere grow somber, Son Wuyuan jested, "To be honest, I am quite astonished. It turns out my elder brother is not my biological brother." "What kind of talk is that? It sounds as though I frequently lead you astray," Wuyuan retorted. "I, along with our grandfather, raised you with utmost care. You have only one elder brother, and that is I. Even if your biological brother were to arrive, he would still take second place." Son Wukong inhaled sharply, feeling a significant improvement in the resilience of the back of his head, as the pain he had endured over the years seemed to have diminished. He glanced at the infant with a slightly furrowed brow and remarked, "He truly is quite small." "Is he not a tad too small?" After giving birth, Chi-Chi was able to rise from her bed shortly thereafter. Son Wuyuan marveled at the remarkable physique of martial artists, who seemingly required no confinement during the postpartum period. He accompanied Bulma and Mrs. Brief back to West City, while old Son Gohan decided to wait until his great-grandson's first month before visiting Five Elements Mountain. "Wukong, your Scion clan served Frisia, only to be annihilated by him. Should you not seek to avenge your fallen kin?" Son Wukong hesitated, uncertain of his course of action. Having spent his childhood on Earth, he felt little connection to his kin on planet Vegeta and harbored disdain for the Scion's brutal ways. "Let me tell you, Wukong," he continued, "though those Scions are not admirable individuals, they pale in comparison to Frisia's insidious cruelty. His minions are not limited to your kind. Countless civilizations have perished at his hands. For the sake of universal peace and the harmonious development of human civilization." Sun Wuyuan earnestly sought to enlighten, and at first, Wukong grasped his words, but soon became increasingly bewildered. Suddenly, the voice of the North Kai resonated within their minds. "Wuyuan, Wukong, I can hear everything you are saying. Wait. Is the Kai Lord spying on us again? Did you peek while we were in the restroom? I am the deity governing the Northern Galaxy. I am far too occupied and lack the interest or time to observe your trivialities." The North Kai bellowed in exasperation. "I was merely jesting, my lord. It seems your state of mind still requires refinement and enhancement." Sun Wuyuan responded nonchalantly. "Oh, is that so? Then allow me to share some news with you. Due to the incessant destruction wrought by Frisia's army in the Northern Galaxy, I have been monitoring his activities closely. Shortly after your battle with the artificial beings on Earth, he appeared to have commenced a regimen of training. Although he only trains once a month, over the span of 10 months, that amounts to merely 10 days of exertion. His power has escalated rapidly. I can no longer discern the extent of his strength." With a startled exclamation, Sun Wuyuan nearly leaped to his feet. "Wuyuan, your cultivation of the heart is still lacking," he mused. Chapter 62, Gula, Sherlag appears ahead of schedule. Furthermore, there is another matter. Frisia seems to harbor a profound interest in your region, dispatching numerous subordinates to gather intelligence about your Earth. Once Frisia completes his year-long training regimen, which amounts to 12 days, I anticipate he will hasten to your location without delay." As Sun Wukong listened, his eyelids twitched in disbelief. The indolent Frisia had actually taken to exercising? Fortunately, he was indeed quite lazy, only training once a month, having only dedicated 10 days to it thus far. Without a fierce vendetta driving him, Frisia's training results would undoubtedly be significantly diminished. Consequently, there was no need for excessive concern. He entertained a rather immature notion: to locate Frisia's lair and utilize instantaneous movement to unleash a formidable energy wave upon their planet. The secret technique he had wished for from the dragon on Namek, which allowed him to survive in the vacuum of space for a brief period, would serve him well. Once the headquarters of Frisia's army was obliterated, even if Frisia were to survive, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. In that moment, he could reap the rewards of weakened foes. After all, wasn't Frisia fond of witnessing the spectacle of planets exploding? This strategy could be aptly termed as leading Frisia down a path that would ultimately leave him with no escape. Yet, there seemed to be something amiss. Perhaps it was wise to change into different attire and conceal his identity, lest he be recognized. After all, should some nefarious villains decide to target Earth, it would spell disaster. Lord North Kai, in the future, please inform me of such significant matters sooner, for who knows when your exceptional student may find himself in peril. Youngsters do tend to be rather impulsive. I merely suggested that I could not fully fathom Frisia's strength. I never claimed that he was beyond the realm of defeat. Wukong, if you do not unleash your full power, how can I comprehend your capabilities? I find myself cracking jokes once more. When did North Kai begin to exhibit such playful tendencies? It seems today he is somewhat out of sorts. Perhaps he has been led astray by Goku. Nevertheless, Wukong, do not let your guard down. Frisia's innate talent is truly formidable. However, his excessive confidence has hindered his progress, having neglected training since birth. He struggles to master his full potential, and prior to augmenting his strength, he will undoubtedly require time to harness that power effectively. Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong instantaneously transported themselves to Planet King, where they could more readily perceive the ominous presence of Frisia. The remote location of Earth rendered their search rather arduous. During this particular time frame, formidable beings in the northern galaxy were scarce, and those who were both powerful and malevolent were even fewer. He effortlessly detected 4 distinctly malevolent auras. 3 of these auras bore a certain resemblance to one another. If his intuition served him correctly, they belonged to Frisia, King Cold, and Cooler. The 4th aura, exceedingly sinister yet subtle, bore an uncanny resemblance to the demonic essence of King Piccolo, were it not for Son Wuyuan's faint sense of familiarity with this presence. Coupled with the pure malevolence of the demonic aura, he might have dismissed it altogether, for in comparison to the overwhelming auras of Frisia and his kin, this one appeared rather feeble. Son Wuyuan felt a sense of perplexity. His grandnephew had only just been born, yet the malevolent Shrag had already ventured to Earth. It seemed far too premature. A certain aura was heading towards Namek, while the remaining 2 auras remained stationary. Who could have departed for Namek? Something was amiss. Lord North Kai, I implore you to lend me your support. Wuyuan, what on earth are you up to? Son Wuyuan found himself at a loss for words. The North Kai, a rather lackadaisical figure, seemed indifferent to his responsibilities, neglecting the collection of crucial information. Were it possible, he would contemplate lodging a complaint with the North Kai's superior. However, it appears that reliable deities are a rarity. The North Kai is hardly worth mentioning. The Great Kai indulges in rock music and dance, the East Kai is derelict in his duties, the Old Kai is known for his lasciviousness, and the god of destruction, Beerus, is notorious for his gluttony and sloth. The North Kai sensed a formidable and sinister presence emanating from the direction of Namek and was curious to discover its source. Indeed, from that direction, it was none other than Frisia's elder brother, Cooler. Oddly enough, he had previously departed from the North Galaxy. When had he returned? The North Kai wiped the sweat from his brow, having been so preoccupied with Frisia that he neglected to monitor other celestial bodies. These rascals. Why do they all flock to the North Galaxy to wreak havoc? Wuyuan, Wukong, this time you must eradicate this band of miscreants once and for all. The North Kai exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Son Wuyuan rubbed his forehead, exclaiming, everything is in disarray. If the boss isn't sending experience to Wukong one by one, then we might as well eliminate them all. Wow, big brother, your perception is remarkably sharp. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have been oblivious to the sinister aura approaching Earth, which I can now only faintly sense. Son Wuyuan continued, as for that malevolent Namekian, Slag, it is your responsibility to deal with him swiftly, lest he wreak havoc on our planet. For the time being, venturing to Frisia's headquarters was out of the question. The priority was to confront the Gula Legion and Slag's forces first. Gula had an additional transformation compared to Frisia, making Wukong currently no match for him. Although Slag was a super Namekian with a wicked heart, age had diminished his strength. With the Dragon Balls on Earth still unrecovered, Wukong should have no trouble handling them. Master Brother Wuyuan, is Earth in danger? Krilin inquired, having addressed Son Wuyuan as Master Brother since that suggestion was made. What's the matter? Do you wish to return for some training? Krilin nodded earnestly. We have trained for so many years without ever battling these extraterrestrial beings. Very well. You have trained sufficiently under Lord North Kai. Continuous rigorous training is not ideal. Those who wish to return should accompany Wukong. Slag has a few competent subordinates, but also a horde of weaker ones. Suddenly, the usually silent Piccolo interjected, I want to return to Namek. Of course, Gula is mine to handle, and his subordinates shall be yours. At that moment, Gula's spaceship had just landed. You have 10 minutes to gather all 7 Dragon Balls. That fool Gula doesn't even realize he's a Namekian. How could the Dragon Balls on Earth possibly compare to those from his homeland? Years ago, when the spirit tree was intercepted, he had secretly dispatched his subordinates to investigate. Last year, they reported a powerful energy response in the remote regions of the North Galaxy. Gula immediately deduced that the mysterious individual who acquired the spirit tree feared being discovered by a powerful being like himself, thus opting to plant it in the desolate area of the North Galaxy to quietly enhance their strength. Upon discovering an energy level surpassing his own, he lamented the potency of the spirit tree's fruit. In just a few years, the mysterious individual's power had eclipsed his own, prompting him to send subordinates to gather further information. Later, some of his subordinates collected data on Earth and uncovered the legend of the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder of Namek slowly opened his eyes and remarked, "The future has shifted. The enemy is no longer Frisia, but Gula. Yet, why can I not discern the identity of the warrior battling Gula? Nevertheless, it is thanks to him that Namek may avert its fate of destruction." Chapter 63. Swiftly eliminate Gula. Just as Gula's subordinates disembarked from their spaceship, unprepared for takeoff, Son Wuyuan and Piccolo appeared overhead. "Hey, you over there with the blue skin and yellow hair, summon your Lord Gula to face his demise, and then you can take your own life." In a calm tone, Son Wuyuan addressed Shaviza. Shaviza, Nez, Dre, and a group of lesser beings erupted into laughter. "You are so arrogant. I, Shaviza, am eager to see how formidable your strength of 5,250 truly is. Oh, not too shabby, yet you remain nothing but trash. Now, let us see if you can handle a challenge from the green-skinned Bic, just like Dre." With that, Son Wuyuan instantaneously teleported aboard the spaceship, prompting Bic to nod and elevate his energy. The power detector belonging to Shaviza exploded with a resounding crack, causing Nez, Dre, and the others to gaze incredulously at Bic. All their power detectors had been destroyed. Bic coldly declared, "Namek is not a place for your kind. Descend to hell." With a swift movement, he sent Shaviza, boasting a power level of 170,000, flying with a single kick, reducing him to mere fragments with a powerful energy wave. Nez, at 163,000, and Dre, at 185,000, were drenched in cold sweat, their mouths agape in shock. The lesser beings scattered chaotically like flies from a cow's backside. In a bizarre sight of purple and white, a naked race appeared, and one of them remarked, "You must be the brother of Frisia, Cooler. Who are you? Here to seize the Dragon Balls?" Before Son Wuyuan could respond, Cooler's eyes suddenly unleashed two beams of destructive purple energy aimed at him. Having anticipated this, Son Wuyuan easily dodged, recognizing Cooler as treachery. "Interesting. You've evaded my attack. That's quite impressive. You must have been the one who snatched the fruit of the Tree of Might years ago," Cooler observed cautiously, his gaze fixed on Son Wuyuan. Son Wukong instantaneously transported himself before Gula, delivering a powerful straight punch to Gula's forehead. In the realm of combat, one must reciprocate. Gula had the opportunity to ambush him, and thus, he too could retaliate. Gula's formidable body collided with the spacecraft, carving a wide and lengthy trench into the earth, sending dust swirling into the air, obscuring his figure. Remarkably resilient, he emerged unscathed despite plowing through such extensive ground. As the dust settled, Gula transformed into his fourth form, his most potent state, boasting a staggering battle power of 470 million. Though Son Wukong has spent 10 months training on King Kai's planet, deepening his understanding of energy and slightly accelerating his power enhancement from 310 million to 400 million, the disparity in combat strength remains over 17, making victory in typical circumstances unattainable. Just in time, Son Wukong soared into the sky, eager to test his newly developed Super Kamehameha, a technique equivalent to the Kamehameha unleashed with full force in a threefold Kaioken state. As he ascended higher, Gula followed suit, launching energy blasts aimed at Son Wukong's back. Seemingly on the verge of striking him, Son Wukong instantaneously teleported behind Gula, unleashing a triple Kamehameha wave. Gula was propelled through Namek, shattering it into countless fragments. His ascent into the sky was merely to entice Gula into pursuit, facilitating the use of the triple Kamehameha while sparing the planet from collateral damage. The entirety of Gula was obliterated, leaving not even a remnant of his cranium. One could hardly expect him to transform into Metal Gula now. The sole shortcoming was that he had merely become debris rather than ash. Son Wukong clapped his hands, gazing contentedly at the scattered remnants of Gula. Piccolo's combat was exceedingly straightforward, akin to swatting away a child. Gula's most formidable subordinate, Dre, boasted a power level of merely 185,000, while Piccolo, prior to his training on King Kai's planet, possessed a strength of 400,000. Although Piccolo's increase in power was not as pronounced as that of Krilin and others, Son Wukong estimated it to be at least 1,000,000. Rather than engaging in a battle, it seemed more accurate to describe Piccolo as crushing hapless, erratic opponents, encountering no worthy adversary. Upon witnessing Piccolo eliminate the last foe, Son Wukong inquired, "Piccolo, will you remain on Namek or return to Earth? By the way, the adversaries we face on Earth are Namekians, my kin?" "Indeed," Piccolo replied. similar to the situation with the Supreme Kai. They are children who were sent away from Namek centuries ago. They are rare super Namekians, possessing an evil heart. Upon greeting the Grand Elder, Son Wuyuan instantaneously vanished from sight. The Elder, somewhat to himself, reflected on Wuyuan's formidable strength, noting that even Piccolo had significantly enhanced his power. Meanwhile, Neru remained quietly vigilant at his side. King Kai of the North observed the unfolding battle with great relief. Wuyuan had effortlessly dispatched Gula, and Piccolo had obliterated the mech army. However, Goku's progress appeared sluggish, as he seemed intent on compelling Slag to reveal his most potent techniques. Goku, accompanied by Krilin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, returned to Earth. They reported to King Slag, expressing concern that their movements had likely been compromised, with no detection of excessively powerful energy signatures. Then let us cease our concealment, Slag commanded. Advance the planetary vessel at full speed, heading directly for Earth. Scientists on Earth observed a celestial body hurtling toward their planet. And upon the release of this information, global panic ensued. As Goku and his companions approached the incoming vessel, they united their energies to unleash a powerful wave, forcibly altering its trajectory, allowing it to narrowly miss Earth. A spaceship descended upon the planet, prompting Yamcha to jest, "If you ask me, this Slag fellow is rather ostentatious, thinking he can command a planet to Earth." Slag ordered his subordinates to transform Earth into a habitat suitable for the demon race. Subsequently, he and a throng of followers disembarked from the ship, which ascended into the atmosphere, unleashing a tumultuous black cloud that sought to envelop the entire globe. "Eliminate them," commanded Slag as his 5 minions, and Kila, Duladebo, Jishio, Jigu, and Big Eye led their entourage aggressively toward Goku and his 4 companions. Son Wukong effortlessly dispatched Angira and Shrag with a single punch, declaring them unworthy opponents, and challenged his adversary to a duel. Shrag's 5 capable subordinates were not particularly formidable, each possessing a combat power of around 10,000. Krilin and Tien effortlessly subdued their opponents, while Kaiatsu struggled considerably. Yamcha, overly complacent in battle, fell victim to Doladebo's ultimate technique, which manifested 4 small clones that relentlessly drained his energy. By the time Yamcha exerted considerable effort to free himself, the majority of his energy had already been siphoned away. Simultaneously, Tien and Krilin dispatched their foes, with Tien delivering the final blow to the wide-eyed Kaiatsu, while Doladebo was cleaved in 2 by Krilin's energy slash. This left only Wukong and Shrag engaged in a fierce and evenly matched confrontation, compelling Shrag to unleash his giant form. In response, Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, maintaining a balance of power with Shrag. Upon returning, Son Wukong's brother gazed in astonishment, acknowledging his sibling's prowess as he ventured deeper into the fray. Chapter 64, Assimilation, Stewing Shrag. In his gigantic form, Shrag unleashed a barrage of punches towards Son Wukong, yet despite the enhancement in strength, he remained inferior to Wukong's might, with all attacks being effortlessly deflected. Shrag opened his mouth wide and unleashed a colossal energy blast, which Wukong, unfazed, countered with the Kamehameha wave. "Hurry up and defeat Shrag, or I shall intervene," Son Wukong's brother warned. He was apprehensive about Wukong pushing their opponent too hard, potentially threatening the Earth's existence with an energy wave. Although he had empowered the Earth with the Namekian Dragon Balls, the extent of its resilience to such formidable attacks remained uncertain. "Brother, please refrain from intervening. Allow me a moment longer to fight." Son Wukong was somewhat speechless. "Piccolo, what are your thoughts on the Namekian slug? Quite formidable, possessing the quintessential evil heart of a true demon race." "I'm not inquiring about that. I am asking whether you harbor any feelings for Slug," Son Wukong teased. Piccolo misunderstood Son Wukong's intent and replied in a tone devoid of emotion, "For us Namekians, reproduction does not require 2 individuals. Surely, you are aware of this, Son Wukong. Usually, you appear quite proper, yet I never imagined you to be so frivolous, Piccolo. Are you seeking a boyfriend or a girlfriend?" Son Wukong grinned mischievously. "Humph." Piccolo turned his head away, clearly unwilling to engage further with Son Wukong. If his strength were sufficient, his fist would surely roar as it struck Son Wukong's face. "I recall that among your kind, there exists a unique ability to assimilate with one another. I am curious, upon assimilation, do 2 personalities merge, or is one simply eradicated?" Son Wukong admitted his uncertainty, remembering only that Namekians possessed the power of assimilation, and that the personality of the Supreme Kai seemed to meld with Piccolo's. Assimilation is our ultimate trump card, employed by Namekians when confronting insurmountable foes to rapidly enhance combat prowess. One individual assumes the dominant role, while the other willingly serves as a conduit for energy enhancement, without affecting the dominant personality, Piccolo elucidated. From Piccolo's explanation, Son Wukong gleaned both good and bad news. The good news was that if Piccolo were to assimilate with Slug, he would not be tainted by Slug's malevolent heart and revert to a demon. The bad news was that they could not forcibly pin Slug down for Piccolo to assimilate him. That is indeed regrettable. A creature like Slug would likely never voluntarily allow himself to be assimilated. What a splendid opportunity to enhance your strength has been lost. Son Wukong shook his head in disappointment. Piccolo, upon hearing this, felt a surge of desire. If he could indeed assimilate Slug's energy, perhaps he would surpass both of the Sun brothers in one fell swoop, and he could thoroughly thrash Son Wukong and Son Wukong, especially the latter, deserving of a thorough beating. At that moment, Slug's strength was nearly depleted, and he lay on the ground, gravely injured, lacking even the energy to recover. Wukong released his Super Saiyan form, refraining from delivering the final blow to Slug. However, there was still a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they could attempt something. Son Wukong grasped Piccolo and instantaneously teleported away from the scene. He then said to Piccolo, "Let us proceed in this manner first, and then in that manner." They teleported back. "Brother, should we send Slug to Namek for the Elder's handling, or simply eliminate him here? I shall take care of it." Son Wukong produced a Senza bean and approached Slug, realizing that in order to test whether Piccolo could assimilate him, they could not allow Slug to perish so easily. Krilin, perplexed, whispered to Yamcha, "Hey, do you think Wukong intends to heal this evil and terrifying creature and let him go? Brother, are you truly intending to release him?" Lying on the ground, Shrag felt a surge of delight. "Foolish beings, once I, King Shrag, regain my youth, I shall ensure your demise. Every soul on this earth must perish, and so too must the Dragon Balls." Son Wuyuan offered a miraculous bean to the near-fatal Sherlager, and as a result, Sherlager's injuries were fully mended. He rose, warily eyeing Son Wuyuan, as well as the formidable Son Wukong who had bested him before. "You do not intend to kill me?" Sherlager inquired, his voice tinged with apprehension. "That is one way to interpret it. Your wound should be healed now." Son Wuyuan replied, his countenance adorned with a beaming smile. A surge of elation crossed Sherlager's face as he turned to flee, but Son Wuyuan swiftly intercepted him, declaring, "I did not proclaim your demise. Yet I did not assert your release either. Are you toying with me?" Sherlager mused, feeling akin to a jester in this moment. Reminiscent of his previous enjoyment in toying with adversaries and relishing the sight of their terror-stricken, despairing gazes. "Do not regard me with such disdain. I am no villain. You are the true antagonist. I have other matters to attend to, and our conversation must be postponed." Son Wuyuan, unhurried, produced a rice cooker. "Brother, are you preparing a meal? After such a lengthy skirmish, I must admit my stomach is rather empty." Son Wukong remarked, gently patting his belly. Son Wuyuan nonchalantly remarked, "Indeed, I intend to simmer this drag into a pot of nourishing pork rib soup for your health." "Brother, is that even edible?" "We shall stew it first and determine its edibility later." Son Wuyuan responded earnestly. Krilin and his companions quickly distanced themselves from Son Wuyuan, casting strange glances at Piccolo. Shrag, upon hearing this, felt a surge of panic, exclaiming, "How dare you consider me as food? Stay back, or I shall take my own life. Cry all you like. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, there will be no salvation for you. Suit yourself. Suicide would be perfect, as your body can be cooked while still warm. Accept your fate, King Shrag." Son Wuyuan chuckled as he advanced toward Shrag, who was drenched in cold sweat and retreating step by step. Such a sinister smile, even as a member of the demon clan. He had never worn such a frightfully malevolent grin. "Come obediently into the pot, you wretched being." Demon seal wave. A swirling vortex of emerald enveloped Shrag, compelling him inside. In a swift motion, Shrag was tossed into the rice cooker. The lid was secured, and a talisman was affixed. Krilin trembled, his voice quaking, "Wuyuan, master brother, are you truly going to make soup out of him?" Son Wuyuan said with a sinister grin, "Did you not witness it all? In a moment, I shall kindle a fire and brew a broth to nourish you, Krilin, for your lack of sustenance has stunted your growth. As your senior brother, it is my duty to care for you." He chuckled. "Of course, I jest. Merely concocting a demon stew is but a trivial matter. Imagine the day I prepare a grand purple feline. It would surely terrify you. Krilin, you must cultivate your courage." Krilin and the others let out a sigh of relief. "Master brother, what was that magical sealing technique you employed just now? I have never seen you use it before." "It is a secret technique of Master Wutian, specifically designed to seal formidable foes." Krilin, How is it that after years of training under Master Wu Tian, you remain unaware of this? Chapter 65, The Frisia Force. Ice Planet. Now that this matter is settled, I intend to venture into the cosmos to eliminate a certain group. If you wish to join, let me know. Son Wuyuan temporarily set aside his plan to obliterate the planet and seriously assess Frisia's strength. If he could defeat Frisia, he would. If not, he would resort to the sealing technique, and if that failed, he would teleport away, ultimately resorting to the planet destruction plan. Goku and Piccolo immediately expressed their willingness to accompany him, while Krilin hesitated before deciding to join as well. Yamcha, having narrowly escaped disaster in his recent battle, was reluctant to go. Tien, eager to fight, glanced at Kaiatsu and said, Tien, I shall await your return on Earth. Very well, Wuyuan. I too shall join you in this cosmic battle, Krilin exclaimed. We should depart swiftly. It would be troublesome if the press gathers around us. The press? Excellent. Let us seize this opportunity to engage with the media and publicize this event. It is high time the world recognizes the prowess of martial artists. Shedding light on the truth of our world can only be beneficial. Yamcha, you should connect with these journalists. It is not a bad thing for the world to understand that we martial artists are not to be trifled with. Son Wuyuan sought to enhance the influence of martial artists on Earth, ensuring that, when the time came to utilize the spirit bomb, it could be gathered with greater ease and efficiency. The group regarded Son Wuyuan with curiosity. Do not look at me in such a manner. I am merely planning for the future. As you know, the spirit bomb requires the gathering of energy. While this technique can draw energy from flora, fauna, and even celestial bodies, the process remains rather slow. Ideally, the source of energy should be high life forms like humans. However, if they do not recognize you, they may be unwilling to lend you their energy for the spirit bomb. Naturally, Goku and I, being so low-key, are not suited to act as representatives for martial artists. Piccolo's green visage can be rather intimidating, and Krilin lacks the stature and strength to appear formidable. Thus, the most fitting choice is Yamcha, whose height, appearance, and character align perfectly. In a moment of unintended flattery, Son Wukong praised Yamcha, acknowledging that Yamcha's height and appearance were quite commendable. Otherwise, Bulma would not have been infatuated with him in the original narrative. Upon hearing these words, Yamcha felt a surge of confidence and assured Wukong, rest assured. This task shall be entrusted to me. Son Wukong, Piccolo, Krilin, and Tien swiftly transported to the headquarters of Frisia's army, leaving only Yamcha behind as Kaiatsu departed. A throng of police officers, journalists, and onlookers quickly surrounded Yamcha. Greetings. I am a reporter from XXX. May I ask how you are addressed, sir? Hello, everyone. I am Yamcha, a formidable martial artist, he responded. Mr. Yamcha, are you aware of what transpired? Were those who perished extraterrestrials? Did you play a role in it? And what about the celestial body that was on a collision course with Earth? As Son Wukong and his companions arrived at the icy planet serving as the headquarters for the Frisia Force, their presence was immediately detected. Who are you? A soldier began to inquire, only to be swiftly silenced by a blast of energy from Son Wukong. Turning to the other soldiers, he declared, I am here to wreak havoc. Do not accuse me of not offering you a chance. Summon every member of your Frisia Force within 3 minutes. Wukong, Krilin, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan felt beads of sweat form on their brows. Though they had come to uphold justice and eradicate evil, it seemed that Wukong appeared more villainous, casting them in the role of accomplices. Lord Frisia, we have a dire situation. 5 formidable individuals have invaded, among whom are those with battle powers exceeding 1 million. Ho ho ho, how amusing. There are still those bold enough to confront my Frisia Force? The Jinyu Force promptly assembled in formation, unabashedly performing a flamboyant dance for Frisia. Exclaiming, Jinyu Force, ha ha ha. Jinyu Force, unite. Frisia, Zarbin, and Dodoria exchanged silent glances, their expressions steeped in awkwardness. Lord Frisia, the Jinyu Force requests permission to engage. Frisia, reclining in his levitating pod, responded, Very well, Jinyu, you shall lead the others into battle. Meanwhile, Son Wukong addressed Piccolo and the others. This planet is home to 2 formidable ice demons, Frisia and King Cold. Their strengths are significant. So Wukong and I will handle them. The Jinyu Force, comprising 5 members, exceeds Krilin and Tien Shinhan in power, so Piccolo, keep a close watch. Additionally, be aware that while the Jinyu Force may not be overly impressive, their leader Jinyu possesses a technique to swap bodies with his opponent. It would be wise to eliminate him swiftly before he can use that ability. Years in seclusion did not spare King Cold from the disturbance. He could not ignore the intrusion into his stronghold. Soon, King Cold and Frisia, accompanied by a throng of minions, ominously confronted Son Wukong and his companions. Krilin, Tien Shinhan. Piccolo, can I entrust that multitude to you? Son Wukong received no response, while Piccolo displayed a look of disdain, and Krilin and Tien were left speechless in shock. Krilin, do not be afraid. Tell me, how many are there on the opposite side? Countless. There are no less than 70 to 80,000. And how many are you? 3. Just 3. Then what are you afraid of? Defeat them. If by unfortunate chance you fall in battle, I shall summon the Dragon Balls to revive you. Piccolo scoffed. You only need to deal with the enemies far weaker than yourselves. Leave the rest to me. Has the battle power been assessed? Who possesses a power level exceeding 1 million? It is Frisia, the one entirely enshrouded in green. King Cold remarked, such power is rare indeed. Frisia, let us see if you can recruit him under your command. Understood, Father. Wukong, transform into a Super Saiyan. It appears we have been overlooked. Son Wukong observed that Frisia and King Cold were fixated on Piccolo, remarking on his striking complexion, which easily drew attention wherever he went. Are you not going to fight first before transforming? Son Wukong asked uncertainly, scratching his cheek with his fingertip. No time for games. My nephew has just been born, and there are many matters to attend to at home. It is best to finish this quickly and return for dinner. Upon the mention of food, Wukong felt a pang of hunger. Brother, do you have anything to eat? I am famished after my battle with Shrek. I cannot do anything about you right now. The battle is about to commence, and there is no time to prepare instant noodles. Here, take the senza bean. Upon consuming the mystical beans, Son Wukong initially intended to engage in a warm-up with King Cold. However, under the watchful gaze of Son Wuyuan, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Simultaneously, Son Wuyuan unleashed his full potential, drawing the attention of Frisia and King Cold away from Piccolo and towards both Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong. What were their combat powers? You ask? A staggering 180 million and 400 million. Chapter 66. Call me Father. King Cold could scarcely believe his ears. Are you certain those figures are 180 million and 400 million? Is the device malfunctioning? No, it is functioning perfectly. Having abdicated his throne for many years, King Cold had entrusted the management of his legion to his son, Frisia. When had such formidable beings emerged in the universe? Despite being the father of Gula and Frisia, King Cold's combat prowess barely reached 120 million, rendering him weaker than his two sons. In contrast to King Cold's disbelief, Frisia maintained a far more composed demeanor. After rigorous training, his strength had multiplied several times, surpassing 120 million. He was confident that he could best his opponents with his 400 million power level. King Cold, with a touch of arrogance, inquired, "What are your names?" Without the slightest hesitation, Son Wukong proclaimed his illustrious name, followed by Son Wuyuan, who reluctantly revealed his own. Ha ha ha, splendid. Son Wukong and Son Wuyuan, I, the chieftain of the Ice Demon clan, King Kurd, am willing to adopt you as my sons. Address me as your father. Son Wuyuan's complexion was somewhat dark. Goodness, Frisia, who proclaims himself the emperor of the universe, dominates the cosmos, while King Cold also fancies himself as a ruler of the universe. It's true that like father, like son. However, King Cold, why choose to impose upon your own kin? What more is there to say? Wukong, keep King Cold at a distance from me. Feel free to strike him as you wish, for I fear I might inadvertently crush him with a single slap, leaving you without an adversary. Upon hearing this, Wukong utilized instant transmission to appear behind King Cold, who had yet to react. He placed a hand on King Cold's shoulder and transported them away from Son Wuyuan. This was no jest. His elder brother had the capability to eliminate King Cold with ease, and he himself had often faced similar repercussions, let alone an enemy. Frisia spoke with an air of gentlemanly elegance. Mr. Son Wuyuan, last year, several powerful energy signatures emerged in the remote regions of the North Galaxy, among which, surely, you and Mr. Son Wukong were included. How fortunate it is to have piqued your interest. Ah, how surprising it is that you, Frisia, would take note of my brother and me. Since you are aware of our combat prowess, why do you appear so unperturbed? Ha ha, Mr. Son Wuyuan, you are indeed formidable. Yet with a mere 400 million battle power, you remain no match for me. Why not join us and become my subordinate? Frisia offered with a sly smile, extending an invitation to Son Wuyuan. To be candid, my brother and I have come with the intent to either eliminate you and King Cold or to meet our own demise at your hands, Son Wuyuan shrugged, nonchalantly expressing his intent. Oh, ha ha, that is indeed a bit regrettable. Am I limited to eliminating only you, Mr. Son Wuyuan? Curious, Son Wukong inquired, Lord Frisia. Since you are aware of our combat capabilities, you must understand that your father, King Cold, is no match for my brother. If you continue to delay, King Cold will soon meet his demise at my brother's hands. Do you not care about your father? He let out a boisterous laugh. It would be better for him to perish. His power is so feeble, yet he constantly attempts to command me. Once he is gone, the Frisia force will heed only my commands. After my dear brother dispatches him, I shall express my gratitude to you, for otherwise this old fool would continue to futilely direct me for who knows how long. To show my appreciation, I shall ensure your deaths are particularly brutal, as I am avenging my beloved father, Frisia said with a chilling smile. Meanwhile, the Jinyu Force showcased their impeccable entrance routine before Krilin and Tien, enveloping both sides in an atmosphere of peculiar tension, while the Jinyu Force diligently endeavored to complete their entire performance. Unable to bear it any longer, Piccolo exclaimed, "Super explosive demon wave." Before the Jinyu Force could finish their entrance, a mushroom cloud erupted from their location, shrouding the area in billowing smoke. When the dust settled, the Jinyu Force was nowhere to be seen. Humph. Their display was truly unsightly. Son Wukong reminded Piccolo to eliminate Jinyu with a single strike. Yet Piccolo astonishingly exceeded expectations by obliterating the entire Jinyu Force in one fell swoop. Krilin and Tien, taken aback, could hardly believe that the 5 adversaries they feared the most were so effortlessly vanquished by Piccolo. Meanwhile, King Cold was locked in a fierce battle with Goku, who, through sheer determination, managed to hold his ground, inflicting numerous superficial wounds upon King Cold and significantly diminishing his strength. However, Goku refrained from delivering a fatal blow, as the two continued their rapid exchanges of strikes. Alas, Lord Frisia, your most cherished subordinates, the Jinyu Force, have inadvertently been dispatched to the depths of hell by Piccolo. The skirmish involving your father, King Cold, appears poised to endure for some time, but if you tarry any longer, your beloved minions may soon face annihilation at Piccolo's hands. A bunch of useless fools. We can always recruit more after they're gone. Frisia, losing his composure, unleashed a crimson beam of death from his fingertip, aimed directly at Piccolo's back. Son Wukong glanced and discerned that the attack was not aimed at Piccolo's head, thus he refrained from intervening. In an instant, he teleported behind Frisia and struck swiftly and forcefully at the back of his head. Lord Frisia, ambushing is not a commendable habit. Nanny? Frisia's reaction was slightly delayed. His arm failed to block the blow, which landed squarely on the back of his skull. With a crisp sound, Frisia was sent flying, crashing into numerous buildings before regaining his footing. Truly, the Frost Demon race boasts formidable resilience. Despite colliding with so many structures, his head remained unscathed and remarkably smooth, devoid of any injury. Frisia's fury ignited. His elegant composure vanished, replaced by a grotesque snarl. How insidious! While admonishing me for ambushing, you dare to attack me. Piccolo felt a piercing beam from Frisia suddenly penetrate his chest, leaving a hole the size of a fingertip, from which a faint wisp of smoke emanated. Yet no blood flowed from the wound. Curse Son Wukong. Had he not claimed he would handle Frisia himself, leaving the rest to him, Krilin, and Tien Shinhan? What was this unexpected assault on him? Could Son Wukong not be more reliable? If the attack had struck his head instead of his chest, Piccolo would have truly met his demise. Damn Frisia. Why not eliminate Son Wukong first before resorting to such treachery against me? Piccolo felt a surge of anger. Unable to contend with both of them, how could he not dispatch those lesser foes? He expended some energy to recover from his injury and pursued the thousands of fleeing soldiers with relentless ferocity. His techniques were fierce and unrelenting, instilling terror among Frisia's elite warriors who dared not face him. Meanwhile, Krilin and Tien Shinhan were bewildered by the sudden turn of events, having been besieged by numerous foes. Suddenly, their adversaries fled, leaving them unbothered. Tien Shinhan, what just happened? Krilin, look over there. Tien Shinhan pointed, and following his gaze, Krilin, aided by his energy perception, could vaguely discern a green figure, muttering, Piccolo? Hadn't we agreed that he would handle enemies of equal or greater strength while we dealt with the rest? Why does he appear so furious? Which fool from Frisia's army dared to provoke him? Magic flash, magic wave, magic light flash. Piccolo crossed his arms, gathering a tremendous amount of energy, and released it all at once. The energy surged in all directions, indiscriminately striking the soldiers. The cries of Frisia's soldiers turned to ash, while those fortunate enough to survive remained at a distance from Piccolo, escaping the onslaught. Humph! Piccolo cast a cold glance around, standing proudly with his arms crossed, his white cloak billowing in the wind behind him. Krilin observed the devastation within a radius of several kilometers surrounding Piccolo, his right hand instinctively patting his chest in relief. Thank goodness we are far enough from Piccolo. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble. I must maintain a safe distance when watching him fight in the future. Tien, in a daze, pondered the nature of the monstrous beings he had encountered. While Goku and Gohan were formidable, now another powerhouse had emerged in the form of Piccolo. When would he ever catch up to them? Unlike Tien, Krilin was somewhat indifferent. His focus was on his own potential for growth rather than on matching the strides of Goku and the others. You can take care of those minor nuisances. Tien and Krilin. I have no interest in engaging with them any longer. Kurd, I have witnessed all your techniques. It is time to end this. Kamehameha. Kurd's eyes widened in terror as his trembling body was engulfed by the Kamehameha wave. As Son Wuyuan perceived the disappearance of King Kuld's aura, he felt a twinge of surprise. Indeed, Wukong had decisively eliminated his foe. Well done, little brother. Your elder brother's teachings have not been in vain. Frisia, as you wished. King Kuld has descended into the abyss, and your Frisia Force soldiers have nearly met the same fate. At present, you stand as a mere shell of your former self. Will you not unleash your full power? Mr. Son Wuyuan initially intended to engage in a leisurely battle, for in the cosmos, few warriors possess strength as formidable as yours. Alas, since you seek your demise with such fervor, I shall grant your wish. While Frisia continued to prattle on, Son Wuyuan delivered a resounding punch to his abdomen. Frisia, in combat, one must maintain vigilance and be attuned to one's surroundings. Your incessant chatter has become rather excessive. As Frisia continued his endless monologue, Son Wuyuan activated his double Kaioken. Frisia's words became lodged in his throat. Damn it, yet another ambush. You infuriate me. A surge of purple energy erupted forth, causing the earth to tremble and fracture, while rocks flew through the air. Krilin and Tien, in hot pursuit of the remaining soldiers, were taken aback. Their rapid flight abruptly halted as they froze in midair. This energy is immense, even surpassing that of Master Wuyuan. Triple Kaioken. Son Wuyuan's aura once again overshadowed Frisia's. Yet its strength remained limited. Sensing Frisia's energy, Son Wuyuan mused to himself. In just 10 days of training, my power has surged to this level. It seems Frisia's combat prowess may well reach 1 billion. Sometimes, hard work pales in comparison to innate talent. Frisia pointed a finger at Son Wuyuan, unleashing a violet beam of death. Son Wukong deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a smoking crevice that had formed in the adjacent rock. In an instant, a torrential barrage of lethal beams rained down upon him. With a swift displacement, Son Wukong materialized behind Frisia, standing back to back. He forcefully engaged in a height contest, and the diminutive king, measuring a mere 1.50 meters, was quickly overshadowed. What grade are you in this year, Frisia? What? You little one, you must eat more. It appears you've stunted your growth. You seek death. Son Wuyuan grasped Frisia's tail with a single hand, swinging it vigorously against the ground, creating an increasingly deep pit. With dust swirling around, Krilin was rendered speechless. This battle was far from the grand showdown of 300 rounds he had envisioned. Let go. Not a chance. Son Wuyuan, can't you try a different technique? Are you brave enough to set me down? How shameless, clinging to my tail without a hint of mercy. He has no idea how many times he has slammed into the ground. One move is sufficient to handle you. Why bother with a change? Frisia, forced to unleash 2 slicing energy discs, prompted Son Wuyuan to release his grip and swiftly evade. The battle remained stalemated for quite some time, during which Son Wuyuan had surreptitiously learned Frisia's 2 signature moves, Death Beam and Energy Discs. Frisia, since you have exhausted your tricks, it's time for you to reunite with King Kuld. By the way, I forgot to mention that your dear brother, Cooler, has already taken the plunge into hell. Now, only you remain. With that, Son Wuyuan produced a Senzu bean, placing it in his mouth, but refraining from swallowing it immediately. Fourfold Kaioken. Kamehameha. Frisia, already at a disadvantage in strength compared to Son Wuyuan, found himself further weakened as Son Wuyuan had consumed a Senzu bean during the fight, restoring his energy to its peak. Now, with the fourfold Kaioken in effect, his power surged dramatically. After prolonged combat, Frisia's strength had dwindled significantly, and against the mightier Son Wuyuan, he was obliterated by the Kamehameha, not even granted the opportunity to destroy a planet. Upon Frisia's demise, the moment Son Wuyuan released the fourfold Kaioken, he experienced a backlash. Swiftly, he swallowed the Senzu bean, and the pain vanished instantly, his stamina fully restored. With Frieza defeated and the desired techniques acquired, the next task was to address the issue of Shrag. Son Wukong retrieved the rice cooker that contained Shrag, drawing the attention of Krilin, Tien, and Goku, who looked on in bewilderment. "Brother, are you truly going to stew Shrag?" they exclaimed, their expressions a mix of disbelief and concern. "Just wait and see." With that, he lifted the lid of the rice cooker, and Shrag emerged swiftly, drenched in perspiration, panting heavily. "Shrag, I offer you a swift demise through fusion with Piccolo," he declared. "I do not comprehend what you mean by fusion," Shrag replied. Confusion etched upon his features. Son Wukong pointed at Piccolo and said, "Do you not find that he bears a striking resemblance to you? Indeed, he is your kin. It is a pity that after so many years, you remain unaware of your heritage as a Namekian. Impossible. I would rather perish than assimilate with him." Shrag vehemently roared in fury. "To be honest, I never anticipated you would readily acquiesce." Chapter 68. Assimilation, Piccolo's overwhelming confidence. Son Wuyuan let out a piercing whistle, causing a sharp pain to resonate in Shalag's head, while Bick also clutched his own. "Ah, I had forgotten. Bick, you two are susceptible to this. Let us try a different approach. I, Sherlag, shall not capitulate easily. Enlarge." Yet, even the act of enlargement proved futile. Was it not merely a larger target? Son Wuyuan cast a disdainful glance at Sherlag before turning to Goku, Krilin, and Tien Shinhan, saying, "The ensuing events may be unsuitable for younger audiences. Goku, please escort the two of them back to Earth." "Brother, what do you intend to do with Sherlag?" "Hasten back to care for your siblings and your nephew." "Why inquire so much?" Son Wuyuan urged. After the departure of Son Wukong and his companions, anguished cries echoed from the Ice Star. "I, Sherlag, shall not succumb. Ah! Kill me. I implore you, grant me a swift end." For over 3 hours, Sherlag endured torment, his consciousness spiraling into chaos, contemplating suicide and self-destruction, yet finding no opportunity. "Wait a moment, Son Wuyuan, is the assimilation of Namekians truly a fusion of their powers and souls? Indeed, no one understands assimilation better than I do. When two Namekians assimilate, their strength can increase by several times, even tenfold. If it were merely a matter of combining their powers, such a significant enhancement would be improbable. The merging of energies serves only as a catalyst. It is the fusion of your energies and spiritual wills that can lead to a transcendence of the soul, thereby breaking the shackles of the body and unlocking hidden potential." Sherlag found himself torn between truth and deception. His reasoning was compelling. Fusion did not seem an insurmountable concept. His strength far surpassed that of the young Namekian beside him, and once their spiritual consciousness merged, he would undoubtedly take the lead. Moreover, in his advanced age, assimilating with a youthful body could grant him a second chance at life. Better to cling to life, however arduous, than to face inevitable demise. How does one go about assimilation? "However, I am reluctant to allow you to assimilate with Piccolo. Your strength far exceeds his, and post-assimilation, you might dominate him, becoming a formidable adversary against me. To kill you seems the simpler solution, yet failing to do so could lead to untold complications. Sherlag, perhaps I should just eliminate you." Beside him, Piccolo was left speechless. "Son Wuyuan, what exactly are you trying to accomplish?" After so much effort to torment Sherlag, having finally persuaded him, "You are now wavering. Are you afraid that I might surpass you?" Upon hearing this, Sherlag's last shred of doubt dissipated, and he immediately declared, "I promise you, after the assimilation, I shall not be your enemy." "Huh. Even if your strength multiplies several times post-assimilation, you will still not be my match. Do you think I allowed you to merge with Piccolo because I am weak? It is because I am so invincible that even Frieza, the so-called emperor of the universe, has fallen before me. How lonely invincibility can be, you cannot fathom my solitude. Thus, I seek to create a rival for myself." In a daze, Sherlag was momentarily taken aback, while Piccolo covered his face, glancing skyward at a 45-degree angle, internally exclaiming, "Son Wuyuan, cease your words. If Sherlag regains his senses, our plan will be in jeopardy. Do you prefer Piccolo's youthful body or your own withering form?" "I desire youth," Sherlag responded without hesitation. "Excellent. For the assimilation, Piccolo must place his hands upon you. Rest easy and remain still. It will be swiftly accomplished. Piccolo, proceed." "Ah, I long to be young again." A brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings, and Shrag vanished completely, merging with Piccolo. Gasping for breath, Piccolo exclaimed, "It's done. This power is simply extraordinary. I am invincible." Meanwhile, The North KO, observing the battle from the planet of the Kais, noted that Son Goku was indeed a formidable opponent. Good heavens! The spirit bomb I created can only be learned by warriors of pure hearts. Yet, look at how he torments and deceives Shrag. He hardly embodies purity and kindness. Yet he learned the spirit bomb at a pace tenfold that of Goku. How perplexing. Piccolo, how do you feel? Son Goku approached, examining him with gentle taps and prods. Piccolo clenched his fists and rotated his neck, suddenly delivering a punch to Goku's abdomen. Caught off guard, Goku was sent flying, crashing into several mountains, his clothes in tatters. Have you lost your mind, Piccolo? Why did you ambush me? After all the advice I gave you to grow stronger, is this how you repay me? Could it be that the fusion had gone awry, resulting in Shrag's personality disrupting the usual assimilation process, truly merging with Piccolo and even taking dominance? If so, this could spell trouble. Perhaps I should summon the Supreme Kai to merge with Piccolo and neutralize his dark side? Ha ha ha, Son Goku, today is your day. I've wanted to thrash you for so long, and now I finally have the opportunity. Stay still, and perhaps you'll endure fewer blows. Let me show you the extent of my newfound invincible power. In that moment, Piccolo's confidence surged like never before, his words betraying an uncontrollable excitement. Such immense power surely meant that Son Goku could no longer bully him. Ha ha ha. I have awaited this moment for far too long. I intend to pummel that face of yours into a swollen mess, striking you every 3 days if necessary. It became clear, from a battle power of over 1 million. He had suddenly ascended to several billion, a staggering increase that created the grand illusion of invincibility. 2 hours later, Piccolo lay on the ground. His expression one of utter despair. This cannot be. How could I, with such immense power, be defeated by Son Goku? The physical injuries paled in comparison to the psychological blow. Merging with Shrag, who was hundreds of times stronger than himself, should have been a shortcut to victory. Yet, why could he not overcome this seemingly mediocre Earthling? He could hardly fathom how long it would have taken him to reach this strength through diligent training alone. Yet he still failed. Piccolo, you really shouldn't take this to heart. Consider how old you are this year. Have you even turned 5? On Earth, you are still a child, at an age when you should be charming your parents and elders. Don't set your expectations so high. I have trained for many years, traversing more challenges than you have traveled. Look ahead. When I was your age, I was far weaker than you. Piccolo, with a blank expression and vacant eyes, gazed at Son Wuyuan, feeling an irresistible urge to deliver a punch to his face, despite knowing he was no match for him. Chapter 69. A Call from Bulma. How splendid. This Earth scientist, Dr. Gero, is indeed a genius. With his cell fusion technology and android creation techniques, combined with my research on mutant robots, I shall undoubtedly forge an unprecedented ultimate weapon. The powerful cells harvested by Dr. Gero, along with those of the frozen demon clan, the Namekian cells, and the cells of Son Wuyuan, will enable my creation, baby, to undergo a transformative evolution. Thus, I can officially commence the cultivation of the ultimate android designed by Dr. Gero. Scions, brace yourselves to face the wrath of the Z-Fighters. Once you are vanquished, I, Dr. Mew, shall embark on my quest for universal domination. Ha 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 ha. On Mount Baozi, Piccolo sat gloomily at the dining table, enveloped in an aura of despondency and utter disinterest. Son Wuyuan leaned closer to Son Wuyuan and whispered, Elder brother, what is the matter with Piccolo? I have no idea. He seems to be in a bad mood. Perhaps this child has been affected by someone. The brothers' conversation distinctly reached Piccolo's ears, prompting him to grunt in displeasure before burying himself in his meal. Although they spoke in lowered voices, the proximity allowed even Gohan and Chi-Chi to overhear, let alone the exceptionally sharp-eared Namekian. Piccolo. Elder brother, Piccolo has suddenly become incredibly powerful. I feel he surpasses me significantly. Has Slug truly merged with him? Son Wukong, unusually distracted from his meal, expressed curiosity, as only matters related to combat could sway his appetite. It is evident, otherwise, there would be no reason for Piccolo's strength to surpass yours so swiftly. But how did you manage to convince Slug, who was so obstinate, to agree to merge with Piccolo? The process was somewhat intricate. To put it simply, it boiled down to 8 words: appeal to emotions and reason. Suddenly, Piccolo, immersed in his meal, coughed violently, spraying the food from his mouth towards Son Wuyuan. Son Wukong seemed to have anticipated this, deftly evading the situation. Hey, Bulma. Wukong, come over here for a moment. I have successfully repaired the android number 16 that you entrusted to me for research last time. Son Wukong stifled a yawn and languidly remarked, it is quite late now. I shall visit tomorrow instead. After several consecutive battles today, I find myself rather fatigued. What a pity, came the reply. I have just finished my bath, and my parents are not home this evening. They have gone to the company for matters that will not see them return until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. Just give me 10 seconds, and I shall be there post-haste. In an instant, Son Wuyuan materialized beside Bulma, glancing at her clad in pajamas. A swift survey of the surroundings revealed that they were in her laboratory. Wuyuan, your arrival speed is commendable. I have thoroughly examined all the data on Android 16, much of which pertains to you and Goku, your combat styles, habits, and signature techniques. It can be said that Android 16 was specifically engineered to counter you and Goku. However, rest assured, I have modified part of its programming, eliminating the directive to eliminate you both. Furthermore, I discovered a bomb within its system capable of obliterating the entire planet. It was exceedingly perilous, so I have dismantled it. Additionally, I researched the insect that resembles a fly and unexpectedly made contact with the Galactic Patrol headquarters. It turns out this creature is known as a recon rocket, dispatched by the Galactic Patrol to gather information about Earth. Bulma, are you quite familiar with the Galactic Patrol? Not really. I met a Galactic Patrol officer named Jack when I was 5 and afterward. My sister accompanied him on a cosmic adventure in search of inspiration for her writing. Bulma recounted the events to Son Wuyuan, marveling at her sister Taiza's audacity. A mere 16-year-old Earth girl daring to venture into the cosmos with Jack. Were we straying from the topic? Son Wuyuan interjected. Wuyuan. Let us engage in a one-on-one duel. Is it entirely appropriate to play games in the laboratory? Well, if you prefer any location, I shall oblige. But I must declare, my strength is formidable, and I shall show no mercy in this duel. As the game commenced, the system announced, you have initiated a duel with Bulma, who has accepted. You unleashed the warrior skill, Armor Break. Bulma retaliated, executing her own armor break. Both parties' armor values were reduced to 0. You employed the skill, Dragon Capture, leaving Bulma unable to counter, and seized the opportunity to launch a series of critical strikes against her. You unleashed your ultimate move, Dragon-S Breath, reducing Bulma's health by 1. Congratulations, you have achieved First Blood. Unyielding, Bulma cast a charm spell, diminishing your charm resistance and plunging you into a frenzied state. You retaliated with Shadow Stab, delivering a staggering 6,666 consecutive strikes. Bulma requested to surrender, but you decisively rejected her plea and unleashed a further assault with Shadow Stab, achieving 998 consecutive strikes. Bulma pleaded for mercy once more, yet you ruthlessly denied her, executing a barrage of attacks that utterly overwhelmed her. Congratulations, player Son Wuyuan, on your victory. Son Wukong, still with lingering excitement, inquired, Bulma, shall we engage in another one-on-one duel? This game is quite addictive, ensnaring one in its grasp. While the game is indeed enjoyable, one must exercise caution and not succumb to obsession, for our well-being is paramount. The dawn has arrived. Let us return to our chambers for some much-needed rest. A vibrant green leaf fluttered down, landing squarely atop Vegeta's head. With a hint of annoyance, he brushed aside the broad green foliage. How could it suddenly fall upon my head? What planet are we heading to next? He questioned. Nappa replied, it is a lowly planet known as Earth. Raditz suddenly recalled his younger brother, Kakarot, who had been classified as a lower-class warrior due to his initial power level of only 2. It seemed that the planet designated for his conquest was indeed Earth. Vegeta, my brother Kakarot appears to be on Earth. Perhaps he has already exterminated its inhabitants. Could we allow him to join us? You mean your brother with a power level of merely 2, a lower-class warrior whose fighting prowess is even inferior to yours? Having him join us would only hinder our efforts. Nappa scoffed. Yet Vegeta remained unfazed. Although his power is low, if he were to transform into a great ape, he could prove quite useful. I shall permit him to join us. After all, we Scions are dwindling in number. The trio of Vegeta had already wiped out the inhabitants of several planets, unaware that Frisia's headquarters had been wholly annihilated by Son Wukong and his companions. They were diligently fulfilling Frisia's orders to conquer planets, oblivious to the fact that no one was left to inform them of the current situation. Those who might have had the authority to notify them were largely deceased, leaving only the soldiers tasked with their missions to escape the carnage. Chapter 70. Naming on the summit of Baozi Mountain, Son Wukong awoke early, brimming with excitement as he dashed towards Son Wuyuan's room, only to find it devoid of any presence. Grandfather, have you seen my elder brother? Son Wukong inquired, still preoccupied with his brother's promise to take him for training. Due to Chi-Chi's pregnancy, His brother had requested that he wait until the child was born before embarking on his training. However, after waiting day after day for the child to arrive, the moment had finally come yesterday, and today he was determined to train with his brother. I have not seen Wuyuan either. He may have gone out for some business. Wukong, please search for him. The Ox King will be arriving shortly. And we need to choose a name for the child. All right, I will seek out my elder brother. Found him. In a grand villa in Shidu. Son Wuyuan and Bulma had just reclined in their room, not yet asleep, when Son Wukong suddenly teleported into the room. With a naturally oblivious expression, he gazed at his brother and Bulma, scratching the back of his head. It's already dawn. Why has my elder brother risen yet? Without further thought, he shouted. Elder brother, it's time to wake up. Son Wuyuan was startled awake, his eyes flying open. Heart racing as if he had committed a shameful act and was caught in the act, feeling a wave of guilt and panic. How fortunate it was that he had the habit of sleeping under a blanket. Otherwise, today would have been a disaster. Alas, his unfortunate younger brother, now a father, remains as naive as ever, oblivious to the times when discretion is required. Bulma, resting her head on Son Wuyuan's arm, burrowed deeper into the blanket, her soft, smooth form pressed closely against him, leaving him momentarily dazed. Wukong, you should step outside first. Huh. Oh, don't forget to close the door as well. Bulma, please rest well. Let me inquire what Wukong needs from me. Wukong, why are you up so early? What brings you here? Also, next time, don't be so reckless. You cannot simply teleport into my room while I am sleeping, no matter how urgent the matter may seem. Son Wukong bowed his head like a child caught in mischief, enduring a reprimand from his elder. Once Son Wuyuan had finished speaking, he finally interjected, Grandfather has asked me to find you. He wishes to bestow a name upon the child. Huh, a name for my nephew? Son Wuyuan furrowed his brow, realizing this was quite a predicament. With grandfather Son Wufan still alive, naming the child after him would be inappropriate. However, upon further reflection, he considered that this matter was not his burden to bear. With grandfather, the child's maternal grandfather, the Bull Demon King, his father Wukong, and mother Chi-Chi present, there was no reason for him to be concerned. If they faltered, they could always call upon Piccolo. The task of naming the child should not fall upon him as the uncle. His brow relaxed immediately. I seem to have stumbled upon a small issue. Grandfather and the Bull Demon King are of the same generation, while Chi-Chi is a generation above Wukong. Thus the nephew and his father are contemporaries. Wukong, you should return first. I shall arrive shortly. Oh, very well. After Wukong departed, Bulma slowly emerged from her cocoon of blankets. Wukong has left? Yes. Bulma let out a sigh of relief, yet her weariness vanished in an instant. She climbed out of bed, feeling as if her bones were disassembled. Observing this, Son Wuyuan remarked with a teasing smile, Is Bulma able to rise from her bed? It's all your fault. I've already surrendered, yet you insist on continuing. Bulma's cheeks flushed, her voice dwindling to a whisper, her subsequent words barely audible to Son Wuyuan. This is not my fault. Who was it that habitually provoked my temper? Over time, it has become a volcano ready to erupt, beyond my control. I have noted all your previous antics in my little ledger. You have only settled one account, while dozens remain unpaid. However, there is ample time ahead. So there is no rush? Bulma sprawled on the bed was not an ideal situation, so Son Wuyuan fed her a healing bean, instantly revitalizing her. She sprang to life. Claws bared, lunging at him. Truly forgetful, he had intended to take his time, but Bulma's eagerness to repay her debt left him with no choice but to accept. Though it cost him yet another healing bean. On Mount Baozi, the Bull Demon King had arrived, and several awaited Son Wuyuan's return. Wukong, did you not go to fetch Wuyuan? Why has he not returned? My brother said he would be here shortly. I do not know why he is delayed. Did you see what Wuyuan was doing at Bulma's house? No, nothing in particular. When I arrived, I saw my brother and Bulma sleeping. Wukong replied truthfully. I see. Old Son Wufan's face lit up with a satisfied smile. This boy Wuyuan has finally come to his senses. My apologies for the delay. Brother, you are finally back. I am starving. Grandfather, shall we have breakfast? Wukong exclaimed, his excitement palpable as his stomach had been growling for quite some time. And the moment for a meal had finally arrived. After breakfast, old Son Wufan cradled his great-grandson and announced, Now we must give this child a name. Wukong, Chi-Chi, have you thought of a name for him? Chi-Chi raised a finger, her expression earnest as she declared, I have already chosen a name for this child. The Bull Demon King intertwined his two fingers, spinning them in a circle, his face a mixture of shock and disappointment. He had prepared for so long, only to find that his grandson did not require the name he had envisioned. Have you already decided on a name? Let us call him Einstein. Einstein, echoed four voices in unison. Only Son Wuyuan remained unfazed. Bulma, puzzled, inquired, Chi-Chi, Einstein is the name of a great scientist, yet all of you are distinguished martial artists. Shouldn't this child bear the name of a martial artist? Bulma, you just mentioned that our family is filled with martial artists. That is quite sufficient, Chi-Chi retorted. I want him to become a renowned scientist in the future, and I certainly won't stop him from practicing martial arts. Currently, Chi-Chi's standard of living was adequate, as Son Wuyuan had shared a substantial portion of the pirate treasure he acquired years ago with Goku. Goku, disinterested in such matters, entrusted all of it to Chi-Chi for management, and she harbored no thoughts of a martial artist's lack of prospects. Wow. Son Wukong beheld his eldest nephew weeping profusely, tears cascading down his cheeks. There, do not cry, he comforted, flustered as he cradled his great-grandson. Chi-Chi, it appears the little one is not fond of that name. Let us choose another. How about Arukime? Does that sound good, Arukime? Chi-Chi leaned closer and addressed the infant. Wawa, that will not do either. Father, what name do you suggest? The Bull Demon King, with a beaming smile, turned to unveil a bundle, exclaiming, I have thought of numerous names for him, ha 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 ha. He unfurled a scroll, and upon a cursory glance, Son Wukong exclaimed, Goodness! There must be at least several hundred names here, all beginning with Nyo-Mo. Prepare yourself, I shall recite them. Nyo-Mo Tairang, Nyo-Mo Erlang, Nyo-Mo Sanlang, Nyo-Mo Yin, Nyo-Mo Bashi. Wow, Father, your names aren't suitable either. Not suitable. The Bull Demon King expressed a hint of disappointment. Son Wukong's son was unable to soothe the child any longer. Chi-Chi took the baby and after much effort, managed to calm him down. Grandfather, both my name and Wukong's were given by you. Why not bestow a name upon this little one as well? Son Wuyuan suggested at that moment. Well, how about I name him Goten? Oh, it seems that won't do either. Wuyuan, why don't you try to come up with a name for him? Son Wukong pondered deeply for a considerable time, exclaiming, naming is indeed a formidable challenge. Perhaps I shall call him Winning? No sooner had he spoken than the little one, as expected, burst into tears once more. It seems this dilemma is best left to his biological father. In a sudden flash, Son Wukong summoned Piccolo, suggesting that since he had nothing better to do, he might as well join in naming the little creature. Piccolo, with his green visage, appeared somewhat bewildered. He had been deep in contemplation about life when interrupted for the sake of naming this small being. However, upon closer inspection, the little creature did possess a certain charm, and he reluctantly set out to devise an appealing name. How about the Demon King? He proposed. Son Wukong could not suppress his laughter, exclaiming, Piccolo, how did you come up with that name? Instantly, Piccolo's green face seemed even greener with embarrassment. If that is not suitable, let us try something else, he conceded. Wukong, it's your turn to name the little one. Everyone's gaze turned in unison towards Son Wukong. I'm so hungry I could collapse. Can we have lunch now? He responded, leaving the others speechless, though the little creature giggled happily, showing loyalty to its father. Kiki chided, Wukong, this is not the time for eating, and besides, did we not just finish breakfast? But I'm really hungry, he retorted. Yet we must name the child before we can have lunch. Son Wukong observed his nephew's radiant smile and remarked, Look how delighted this little one is at the mention of lunch. The Bull Demon King also took notice and playfully suggested, Shall we have lunch then? Haha, lunch. Haha. Chi-Chi. See, it's true. Wukong turned to Chi-Chi and asked if they could call him lunch. Chi-Chi resolutely shook her head, declaring that such a name would lead to ridicule at school and could not be used. At that moment, Son Wufan proposed, since this child is fond of the name, let us change Wu to Wu and call him Wufan. Chapter 71. Wukong's Fatal Weakness. Tai Si returns. The nephew ceased his cries, and the name was thus established. Although Chi-Chi was not entirely pleased with Wufan, she chose not to voice further objections. The Bull Demon King remained steadfast in his opinion, asserting that Wufan was not as melodious as Nataro. Humph. Piccolo withheld his judgment, lamenting that a group so inept at naming had squandered the chance to bestow a charming name upon this child. How splendid would it have been to carry the name of the great Demon King, inheriting the first two characters of our Namekian heritage. The title of Great Demon King belongs to my father, Wufan. This name lacks both charm and gravitas, and it gives off an impression of being neither cultured nor martial. It simply won't do. Son Wuyuan felt a profound sense of regret. What a splendid name Wuning was. He wished his nephew could comprehend what was permissible and what was not. While pursuing scholarly endeavors was commendable, the world still revered strength above all else. He mused, I observe that my nephew possesses martial aptitude that surpasses that of his father, Wukong, with the potential to transcend even the god of destruction. If I cannot guide him upon the path to divinity, it will indeed be a significant regret for me as his uncle. Suddenly feeling a gentle poke, Son Wuyuan turned in confusion to find Wukong eagerly rubbing his hands together. Brother, where is that place suitable for cultivation you mentioned? Wukong. Even if I were to disclose it to you, you would not be able to go there at present. Son Wuyuan replied with a resigned gesture, his eyes subtly urging Wukong to glance at the irate Chi-Chi, implying that further inquiries would be unwise. There's no need to rush. Brother, are your eyes unwell? Why can't I go? Wukong pressed on, oblivious to Chi-Chi's darkening expression, which was on the verge of explosion. Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King and Son Gohan were playfully amusing the little one, while Piccolo observed with a smirk, relishing the unfolding drama. This brother is too much to handle. Perhaps it's best to sell him. Wukong, it is not that I wish to reprimand you. But Chi-Chi has endured 10 months of pregnancy and only gave birth to my nephew yesterday. It would be inappropriate for you to embark on your cultivation journey today. At the very least, you must wait until the baby is a month old. Then I shall take you for 2 days of training. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi accepted the notion of waiting a month for a mere 2 days of training, her expression shifting from cloudy to somewhat brighter. 2 days? That is far too little. Brother, what can one accomplish in just 2 days? It will pass in the blink of an eye. How long do you wish to be away? Chi-Chi suddenly inquired. At least a year. 2 years of cultivation would be even better. Wukong instinctively replied. Wukong, you are not allowed to go anywhere before the child is 1 month old. Otherwise, I shall never cook for you again. Chi-Chi declared, her brows furrowing and her eyes narrowing as she stared at him. Wukong looked to his elder brother with a plea in his eyes for assistance. Son Wukong wore a rather helpless expression. It is not that my brother is unwilling to assist you. Rather, your adversaries possess formidable firepower, and you have laid bare your critical weakness, your insatiable appetite. Chi-Chi is an exceptional cook, and as a true gourmand, you embody the adage that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. This exquisite skill has been perfected by my sister-in-law to an extraordinary degree. Though my brother may lend you aid momentarily, he cannot sustain it indefinitely. Thus, it is wise for you to take heed of your circumstances. Rest assured, after my nephew's full moon celebration, I shall escort you to the Divine Temple's Chamber of Temporal Enlightenment to enhance your prowess. Son Wukong suddenly recalled that if Goku were to complete his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he might very well be surpassed, making it difficult for him to maintain his position as the elder brother. Therefore, while Goku was at home attending to Chi-Chi during her postpartum confinement, he decided to venture into the hyperbolic time chamber to train for 2 years. He aimed to enhance his strength, ensuring that his martial arts realm did not stagnate. Although he and Goku possessed strength that far exceeded that of Master Wu Tian, their martial arts realms might not necessarily be superior to his. Son Wuyuan had been residing at Bulma's home for 5 consecutive days. Wuyuan, wake up. My sister will be back soon. With bleary eyes, he stretched his weary body. Feeling the toll of the past few days, fatigue had begun to overwhelm him. The reason for his exhaustion was not merely due to his youthful vitality being diminished, but rather Bulma's fervent enthusiasm for their activities, which exceeded his wildest expectations. In a fair confrontation, he would not falter, confident that he could hold his own even against 2 Bulmas. However, women possess a certain unpredictability. She, with her disregard for martial etiquette, insisted on consuming the senzu beans for her own energy restoration, denying him the same privilege. He vaguely recalled Bulma gazing at him with admiration, earnestly stating, Wing, your physique is robust, and your combat prowess is formidable. You don't need senzu beans, do you? Without hesitation, he affirmed her words. What man would admit to inadequacy? Faced with a woman whose battle power barely reached 2,000, one who had only marginally improved her strength through external means, he could not allow his spirit to wane. Consequently, he realized that senzu beans, a strategic resource, should not be underestimated, nor should the complex nature of women be taken lightly. As he brushed his teeth and washed his face, the refreshing water cascading over his head, he felt somewhat revitalized. If this continued, his limited supply of senzu beans might not suffice to satisfy Bulma's demands. Perhaps he should venture to Namek to wish for 3 requests for senzu beans from the dragon. Alternatively, One day he might explore the possibility of cultivating senzu beans on a grand scale in the Kaioshin realm. Surely, it should be feasible, as that realm is known to nurture the growth of the sacred tree. Imagine planting 1,000 or even 1,800 acres of senzu beans. At that point, he would not need to worry about splitting them for use. He could even establish a senzu bean-themed soy milk and tofu shop, ensuring that Bulma could enjoy soy milk daily without concern for supply shortages. In the spacious courtyard, Son Wukong, Bulma, and the briefs couple awaited the return of Tais. Bulma, why has your sister Tais suddenly decided to come back? Tais had departed when Bulma was merely 5 years old, subsequently drifting through the cosmos, rarely even maintaining contact with the family. This matter traces back to the mechanical flying insect you provided me for research, Bulma explained. I subsequently discovered another type of flying insect. After extensive study, I realized it was a reconnaissance rocket dispatched by the Galactic Patrol. I improved my communication device and managed to get in touch with one of the Galactic Patrol officers I know, named Jack. I informed my sister about the happenings on Earth, and coincidentally, she was not too distant from our planet, so she decided to return and gather materials for her writing. Before long, a beetle-shaped spacecraft descended. Son Wukong beheld a figure resembling Ultraman emerge first, followed closely by a mature blonde beauty. Son Wuyuan recognized this individual as Tai Si, the 11-year-old sister of the esteemed Bulma, a writer who had long forsaken her home in pursuit of creative inspiration. In Chapter 72, Zack, choose freely. Bulma stepped forward and embraced Tai Si, exclaiming, "Sister, it has been such a long time. I have missed you dearly." Leaning closer to Tai Si, she whispered, however, "Sister, it seems your bosom has diminished. It no longer feels the same as when I hugged you in our childhood." Though her voice was barely a murmur, the physically robust Son Wuyuan caught the remark. My goodness, upon their reunion. Bulma's playful jab was rather bold, though perhaps it was more akin to a spirited game than an affront. What a sight to behold. I am but a humble and honest gentleman, after all. Is it a transgression to admire beauty? Very well, Bulma, you are no longer a child. Following her greetings to their parents, Tai Si's gaze shifted to Son Wuyuan, and she mused that her sister's chosen companion was indeed quite handsome. With poise, she addressed him. So you are Bulma's boyfriend? Greetings, I am Tai Si, Bulma's sister and a writer. I am Son Wuyuan, he replied, and I presume Bulma has spoken of me. I am a martial artist of decent repute. The individual beside you must be your friend? Propped against the spaceship, Jack, hearing his name mentioned, theatrically performed a flamboyant gesture, declaring, I'm a guardian of peace in the galaxy, an elite among the rarest, a member of the Galactic Patrol, Jack. The briefs couple remained unfazed, while Tai Si had long grown accustomed to such antics. Only Son Wuyuan and Bulma appeared visibly embarrassed. Bulma, do you not feel an overwhelming sense of cringeworthiness? Bulma crossed her arms and shrank slightly, responding, I am covered in goosebumps. My sister has endured this for many years. Jack's lips twitched in bemusement. You two truly lack any sense of aesthetic judgment. Zack, are you wearing a bodysuit, or have you forgotten your attire? Forgive my poor eyesight. I can scarcely discern. Son Wuyuan tugged at Jack's skin. Mr. Son Wuyuan, I am a member of the Galactic Patrol. I know, you are Jack, an elite of the Galactic Patrol. It appears you, like King Frisia, are a native, unadorned in clothing. It's Jack, not Jack. Understood, Jack, but how is it that you find yourself near Earth? Son Wuyuan smiled at Jack, pondering the peculiar choices made by the Galactic Patrol in selecting personnel. Jack's height was scarcely that of a senior elementary school student, yet he ranked among the top 3 in the Galactic Patrol. Jack had reviewed the dossier on Son Wuyuan, concluding that he was not a paragon of virtue, but rather a cunning individual with a penchant for trickery and violence. Though the combat prowess of their Galactic Patrol headquarters was modest, they excelled in intelligence gathering throughout the galaxy. Jack had witnessed several of Son Wuyuan's battles, particularly the brutal torment he inflicted upon Slug on Ice Planet, which was nothing short of inhumane. Not only was Slug subjected to relentless suffering, but he was also duped into merging with Piccolo, oblivious to the deception. As an elite tasked with maintaining peace in the galaxy, Jack found himself feeling sympathy for the notoriously malevolent Slug. Thus, upon catching a glimpse of Son Wuyuan's smile, a shiver ran down Jack's spine. It bore an eerie resemblance to the smile Son Wuyuan wore before executing a trick, as detailed in the intelligence report. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow, and the more he pondered, the more trepidation gripped him, his body trembling like that of an aged candle flickering in the wind. Jack, is this question truly so difficult to answer? Look at you, sweating and quaking. Are you cold or feverish? while a lady's laughter ought to be delicate and discreet. Son Wuyuan's hearty laugh revealed a full set of pearly whites. Mr. Son Wuyuan, Earth lies within my patrol jurisdiction. I have received intelligence that 3 scions under Frisia's command are active in this sector, having already decimated the inhabitants of several planets. By my calculations, they will arrive on Earth today. Jack stammered as he conveyed the information. Scions? Intriguing. My brother of the same kin is coming. Kiki. Upon hearing that Son Wuyuan's brother, Son Wukong, was also a scion, Jack was immediately reminded of the scion he had been tasked to eliminate over a decade ago. To his dismay, due to his own blunder, that scion not only survived but had grown immensely powerful. Should the Galactic King learn of this, Jack feared his chances of dismissal would significantly increase. However, he could not be entirely blamed. His spacecraft had malfunctioned, and by the time he arrived at Son Wukong's landing site, there was no trace of him. Jack mused that Son Wukong seemed less ruthless than other scions, perhaps even more virtuous than the Son Wuyuan before him, and he sensed an opportunity to atone for his past mistakes. Son Wuyuan sensed the rapid approach of 3 powerful auras heading towards Earth. They must be Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Their arrival is rather premature, as his nephew has only just been born a few days ago and is yet to reach the age of 4. It is likely that the trio remains unaware of the destruction of Frisia's headquarters. The pressing question now is whether to eliminate them or keep them alive. While the safest option would be to dispose of them, there lies the concern that if Goku proves inadequate in the future, and the number of nephews and nieces is insufficient, the emergence of the Super Saiyan God could become a daunting challenge. After all, is there anyone in the universe who would be as devoted a brother to my younger sibling as I am? The title of good brother seems tailor-made for him. Currently, Vegeta and his comrades possess relatively low battle power, posing no significant threat. Slowly tempering their brutish nature appeals to him, particularly as he wishes to witness Nappa's Super Saiyan transformation and ascertain whether Raditz transforms directly into Super Saiyan 3. Bulma, would you be interested in joining me to observe these 3 scions? Me? Is it all right to go together? It poses little concern. One of the scions might not even be able to defeat you, and besides, with my presence, they cannot harm you in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Bulma planted a swift kiss on Son Wuyuan's left cheek. Bulma, you ambushed me. What about the right side? Only kissing the left feels rather asymmetrical. Son Wuyuan did not receive the anticipated kiss on his right cheek. Instead, he endured a playful barrage of small punches to his chest. I wish to join as well. May I? Tai Si inquired suddenly. Of course, let us first return to Baozi Mountain to find Wukong. How could we possibly overlook him, the Super Saiyan? With the Scion's impending arrival? Jack, the maintenance of peace on Earth necessitates elite members of the Galactic Patrol, such as yourself. Once those 3 scions descend, you shall take the lead. I trust you would not decline, would you? Jack was left speechless. If it were possible, I would certainly refuse. Setting aside Vegeta, I am no match for Nappa either. However, confronting 3 Raditz would pose no challenge. Mr. Wuyuan, may I be responsible for just one? Jack's heart raced, knowing the one he wished to confront was indeed Raditz. Certainly. Upon hearing Son Wuyuan's words, Jack felt a wave of relief wash over him. You may choose either Vegeta or Nappa. It would be even better if you could handle both. Chapter 73. Saving the Incompetent Warriors. The position of elder brother is mine. Jack had confirmed that the information regarding Son Wuyuan's reputation was both authentic and reliable. He was evidently one of their own. The 3 scions from outside were the true adversaries. If Son Wuyuan was willing to deceive even his own, it was clear he was not to be trifled with. Maintaining a safe distance of 2 stars' length from him would be prudent. Son Wukong, Bulma, Tais, and Jack found themselves at the Baozi, where Wukong was engaged in the delightful task of caring for a child. Observing Wukong's playful approach, Son Wukong noted that he seemed more like a playful companion than a caregiver, tossing the child into the air with apparent ease. Remarkably, his young nephew did not shed a tear, which was indeed peculiar. Nephew, your uncle has returned, he called out, seemingly unconcerned whether the child could comprehend his words. With a delightful cooing sound characteristic of infants, the child leapt joyfully into Son Wukong's embrace, eliciting astonished reactions from Bulma and the others at the sight of little Wufan soaring through the air just days after his birth. Jack, noticing the monkey tail protruding from the rear of young Wufan, instinctively drew his firearm and aimed. Jack, that is my nephew. Put your weapon away. If you harm even a single hair on him, you will face dire consequences. Son Wukong remarked in a nonchalant tone, teasingly addressing Jack's professional instincts. Son Wuyuan observed that Jack had two peculiar habits. One was his propensity to brandish a firearm, and the other was his penchant for striking ostentatious poses. As Jack regained his composure, sweat poured from him profusely. When did Jack's face become the same color as Piccolo's? He wondered. I haven't even intimidated him. In just a few days, his nephew had acquired the ability to fly, an astonishing martial prowess. Goku, your genes are exceptional. You should consider having a few more children with Chi-Chi. Son Wuyuan remarked cheerfully while cradling little Wufan. Brother, I wish to train. Wufan exclaimed. Training isn't as enjoyable as having children. The two brothers exchanged a long, incredulous stare. Sensing the presence of Vegeta and his companions arriving on Earth, Son Wuyuan spoke up. Goku, come with me to meet a few individuals. What about Wufan? Bring him along. In a pastoral region, 3 spheres descended through the Earth's atmosphere, crashing into the ground. A middle-aged man, armed with a hunting rifle, approached to investigate. Vegeta, I never expected this lowly planet, so deficient in combat power, to have such a pleasant environment. The gravity is merely a tenth of that on planet Vegeta. It seems we could fetch a good price here. Nappa, stroking his shiny bald head, bellowed, startling the middle-aged man. You, who are you? Why are you on my ranch? The man stuttered, trembling with his rifle. Although Vegeta was not particularly imposing in stature, the presence of the towering Nappa and Raditz instilled a considerable sense of intimidation. Unbeknownst to him, a diminutive ant was also nearby. Nappa cast a disdainful glance at the insignificant creature and then ignored it, finding it unworthy of his interest. Raditz, using his power detector, assessed the man's combat power, discovering it to be a mere 5, utterly pathetic. Startled, the middle-aged man inadvertently pulled the trigger, and the bullet sped forth. Raditz swiftly caught it in his palm. Perish. Just then, Son Wuyuan and his companions appeared. Raditz flicked the bullet, which Son Wuyuan effortlessly caught. Fear not, my friend. Even those with such low combat power have their worth. How could you faint? At your age, wetting your pants is quite unbecoming. Vegeta and his companions were taken aback. Where had these individuals emerged from? They materialized in an instant. Was it merely an illusion? Vegeta, do you comprehend what is happening? Nappa inquired, as Vegeta was not only the strongest among them, but also the most astute. Without a word, Vegeta employed his power detector to gauge Son Wuyuan's strength, and 3 synchronized explosions erupted simultaneously. What just transpired? The detector, capable of measuring over 20,000, suddenly exploded. That handsome fellow's power exceeds the detection limit? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. A lowly planet cannot harbor such formidable beings. Brother, are you bringing me to meet them? Indeed. Just observe their tails. Tails. What is so fascinating about tails? Goku pondered, seeking answers. 3 individuals bore tails, much like myself, as they were Saiyans. At that moment, Raditz shifted his gaze from Son Gohan to Son Goku. He disregarded the cause of the scouter's explosion. After years of neglect, such a malfunction was to be expected. The resemblance was striking, indeed. Son Goku looked almost identical to their father, Bardock. Thus, he must be his brother, Kakarot. Kakarot, you are indeed Kakarot, despite the years that have separated us. I recognized you at once, Raditz exclaimed with fervor. Goku pointed to himself in confusion, asking, Are you speaking to me? Kakarot, why do you feign ignorance? I am your elder brother, Raditz. And why are there still so many inhabitants on this planet? Raditz's tone was laced with irritation. He was frustrated that after all these years, Kakarot had failed to eradicate the Earth's population, rendering him far less formidable than expected. Nappa and Vegeta turned their attention to Son Goku, with Nappa bellowing. So he is your brother, Kakarot? He bears a striking resemblance to Lord Bardock, yet like Raditz, he is utterly useless. This planet's indigenous warriors possess a mere power level of 5, and after all this time, you have yet to conquer it. Even if you joined us, you would only serve as a lackey, just like Raditz. Is Kakarot another name for you, Goku? Bulma inquired. At this moment, Son Wukong was filled with questions. Do I possess another name? I've never heard of it. My elder brother never mentioned it to me. And what do they mean by claiming my combat prowess is lacking? Aren't they significantly weaker than I am? Elder brother, do I truly bear the name Kakarot? If I encounter any perplexing issues, I shall simply inquire with my elder brother. If he is also unaware, then there is no need to ponder further. It is simply too taxing on the mind. Son Wukong feigned deep contemplation and remarked, Wukong, the name Kakarot was likely bestowed upon you by your biological father Bardock. And that individual named Raditz is probably your brother. Son Wukong pondered for a moment and stated, I am utterly bewildered by your mention of exterminating the inhabitants of Earth. Such an act of cruelty is entirely beyond my moral compass. Should you dare to harm the people of this planet, I shall intervene with unwavering resolve. Furthermore, I am not Goku.It. My name is Son Wuyuan. Excuse me? Goku.It? Have you lost your senses? How could you forget your own identity and mission? Not to worry. For I shall reiterate, we are the Scions, a warrior race from the cosmos, tasked with locating planets suitable for human habitation, slaughtering the indigenous inhabitants, and selling these worlds to other extraterrestrial beings. Your mission on Earth is to eradicate its people, and I am your elder brother, Raditz. Son Wukong clenched his fists tightly. Indeed, those Scions were as brutal as he had previously perceived. Hey, you, Raditz, are you looking for a fight? Who do you think you are? I have but one elder brother, and that is I, Son Wuyuan. If you dare to challenge us, we can engage in a battle. I can send you flying with a single blow. Originally, Son Wuyuan had intended to relax with some sunflower seeds. But upon hearing Raditz's audacious claim to usurp his brother's position, he knew that such a thing could not stand. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, and there cannot be two elder brothers. Thus, he abandoned his snack and directly issued a challenge to Raditz. Chapter 74, The Great Ape Transformation of Vegeta at this moment. Gak was tempted to plead, "My lord, please spare me. Let Raditz take the lead. The other two Scions seem rather formidable, and with my slight frame, I may not stand a chance. Goku.It, join us. It will be exhilarating. Once you experience the thrill of annihilating a few planets filled with humans, you will surely come to relish that feeling." Raditz continued to extend an invitation for Son Wukong to join him. Son Wuyuan found himself in a bewildering situation. Good heavens, he thought, does Raditz truly regard me as a mere novice? He has completely disregarded my capabilities. I just caught bullets with my bare hands. And he remains oblivious to the peculiar circumstances. Not only did Raditz's combat prowess seem rather lackluster, but his intellect appeared to fall below the average of Earthlings. Let it go, Son Wuyuan mused. I can't be bothered to toy with him any longer. Zack, he continued, I have observed your commendable performance throughout our journey, and I shall certainly reward you. A reward? Zack perked up immediately. Raditz shall serve as your warm-up exercise. Defeat him. At that moment, Zack felt a tightening sensation in his chest. Indeed, he realized he should never have harbored expectations of Son Wuyuan if he didn't lead him to ruin. It would be a blessing. Forcing a smile, he said, I truly ought to thank you. Zack, I have granted you your reward. But should you fail to defeat Raditz with a single strike, I shall have to impose a penalty. The next two adversaries will also be your responsibility. Go on. Young man, I have faith in you. Come on, Raditz. If you cannot even subdue this oddly shaped little creature, you might as well forego your meals today. Naba jeered. Humph. Such weaklings, I could dispatch as many as I please. Raditz, though the weakest among the trio, was not one to be easily defeated by just anyone. Vegeta had sensed that something was amiss. The one known as Son Wuyuan seemed exceptionally knowledgeable about their Scion heritage. He had not only heard of the Scions, but was also aware of Bardock. It was as if their appearance on Earth had been anticipated. Vegeta was confident in his own strength, yet he was not a fool merely fixated on battle. If Son Wuyuan was aware of their capabilities yet remained unfazed, it suggested that his power was on par with, or perhaps even superior to, his own. The destruction of the power detector was not a malfunction. It indicated that his strength exceeded the device's limits. Raditz swaggered over to Zack, intending to deliver a few intimidating words, only to be met with a brutal punch to the abdomen, followed by a kick to the head, rendering him unconscious. Zack raised two fingers to the sky. One foot on tiptoes, his hips thrust out, striking a flamboyant pose. Raditz had brought shame upon the Scion race, being defeated so effortlessly by a mere child, with not a single chance to retaliate. Now it fell to Naba to deal with these insignificant foes. Naba, do exercise caution, they are not to be underestimated, Vegeta coldly advised. Immediately, Naba adopted a demeanor of utmost respect, responding, Rest assured, Prince Vegeta, I am fully aware of the situation and will eliminate them all. I am certainly not like that useless Raditz. Lying unconscious on the ground, Raditz was once more subjected to Naba's verbal onslaught. Zack, witnessing Naba's imposing approach, felt a surge of anxiety, his limbs trembling slightly. In a direct confrontation, he stood no chance against Naba, yet if this hulking brute were to grow complacent, perhaps victory was not entirely out of reach. Brother, is this truly all right? Zack thought, acutely aware that his own energy was significantly weaker than Naba's. He should not stand a chance against him. Do not be concerned. This cunning fellow Jack may appear average in combat prowess. Yet the Galactic Police Headquarters has equipped the Galactic Patrol officers with a plethora of valuable resources. While it is manageable to deal with Basha, underestimating Jack could lead to significant misfortune. Son Wuyuan recalled that the Galactic Patrol possessed weapons capable of incapacitating a non-transformed Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta with a single shot. Just as Son Wuyuan had surmised, when Naba saw Gak draw a gun, he mockingly exclaimed, "I've never encountered someone as foolish as you. At my level of power. Do you really think that toy gun can harm me?" Gak smirked. "Now that reassures me. Don't come any closer, or I shall be compelled to pull the trigger." Feigning terror, Naba laughed. "Go ahead, shoot. I assure you, I won't dodge." With a wicked grin, Naba stood still and was genuinely struck by Gak's shot. His smile frozen on his face as he collapsed instantly. Goku, heed this. When battling foes wielding unfamiliar techniques, do not rely on your body to absorb the impact. Even if your opponent appears weak, complacency may lead to dire consequences. Zack, seeing you so gleeful, perhaps Vegeta should reward you with a chance to play. The flamboyant Gak, posing with his gun, quickly pleaded, "Mr. Son Wuyuan, Vegeta is far more formidable than Naba and possesses a ruthless nature. Engaging in combat with him could very well result in my demise with a single blow. All right, I won't jest any longer. It's clear that Vegeta is beyond your capability." Vegeta launched an energy sphere into the sky, leaving all but Son Wuyuan perplexed by his actions. Goku, cover your nephew's eyes. Do not let him gaze upon that energy sphere, or else Goten might transform into a great ape. The creation of an artificial moon by Vegeta took Son Wuyuan by surprise. His decisiveness in transforming was a stark contrast to the foolishness exhibited by Raditz and Naba. Son Wukong swiftly covered Wu Fan's eyes, while Bulma, possessing some knowledge about the Saiyans, was puzzled. As she hastily jotted down notes on her laptop, she inquired, "What is that newly appeared luminous sphere in the sky?" "It is an artificial moon, a remarkable technique devised by the Saiyans to transform into great apes. Furthermore, the transformation into a great ape temporarily amplifies their strength tenfold." No sooner had the words left her lips than a series of beastly roars erupted. Vegeta rapidly morphed into a towering great ape, standing 19 meters tall. "Son Wukong, if I am not mistaken, your strength must be formidable, surpassing that of an ordinary state. However, my current power is 10 times that of an ordinary state. No matter how strong you are, you cannot surpass me. Ha! It is evident that you have researched our Saiyan heritage, but you could not have anticipated my ability to create an artificial moon." The surging power instilled Vegeta with immense confidence. Son Wukong absent-mindedly scratched his ear and remarked, "Vegeta, your voice is remarkably loud. If you can conjure such a phenomenon in the sky, I can certainly obliterate it. Frankly, this technique is rather trivial. If I can overpower my opponent, there is no need for such tactics, and if I cannot, the enemy must be foolish enough to grant you the opportunity to create an artificial moon and allow you to transform, yet not destroy it. Furthermore, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, are you so confident that upon transforming into a great ape, you will become my equal?" Vegeta's excessive pride leads Son Wukong to believe that only by effortlessly overpowering him in his most potent form can he instill a sense of humility within him. Chapter 75. A pummeling for Vegeta. To crush Vegeta, one could choose a single strike to bring him down. However, Son Wukong felt that such an act would not leave a lasting impression. Thus, it would be preferable to deliver a thorough beating. "Humph, Son Wukong. Since you have researched our Saiyan heritage, you should be aware that my current power rivals even that of Frieza, who cannot surpass me by much." "Hey, Vegeta. You are truly naive, arrogant, and uninformed. After being treated like a dog by Frieza for so many years, you still fail to comprehend the true strength of your enemy. Even if your power were to increase tenfold, or even 100-fold, you would still be no match for Frieza. How pitiful you are." Son Wukong said with a mischievous grin. "How strange. My brother usually prefers to defeat his foes swiftly and decisively. What has gotten into him today?" Son Wukong wondered, perplexed by his brother's intentions. Such a weak adversary hardly piqued his interest, let alone warranting such a lengthy discourse. "Wow, that smile of my dear Wukong is simply charming. I adore it." Bulma gazed dreamily, while the nearby Jocko and Tights were left speechless, thinking that such a cheeky grin could only be appreciated by Bulma. The words of Son Wukong struck a sensitive nerve within Vegeta, and that insufferable grin only fueled his fury. Go die. The colossal figure of Vegeta, resembling a mountain, was surprisingly agile rather than clumsy as one might expect. He lifted his enormous foot high, aiming to stomp on Son Wukong, who swiftly dodged. not out of fear of being crushed, but rather concerned about the potential odor emanating from such a massive foot. The earth trembled, and debris flew through the air as Son Wukong soared into the sky, closely pursued by the giant ape Vegeta. The massive fists rained down like a storm, each punch landing empty. Vegeta's frustration mounted with each failed strike, and his assault became increasingly erratic. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a colossal energy wave from his mouth. Though it appeared formidable and intimidating, the power was too dispersed to inflict any real harm upon me. Son Wukong forcefully thrust the energy wave back into the mouth of the mighty ape, Vegeta, ensuring that what originates from a place must return to it. The energy wave erupted within his maw, and fortunately, the brute strength of the transformed Vegeta's physique endured, merely emitting a cloud of black smoke without shattering that formidable jaw. Nevertheless, it was not without discomfort. Son Wukong could even detect the acrid scent of burnt flesh. How infuriating. If you possess the courage, do not hide. While I can evade your attacks with ease, should I choose not to, I could effortlessly incapacitate you. Moreover, as the Prince of the Scions, if you cannot land a blow, do not place the blame upon me. However, since you revel in the sensation of flesh meeting flesh, I shall generously indulge your desire. Behold my ultimate technique, a flurry of punches to your chest. With a fierce cry, Son Wukong unleashed a series of relentless strikes upon the chest of the colossal Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta lost his balance, tumbling backward as he plummeted from the sky. Throughout his descent, Son Wukong continued to pummel his chest. The earth trembled violently as the 19-meter-tall form of the giant ape was gradually driven into the ground. Yet Son Wukong showed no signs of mercy. The ape's body carved a vast pit, which only grew larger and deeper, leaving Vegeta utterly powerless to retaliate, unable even to rise. This was still a testament to Son Wukong's restraint. Had he struck with greater intensity, he could have easily disemboweled the giant ape. At this moment, Vegeta felt the intense agony in his chest transform into a numbing sensation, leading to a complete loss of feeling, as if his chest no longer belonged to him. You coward, Son Wukong. Let me rise. What if I refuse to let you up? Another barrage of strikes ensued, the ground pulsating rhythmically beneath them. Gak, observing from a distance, felt his heart race. Truly, I am a proud member of the Galactic Patrol. I have avoided provoking that harbinger of doom. Or else the one lying in the pit could very well be me. Are they still not finished? That fellow named Vegeta does not seem particularly formidable, Bulma pondered, perplexed. Given Son Wukong's prowess, he ought to have concluded the battle by now. Regardless of the opinions of others, Son Wukong reveled in an inexplicable exhilaration. The sensation of striking flesh was utterly delightful, a feeling long absent from his experiences. This was reminiscent of the training sessions with little Goku. Though now his target was the giant ape, Vegeta. I allowed you to become arrogant, to be proud, to come to Earth, to threaten its inhabitants, to follow Frieza in wreaking havoc. With each declaration, Son Wukong delivered a minute-long blow to Vegeta, the duration of the onslaught unknown. Gak, curious, leaned closer to the edge of the pit, peering into the inky darkness that obscured the bottom, unable to see Son Wukong or Vegeta. It was rather dim, and the pit was growing deeper. Time to change tactics. Son Wukong hurled the giant ape, Vegeta, out of the pit, and upon his ascent, he noticed an unsettling stillness. The pit had been shrouded in darkness. It was unlikely he had inadvertently crushed him. Was it? Son Wuyuan stepped forward to examine the situation. Vegeta, having reverted from his great ape form, now appeared as an ordinary human, seemingly on the brink of death. However, his condition was not dire. Although 20 of his 24 ribs were fractured, a single mystical beam would suffice to restore him to health, potentially even enhancing his combat prowess through adversity. After administering the beam, the ailing Vegeta's injuries rapidly healed, and Son Wuyuan sensed a substantial surge in his energy, more than doubling. Upon regaining consciousness, Vegeta regarded Son Wuyuan with suspicion, while the unconscious Raditz and Nappa soon awakened as well. Son Wukong chuckled and remarked, "Ah, you three have awakened. So, what is your plan? Do you still intend to annihilate us Earthlings?" Vegeta, feeling a mix of indignation and fury, retorted, "What exactly do you want, Son Wukong? If you wish to kill us, I, Vegeta, shall not sit idly by. Even if I cannot defeat you, I would rather self-destruct and obliterate this planet. Can I interpret your words, Prince, as a threat? A commendable thought. Yet even if you were to self-destruct, I could effortlessly teleport to another planet before Earth meets its demise. Your powers, as Scions, are simply too feeble. You scoundrel. No one may insult our illustrious Scion race." Nappa, known for his brashness, despite being fully aware of his inferiority to Son Wukong, still adopted a stance ready to charge at him. However, he was unyieldingly obedient to Vegeta's commands. If Vegeta ordered him to attack Frieza, he would dare to engage. Nappa, halt. I am indeed no match for him. Even in my grade 8 form. Humph. Son Wukong, you are undeniably formidable. I even sense you may surpass the cosmic tyrant Frieza. However, should I attain the transformation into a Super Saiyan, you would certainly not stand a chance against me. Despite the gravity of the situation, Vegeta remained obstinately proud and unwilling to concede. Chapter 76, Vegeta wept. Vegeta, it is not that I underestimate you, but with your current strength, the prospect of transforming into a Super Saiyan seems a distant dream. Perhaps in your next life, you might achieve the status of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, his fists clenched tightly. Yet, much like when he faced Frieza, he chose to endure, though his expression betrayed an unmistakable sense of defiance. Son Wuyuan, unfazed, continued, you are utterly ignorant of the conditions required to transform into a Super Saiyan. To dream of achieving such a transformation without understanding is akin to chasing phantoms. Do you truly know how to become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, filled with excitement and his voice trembling, inquired. Indeed, but why should I divulge that information to you? Moreover, Vegeta, I not only comprehend the process for you to attain Super Saiyan status, but I also possess knowledge of the transformations that follow. Nani? Exclaimed Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz in unison, all taken aback, while Goku, astonished, reflected on his own transformation and realized that the event was not merely a coincidence. He vividly recalled witnessing his brother's tragic demise, which turned out to be an illusion, and he recalled the wish his brother had granted him on Namek. Suddenly, everything became clear. Impossible. How could you possibly know a secret unknown to us Saiyans? Nappa questioned skeptically. Whether I share this knowledge is my prerogative. Whether you believe it is yours. Is there not already a Super Saiyan among us? Son Wuyuan pointed towards Goku. What did you say? Kakarot has achieved Super Saiyan status? That is utterly inconceivable. He is merely a low-class warrior with a battle power of 2. I alone possess the potential to become a Super Saiyan. I am the most gifted among the Saiyans. Vegeta felt his pride being trampled upon. How could a seemingly insignificant low-class warrior possess the potential to transform into a Super Saiyan? To further inflate Vegeta's ego, Son Wuyuan continued with a sharp remark. No, Vegeta. Your talent is not the pinnacle among Saiyans. There exists another whose innate ability surpasses yours. Boasting a battle power in the tens of thousands from birth, he is the truly gifted Saiyan. As for Goku's potential, you have underestimated both his capabilities and his martial arts talent. Goku will demonstrate what it means to be a Super Saiyan. Brother, could you please enlighten me about the transformations beyond Super Saiyan? Goku eagerly asked, confident that his brother held the answers. Rest assured, I will inform you, but first transform. Ha! Goku let out a low roar, his hair standing on end as it turned golden. The radiant golden light released by his transformation nearly blinded Vegeta and the others. It was indeed true, Kakarot, this low-class warrior, had become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz were completely astounded, overwhelmed by the tremendous aura emanating from Goku. As if they were mere leaves adrift on a tumultuous sea. Prince Vegeta, how do you feel now? Do you still consider yourself the most gifted among the Saiyans? Son Wuyuan asked with an indifferent tone. If Kakarot, a low-class warrior, can attain Super Saiyan status, then there is no reason I cannot as well. Please, do enlighten me. Vegeta bowed deeply to Son Goku, his fervent desire to grow stronger and his anticipation of defeating Frieza, the fiend who obliterated planet Vegeta, overwhelming him. Raditz was even more exhilarated than Nappa. After all, Kakarot was his own flesh and blood. Following the path of a Super Saiyan alongside his brother was infinitely more promising than aligning with Vegeta and Nappa. To speak candidly, all three of you possess the potential to transform into Super Saiyans, yet the realization of that potential hinges upon your dedication and effort. Raditz, filled with excitement, inquired if someone like him could truly have the opportunity to become a Super Saiyan. Indeed, however, you are Goku's older brother, and I too am Goku's elder sibling. From this day forth, you shall only be regarded as Goku's second elder brother. Do you understand? The inherent pride of a Saiyan caused Raditz to hesitate. Yet upon witnessing his brother's radiant transformation into a Super Saiyan, it seemed that such pride could be set aside. Raditz nodded with difficulty, saying, Brother, I understand. Son Wukong silently exclaimed in admiration. Just a moment ago, he had appeared hesitant, wearing an expression of great reluctance. Yet in the next instant, he was calling someone big brother. The young man certainly understood the nuances of the situation. That cold snort was a silent condemnation of Raditz' lack of ambition. How could we Scions acknowledge a mere Earthling as our elder? Vegeta, if you were to recognize me as your leader, I could offer you a means to exponentially enhance your strength. The Prince of all Scions turned his head, remaining silent, resisting inwardly. Acknowledge me as your superior, and I shall assist you in vanquishing Frieza, avenging our fallen kin. Submit to my authority, and I will reveal the secrets to achieving Super Saiyan form. Beyond the Super Saiyan transformation, there exist even more formidable forms. Do you not wish to discover them? Would you prefer to remain under Frieza's thumb, treated like mere pawns? Do you not desire for the entire universe to recognize that Scions are indeed worthy of the title warrior race? The heartfelt words of Son Wukong encapsulate the myriad of hardships, injustices, and grievances experienced by Vegeta. Each utterance pierces directly into Vegeta's core, leaving even the proud Scion momentarily disoriented, his fists clenching and unclenching in a tumultuous dance of emotion. Witnessing the silent turmoil of the revered Vegeta, Nappa bellowed, "Son Wukong, silence yourself. We will never. Enough, Nappa. I acknowledge you as my superior. Please, impart to me the secret of transforming into a Super Saiyan." Vegeta interjected vehemently. His teeth clenched so tightly that crimson droplets seeped from his gums. With great difficulty, he relinquished his pride. Each word was pronounced with deliberate weight. After uttering the term superior, a solitary tear unexpectedly escaped his eye. As his fist loosened and his hands fell limply by his sides, Vegeta appeared utterly spent. This sudden shift in Vegeta left Son Wukong momentarily bewildered, grappling with an unfamiliar sense of guilt. At that moment, he recalled the original narrative, where, just before his demise at the hands of Frieza on Namek, Vegeta had wept openly while making a final request to Goku. Though tears did not cascade from Vegeta's eyes now, the authenticity of his sorrow was unmistakable, a rarity indeed. This has left me utterly astounded, leading one to wonder what affliction has befallen me. Son Wuyuan pondered whether his earlier words had been somewhat excessive. To see the fearless Vegeta brought to tears was beyond his wildest imagination. He would never have believed it had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. As an inherently upright and benevolent individual, he could vouch for 3 years of Krilin's singlehood, affirming his inability to inflict harm through words. Not a single curse had escaped his lips. It was Vegeta's own emotions that led him to weep, and that was certainly not his concern. In Chapter 77, Transformation Conditions, it was not only Son Wuyuan who stood in disbelief. Both Nappa and Raditz were equally stunned. After years of camaraderie, they were acutely aware of Vegeta's pride. Yet, what did they just witness? Not only did Vegeta agree to acknowledge Son Wuyuan as his superior, but he also shed tears, something they had always believed was beyond the realm of possibility for him. Brother, how on earth did you manage to make Vegeta cry? Kakarot, be mindful of your words. That statement carries ambiguity. What do you mean by saying I made Vegeta cry? It was the realization of Vegeta's years of devoted labor for the universe's real estate mogul, Frieza, that struck a chord within him. The destruction of his home planet by Frieza, coupled with the long-suppressed grievances and heartache, culminated in an emotional eruption at that moment. This has nothing to do with you. Not even a fraction. Well, Vegeta, since I am now your superior, I have some good news to share. Just a few days ago, Frieza's headquarters was annihilated by me and Kakarot. I have avenged the Scions on your behalf. Son Wuyuan cleared his throat, his tone unremarkable, as if he were discussing an everyday occurrence. Unsurprisingly, Vegeta and the others were once again left astounded. Frieza had been vanquished mere days ago, and they had received no word of it. However, Kakarot had already attained Super Saiyan status, making the defeat of Frieza appear plausible. Yet, a sense of being deceived lingered in Vegeta's heart. Son Wuyuan had previously claimed he would assist in eliminating Frieza, but it seemed the enemy had already been eradicated. This left the seemingly charming and confident Son Wuyuan appearing to deceive without a hint of hesitation. Wait, Frieza's headquarters is incredibly far from Earth, even in this advanced spaceship. It would take us over a year to travel there. A round trip could take 2 or even 3 years. Vegeta, have you forgotten how we arrived here just now? That technique is called instant transmission, allowing me to reach Frieza in an instant. After obliterating all members of the Frieza force on the ice planet, I simply returned. Damn it, such a technique exists. I previously thought Son Wuyuan's strength was so overwhelming that his swift movements were nearly imperceptible, creating an illusion of their sudden appearance. I never imagined it was genuine instant transmission. Nappa, Raditz, pay attention and refrain from daydreaming. I shall only explain the conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan once. There are 3 prerequisites. First, you must reach a minimum battle power of 3 million. Second, the quantity of S cells within your bodies must be sufficiently high. And third, you must experience extreme rage. Meet these 3 conditions, and you too shall transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta and his companions were astonished. The requirement of 3 million battle power to achieve a transformation was utterly outrageous. Among the 3 of them, only Vegeta possessed a battle power exceeding 10,000, while Raditz barely surpassed 1,000. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing Vegeta's shocked expression, Son Wukong felt an inexplicable sense of delight. It was inconceivable, how could such immense power exist? The so-called Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, only boasted a battle power of 530,000. If one could attain 3 million battle power, it would signify the emergence of a Super Saiyan, rendering any transformation unnecessary. Vegeta began to question his very existence, muttering to himself in disbelief. Well then, as the leader, allow me to enlighten you, lest I lose face before outsiders. He declared, first, I must correct your understanding of Frieza. The 530,000 you speak of is merely his power in his first form. He possesses 3 additional forms, each more formidable than the last. His final form likely exceeds 1 billion in battle power, though we have yet to ascertain the exact figure. Furthermore, your Super Saiyan transformation amplifies your strength 50-fold. A transformation I myself envy greatly. Lastly, we have also defeated Frieza's elder brother, Cooler, as well as his father, King Cold. Vegeta's mind became a blank slate, rendering him incapable of directing any actions. His complexion turned pale, and he stood there like a statue, his eyes wide open, staring vacantly at Son Wukong. Upon witnessing the scene, Son Wukong silently lamented that Vegeta might have been rendered speechless by shock. Poor child, his capacity for acceptance is rather limited. After all, Frieza's true power is merely a fraction more formidable than what he anticipated. What does it matter? Regardless of the power level, any of them could effortlessly overpower him with a single hand. I remember when I first realized this was the world of Dragon Ball. My entire worldview nearly collapsed, prompting me to immediately embark on training, though I did not suffer as much as you, dear Vegeta. Acknowledging me as your leader is certainly a wise choice. Not only can I teach you the methods to transform into Super Saiyans, but I can also assist you in avenging your losses, all while providing immense strength as your support. By aligning with me, you shall indulge in the finest delicacies, while Earth's cuisine may claim second place. No one in the universe dares to assert that their planet's culinary delights reign supreme. Realizing his lapse in composure, Vegeta huffed, choosing to disregard much of Son Wukong's chatter, retaining only the mention of food. As long as there is good food, he would no longer have to endure the tasteless dishes prepared by Raditz. Kakarot, what is your battle power in your most formidable state? Vegeta suddenly inquired. Since Son Wukong could defeat Frieza, who possessed a battle power exceeding 1 billion, it was evident that he too was no weaker than 1 billion. Moreover, Son Wukong is not a Saiyan, making comparisons somewhat futile. Only Kakarot, as a fellow Saiyan, serves as a valid benchmark. As a prodigy of the Saiyan race, how could he possibly be outclassed by a lower-class warrior like Kakarot? Now that he has learned the method to achieve Super Saiyan status, he is determined to surpass Kakarot and become the mightiest Saiyan. I am uncertain of my battle power, he admitted. For my brother and I perceive energy. By sensing energy, we assess our opponent's strengths. Knowing their exact battle power yields little practical benefit. Perception of energy? Vegeta was puzzled. Just how many abilities does Kakarot possess? I seem to be lagging far behind. Casting a glance at Son Wukong, he thought, Kakarot, you are truly fortunate. If I were in your position, I too could transform into a Super Saiyan. This martial technique is exceptionally useful and not particularly difficult to master. Vegeta, you should aim to elevate your battle power to 3 million as soon as possible. And as for you, Nappa and Raditz, you two are quite distant from that 3 million mark. One more thing, if you wish to transform into Super Saiyans, it is imperative that you rid yourselves of your brutish tendencies. Such changes would greatly enhance the quantity of S cells. Otherwise, even with a battle power of 3 million, if your S cells are insufficient, you will be unable to achieve Super Saiyan status. Chapter 78. The training package for Vegeta's Son Wukong stretched languidly. Having said all that needed to be said, you 3 ought to find yourselves a place to stay. Refrain from causing any destruction. He glanced bemusedly at the trio feasting at his table. Hey, Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, did I not instruct you to seek accommodation? Why have you come to my home to scrounge a meal? Raditz had devised his excuse on the way, proclaiming, I am Goku's elder brother. My older brother and Goku are here, thus I too should reside here. It is rather tenuous to invoke brotherly ties when even siblings may part ways, and moreover, Scions traditionally exhibit a disregard for familial bonds. Aside from Goku's parents, Bardock and Jine, who represent a rare marital union among Scions, most others merely unite for the sake of procreation. And Vegeta, why have you both come as well? Son Wuyuan queried. Humph. It was you who proclaimed your intention to accept us as your subordinates, promising to teach us the ways of becoming Super Scions while indulging us with lavish feasts. At that moment, Son Wuyuan recalled his previous boast, claiming that following a leader would lead to a life of luxury and indulgence. Oh dear, I had spoken in jest. How was I to know that someone as proud as Vegeta would take it to heart? How reckless of me. Son Wuyuan sensed that Vegeta seemed to be pushing his limits, whether out of dissatisfaction with being beaten or to compel him to acknowledge his superiority as the leader. Or perhaps both possibilities were at play. Vegeta appeared to take great delight in watching Son Wuyuan struggle, a smirk gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. The mountain of Baozi now hosted 3 additional gluttons, colossal in size, capable of collapsing the very mountain itself. Son Wuyuan began to worry about the modest treasure trove he had amassed from his pirate bounty in his youth, fearing it might not suffice to sustain them. Should he seek help from Bulma? No, it was imperative that the 3 of them learn self-reliance. Thus, Son Wuyuan took the initiative to request King Kai to craft training gravity suits for Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Each day, he had them train, which essentially meant donning the gravity suits and fishing in the sea, strictly prohibiting the use of energy waves to catch fish, allowing only for hand-to-hand capture. Why not let them hunt within Baozi Mountain? Son Wuyuan was genuinely concerned that the mountain's wildlife might be depleted, making it difficult to procure a dinosaur for spicy snacks in the future. This method not only resolved their food dilemma, but also provided effective training. Moreover, Son Wuyuan even managed to profit modestly from a seafood market. Nappa, I believe Son Wuyuan is merely using us to generate income for himself, with no intention of enhancing our abilities. Nappa exclaimed indignantly. Not only does he deny us the luxuries of good food, but despite us catching the fish, why do the profits end up in Son Wuyuan's pocket? It's downright unfair. Nappa, you fool. Have you not noticed your own power increasing? This method of weighted training is exceptionally effective. It's just unfortunate that your incompetence has brought shame upon our Scion race, especially since you can't even swim. Days passed, and Vegeta found the weighted fish-catching training somewhat monotonous. Although his power had escalated significantly, reaching a battle power of 3 million still seemed a distant goal. He requested Son Wuyuan to increase the training difficulty. Vegeta, if you seek a greater challenge, I am more than willing to oblige. Based on my past training experiences with Goku, I shall devise a training regimen for you, Son Wuyuan declared. In the morning, you will deliver milk while wearing the gravity suit. At noon, you'll fish in the sea, ensuring the weight of your catch exceeds half a pound. In the afternoon, you will till the fields on the back mountain, and if you still possess energy by nightfall, you will train in the gravity chamber. There is no need to rush. All these endeavors are designed to hone your foundational skills and gradually increase the quantity of S cells within you. Hiki, 3 scions farming will yield additional profits. Let us strive onward, young ones. Your leader has persevered through similar trials, and the ascension to Super Saiyan is within your grasp. Jack could hardly believe his eyes. The once fearsome and brutal scions, who instilled dread throughout the universe, were now peacefully fishing and farming. He discreetly captured this extraordinary scene with his camera. The North Kai was also monitoring the situation of Vegeta and his entourage, finding it quite absurd. Indeed, Goku's son was full of clever tricks. How could the ferocious scions be so easily swayed? It perplexed him. Goku, with his simple-mindedness akin to a blank slate, mastering the spirit bomb was entirely plausible. Yet how could Gohan's personality resonate with such energy? It made no sense. In recent days, the Baozi Mountain has been particularly lively, not only with the host, Gohan, along with Goku, Goten, and Chi-Chi, but also with Bulma and Tights, and the 3 scions, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, along with Jack and Piccolo. Nappa, with his volatile temper and brash demeanor, once again found himself at odds with Piccolo, who, despite his thick skin, was thoroughly bested. It was unclear from whom Piccolo had learned to avoid Nappa's vital points, yet he managed to control his strength and deliver a fierce blow. Nappa howled in pain throughout the day, but ultimately sustained only superficial injuries, with no lasting damage or disabilities. Vegeta felt that Nappa had brought shame to the Saiyan clan by being taught a lesson by an unknown adversary, prompting him to challenge Piccolo to a duel. Vegeta, you are as weak as Nappa and not my match. Engaging in combat with me would simply be an exercise in futility, Piccolo stated flatly. Were it not for Gohan's presence, he would have dismissed the three newly arrived Saiyans without a second thought, ready to strike down any who dared to provoke him. Vegeta's pride could hardly bear this slight. How dare an upstart look down upon him? Though I may not currently match Gohan and Goku, do not underestimate me. Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my recent training. With that, Vegeta shed his weighted clothing and closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surging power within him. Just then, Piccolo uttered a single word, boring, and unleashed his aura. As Vegeta was still attuning to his inner strength, he was once again taken aback. The intensity of Piccolo's energy was formidable, even surpassing that of Kakarot in his Super Saiyan form. What in the world? Wasn't the Frisia Force's assessment of Earth that it was merely a lowly planet of little value? Besides that freak Gohan. It seems there are several martial artists here with combat power exceeding 10,000, and this one is even more outrageous. Initially, he had assessed Piccolo as merely an average martial artist based on his energy signature, only to discover that when unleashed, it was terrifyingly potent. This is intolerable. Just how many powerful beings like Piccolo are concealed on this planet? Earth is exceedingly perilous. Warriors like Piccolo could dominate the universe. The might of Earth's champions is indeed formidable. The battle was no longer an option. The disparity in strength between him and Piccolo was insurmountable. Yet, he found it difficult to utter the words of surrender. If necessary, he would endure a beating akin to that of Nappa. In Chapter 79, as Vegeta pondered how to withstand the impending assault from Piccolo, the latter contemptuously turned away, displaying blatant disdain. This overt scorn irked Vegeta, leaving him feeling powerless against such a formidable opponent. Infuriated, he felt compelled to warn Nappa, that fool, to refrain from provoking Earthlings indiscriminately. Vegeta even harbored suspicions that Gohan might be a concealed powerhouse, which would elucidate the extraordinary strength of Goku and Kakarot. Days passed, and Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz became increasingly engrossed in their training. Meanwhile, Goku felt restless being unable to train himself, with a month yet to pass. He resigned himself to merely accompanying his son to observe others in their training. Vegeta looked upon this with disdain. As one of the rare super warriors of the Saiyan race, it was beneath him to languish at home caring for a child. What a disgrace! Kakarot. Your lax approach to training will soon allow me, Vegeta, to transform into a Super Saiyan, surpassing your strength and claiming the title of the mightiest Saiyan. Goku, unfazed, chuckled in response. My brother says it will take you several more years to achieve that transformation. Moreover, Vegeta, it will be quite some time before you elevate your power level to 3 million. Nevertheless, I eagerly anticipate our battle once you become a Super Saiyan. You must strive to improve. Vegeta felt a renewed sense of belittlement. Veins throbbed on his forehead as his anger seemed to straighten his already spiked hair even further. Son Wuyuan playfully teased little Goten, eliciting a cascade of giggles from the little one. Vegeta, elevating the combat prowess of the three of you to 3 million is not particularly arduous. However, the method may entail a modicum of discomfort. The true challenge lies in augmenting the quantity of S cells necessary for transformation. You must exert yourselves. Do not underestimate my young nephew, for he possesses an innate advantage that none of you can match. Transforming into a Super Saiyan will be significantly easier for him, especially you, Raditz, as Goten's uncle. Should he surpass you in achieving Super Saiyan form, you would face considerable embarrassment. Nanny? Is the hybrid child of Kakarot and a human so remarkably gifted? After all, we three are pure-blooded Saiyans. It stands to reason that we should not be outdone by a half-breed. Vegeta regarded Son Wuyuan with disbelief. Keep boasting if you wish. I may have foolishly acknowledged you as my superior, but you shall not deceive me. Son Wuyuan found himself in a state of helplessness. When he deceived you, you believed him without question, yet now that he speaks the truth, you cast doubt upon him. Vegeta, you truly are remarkable. The Saiyans are inherently imbued with a brutal genetic heritage, whereas Earthlings possess a more tranquil disposition. The offspring resulting from this union are inclined towards the Earthling temperament, which is beneficial for the proliferation of S cells. Furthermore, Goku's children were born only after he attained the status of Super Saiyan, and Goten can be seen as the heir to a vast legacy. In contrast, you all are merely embarking on the journey of creation. The disparity in difficulty between the two paths is indeed significant. Of course, if the three of you are intent on increasing the Saiyan population, Earthlings are undoubtedly the optimal choice, a notion that Son Wuyuan hopes to see realized. He wonders when, relying solely on Goku, they might gather enough individuals to conduct the Super Saiyan God ritual. Vegeta and his companions are inherently malevolent, and it is uncertain when they might cultivate a sense of justice. Encouraging them to procreate seems a more reliable approach, the more Saiyans there are. The greater the assurance of success and the lesser the chances of unforeseen occurrences. Vegeta reacted with strong aversion, Raditz appeared indifferent, but only Nappa's eyes gleamed with genuine interest. Clearly intrigued by the prospect, Son Wuyuan first sought out the celestial being Krilin to trade for some magical beans. And then he instantly transported himself to the Hall of the Gods. "Greetings, Mr. Bobobo. I wish to speak with the deity. Could you kindly relay my message?" The deity soon emerged from within. "Son Wuyuan, what brings you here?" "Oh, how could you say that? I wouldn't visit you without reason. However, today I truly have a matter to discuss. I would like to borrow the time chamber for a couple of days. I implore you, great deity." The venerable god understood my intentions. I would not trouble him without cause. After all, the Hall of the Gods lacks picturesque scenery. And while I yearn to admire beautiful beings, I am met only with two mature bachelors, one an alien devoid of gender who has lived for centuries, and the other, Bobobo, whose age is even more absurd, having served several previous gods. The deity recalled that he had not mentioned the time chamber to Son Wuyuan and did not inquire how he had come to know of it. But why should it be surprising that someone capable of dreaming of past and future could also be aware of the time chamber? You may utilize the time chamber for training without issue. Recently, the invasion by Shrag threatened Earth, and now we face the formidable Saiyans. Thanks to your intervention, Earth has been spared from two major crises. Bobobo, please escort Son Wuyuan into the time chamber and ensure he receives his meals thrice daily. This is truly too generous. The deity is remarkably considerate. This way, I need not endure daily meals of noodles, nor will I waste time on cooking. Son Wukong followed Bobo to the entrance of the time chamber, where Bobo began to speak. "I am uncertain of the extent of your knowledge regarding the time chamber, so I shall impart to you all the essential precautions. Within the time chamber, there exists sustenance, water, and resting quarters. However, the air is thin. The temperature fluctuates between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, thus at times you may feel an oppressive heat, while at other moments, an unbearable chill may envelop you. You are permitted a maximum of 2 days inside, which equates to 2 years within. Exceeding this limit will render the exit inaccessible, leaving you trapped indefinitely. In accordance with the divine mandate, I shall ensure that you receive sustenance in a timely manner." "Thank you, Mr. Bobo." Son Wuyuan expressed his gratitude before stepping into the room of spirit and time. As the door closed behind him, an eerie silence enveloped the vast, white expanse, an empty void devoid of any presence. Is this truly the revered training ground of the Dragon Ball universe? It felt remarkably desolate. Aside from the echoes of his own footsteps and breaths, there was no other sound to be heard. The origins of the room of spirit and time remained shrouded in mystery, even to the deities, yet Son Wuyuan possessed a deeper understanding. This realm exists as a dimensional anomaly of time. Should one possess sufficient strength, transcending 2 days within it, they could forcefully breach the dimensional barriers and exit. However, whether this temporal dimension is a product of human creation or a naturally occurring phenomenon discovered by Earth's deities remains beyond Son Wuyuan's knowledge. The construction of such a temporal anomaly seems beyond the capabilities of even divine beings. Even the angel Whis can only exert minimal influence over time and likely lacks the power to create it. Thus, Son Wuyuan speculated that perhaps only the Omni King possesses such strength, or it may have formed naturally, with a former deity discovering its entrance and subsequently establishing the room of spirit and time. Chapter 80, Transformation. Ascendancy of life dimensions. The tenfold gravity within the room of spirit and time provided little aid to Son Wuyuan's training, proving equally ineffective for Goku, who was accustomed to 300 times that weight. If the only advantage lay in the time dilation, 1 year inside equating to merely 1 day outside, it would hardly warrant the title of an elite training facility. For within this realm, a year truly equates to a year of life lost, not merely a day, unless one is urgently seeking to augment their power. The difference from external training is negligible. Nevertheless, the expansive space allows for vigorous practice and serves to sharpen both spirit and will. A frail will or lack of focus could lead to hallucinations. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions, who engaged in prolonged physical training, found it challenging to cultivate their mental fortitude, which is why their singular ventures into the room yielded such significant results. Repeated entries would drastically diminish the effectiveness of their training. In the first month, Son Wuyuan focused solely on foundational training, allowing his body to acclimatize to the extreme temperature variations in the thin atmosphere, necessitating an adjustment to his daily rhythms due to the absence of a day-night cycle. As the second month commenced, he intensified his training regimen, often pushing himself to the brink of physical and mental exhaustion before ceasing, leading to a gradual increase in the frequency of his hallucinations. Time passed, and for 9 long months, Son Wuyuan persevered in this desolate and monotonous world. The experience felt even more arduous than a decade confined in a dark chamber. A lesser individual would likely have succumbed to mental breakdown long ago. The gains in power over these 9 months were not as substantial as he had anticipated, merely double his original strength, leaving him dissatisfied. Had Goku entered for a year, his power would have surely increased tenfold. It seemed as though he had encountered a bottleneck. Despite his relentless efforts, his strength only progressed steadily without any qualitative leaps. After a year, however, his spirit and will had undergone significant enhancement, and his perceptive abilities had grown increasingly acute. Through numerous perceptions and studies of vital energy, he unexpectedly discovered a subtle yet extraordinary force within his body. This elusive and ethereal power initially led him to believe that he was merely experiencing hallucinations due to excessive cultivation. However, upon repeated confirmation, he realized its genuine existence and its significant connection to his ability to absorb vital energy. Frustratingly, he found himself utterly incapable of harnessing this intangible force, remaining oblivious to its true nature. 3 months later, he noted a slight enhancement in this power, accompanied by a corresponding increase in the speed of his vital energy absorption. Moreover, during the period when this force was active, the absorption rate of vital energy accelerated even further. 18 months later, on a particular day, Son Wuyuan felt as though he had transcended to a new realm of liberation. The sense of limitation and stagnation vanished, and the mysterious force had intensified 3 to 4-fold. Remarkably, the rate of vital energy absorption surged to over 10 times its previous speed, although he could not precisely quantify it. The rapid enhancement of his power rendered the vital energy in this alternate dimension increasingly insufficient for his needs. His gains extended beyond mere absorption. His physical prowess had also experienced significant improvement. He could now withstand the burdens of a 5-fold King's fist and, with great effort, could utilize a 7-fold King's fist for 1 minute and 30 seconds. With the aid of senzu beans, he could considerably prolong his combat duration. After 2 additional months of training, Son Wuyuan found himself yearning to leave the hyperbolic time chamber. Although the advantages of training in this realm were substantial, its contribution to his power enhancement had diminished significantly. Moreover, being in this alternate dimension, isolated from the outside world, restricted the influx of vital energy necessary for cultivation. The vital energy generated within was insufficient, stifling his growth. Most critically, despite his past tendencies for solitude, he could no longer endure the profound loneliness of being alone in the hyperbolic time chamber. He felt an urgent need to escape, regardless of the consequences. Thus, even before completing 2 full years of training, Son Wuyuan resolutely exited the hyperbolic time chamber. After 20 months of rigorous cultivation, he found that even the once dreaded visage of the deity appeared surprisingly amiable, and he felt a strange fondness for Bobo's grim demeanor. It was truly surreal. This unexpected sentiment startled him. Perhaps due to his innate social nature, the prolonged absence of human interaction had induced such a bizarre feeling. Although Bobo delivered food to him daily, it was merely left at the entrance, never entering the chamber itself. Son Wuyuan pondered how he had managed to endure such solitude for so long, prompting the deity to remark in astonishment, "Wait, how is it that your life dimension level has increased?" The deity suddenly questioned, disbelief evident in his tone. "Life dimension level? What is that?" Son Wuyuan inquired, perplexed yet intrigued by its apparent significance. After a lengthy contemplation, the deity explained, "It is akin to a classification of spatial dimensions. It represents the hierarchy of life forms within the universe. Take Wukong as an example. Although his strength has continually increased, he remains firmly within the realm of mortals. Despite his formidable power, his life dimension level has not altered. He is still merely a mortal endowed with great strength. If we classify the life dimension level of mortals as level 1, then the Krilin sage stationed at Krilin Tower would be classified as level 2. I is level 3. The King of Hell is level 4, and the North Kai is a level even higher. Your current life dimension level is roughly commensurate with that of Krilin. Apart from you, I have yet to encounter anyone who has elevated their life dimension level without inheriting a divine position, following the heavenly God palace. Son Wuyuan's thoughts were entirely consumed by the concept of life dimension levels. According to the heavenly god, he is now treading the path to divinity. However, unlike other deities whose life dimension levels are elevated through divine positions, he has attained his through personal cultivation. It is difficult to ascertain which is superior, as each has its own merits. Gaining strength through personal training is undoubtedly more challenging. Yet it grants one the autonomy to control their own destiny without the obligations tied to a divine position. Conversely, inheriting a divine position may be more secure and straightforward, with guidance and trials laid out, requiring only a methodical approach to pass each test. Nonetheless, despite the greater difficulty, he finds himself more inclined towards the path of self-cultivation to achieve divinity, as the alternative is merely serving the Omni-King, where any dissatisfaction from a superior could lead to dire consequences. On Earth, less than 2 days have passed, and others have not experienced much change. However, he has truly spent 20 months alone. After a visit to Baozi Mountain to see his grandfather, Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Xiaowu, he proceeded to Bulma's home. Having accumulated 20 months of pent-up energy, it was only fitting to share intimate sentiments with his beloved Bulma. Engaging in an epic battle of passion that could not end without a significant commotion, in a small grove in the wilderness, a multifunctional capsule RV has been swaying intermittently for 10 days. Inside the RV, Son Wuyuan sits with an air of detachment, akin to an enlightened monk, cross-legged on a soft sofa, with a blue-haired head resting on his lap in peaceful slumber. Before long, Bulma awakens, and Son Wuyuan feels a pang of headache. Alas, his long-saved magical beans have been considerably depleted. He now possesses merely 2 canisters of the beans, each containing hundreds, totaling around 1,000, which is hardly sufficient. The magical beans can no longer be squandered on Bulma's whims. At the very least, he must strictly manage their consumption before heading to the Kaioshin realm to cultivate more. He wonders how many magical beans he could acquire by making a wish to the dragon on Namek. Wuyuan, aren't we going to continue? Bulma inquires. Were we not all adults, Bulma? We must learn to control our desires, for unchecked indulgence can lead to calamity. With heartfelt admonitions, Son Wukong observed that the enchantress seemed to grow increasingly alluring and sensual after her transformation, her myriad charms leaving him feeling somewhat inadequate. This is hardly my fault. It has only been 2 days, yet you, Wukong, appear to have become even more handsome, and it is you who has brought me to this little grove. Bulma's tone carried a hint of provocation. As long as you, Bulma, refrain from consuming the sacred beans, I am prepared to accompany you in whatever endeavor you choose. The energy for cultivation on Earth is abundant, whereas the energy within the hyperbolic time chamber is rather scarce. Not only is the energy on Earth plentiful, but it also allows for the absorption of energy from other celestial bodies, and the vital energy within living beings is far richer than that contained in air, mountains, land, or oceans. Son Wukong had only attempted to absorb the vital essence of flora, never having tried with animals or humans. He could not forcibly extract the life force from beings. If they were unwilling, he was powerless to compel them. Moreover, with the vastness of the universe and the abundance of vital energy, there was no need for him to seek it from humanity. Just as he had completed his cultivation, he saw Wukong approaching with great enthusiasm. Brother, the martial banquet has reached its full moon, and Chi-Chi has consented to my pursuit of cultivation. Where is that place you mentioned for training? The Heavenly Temple. No way. We have already practiced in the Heavenly Temple. Son Wukong elucidated. In the Celestial Hall, there exists a spirit time room, where one can cultivate for a year, yet only a day will pass on Earth. This is immensely beneficial for your training. As for the specific methods of becoming a Super Saiyan, I trust you have devised your own plans, correct? Wukong, grinning and scratching the back of his head, did not respond directly but inquired, is there truly a transformation beyond Super Saiyan? Indeed, your current transformation can be termed Super Saiyan 1, possessing 50 times your normal strength. If you can unleash the full potential of Super Saiyan, this limit can be referred to as Super Saiyan 1 at full power. At that juncture, you may commence the endeavor to transcend into Super Saiyan 2, which boasts 100-fold strength beyond your normal state. Is there truly a Super Saiyan 2? 100 times the normal strength? How remarkable. I shall commence my training at once. With that, Son Wukong eagerly teleported to the Celestial Hall. Why the haste? There is no one vying with you for the Spirit Time Room at present. Vegeta, you must have heard what I just conveyed to Wukong. As those words fell, Vegeta emerged from behind a large tree. Is everything you just said true? Does the transformation of Super Saiyan 2 actually exist? Would I deceive you for amusement? After all, I am your leader. If your strengths were too feeble, I would find it embarrassing to mention that you three scions are associated with me, Son Wukong. Upon hearing Son Wukong refer to him as leader once more, Vegeta felt a surge of anger. Were it not for that minuscule gap in their strengths, he would have relished the chance to put Son Wukong in his place. Your scion lineage undeniably holds immense potential. Let me tell you, there are transformations such as Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4. They are extraordinarily formidable. If not for my lack of scion blood, I would have long since subdued a mighty purple feline. The scions of your planet Vegeta are woefully lacking, squandering their scion heritage. Son Wukong reveled in the delightful challenge of taunting the proud prince. Son Wukong, your arrogance is unbearable. When I surpass you, I shall ensure you address me as your leader. Vegeta could no longer contain himself and bellowed in fury. Son Wukong stroked his chin and said with utmost seriousness, "Then we must double our efforts." In a couple of days, when Wukong emerges from the time chamber of the Celestial Palace, he will likely be on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. I want to discourage you any further. In truth, I possess a method that can swiftly enhance the strength of the three of you, though the process may entail some discomfort that most cannot endure. Son Wuyuan paused for a moment, noticing Vegeta standing quietly with his arms crossed. Alas, what a bleak future awaits. My pause was merely an invitation for you to inquire about the broad-mindedness of our leader, who does not hold grudges against you. Before your strength reaches 3 million, each time you narrowly escape death, your power will significantly enhance. Thus, you must utilize this opportunity to rapidly augment your abilities. Vegeta, surely you have realized this as well. He had nearly defeated Vegeta before, and after healing him with a Senzu Bean, Vegeta's power had greatly increased. Son Wuyuan had no doubt that Vegeta had noticed this change. Vegeta nodded in agreement and spoke. Indeed, scions can enhance their strength after recovering from near death, yet the greater likelihood is that they may meet their demise instead. Recovery from such a state is not an easy feat unless one has consumed that miraculous medicine you previously provided me, the Senzu Bean. The Senzu Bean is exceptionally precious. However, as your leader, I shall generously part with some today, giving each of you 3 beans. Son Wuyuan expressed a pained countenance as he reluctantly produced 6 Senzu Beans to distribute among Vegeta and the others. Raditz gratefully acknowledged, "Thank you, brother." While Vegeta and Nappa accepted the Senzu Beans without uttering a word, the disparity between them becoming apparent. It seemed there was an opportunity to provide Raditz with an extra boost, perhaps granting him a few more Senzu Beans. Although his talent appeared somewhat lacking, his attitude was commendable. Perhaps the quantity of S-cells within him could meet the transformation requirements sooner than expected. Such a precious resource as the Senzu Bean must be utilized sparingly. He had even limited Bulma's consumption, and thus the external parties of Vegeta would be further restricted. Upon receiving the Senzu Beans, Vegeta promptly instructed Raditz and Nappa to attack him, yet they hesitated. Vegeta disdainfully remarked, "Nappa, Raditz, you two are utterly useless. You cannot even do this." At that moment, Son Wuyuan suggested, "Vegeta, you could seek out Piccolo. I am confident he would be more than willing to assist you." The trio approached Piccolo, who readily agreed, having long been irked by these 3 arrogant scions. Piccolo spoke in a flat tone, "In all my years, this is the first time I have heard such a request. I shall fulfill your desires." Chapter 82. The Tragic Trio, Dr. Mew's Mastery of Gero's Teachings in the Forest. Birds fluttered in panic, and beasts fled in terror, clearing a space for Piccolo and the others. Soon, a mournful, oppressive scream echoed, followed by 2 others in quick succession. The cries rang out in a slow, haunting manner, reverberating through the woods, the wails persisting for an extended time. Piccolo split into 3, providing each of the trio, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz with an equal share. He then proceeded to envelop their upper bodies with his elongated arms, delivering slaps akin to a father chastising his sons. On a nearby hill, Son Wuyuan sat leisurely on a small bench, sipping tea, when he witnessed the unfolding battle and inadvertently spat out his tea. When had Piccolo adopted such a devious technique? The damage inflicted was minimal, yet the insult was profoundly severe. One cannot help but wonder if the proud scions will bear any psychological scars, particularly Vegeta. At this moment, it is likely that he deeply regrets allowing Piccolo to take action against them. Subsequently, Piccolo, employing the same method he used to strike down Buu, inflicted excruciating pain upon Vegeta and his companions, yet without causing any lasting physical harm. After 6 hours of relentless assault, when he felt they had endured enough, he finally delivered a decisive blow that pierced their hearts, causing their life force to rapidly wane. Son Wukong sighed. How could Piccolo treat Vegeta like a child and spank him? Is he aware of the profound damage this would inflict upon Prince Vegeta's pride? Such a devious tactic must have been learned from his father, the formidable King Piccolo, whose malevolence is notoriously difficult to tame. Son Wukong selectively chose to forget the occasion when Piccolo had challenged him on the Ice Star, where he imparted wisdom on the utilization of hidden techniques. After tidying up his small stool, he silently returned to entertain his nephew. Piccolo departed with a refreshed spirit, soaring through the air and spinning several times, leaving 3 scions in a state of exhaustion. After consuming the magical beans, aside from their tattered clothing, their bodies had returned to their original state. Whether they bore any psychological scars was a matter only they could discern. That wretched Piccolo, he is mocking us. I shall confront that hot-headed Naba. Disregarding how severely I was beaten moments ago, Vegeta and Raditz remained silent, observing Naba, who, sensing the ominous atmosphere, quickly silenced himself, regaining his wits and ceasing to mention any confrontation with Piccolo. Piccolo was too formidable. They could not contend with him at present. They would have to wait until they could transform into Super Scions before contemplating revenge. At this juncture, Vegeta spoke up. Naba, can't you ever think things through? What do you intend to use to challenge Piccolo? What indeed? Naba, stroking his shiny bald head with his left hand and clenching his right fist, nearly blurted out that he would use his fists. However, upon meeting Vegeta's predatory gaze, he swallowed his words. Humph, you are exceedingly foolish. Do you recall what Son Wukong shared with us? Scions possess unparalleled potential, even he envies it. Moreover, we now comprehend the means to grow stronger. And it is only a matter of time before we surpass that Piccolo fellow. When that day comes, will it not be even more gratifying to exact our revenge tenfold or 100-fold? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Naba repeatedly apologized and declared that once he surpassed Piccolo, he would hang him up, remove his pants, and whip him with a small leather strap, making Piccolo experience the shame of utter humiliation. Unbeknownst to them, Piccolo had not ventured far. He remembered that he had not fed Vegeta and the others the magical beans, so he stealthily returned to check on their condition, ensuring they did not inadvertently perish. However, before he could approach, he overheard Naba's loud proclamation of how he intended to deal with him. Indeed, his disdain for them was not unfounded. Vegeta and the others truly deserved a beating. Hanging him up, was it? Removing his pants, was it? Whipping his backside with a small strap, was it? Such an excellent idea. How could I, Piccolo, disappoint you? Thus, he swiftly appeared before Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz, a wicked smile gradually curling at the corners of his mouth. Naba, your suggestion is splendid. Allow me to assist you with a grand favor. There is no need for excessive gratitude. What the hell? When did Piccolo return? Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz were simultaneously startled, an unsettling feeling intensifying within them. Subsequently, Piccolo not only retraced the original process for Vegeta and his companions, but also incorporated some clever ideas conceived by Nappa, while playfully teasing little Wufan. Son Wukong suddenly sensed the collective energy of Piccolo and the others converging once more, which struck him as somewhat peculiar. Were Vegeta and his companions truly so devoted to enhancing their strength? Reflecting on this, Son Wukong felt a pang of embarrassment. The Scions possessed extraordinary innate potential, yet they exerted themselves so relentlessly. It seemed that his own era might soon come to a close. Without delay, he returned to his previous spot, arranging peanuts, sunflower seeds, sweets, and popcorn, and plopped down on a small stool to observe the rigorous training of the four below. The trio was indeed quite impatient, embodying the spirit of their kin, Goku, as they pursued their training with utter disregard for everything else. It was astonishing how quickly Piccolo had embraced such playful tactics. He even brandished a small whip, which was quite the sight against the backdrop of three burly, bare-bottomed warriors. Perhaps it would be more enjoyable to return to amusing little Wufan instead. With that thought, Son Wukong vanished in an instant, leaving behind the exuberant Piccolo and the others. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai in the heavenly realm took note of Piccolo's antics, pondering whether the mischievous nature of Piccolo was resurfacing. It was utterly shameful. Such conduct was unbecoming of a martial artist. At that moment, Raditz was consumed with frustration, having said nothing yet still feeling the repercussions of Nappa's foolishness. Who couldn't he even orchestrate a scheme effectively? The Scion race, once known for its brute strength and savagery, seemed to be faltering. Reduced to being toyed with in such a humiliating manner by an Namekian, it appeared that little attention was warranted for them. The only obstacle to his ambition of dominating the universe and restoring the glory of the Tsufals was Son Wukong alone. This individual, Dr. Mu, had come to a profound realization since acquiring all of Dr. Gero's research. He understood the significance of maintaining a low profile and concealing his own capabilities. Despite possessing formidable technological prowess, he recognized his own relative weakness. Should a powerhouse like Son Wuyuan approach him, his demise would be inevitable. Thus, he emulated Dr. Gero and manufactured nanobots, minuscule even compared to mechanical insects, to gather intelligence and collect cellular samples. Unlike Dr. Gero, who struggled with scarce resources, he produced countless nanobots, deploying them across all discovered life-bearing planets. Not only Earth, but also Namek, Planet Vampa, Ice Planet. And even the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol have been discreetly infiltrated by his microscopic nanobots. Chapter 83, Dr. Mew and Dr. Reiki. The nanobots crafted by Dr. Mew are so minuscule that only he is aware of their existence. This clandestine action has unveiled numerous secrets hitherto unknown, including the existence of the Dragon Balls. Capable of granting wishes on both Earth and Namek, the mechanical planet known as Big Star, and even a place sealed away, harboring formidable life forms. Moreover, his nanobots have collected cellular samples from Son Wuyuan and others during their fierce battles on Earth, Namek, and Ice Planet, as well as from Frisia and the father-son duo of Cooler and King Cold. Initially, he had no opportunity to gather Son Wuyuan's cells. However, an unexpected internal conflict between Piccolo and Son Wuyuan led to a sudden punch that sent Son Wuyuan flying, resulting in minor abrasions to his skin. This fortunate incident provided the nanobots with the chance to collect his cells. Utilizing Dr. Gero's cell fusion technology, Dr. Mew began merging the diverse cells of these cosmic powerhouses. In the beginning, the fusion process was rather smooth. However, as the number of fusions increased, the time required for completion also lengthened. He did not mind the extended duration but was particularly frustrated that the two cells he most desired to fuse remained stubbornly separate. One of these was the cell from the Tree of Might, which, being a plant cell, presented inherent challenges to fusion. The other was Son Wuyuan's cell, which remained distinctly unblended with any other cells. He attempted to force a fusion, but even when successful, the cells rapidly separated again. He could only conclude that Son Wuyuan's cells were too dominant to merge with others, perhaps explaining their immense strength. Even the cells of the Scionts and the Frost Demon race could not subdue them. The more difficult the fusion proved, the more he longed to combine the cells of the Tree of Might and Son Wuyuan. The ultimate android, cell, crafted from such a fusion, would possess the power to vanquish all adversaries and dominate the entire universe. Annihilating the Scionts would merely be a secondary objective. There remains an abundance of aspects requiring refinement. Perhaps I require an assistant to expedite the research process. Dr. Meow stood before a supercomputer, engaged in quiet contemplation. He was not the sole survivor of the Ziffel people. There was another, Dr. Likey, who, like him, had mastered the pinnacle of Ziffel technology. However, their differing philosophies had led them to part ways, each pursuing their own methods to develop formidable instruments of vengeance. Meow had been diligently refining his creation, the Super Warrior Baby, tirelessly collecting energy from warriors throughout the cosmos to empower Baby. Yet, upon acquiring Dr. Gero's research findings, he found himself inspired with new ideas. He decided to shift his focus towards the ultimate android, placing the Baby project on hold until the completion of this ultimate being, after which he would perfect Baby and ultimately merge Baby with Shalu. Nevertheless, he remained undecided about whether Baby should inhabit Shalu's body or if the latter should consume the former. If Shalu were to be created, it would undoubtedly surpass Baby in potential. However, Baby possessed unique advantages, capable not only of absorbing a warrior's energy but also of controlling a vast number of beings through its living ovum. Dr. Meow pondered for a considerable time, honestly wishing to possess both. He had already discovered the planet housing Dr. Likey's research base, but they had not yet established formal contact. Now, he could reach out at any moment. Likey, long time no see. The sudden voice startled Dr. Likey. This was his stronghold, who could bypass the surveillance to appear before him. Dr. Likey was of short stature, emaciated, and appeared older than Dr. Meow, with thinning hair on his forehead and an exceedingly bushy beard. Soon, a high-performance robot penetrated the thick metallic walls and projected Dr. Meow's image before him. Likey, it has been years. Have you forgotten me? Meow? Speak. What brings you here? Dr. Likey was preoccupied with plans to gather resentment and had no time for pleasantries. Likey, I have a grand scheme that I wish to invite you to partake in. Should it succeed, we could not only avenge the annihilation of our Ziffel kin by the Scionts, but also harness immense power to dominate the universe. Dr. Meow proclaimed with great enthusiasm. Meow, I am not interested in universal domination. My sole desire is to eradicate the malevolent scions at the earliest opportunity. I do not require your assistance to accomplish this. Doctor, Likey replied confidently. His resentment amplification device had been completed during his escape from planet Vegeta, and over the years, he had been amassing resentment. Once it reached its maximum threshold, he would be able to forge formidable undead warriors, making the extermination of the Scion race a trivial endeavor. Dr. Meow replied calmly. I have investigated the current situation of the Scions thoroughly, Likey. Your information is quite outdated. Presently, the Scion race is not much better off than our Ziffel kin. After exterminating us, they renamed our planet Vegeta and became subservient to the cosmic tyrant Frieza, engaging in acts of slaughter and destruction. The malevolent scions ought to be eradicated. This brutal race knows nothing but slaughter, exhibiting a remarkable lack of intellect. You are indeed correct. They possess only brute strength and no wisdom whatsoever. Frieza, along with the planet Vegeta, annihilated the Scion race. Now, the number of surviving scions is alarmingly scarce, scarcely surpassing our own Zephyrian population. This indicates that some scions still persist. Splendid. My years of effort have not been in vain. If they were all to perish, we Zephyrians would have no avenue for vengeance. Likey, although the scions have dwindled in number, their strength has become exponentially more formidable. I have discovered one among them. A scion named Son Goku, who has mastered a transformation ability, and the powers of the other scions are rapidly escalating. They refer to this transformation as Super Scion. Super Scion? Likey inquired, perplexed. Indeed, these scions have also allied themselves with the universe's mightiest warrior, Son Gohan, who has vanquished Frieza, the very being responsible for their destruction. Dr. Mew, upon hearing this, was further perplexed. Who is Son Gohan? Son Gohan was born on a lowly planet in the remote regions of the North Galaxy. However, he is the most powerful warrior I have discovered thus far. Even if I were to complete Baby, I might not stand a chance against him. And my research indicates that his strength continues to grow. Chapter 84, An Alliance. Goku at full power Son Gohan was born on a lowly planet in the remote regions of the North Galaxy. However, he is the most powerful warrior I have discovered thus far. Even if I were to complete Baby, I might not stand a chance against him. And my research indicates that his strength continues to grow. Dr. Mew did not belittle Son Gohan in order to elevate his own research. Rather, he provided a candid assessment. Baby possesses exceptional capabilities, yet Son Gohan is undeniably formidable. Perhaps Baby may one day surpass Son Gohan. But he is unaware of the vast amount of energy he needs to collect from the universe's warriors, and presently Baby still has unresolved flaws. It remains uncertain how many years it will take to gather sufficient energy and rectify these issues. By then, Son Gohan may have become even more powerful, and the scions around him could be beyond comprehension in their strength. Likey furrowed his brow, struggling to believe that such a powerful being could exist in the universe. Just as Dr. Mew is aware of the grievances associated with the enhancement device he is studying, he also knows of the weaponry his counterpart is researching. In his view, the undead warriors he studies must surely surpass the Baby that Dr. Mew is developing. Otherwise, they would not have diverged in their research endeavors. However, he does not underestimate Dr. Mew's research. As a leading scientist among the Zephyrians, Mew's scientific prowess is on par with his own. The undead warriors are likely only marginally stronger than the Baby created by Mew. Given the gravity of Mew's claims, it seems there is indeed truth to them. Son Gohan is likely truly powerful. Mew, is that Son Gohan truly as formidable as you claim? Indeed, those few remaining scions have set aside their pride and acknowledged Son Wuyuan as their leader. I have devised an entirely new and impeccable plan. Likey, join me, for I require your assistance. Dr. Mew once again extended an invitation to Dr. Likey. Dr. Likey was on the brink of turmoil. He was nearly convinced by the news presented by Dr. Mew. Yet the notion of abandoning his years of research to assist Dr. Mew was difficult for him to accept. Even if they were to form an alliance, he believed he should be the primary contributor, with Dr. Mew supporting him instead. No, Mew. Since you lack confidence in your own research, you should join me in exploring the realm of negative energy warriors. I firmly believe we can create the most formidable warriors to sweep across the universe. Dr. Likey insisted stubbornly. Dr. Mew, with a sense of resignation, replied, Likey, your resentment amplification device was developed many years ago. While it is impressive, it has become outdated in my view. Is that non-negotiable? Dr. Likey retorted. Not at all, Likey. Your path has narrowed. While resentment is indeed a potent form of energy, it is merely a branch of negative energy, and its strength is inherently limited. This is one of the reasons why, despite years of collection, you have yet to amass sufficient resentment. Dr. Mew did not look down upon Dr. Likey's device. He merely believed that Dr. Likey's research direction had been misguided from the outset. The resentment amplification device had taken years to develop. Yet the collection of resentment was still far from complete, with the time spent gathering resentment surpassing the time taken to create the device itself. Upon hearing this, Dr. Likey was jolted. What this old fellow Mew said made perfect sense. If collecting resentment proved so challenging, should he not pivot towards researching a negative energy amplification device? After all, resentment is a form of negative energy, and with the precedent of the resentment amplification device, the development of a negative energy amplification device might just be feasible. Mew, thank you for enlightening me. I now sincerely invite you to join me. Together, we can certainly research the negative energy amplification device. And the warriors we create will be truly invincible. Dr. Mew was momentarily taken aback. How had the situation transformed such that Likey was now persuading him to join his research? What on earth had he just said? He had merely disparaged Likey's work, urging him to abandon the resentment amplification device in favor of assisting himself. Yet Likey had the audacity to directly adopt his suggestion. Nonetheless, the negative energy amplification device might indeed be within Dr. Likey's grasp, and it seemed to be a promising avenue of exploration. I concede that your plan holds great potential and feasibility. The warriors it could produce would undoubtedly be formidable. However, the ultimate artificial human project I am undertaking surpasses it. Dr. Mew and Dr. Likey remained at an impasse, each firmly believing their own research to be superior, neither willing to yield, and they nearly fell into discord once more. In the end, it was Dr. Meow who devised a compromise, as the two joined forces devoid of hierarchy. Each of their respective studies was bound to encounter challenges pertaining to materials and technology. This interim period could be utilized to assist one another in their research endeavors. Li Ji, ultimately, this collaboration has immensely benefited you. Not only have I acquired a wealth of invaluable information, but I can also monitor the movements of Son Wuyuan and the Scions at any moment. Moreover, I have commandeered resources from numerous planets, backed by a legion of exceptionally high-performance robots. In terms of manpower, resources, and information, you cannot compete with me. Dr. Meow proclaimed with a hint of pride. Dr. Li Ji disregarded his boastful remarks and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Meow, haven't you been focused on repairing baby and gathering energy from the cosmic warriors? When did you conceive the ultimate android project? Mutant robots are your hallmark of success. About a year ago, a mutant robot under my command unexpectedly captured a spacecraft. On board, I discovered a plethora of astonishing technologies, not limited to just android capabilities. I have dispatched mutant robots to retrieve you, as I intend to conquer the mechanical planet of Bigo shortly. After 2 days of rigorous training in the Heavenly Palace, Son Wuyuan returned to Baozi Mountain. He no longer needed to maintain his Super Saiyan transformation in a state of anger, yet there were no lightning bolts encircling him. Wukong, it appears your time in the hyperbolic time chamber has greatly enhanced your abilities. With just a bit more effort, you could transcend the full power of Super Saiyan 1 and ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Remarkable, my little brother. Wukong unleashed his full power, eager to showcase his true strength. Piccolo, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz approached, all curious about the extent of Wukong's current prowess. A tremendous aura surged forth, waves of energy radiating outward, causing the ground beneath Wukong to crack like a massive spider's web. Vegeta and the others were blown away by the force, while Piccolo struggled to remain upright, his white cape billowing dramatically. Wukong, seemingly unfazed, regarded his brother with calmness. Incredible! If we were to gauge strength by battle power, I would estimate yours to be in the tens of billions. Without employing the Kaioken technique, I would be unable to contend with this younger brother I've watched grow. However, should I utilize the Kaioken, I am confident I could easily overwhelm you. Even a twofold Kaioken would match your strength. Thus, to challenge you, I would only need to employ a threefold Kaioken. Moreover, let us not forget that since my emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber, I can wield a fivefold Kaioken. And in moments of desperation, even a sevenfold Kaioken. When it comes to battling my brother, it is merely a matter of having the capability. Chapter 85, The Clash. A single move to determine victory. Furthermore, Wukong would find himself confined to the full power of Super Saiyan 1 for a considerable time, while I could continue to grow stronger. Aside from the time spent in affectionate companionship with Bulma, He devoted himself daily to gathering energy, stopping only when he reached the limit of what his body could contain. Following this, he would await the transformation of that energy into his own life force, all the while subtly enhancing his physical constitution. The processes of gathering energy, reaching the limits of energy absorption, and undergoing the conversion are intrinsically linked to his own strength, the robustness of his physique, and the latent, mysterious powers residing within his body. The training within the hyperbolic time chamber significantly augmented his strength, accelerating the rate at which he could amass energy. The metamorphosis of his physique also greatly increased his capacity for energy absorption. Indeed, a single session of gathering energy was now sufficient for his body to assimilate and convert for an entire day, even surpassing tenfold the absorption speed he possessed prior to entering the chamber. At this current rate of training, he estimated that within 6 months, he would attain the full power of Super Saiyan 1. With the application of a twofold Kaioken, he could achieve the strength indicative of a newly ascended Super Saiyan 2. However, truth be told, having a brother like Wukong has intensified the pressure he feels. It is quite possible that one day he might find himself inadvertently surpassed, left far behind. He increasingly resonated with the adage, one must strike their brother early, lest one day they discover they can no longer best him. While the North Realm King was amusing his pet gorilla Baburus with jokes, he suddenly sensed a formidable power emanating from Earth. The aura felt oddly familiar, yet he could not recall who possessed such immense strength. As he adjusted his antennae, resembling cockroach feelers, he beheld the explosive energy of Son Wukong. What could this mean? It had been less than 2 months since his last observation of Earth, and how could Wukong's power have surged to such heights? Other warriors on Earth also recognized Wukong's overwhelming presence. Tian Xinhan, meditating beneath a waterfall, abruptly halted his ascent, causing a torrent of water to cascade down from above. This felt akin to Son Wukong's essence. His prowess had escalated not only rapidly but seemingly without limit. Could he truly have no boundaries? Tian mused to himself, feeling overwhelmed by the repeated shocks delivered by both Son Wukong and Son Wuyuan. On came House. Krilin gazed vacantly and remarked, although he had gradually acclimated to the pace of their power increases, this colossal aura was still daunting to confront. Naturally, Yamcha felt the surge as well, yet he appeared to have grown complacent in his martial training, increasingly neglecting his practice. It was uncertain how much of Master Roshi's martial philosophy he had truly absorbed. It seemed that his indulgence in pleasure had surpassed mere learning, as he had not only graduated but had also surpassed his predecessors. Since Son Wuyuan proposed that he serve as Earth's martial arts representative and protect its heroes during a press interview, he had descended into a state of moral decline. Merely making appearances earned him substantial rewards, with admirers of all types, innocent, alluring, mature, naive, and various others clamoring for his attention. The fervor of his fans exceeded his wildest expectations. In summary, he lacked nothing in terms of fame, status, wealth, or beauty, and he had become so enraptured that he was nearly forgetting the essence of martial arts training. As Son Wukong beheld Piccolo's visage, it appeared to oscillate between a deep green and a shadowy black, merging into a dark emerald hue. Indeed, Piccolo's face had transformed into a shade of deep green, a disheartening reminder of having been surpassed and left far behind. The shift between the vibrant green and the dark emerald was subtle, yet the countenance of Vegeta was decidedly grim, having just been propelled away by the force of Son Wukong's aura. Curse you, Kakarot. This lowly warrior has grown more formidable, while I remain oblivious to when I might ascend to Super Saiyan. Brother, let us engage in battle, Son Wukong proclaimed as he maximized his power, his anticipation to confront Vegeta having long been ignited. Son Wuyuan sensed an ominous shift. His younger brother's mindset seemed askew. It appeared that he harbored not a desire for a friendly sparring session, but rather an intent to avenge the years of my playful assaults on the back of his head. This could not stand. I risked the day when Wukong might surpass me, and as the elder brother, I could find myself at the mercy of his might, much like how I once bested him. Despite Wukong's seemingly innocent and kind-hearted nature, he possessed an inexplicable vengeful streak in certain aspects. I immediately dismissed any notions that might relate to my influence on him, suspecting instead that he had absorbed some negative traits from Piccolo, given Piccolo's demonic heritage. Even after undergoing purification at the hands of the Namekian elder, his demonic essence remained a lingering presence. Such a hypothesis seemed entirely plausible. Faced with my brother's challenge, what was to be done? Naturally, I must exert my utmost efforts to swiftly subdue Wukong. thereby imparting a lesson to my brother while asserting the undeniable authority of an elder sibling. Very well, let us ascend to the skies. The Earth's environment must not suffer from our clash. Thus, we prepared for an evenly matched contest. The two brothers soared high into the heavens, maintaining a distant gaze upon one another. In the next instant, they simultaneously elevated their energy, transitioning from weakness to strength, their auras clashing fiercely. Soon, Son Wukong's energy surged to its peak, while Son Wuyuan employed a double Kaioken. Just as Wukong charged forth to engage, he unleashed a five-fold Kaioken. The advancing Wukong was sent flying by a single strike, resembling a meteor streaking across the night sky. Son Wukong quickly regained his composure. Wow, brother, you are being unfair. Did we not agree to engage in a contest of equal strength? Wukong, did I not convey to you that the greatest respect one can show to an opponent is to strive with all their might to defeat them? My dear brother, this is a manifestation of my respect for you, a recognition of the arduous efforts you have invested in your cultivation. How can that be deemed unfair? Wuyuan articulated with reason and conviction. Roar. Double Kaioken. Before Son Wukong could finish his words, he was taken aback by an astonishing scene. Goku, in his Super Saiyan form, was actually employing the Kaioken technique. Was he courting death? Without having undergone the divine transformation that grants the power of Super Saiyan God. Goku's current physical resilience could not withstand the backlash of using the Kaioken in his Super Saiyan state, even if it were merely the twofold Kaioken. Goku, cease your actions. Your body cannot endure the repercussions of the Kaioken. Brother, in this condition, I can only last about 5 seconds. Let us settle this with one decisive move. Kamehameha. Alas, I am truly at a loss with you. Son Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave with the same technique, seemingly stronger than before, as the energy wave gradually advanced. He skillfully controlled the intensity. After all, Wukong could only sustain it for 5 seconds. And excessive force might inadvertently lead to his brother's demise. He certainly did not wish to bear the consequences of Wukong's wrath. Chapter 86. Soft Rice? The eve of the shielding after 5 seconds, Son Wukong exhausted his strength, causing the energy wave to veer and soar past him. In an instant, Son Wuyuan teleported and caught the descending Son Wukong, only to discover the muscles beneath his skin writhing, his limbs contorting into grotesque shapes. It hurts terribly, big brother. Please give me a Sinza bean. Son Wukong uttered in a pained, feeble voice. You have only yourself to blame. I warned you that your physical strength was insufficient to utilize the Kaioken in Super Saiyan form. Ignoring my advice has led to this predicament. As he spoke, Son Wuyuan produced a Sinza bean and fed it to Wukong. Haha, I have longed for a full-scale battle with you, brother. With my newfound strength, I had hoped for a proper contest, Wukong said with an awkward smile. I suspect your intentions extend beyond mere competition. Being an elder brother is no easy task. After toiling to nurture my younger sibling, he neglects to show me any gratitude, constantly plotting to surpass me. How challenging it is. This brother seems to have been a failure in education. Perhaps I should focus on cultivating my nephew instead, though still young. There is wisdom in the saying that a child's education must begin in their early years. Is this not the very phase of childhood? On a distant planet in the cosmos, two elderly men, one tall and one short, observed the battle between Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong, alongside a destroyed piece of equipment. Likey, do you see? The energy detection device has exploded. Once again, the strength of Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong has exceeded my expectations. Had we not discovered this in advance, the consequences of our eventual confrontation with Baby or the undead warriors would be dire. Dr. Likey appeared bewildered, while Dr. Mio had previously claimed to be well acquainted with every move of Son Wukong and his companions. Yet, in such a short span of time, the enemy's strength had escalated dramatically. If the power of Son Wuyuan and his brother continued to multiply at this rate, would there be any necessity for further research? Would there ever be a day for successful vengeance? Dr. Mio's situation was scarcely better than Dr. Likey's. Was the heavenly temple that Son Wuyuan spoke of truly so remarkable? Observing Likey's troubled expression, he attempted to reassure him. Likey, your concerns are unfounded. The rapid enhancement of Son Wuyuan and his brother's power is attributable to a place on Earth known as the Heavenly Temple, which provides an ideal environment for their training. However, they can only utilize it for 2 days. After that, their rate of power increase will undoubtedly slow significantly. The scales of victory still tip in our favor, and they remain unaware of our existence. Once we accumulate sufficient strength, we shall obliterate them in one fell swoop. If he possesses only one baby, Like he can merely create a vengeful undead warrior, which would likely prove futile. Likey, astonished, remarked, a seemingly inconspicuous earth harbors the existence of the heavenly temple. Does this not imply the presence of divine beings? Should the opportunity arise, we must capture one of these deities for research. Perhaps we shall uncover the secrets of divinity. The deity atop the celestial palace suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, an unsettling sense of foreboding enveloping him. It was peculiar, since assuming the divine position. He had never experienced such a dire premonition. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, after all. It was inconceivable that any adversary could rival the formidable powers of Son Wuyuan and his companions. Leaning on his staff, the deity murmured to himself, "It must be a figment of my imagination." At that moment, Piccolo, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz approached, with Piccolo being the first to speak. "Son Wuyuan, what kind of rigorous training have you two undertaken? How is it that your powers have surged so drastically?" Among the four, Piccolo's strength surpassed that of Vegeta and the others by a considerable margin, allowing him to perceive the essence of Son Wuyuan and his allies' enhanced abilities with greater clarity. "You are all aware of the hyperbolic time chamber within the Celestial Palace, are you not? We merely entered for some casual practice. It was not any specialized training." Son Wukong replied. With a carefree demeanor, Son Wukong remarked, "Speaking of which, Piccolo, what preparations are you making to seek your other half for fusion? You cannot continue like this. The gap between us is widening. It is high time you sought the guidance of a deity." "Humph." Piccolo, with a haughty scoff, turned and walked away, clearly conveying that his affairs were none of Son Wukong's concern, asserting that without divine intervention, he could still grow stronger. Gazing at Piccolo's retreating figure, Son Wukong suddenly recalled that Piccolo was merely 4 years old this year. Alas, such a rebellious child at such a tender age, aside from the elder. Perhaps no one can reign in this impetuous youth. Alas, disregarding the wisdom of elders will inevitably lead to misfortune, soon enough. He shall be surpassed by the proud scion prince, Vegeta. As Son Wuyuan lifted his gaze, he noticed 3 pairs of verdant eyes fixated upon him. How amusing it was, he mused, to consider the frivolities of cultivation. You are not yet at the stage suitable for honing your skills in the spirit time room. Only when you possess the capability to transform into a super scion shall I escort you there. Focus on your training, and do not tarnish my reputation." With a casual remark, Son Wuyuan departed, paying no heed to the expressions of Vegeta and the others. A little provocation would surely spur them on to train harder, to catch more fish, to cultivate more land, thus reaping additional rewards, a veritable boon. Grandfather had returned to 5 Elements Mountain to prepare noodles with almonds. And Goku had also resumed his training. He had no need to remain at Bun Mountain all day. Staying at Bulma's Grand Villa in West City? That would not bode well, as it might suggest a dependence on others for sustenance, and our appetites do not rival those of a scion. Capturing a dinosaur would suffice for sustenance for quite some time. Prince Vegeta, lacking financial means and possessing a prodigious appetite, was ill-suited for such a lifestyle. "My physical constitution is robust, and my digestive system is exceptional. Regardless of whether the rice be soft or hard, it is effortlessly assimilated." Son Wuyuan pondered for a moment before instantly teleporting to Bulma's side, discovering her once again engrossed in her laboratory experiments, which were beyond his comprehension. Curiously, he inquired, "Bulma, what are you busy with?" "Ah, Wuyuan, I am currently researching a device to shield against surveillance. First, there were Dr. Jero's mechanical insects. And now we have the reconnaissance rockets from the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Who knows when extraterrestrials might send something to monitor Earth. Thus, I am developing a method to sever the connection between the reconnaissance rockets and the Galactic Patrol headquarters. I certainly do not wish for our intimate moments to be spied upon." "Is that so? You are making such a significant effort, even blocking the Galactic Patrol's reconnaissance rockets, merely to prevent them from eavesdropping? The Galactic Patrol must surely not be that bored." The more Son Wuyuan contemplated, the more uncertain he became. Take Jocko, for instance, who seemed to be idly stacking stones. It appeared that the Galactic Patrol indeed had little to occupy their time, rendering Bulma's research quite essential. "Bulma, how much longer will it take for you to complete this?" "I have been working on it for quite some time now, and I am just a step away from completion. Once I activate the device, the initial step will be to block all signals from outside Earth." "Can this truly be accomplished? Will you be able to accurately shield signals from beyond Earth without disrupting normal communications within?" Son Wuyuan questioned, somewhat perplexed. What medium conveys signals throughout the universe? It seemed to travel faster than electromagnetic waves, and astonishingly, light speed was not the fastest. How absurd. With unwavering confidence, Bulma replied, Of course, it is entirely feasible. I am a genius scientist, after all. If it were merely a matter of blocking all signals, I would not have to devote myself to this research. I could create such a rudimentary device in a day. However, this particular apparatus is different. It can discern the distinction between extraterrestrial signals and terrestrial communication, allowing for precise interruption of the former without affecting the latter. Son Wukong listened intently as Bulma elaborated for 2 hours, growing increasingly bewildered, akin to a student in a classroom struggling to comprehend the teacher's discourse. Ultimately, he grasped a singular point. The external signals, necessitating transmission over vast distances, differ significantly from the short-range signals prevalent on Earth. Listening to her was like attending a lecture. Yet the enigmatic aspects remained elusive. At last, the moment had arrived. He thought, I shall initiate the process now. Bulma, brimming with excitement, pressed the start button and began to operate the myriad of controls with fervor. Son Wuyuan pointed at the screen and inquired, what does this mean? Is it an insult? Wuyuan, what are you thinking? Came the reply. I was merely jesting. The presence of 2 signals indicates that, aside from the reconnaissance rocket from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, there exists another signal. Is it possible to investigate the content of this signal? In truth, the number of signals was of little concern to him. What truly mattered was the information being conveyed. If it were merely trivial matters, even 100 or so signals would be inconsequential. Bulma shook her head and replied, no. It's impossible. This signal coding is entirely unfamiliar, and without relevant research materials, we cannot decipher it. Both Dr. Miao and Dr. Likey were momentarily taken aback. Were they ensnared by the Galactic Patrol's reconnaissance rocket? Or had Son Wuyuan uncovered a flaw? That shouldn't be possible. They had never revealed themselves in the cosmos, let alone been discovered by Son Wuyuan. It appeared they had indeed been implicated. Dr. Miao sighed and remarked, it seems we will have to devise another plan. For the time being, we cannot monitor Son Wuyuan and his companions, and we remain oblivious to their subsequent power dynamics. In an effort to minimize the chances of detection, they had already reduced the size of the surveillance drones, yet they were still discovered. Who could they turn to for explanations? Meow, is your technology sound? Could that female scientist have detected us? Dr. Likey expressed his concerns. Rest assured, I have contingency plans in place. The nanodrones on Earth are controlled by this large computer before you. If the signal is severed, it means we've lost control. The nanodrones will erase all internal information and self-destruct silently within an hour. As long as they do not actively expose themselves, they will have no opportunity to uncover our presence. Bulma, if feasible, I believe Earth should possess its own surveillance system. Son Wuyuan suddenly proclaimed, with his own strength. Alongside Goku and a host of formidable warriors, they were not afraid of direct confrontation. However, if there were those who merely wished to wreak havoc on Earth, launching an unexpected energy wave or deploying a bomb capable of obliterating the entire planet, they would be utterly defenseless. If a surveillance system could be established beyond Earth, they would gain a crucial moment to respond swiftly and avert any unforeseen disasters. As time flowed relentlessly, the years slipped by. During this interval, Son Wuyuan observed that Piccolo gradually revealed his paternal instincts. Initially reluctant to approach little Wufan, Piccolo, guided both subtly and overtly by Son Wuyuan, gradually acquired skills in childcare that he had never possessed. Eventually, little Wufan became inseparable from Piccolo. In his tender years, Piccolo successfully earned the honorary title of Uncle Piccolo, leaving Son Wuyuan lamenting that the family nanny was already in place, while Goku had been utterly unhelpful, failing to produce a second nephew. Such a pity. After all, Goku is no longer a child. He is an adult with a family of his own, and he finds it inappropriate to interfere too much in others' affairs. Consequently, Goku frequently visits the North Kai's planet, suggesting that his second nephew is still a distant prospect. In the 3rd year, Vegeta finally succeeded in transforming into a Super Saiyan. In that moment of overwhelming power, his pride surged, leading him to recklessly attack Piccolo, who was caring for the children. This resulted in Vegeta becoming the first Super Saiyan to experience a swift defeat in history, as Piccolo effortlessly vanquished him. Son Wuyuan observed this clearly. Had it not been for the presence of little Wufan, Piccolo might have shown no mercy. Nappa and Raditz, on the other hand, had yet to achieve their transformations, their potential still lagging behind Vegeta, requiring more time to cultivate their powers. Notably, Nappa, the bald giant, had somehow found a woman of considerable stature on Earth to marry, although it would be more accurate to say they simply cohabited without a formal wedding. Additionally, Vegeta surprisingly became involved with Thais when they acknowledged their relationship. Vegeta amusingly suggested that Son Wuyuan refer to him as brother-in-law. However, it was an absurd notion. How could Son Wuyuan, as the elder, call his subordinate brother-in-law? He promptly made an excuse to have a man-to-man talk with Vegeta, leading him to the North Kai for a good thrashing. The proud Vegeta remained defiant, while Son Wuyuan was reluctant to inflict severe harm, merely reddening his face and breaking a few ribs. Yet, with great benevolence, he offered Vegeta a Senzu bean to restore him. Where else could one find such a caring elder brother? Meanwhile, the North Kai, gazing at his dilapidated planet and his own lack of a proper dwelling, lamented to Son Wuyuan. Left without options, Son Wuyuan lauded the North Kai as a deity of immense generosity, promising to assist him should trouble arise in the future. Later, Son Wuyuan learned from Bulma that Vegeta had initially harbored a strong aversion to ties. However, upon discovering that Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan on the night of his wedding, Vegeta's impatience grew as he struggled to achieve the transformation himself, ultimately working to suppress his feelings of resistance. Tais, initially seeking inspiration for her writing, found Vegeta's combat experience, though not as formidable as the Son brothers, rich and intriguing. Having battled under Frieza from a young age, remarkably, after 3 years, the two began to accept each other, culminating in a transformative moment one dark and windy night when Vegeta evolved from boyhood to manhood. As Son Wukong observed his younger brother Raditz, dissatisfaction grew within him. Now, among the 3 solitary warriors, only Raditz remained, perpetually swaying his head in a lackadaisical manner. When would they ever establish a scout troop composed of Super Saiyans? In Chapter 88, concerning the selection for the Super Saiyan God Initiative, Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 was discussed. It is said that Saiyans tend to favor strong and assertive women. Thus, Son Wukong pondered whether he should find a suitable partner for his brother Raditz. Aiming to gather 6 Saiyans to assist Wukong in achieving the transformation into the Super Saiyan God, it was indeed a perplexing endeavor. He certainly did not possess the talent for matchmaking. Were there any women on Earth suited for Raditz? His fiery temperament led him to first consider the blonde, Launch. Yet she was fervently pursuing Tenshinhan, leaving Raditz with little hope. It seemed that perhaps remaining single was Raditz's best option. Perhaps a change in strategy was warranted. Currently, among the Saiyans in Universe 7, aside from Wukong, Goten, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, there were also Vegeta's brother Tarbell, as well as Paragus and Broly. The challenge was not merely gathering 6 Super Saiyans, but rather assembling 6 with hearts of justice. Thus far, only his brother Son Wukong and his nephew Son Goten had been confirmed to possess such righteousness. He could not believe that Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz had developed hearts of justice merely from their 3 years on Earth. It was far more likely that they had suppressed their evil and brutal natures under the immense power of himself and Wukong. Certainly, after 3 years, the malevolent aura surrounding them had diminished significantly, yet that did not signify the emergence of justice within them. Tarbell, Vegeta's biological brother, was said to possess a gentle disposition, markedly different from other Saiyans, and perhaps he could be considered a Saiyan of virtue. Broly, prior to transformation, displayed a mild temperament, was filial and courteous. However, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, he became violent and destructive. Should he ascend to the legendary Super Saiyan form, he would lose the last vestiges of rationality, devolving entirely into a being driven solely by destruction. Such a creature would pose an immense danger, akin to harboring a bomb on the verge of detonation. Could such a monster truly embody a heart of justice? Nevertheless, even if the purple cat, the harbinger of destruction, were to declare that Broly possesses a heart of righteousness as a Saiyan, he would remain incredulous, even when the destructive energy sphere looms ominously near his forehead. Perhaps he could confide in Beerus about the depths of his belief. A mere change of words might ensure his survival. He might reluctantly utter a benevolent falsehood, albeit with a heavy conscience. As for Paragus, it is utterly inconceivable that he could embody any sense of justice. Self-serving and deeply vengeful, his ambitions are immense. Willing to exploit even his own son, Broly, he has implanted a control device within Broly, intending to manipulate him to fulfill his aspirations of conquering the universe. It is a pity that Broly, who obediently follows his father's whims, suffers under such manipulation. Had Paragus been a worthy father, he might have aided Broly in mastering his transformations, akin to how Kale regained her sanity and successfully harnessed the power of the legendary Super Saiyan with Caulifla's assistance. Furthermore, Goku hesitates to bring Broly back to Earth, primarily because of his own existence. In the original narrative, Goku and Broly were born on the same day. However, Their power levels were starkly contrasted, one a mere 2, while the other soared to an astonishing 10,000. It is said that when the newborn Goku cried out, his wails disturbed Broly, leading to an indelible connection. Even in his legendary Super Saiyan form, Broly's thoughts remained tethered to Goku, incessantly uttering the name Kakarot. Son Wuyuan harbored concerns that upon returning with Broly, the latter would likely erupt in fury upon encountering Goku, posing a grave risk of devastation to Earth. However, the thought of vanquishing such a formidable being with a single, powerful strike while his combat prowess had yet to fully manifest seemed an utter waste. A person of such strength possessed the potential to become the foremost subordinate, and undoubtedly, in future tournaments of power, he could wreak havoc, overpowering numerous adversaries with ease. To eliminate him outright would be a regrettable decision. "Oh, uncle, how much longer must daddy shout over there?" Little Wufan inquired in a childlike voice while perched upon the back of the old turtle. "It appears the situation is not progressing smoothly. It may take some more time." Son Wuyuan replied patiently. Earlier that day, Goku had confided in him that he felt capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan 2 and wished to attempt it. To preserve the ecological balance of the Baozi Mountain, Son Wuyuan had suggested that Goku come to Kame House, surrounded by the vastness of the sea. Upon arrival, Goku began to unleash his energy, shouting into the air as it gradually escalated. Listening intently, little Wufan remained quietly seated on the turtle's back. While the old turtle lay on the beach, a crab scuttled up onto the turtle's shell, prompting little Wufan to shift from sitting to lying down. Resting his chin on his delicate hands as he observed the creature intently. As the crab waved its pincers, little Wufan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are you challenging me to a game of rock, paper, scissors?" Rock, paper, scissors. The crab's pincers naturally represented scissors, while little Wufan chose rock, resulting in a loss for the crab. In the subsequent rounds, little Wufan continued to select rock, leading to the crab's continual defeat. "Oh, can't you handle losing?" Little Wufan exclaimed, as the crab retaliated by spraying bubbles all over his face. Son Wukong found himself in a state of bemusement. "Nephew, are you not simply teasing the crab? Moreover, your inability to accept defeat hardly seems characteristic of you. I wonder from whom you have learned such behavior." Little Wufan, the flavor of crabs is truly exquisite. If you catch one, your uncle shall prepare a delightful salt-baked crab for you. It's absolutely delectable. Indeed, little Wufan, with his mouth watering, was consistently treated to delicious meals by his uncle, fostering in him a profound appreciation for fine food from a young age. Without hesitation, his small hand instinctively grasped the crab. "Uncle, is one crab not a bit insufficient?" Although little Wufan was not a purebred scion, his appetite was considerable. One crab would hardly suffice to satisfy his hunger. "Fear not, my dear nephew. I shall catch more for you. We shall not only capture crabs but also procure large lobsters and haul in hundreds of tuna, ample quantities to satiate your appetite. Children should eat well, otherwise, how shall they grow tall?" Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as Wukong radiated a dazzling golden light, beams piercing through the clouds, and the commotion abruptly ceased. As Son Wukong observed, the golden strands of hair on Goku's head stood even more erect, surrounded by a tempest of lightning. His gaze sharpened, and his aura surged to twice that of a Super Saiyan. Goku was finally poised to transform into Super Saiyan 2, and the magnitude of his power was indeed formidable. One couldn't help but wonder if at that moment, Vegeta felt akin to Zhou facing Zhuge Liang. He mused silently, yet he remained unperturbed. Goku had significantly enhanced his base strength over the past 3 years, but his own advancement had been even greater. To speak candidly, even without employing the Kaioken, his strength was not inferior to Goku's current might. The elevation of his life dimension level had granted him unparalleled benefits in his training. Casting a glance at Vegeta, he noted the latter's grim countenance, teeth clenched, fists tightly balled, fixated intently on Goku. Truth be told, the disparity between Vegeta and Goku had widened considerably. Not only had Goku transformed into a higher form, but their base powers also diverged significantly, with Vegeta's martial prowess falling short. Chapter 89, The Quest for Dragon Ball's Resumes. Penguin Village. Son Wukong prepared a sumptuous seafood feast for Xiao Wu, and afterwards set off to seek the Dragon Balls. In the process, he intended to deliver Android 16 to Androids 17 and 18, as it was rather impractical to keep Android 16 confined within a capsule corp capsule. Remarkably, this time, after his power had significantly increased, Wukong did not rush to challenge him as he had in the past, leaving Son Wuyuan feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Yukong, congratulations on your newfound strength. Shall we engage in a battle? Son Wuyuan, brimming with enthusiasm, was eager to unleash a flurry of blows upon his younger brother. Yet, to his surprise, Yukong declined the challenge. Brother, might you refrain from employing the Kaioken? I sense that even without it, I possess the strength of a Super Saiyan too. Should you resort to the Kaioken, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. Over the years, Son Wukong had come to discern the true nature of his elder brother. He likely did not genuinely wish for a fierce battle, but merely desired to give him a good thrashing. The elder brother seemed disinterested in combat where their strengths were evenly matched. Rather, he preferred to dominate his opponents with overwhelming power, thus engaging in battle with him, while lacking in strength, would only result in a thorough beating, a lesson Wukong had learned through countless attempts. What if I were to engage you using only double Kaioken? The weather is splendid, the sun shines brightly. What better day to spar with my brother? It not only serves to enhance his resilience, but also helps him accumulate experience in facing formidable foes, truly a win-win situation. Seeing his brother shake his head in refusal, he let out a wistful sigh. What a world we live in. It is rare to feel the urge to engage in battle, and yet Wukong, who revels in combat, has turned me down. Such are the unpredictable whims of fate. Well, Vegeta, feel free to voice your thoughts. I assure you, I will not lay a hand on you. The elder brother is most gracious, generously imparting the wisdom of martial arts and assisting you in your growth without the slightest hesitation. Son Wukong pressed his right hand against his left chest, recalling that he had bestowed 6 senzu beans upon Vegeta and his companions for their training. A sharp pang of regret pierced through him. Such a waste of resources was indeed painful and weighed heavily on his conscience. He longed to enter the hyperbolic time chamber to cultivate his strength, striving to surpass Kakarot and ascend as the mightiest scion of all time. Vegeta, after much hesitation, finally spoke up. His reluctance stemmed from the feeling that he was asking for assistance, a notion that clashed with his fierce pride and left him feeling quite vulnerable. Yet, the thought of falling further behind Kakarot was even more unbearable. Weighing his options, he decided that he had already lost face enough in front of this insufferable leader. One more instance would hardly matter, especially when he recalled the incident upon his arrival on Earth. When he had been reduced to tears by Kakarot's antics, such a memory was utterly mortifying, perhaps the ultimate loss of dignity. His subordinate would surely strive to improve, and he had no reason to refuse. Thus, he asked Goku to escort Vegeta to the lookout, cautioning him to keep an eye on Vegeta. Should Vegeta unleash his frustrations from Piccolo's humiliation upon the god, it could spell disaster for the diminutive deity. I am the prince of the Saiyan race and would never stoop to attacking a weakling. Vegeta scoffed, displeased. If you must criticize me, at least have the decency to do it out of my sight. Do you think I am devoid of pride? Departing from Kame House, Son Wukong resumed his quest for the Dragon Balls, deliberately slowing his search. An hour later, only one Dragon Ball remained. Soon, a small village came into view, its wooden sign proudly displaying the words Penguin Village. Penguin Village? Could it possibly be the same one I have heard so much about? Son Wuyuan did not continue his flight. Instead, he descended to the ground, taking measured steps. In contrast to the outside world, the development of Penguin Village appeared somewhat stagnant. Before he could explore for long, a billowing cloud of dust surged toward him, and in the next moment, a charming little girl with purple hair and blue eyes dashed forward, accompanied by 2 small followers. As she approached, the girl leaned back, her legs straightening as she executed a sudden stop, halting just under a meter away. Indeed, she was Alalay, possessing peculiar powers, and most importantly, she was someone he could not hope to defeat. If the Scions were considered a race equipped with extraordinary abilities, Alalay could be regarded as the epitome of such prowess. Her strength beyond measure. Oh, hello. My name is Daquan Alalay. Would you like to play with me? Chirped Alalay as her 2 pet creatures, Baozi, flapped their tiny wings and flew up to Son Wuyuan. Hello, Alalay. It's a pleasure to meet you. But I am currently occupied with a quest to find the Dragon Balls. Son Wuyuan replied. Not everyone could partake in Alalay's play, while she was undeniably adorable. Her interests, fighting, playing with excrement, frolicking with monsters, and crashing vehicles, were hardly suited for him. Engage in combat with Alalay? That was a ridiculous notion. A single flying kick from her could send him flying, and a head at targeting his lower back could prove disastrous to his already fragile condition. He had no inclination toward masochism, and to follow suit with the 3 little ones, brandishing a stick to poke at excrement? Surely, this was not the pastime of a respectable individual. Accompanied by Baozi, Alalay trailed after Son Wuyuan. who took the opportunity to explain the origins and purposes of the Dragon Balls along their journey. After locating the final Dragon Ball, he decided to pay a visit to Zhaquan Qianbi, the creator of Alale. It must be said that Zhaquan Qianbi was indeed a genius scientist, capable of not only creating the immensely powerful Alale, but also rumored to have invented a time machine. The two Bagua, resembling adorable mascots, were creatures that Alale had brought back from the age of dinosaurs using the time machine invented by Zhaquan Qianbi. The Bagua were also powerful. Initially, there was only one, but it could replicate itself into identical copies by consuming vast amounts of metal. Son Wuyuan? That name rings a bell, as though I've heard it somewhere before. Mused a young martial artist named Zaidaw, the only one of his kind in Penguin Village. Upon hearing Son Wuyuan introduce himself as a martial artist, he recalled that the champion of the renowned martial arts tournament was also named Son Wuyuan. Zaidaw, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Did you participate in the martial arts tournament? May I spar with you?" Son Wuyuan attentively sensed his aura, which was rather feeble. Should he inadvertently exert excessive force and inadvertently harm his opponent, the endeavor of collecting the Dragon Balls would be in vain. Thus, he tactfully declined. "Alale, Bagua, your lunch has arrived." A stunning young woman approached, holding a bottle of an unidentifiable liquid and a large platter of screws. She was recognized in Penguin Village as the epitome of beauty, being the wife of Xinxian Bingwei, possessing both exquisite features and a flawless figure. Alale eagerly accepted the bottle and began to drink heartily, while the two Baoguas picked up the screws and chewed them with a satisfying crunch, as effortlessly as ordinary individuals enjoy crisp fruits. Remarkably, these two Baoguas had exceptional teeth, likely surpassing even their brother Goku in this regard. Chapter 90. Sending Alale the Nimbus Cloud. Yakalobo dear, Son Wuyuan, may I play with you now? After finishing a bottle of mechanical vitamins to replenish her energy, Alale radiated a pure and innocent smile. Son Wukong felt a sudden pang of apprehension. Previously, he had used the excuse of searching for the Dragon Balls to evade confrontation, but now it seemed he had the time. Was he truly destined to engage in battle with Aral? No. Although his physique was robust and formidable, Aral's headbutt attacks grew stronger against formidable opponents, rendering them nearly impossible to defend against. It would be prudent to avoid conflict with Aral until he had the chance to face the purple cat. If memory served him right, Aral's aspirations revolved around flight and maturation. The latter was beyond reach, for she was a robot. How could she grow? Even her creator, Dr. Senbei Norimaki, might be at a loss. As for the dragon, the one on Earth served merely as a tool for resurrection or as a good luck charm. Its powers, though considerable, were exceedingly limited. Thus, assisting her with flight would be a more feasible endeavor. Whether it be an airplane or flying car, Nimbus would undoubtedly suit her well. Aral, I shall forego our battle. Instead, I will take you to a place where a cloud, Nimbus, can carry you aloft. Master Karen would likely not mind gifting you one. By the way, Aral and her companions, could you momentarily set aside those rather unsightly objects? We shall make a brief visit, and upon our return, you may continue your play without fear of interruption. Son Wukong, accompanied by Alale and two adorable Baogua, instantaneously transported to the side of Master Karen. Unexpectedly, a plump figure, Yakalob, was also present. Wukong did not encounter Yakalob while searching for the Dragon Balls. How did he come to know of the Karen Tower? The mystical beings. Ultimately, you are destined to confront your nemesis, fortunately. Master Karen managed to exchange his long-stored supplies fairly, or else the devastation could have been immeasurable. The mere mention of the magical beings caused Son Wukong to reminisce about Bulma's unanticipated defenses. Wuyuan, are you here to barter for magical beans again? Lamented Master Karen. Regrettably, you have arrived too late. All the beans cultivated over the past 3 years have been consumed, and even the ones I reserved for seeds were nearly lost. Master Karen expressed his sorrow, for had those beans not been devoured by Yakalob, he would have been able to trade for fish once more. To make matters worse, even the fish he had previously preserved had been eaten by Yakalob. Master Karen felt helpless against Yakalob, who, already a nuisance due to the scarcity of fish, had now compounded his woes by being such an insatiable eater. Without needing further elaboration from Master Karen, Son Wukong surmised upon seeing Yakalob that he had indeed underestimated the creature's appetite, even coveting the seeds meant for future cultivation. The vivacious, cheerful, and energetic Alale had already begun to explore, darting around Master Karen in circles. Wuyuan, who are these three? Have you taken on disciples? Master Karen inquired with a composed smile, one paw resting on his staff, while the other stroked his whiskers. Alale is my disciple. Master Karen, You flatter me too much. Even 10 of me would be no match for her. How could I possibly teach her? He replied. She is Alale, and the other two, resembling twins, are her companions. Bagua. Alale excitedly approached Master Karen, greeting him with warmth and politeness, even asking if he would like to play with her. In a playful tone. One might wonder if Master Karen could withstand even a single blow. Cats are not dogs. How might they engage in such play? However, Master Karen graciously declined, evading Son Wuyuan's curiosity. By the way, could I gift Alale a cloud of the flying nimbus? A trivial matter. Just go and collect as much of the nimbus as you desire. Master Karen waved his staff, summoning a massive cloud of nimbus material, even larger than the rounded top of his tower. Oh, is that the nimbus cloud? Exclaimed Son Wuyuan. It looks splendid. Can it truly carry me aloft? Indeed, Alale. You may now leap onto the nimbus's core and gather a bundle of it. As soon as Son Wuyuan finished his words, Alale and the two Bagua leapt onto the nimbus cloud. Indeed, their pure and kind-hearted nature resembled mine, for they did not fall off. Few are those who can ride the nimbus cloud. Oh dear, the three little ones frolicked atop the cloud, chasing and playing joyfully. Dear immortal Krilin, do you have any fish left? Fish. I have finished it all. Immortal Krilin instinctively licked her paw, gazing at Son Wuyuan with a hint of longing. Fish, a delicacy so delightful. How wonderful it would be to have an endless supply. I apologize for the haste of my arrival. The universal capsule contains but a modest amount of fish. I hope you will not find it lacking. Upon seeing the expression on immortal Krilin's face, Son Wuyuan instantly understood and cheerfully retrieved a bounty of fish from the capsule. Life as an immortal is not easy. Even the favored delicacies cannot be caught independently, needing to tend to the lazy jackalope, such a challenge. With immortal Krilin in this state, how could she find peace in cultivating the celestial beings? How could she sustain or even enhance their yield? Meow, I do not mind. Not at all. Immortal Krilin promptly seized a fish, skillfully scaling, gutting, and cleaning it with an elegance that flowed like water, showcasing an impressive mastery of her craft. I wonder how deeply her study of fish has penetrated. Jackalope, I believe your days spent here with immortal Krilin are quite dull. You are missing out on so many delectable foods in the world. If Jackalope were to remain here, it is likely that no celestial beings would be left in the future. It would be better for him to leave. You think you can fool me? Without money, what does gourmet food have to do with me? At least here, I won't go hungry. Jackalope maintained a stubborn demeanor, refusing to budge. If you lack money, then go earn some, such a simple matter. Look at Son Wuyuan. Has he ever fretted over finances? In his earlier years, after acquiring that pirate treasure, aside from providing for his brother Chi-Chi and grandfather Son Wufan, he still had a substantial sum stored in the universal capsule. Moreover, with the wealthy and beautiful Bulma around, he could never be short of funds. Even if all else failed, a stroll through the cosmos would yield a plethora of gold and jewels. How could that be difficult? You think making money is easy? It is arduous and challenging. Jackalope exclaimed loudly. How hard can it be? I once toiled all day at a construction site, hauling bricks from dawn until dusk, and the money I earned was barely enough for a meal at a restaurant, too exhausting. It is far better to lie here in peace. The taste of celestial beings may not be exquisite, but at least I won't be weary or hungry. Haul bricks? Can you be serious? You, a formidable swordsman, have no future hauling bricks on a construction site. You would fare far better wielding your exceptional swordsmanship in a slaughterhouse, dispatching pigs. Sun Wukong sighed, somewhat speechless, and remarked, You are indeed a martial artist. It is rather surprising that you would consider working on a construction site. At this point, he recalled that during their training under Master Wu Tian, he and Wukong had also worked on a construction site, moving quite a number of bricks together. Chapter 91, The Blissful Life of Yumucha, Martial Arts School. What else can I do besides moving bricks? How else can I earn a living? Other jobs are equally arduous. Sun Wen gazed at Jackalope with a look akin to that of an elder observing a younger sibling. Although one could attribute his state to mere laziness, it was evident that with a modicum of diligence, he could easily thrive solely on his exceptional swordsmanship. Moreover, after just a day's labor, Son Wuyuan suspected that Jackalope might have slacked off even during that brief period. He did not strike one as the type who could labor diligently from dawn till dusk. Rather, it seemed more plausible that he had been freeloading on the worksite, indulging in the meals of fellow laborers, only to be dismissed by the foreman for his audacity. I have a rather simple and undemanding job lined up for you. If you exhibit a bit of cleverness, your earnings will surely be substantial. The only stipulation is that you must refrain from treating the celestial beings as your main sustenance. Jackalope, somewhat skeptical, inquired, "Is what you say truly the case? Follow me, and you shall see. I assure you that I will arrange everything for you in a clear and concise manner." Son Wukong pounded his chest and vowed that if he spoke falsely, his little brother Vegeta would be beset by misfortune, and the bald-headed Bato would beget a brood of little bald offspring. Not far away, Aral and her companions soared through the skies on their flying nimbus, their peals of laughter ringing out with delightful clarity. "Aral, you three come here. It is time for me to escort you back to Penguin Village." However, the trio, reveling in their playful antics, showed little inclination to return. Son Wukong, unable to resort to force, spent considerable time successfully ushering them back to their village. Subsequently, he instantaneously transported himself into Krilin to seek out Yamcha. Among the multitude of martial artists on Earth, Yamcha undoubtedly led the most indulgent existence. How absurd. I, Son Wukong, a person of utmost integrity and righteousness, continuously find myself embroiled in dubious affairs. Yamcha was presently engaged in vigorous labor with an unnamed beauty, whose labored breaths created an incongruous soundtrack. To his astonishment, Yamcha seemed to be living even more lavishly than he had anticipated. The woman appeared to be his assistant or secretary. The live broadcast unfolding before him was one he had no desire to witness. Was it perhaps too hasty of me to appoint Yamcha as the representative hero to save Earth? Observing his current state of blissful existence, I found myself feeling a tinge of envy and even jealousy. It appeared that Yamcha had truly become a winner in life. Casting a glance at a Krilin, I noticed his neck had turned red, and there was an ominous sense that he might cause a commotion. It would be prudent to steer clear for the moment. With this thought in mind, Son Wukong promptly teleported to Bulma's residence, leaving a somewhat dazed Krilin behind. As anticipated, a Krilin, for reasons unbeknownst to him, stealthily slipped away and unexpectedly shouted, bursting through the door, leaving a significant hole in his wake. The startled Yamcha and his companion were nearly struck dumb with fear when an additional person appeared in the room. Son Wukong and Bulma had indulged in slumber for 2 hours, stretching their limbs and feeling rejuvenated. As he glanced at Bulma's flat, smooth abdomen, a curious thought escaped his lips. Bulma, Goku, and Chi-Chi conceived little Goten shortly after their marriage. Yet despite our efforts over the years, we have seen no signs of progress. Is it not peculiar? They took no precautions or safety measures. A troubling notion crept into my mind. Could it be that some unforeseen circumstance occurred during my journey through time that I remain unaware of? I suppose I shall have to find time to investigate this matter further. Bulma instinctively cast a glance at her own abdomen, feeling somewhat drained and yearning for a restful slumber, one that is truly restorative. Within a minute, her breathing had evened out into a rhythmic cadence. Was she truly that fatigued? I had not even broken a sweat. It seems my vigor was overwhelming. Perhaps I should check on Yajirobe's situation. I hope Yamcha hasn't succeeded in delivering a fatal blow to him. At the very least, I wish he would leave him with a semblance of life. Meanwhile, an infuriated Yamcha hastily donned his attire and unleashed his full power, employing the flying technique to pursue Yajirobe. Running could not possibly rival flight, especially given Yamcha's combat prowess exceeding 10,000, while Yajirobe lacked the ability to fly, with a power level barely surpassing a mere 1,000. In no time at all, he caught up to Yajirobe, denying him any opportunity to speak before launching an unrelenting assault. For a full 2 hours, Yajirobe endured a merciless beating, leaving those who heard the cries of anguish heartbroken and in tears. Stray cats scurrying past were startled into flight, as Yajirobe, already of ample girth, seemed to expand even further under the relentless onslaught. When Son Wukong beheld the Krilin once more, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath, exclaiming in dismay at the sight before him. The poor fellow was marred by an array of crimson and verdant bruises upon his visage. One might wager that even his own mother would struggle to recognize him in such a state. Clearing his throat, Yamcha soon noticed Son Wukong standing a short distance behind him. "Wukong, what brings you here?" he inquired. "I just arrived. By the way, what has he done to incite such fury within you? If you continue this assault, he might well find himself summoned to the realm of the dead." Son Wukong asked in a state of bewilderment, his heart silently mourning for a Krilin for a fleeting moment. After all, it was better for one to suffer than for two. "I did this for your own good, a Krilin. As an esteemed martial artist, enduring a thrashing is beneficial for weight loss, promotes physical and mental well-being, and aids in the accumulation of combat experience. Alas, I seem to have lost my train of thought." Yamcha, somewhat unsatisfied, delivered a sharp blow to the back of a Krillin's head. causing him to lose consciousness and allowing Yamcha to feel a sense of relief as the tension in his chest dissipated. This unknown little rotund figure had dared to spy on him and his girlfriend, and Yamcha faltered mid-sentence, realizing that such matters were not to be broadcasted. It was far too embarrassing. Son Wuyuan displayed an expression of understanding, gently patting Yamcha on the shoulder as he said, "I know him. His name is a Krilin. He, like you, has trained under Master Karen. However, his appetite is insatiable, and lacking employment, I merely recommended him to you, not anticipating such recklessness on his part. Yamcha, you vented your anger. If this continues, he may truly perish. Moreover, it was not intentional on his part, so could you perhaps spare him this time? A Krilin. I can assist you only to this extent. Preserving your life should not pose a challenge. Should Yamcha insist on putting an end to you, fret not. It is not insurmountable. I can wish for your resurrection from the Dragon Shinran. Quite generous of me, isn't it? Alas, it was intended for androids 17 and 18. But we can always wait for another opportunity. With this understanding, I shall grant him clemency this once. After all, it was merely an inadvertent glimpse into matters not meant for him. The beating has been administered, the anger expressed, and Wuyuan has even interceded on his behalf. Yamcha cannot truly take a Kril's life. Yet, Wuyuan, I find myself lacking suitable employment for a Krilin. A small, pudgy fellow, certainly not a beauty. I cannot simply have him remain as a secretary. Besides, he is already surrounded by lovely secretaries, like that familiar one from earlier, of which there are several. The martial artists on Earth are still too few. I envision you establishing several martial arts schools under the Turtle School's name, wherein a Krilin could preside. Establish martial arts schools? Why must we do that? Chapter 92. Arrangements, Crisis Approaches. Must I elucidate the rationale behind opening martial arts schools? Despite the current abundance of skilled individuals on Earth, they would be formidable presences in the cosmos. Yet, overall, the martial arts heritage of Earth has undeniably declined. As premier martial artists, should we not strive to elevate and perpetuate the martial arts? Son Wuyuan spoke with righteous fervor. Currently, Earth is under our vigilant protection and for an extended period. We need not be overly concerned about its safety. However, we must acknowledge that there will come a day when we inevitably age. His unwavering integrity and justice made him feel as though his very soul had transcended, embodying the essence of light and serving as a noble envoy of peace within the universe. Yamcha timidly inquired, "So, will we need to charge for teaching martial arts? If we do not impose a fee, we may struggle to attract skilled martial artists as instructors. Although I possess some financial resources, Wuyuan, could you possibly lend a hand? Me? Fund this initiative? Absolutely not. I intend to profit from this endeavor, not incur losses," Wuyuan replied. Training martial artists is essential for enhancing the combat capabilities of Earth's inhabitants, thereby diminishing the likelihood that the god of destruction, Beerus, will see fit to obliterate our planet. After all, the fighting prowess of Earthlings is alarmingly inadequate. Should Beerus decide that Earth lacks potential for development, he might resolutely choose to destroy it. He continued, moreover, the energy cultivated by martial artists far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. In the event that we encounter foes requiring the use of spirit bombs, these martial artists would serve as formidable sources of energy. Yamcha, what are you pondering? Do you wish to foster a culture of unearned gain? Yamcha responded, slightly bewildered. Wuyuan, please speak plainly. Are we to promote martial arts or seek profit? Is there truly a conflict between the two? Why can't we earn from promoting martial arts? Wuyuan, you are treading a narrow path. Sharing martial arts knowledge and guiding others in their cultivation to strengthen them while receiving a modest fee for our labor is entirely justifiable. Do you not pay tuition to attend school? Do you not incur fees to learn to drive? After an hour, Yamcha, perspiring profusely, exclaimed, Wuyuan, I understand now. Excellent. Wuyuan rejoiced. Indeed, you are a promising student. Continue to strive, for I have great faith in your potential. Son Wuyuan offered a mystical bean to Akiluobe, witnessing as the injuries upon his body were wholly mended. Upon regaining consciousness, Akiluobe spoke, I entrust him to your care. Although his demeanor may be somewhat indolent, his prowess ranks among the esteemed martial artists on Earth. In the initial stages of establishing your martial arts school, he should prove to be quite beneficial. One more thing. Please find a skilled chef to prepare his meals. Is that agreeable? A trivial task. Leave it to me. I appreciate your assistance in bringing him here. Otherwise, I would truly be unable to manage, he chuckled. Son Wuyuan fell silent, realizing that you truly are too entangled in your affairs. I suggest you recruit a few more enchanting secretaries. It appears that your predicament extends beyond mere busyness. It borders on the risk of being utterly exhausted. The gentle embrace of beauty, the tomb of heroes, the ancients do not deceive me. I earnestly advise you, Yamati, to take care of yourself. Akalobi has just awakened. Still somewhat dazed. What has transpired? Who am I? Where am I? What is my purpose? It seems they are assigning me tasks. Ah, I recall that on Kailinta. Son Wuyuan had promised to clarify my responsibilities. However, upon bringing me here, he abandoned me to face a harsh reckoning alone. Indeed, arranging my fate with stark clarity. What a predicament. Akalobi, from now on, align yourself with Yamati, whether it be wealth, beauty, or gourmet delights. As long as you diligently oversee the dojo, I trust that Yamati will ensure that these matters are arranged with utmost clarity. As soon as Son Wukong finished speaking, Yumucha affectionately draped an arm around Yachirobe's neck, promising to take responsibility for him. However, Yachirobe's excess flesh trembled uncontrollably, and the disdain for those 7 words weighed heavily upon him. Just before departing, Son Wukong suddenly turned to Yumucha and said, "By the way, do not forget my share of the earnings from the martial arts school." At that moment, as Son Wukong prepared to summon the eternal dragon to make a wish, King Kai of the North urgently conveyed a message. "Wukong, trouble is brewing. Someone has disrupted the seals I maintained with the other 3 Kais, releasing the 4 ruffians who once wreaked havoc across the galaxy." "Do not fret, my lord," replied Wukong calmly. "Please, take your time in explaining the situation. Even if they are formidable, they should not exceed our capacity to handle them. The 4 ruffians bound by the seals must include Bojack, Zhangya, and a few other lesser-known miscreants. Admittedly, Zhangya lacks considerable strength, but her stunning figure as a golden-haired beauty certainly leaves a lasting impression. Bojack's power is estimated to barely surpass that of a Super Saiyan 2, and surely, Goku alone would suffice to confront them without haste. However, it was perplexing that King Kai of the North was alive and well, raising the question of who had released Bojack and his companions. The narrative was diverging significantly from what he had anticipated, yet the situation did not appear insurmountable. This could be resolved. Haha. I was so anxious that I completely forgot you, and Goku could deal with them. Nevertheless, Wukong, it seems that Bojack and his cohort are headed towards Earth. Their strength is not to be underestimated, so exercise caution. Furthermore, the other 3 Kais and I have yet to ascertain who was responsible for breaching the seals. What more could Son Wukong express? He had long since grown accustomed to the unreliability of the deities, so it was entirely normal for things to remain elusive. What was the situation with Broly and his companions rushing towards Earth as soon as they emerged? After Wukong and I had vanquished the Frisia force, the strongest warriors on the surface, they likely perceived us as mere obstacles to their destructive ambitions. Their eagerness to deliver valuable trophies upon their arrival left Son Wukong both amused and bewildered. Were they truly thugs, or rather a charming bunch? Lord King Kai, leave this matter to me. I shall ensure Broly reports to the underworld. Lecky, our plan is progressing smoothly. Broly and his companions are nearing Earth. Once they capture Son Wukong's attention, we shall act without delay. Mew, how did you manage to persuade Broly and his companions to seek out trouble with Son Wukong on Earth? They were discovered on a distant planet at the edge of the galaxy after he and Dr. Mew had collaborated and located the pertinent information. Dr. Mew, exuding an air of strategic mastery, smirked and remarked, "You simply fail to grasp the nature of these so-called powerful beings. They are all excessively proud, yet fundamentally foolish. I merely informed Broly that his era has passed, that he is no longer the mightiest warrior in the galaxy, advising him to lie low and avoid detection, especially steering clear of a place called Earth and the current strongest warrior, Son Wukong." With that, he promptly destroyed the ultra-high-performance robot I had employed for communication and, along with his subordinates, boarded the spacecraft I had prepared for them, setting a course directly for Earth. Chapter 93. A kick to the northern glaciers. Wukong, Piccolo, cease your antics and prepare yourselves. Action is imminent. Upon returning to Baozi Mountain, Son Wukong beheld an intense battle between himself and Piccolo, both equally matched in their fierce combat. Little Wufan, with his wide, captivating eyes, watched with rapt attention from the sidelines. Occasionally, he would cheer on Piccolo, exclaiming, "Uncle Piccolo, you can do it." Perhaps due to Wukong's overwhelming strength, or perhaps because little Wufan felt a closer bond with Piccolo, he chose to support his uncle rather than his biological father. Son Wukong and Piccolo did not cease their fierce battle upon hearing Son Wuyuan's words. They were already at the zenith of their clash and were reluctant to halt their confrontation. Rather than subsiding, the conflict intensified. After a relentless 15 minutes, Son Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave, while Piccolo countered with his ultimate technique, the special beam cannon. Once again, the bout concluded in a stalemate, leaving both combatants with an insatiable desire for more. "Brother, what is it?" Son Wuyuan inquired. "You seem to be engrossed in your pursuits. I have received word from King Kai of the North. The 4 great Kais have united to seal a group of marauders who have now been released. Their strength is formidable enough to provide you with a challenge. They are currently en route to Earth aboard their spaceship. The leader is named Bojack, and another is called Zongya. The identities of the others elude me, but they are hardly a match for your prowess. When the time comes, dispatch them swiftly." Son Wukong casually picked up the little warrior, gently ruffling his hair while speaking in a tone of indifference. He held no interest in Bojack, a fool solely preoccupied with destruction, who casually dispatched his subordinates without a second thought and lacked sufficient strength. Whether he lived or died was inconsequential. Keeping him around was merely a liability, devoid of any intrinsic value. What piqued his curiosity was the identity of the mastermind responsible for weakening the seal and unleashing Bojack and his entourage. Such weakness was astonishing. Upon hearing the preceding words, Son Wukong felt a surge of exhilaration. The subsequent remark about binding together was insufficient for even a single hand of the elder brother. Bound together? If they were, I could achieve that as well. I shall not falter. 6 Piccolos would still be no match for a single blow from Bojack. Humph. Piccolo let out a disdainful snort, deeply dissatisfied with Son Wukong's assessment of his combat prowess. How vexing. His strength has escalated at an alarming rate, and the gap between us continues to widen. When shall I be able to deliver him a sound thrashing, akin to the way I dealt with Vegeta and those 3 Saiyans? Approximately 3 hours later, Son Wukong distinctly sensed several malevolent presences rapidly approaching. They were not slow to arrive. To speak candidly, Earth truly suffers from numerous calamities. Situated in a remote area of the northern galaxy, an inconspicuous planet, yet the formidable beings of the universe seem to have an affinity for visiting Earth. Bojack and his companions claim to be sealed on a planet at the edge of the galaxy, yet it is not at the terminus of the eastern, western, or southern galaxies, but rather sequestered at the far reaches of the northern galaxy, not far from Earth. Moreover, that being known as Majin Buu is directly sealed upon Earth itself, managing to survive. This in itself is a remarkable phenomenon. Were it another celestial body in the universe, it would likely have been obliterated beyond recognition long ago. Son Wuyuan attentively sensed his surroundings, estimating the landing site of his opponent. Shidu? That would hardly serve as an ideal battleground. Allow me to select a more desolate location for the impending clash. He mused for a while. Although the spaceship traveled at remarkable speed, it would decelerate prior to its descent onto the planet. Even the sturdiest vessel could not withstand the violent impact of a superluminal landing. Just then, he received a call from Bulma. "Hello, Bulma. Wuyuan. Do you recall the surveillance system I asked you to develop 3 years ago? It has detected a spaceship that appears poised to land on Earth. Should I launch a missile to obliterate it?" He had merely suggested it casually, never anticipating that she would realize it so promptly. "Impressive." Son Wuyuan praised her without reservation. The cheerful sound of Bulma's laughter filled his ears as she confidently replied, "Of course. I am a remarkably exceptional female scientist." Son Wukong expressed his strong agreement with this. At the tender age of 5, Bulma invented a remarkably powerful laser gun, astonishing both Dr. Gak and Dr. Dashing. Dr. Gak even extended an invitation for the 5-year-old Bulma to join their galactic patrol, which she graciously declined. "Indeed, Bulma. You are not only an exceptional female scientist, but also a strikingly beautiful woman." Son Wuyuan glanced around and, seeing no one in sight, couldn't help but tease. "How annoying. Who's being so lewd? Am I the only one? Can I even be so bold? Such matters of intimacy are hardly for outsiders. Bulma, let us not chat for now. I'll take care of that alien spaceship and come find you tonight. Do remember to take a shower before I arrive, okay? Together? No. That would consume too much time. You know I can last quite a while. I'll strive to finish before dawn. Once I secure the door, I can teleport without needing to open it." As soon as he hung up the phone, Son Wuyuan noticed that Bojack's spaceship had already pierced through the clouds and was about to land. "Oh no, I got carried away in the conversation and almost ruined everything. But there's still time." He teleported into the high skies of West Capital, where a spaceship hurtled towards him like a shooting star. On the ground, a few young men spotted it and exclaimed, "Brothers, look, a shooting star. Quick, make a wish." The sharp-eyed young man who first noticed it shouted, "I want to find love, marry a wealthy beauty, and reach the pinnacle of life. He cried out, "Wait, don't run. I haven't finished my wish yet." The spaceship, initially set to crash into West Capital, suddenly veered north due to Son Wuyuan kicking it, as if it were a soccer ball. Bojack and his companions were bewildered. What just happened? Weren't we about to land and show that Son Wuyuan a thing or two? Why is the spaceship out of control and spinning? What an ominous presence, so powerful. Is it another alien? Krilin on Turtle Island murmured to himself. Master Wuyuan and the others should be fine, right? Meanwhile, Master Rashi leisurely reclined on his lounge chair, perusing an adult magazine, occasionally chuckling with an understanding smile. After much hesitation, Krilin decided to check on them. Perhaps he could be of assistance, though he knew the likelihood was slim. At the edge of a large pit in the northern glacier stood 3 silhouettes, one glowing green, another with crab-like hair, and the third exceptionally handsome. Big Brother. That kick was impressive. Upon discovering the spaceship was about to land in West Capital, Son Wukong had also teleported alongside Piccolo, only to find that Son Wuyuan had beaten him to it. He arrived just in time to see his brother's kick send the spaceship into an urgent turn, a move he had not anticipated. He understood that West Capital was not suited for battle, but he had merely intended to wait for Bojack and his crew to exit the ship before attempting to convince them to leave West Capital for a fight. He expected his brother to be so direct, kicking the spaceship all the way to the desolate northern glacier. Chapter 94, Allocating Opponents. A firm grip. My kick was powerful and remarkably precise, sending them to this deserted, inhospitable place. Hee. Son Wukong gazed at a deep dent on the spaceship's hull, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "This indentation is precisely where I had kicked it just moments ago." The visitors exhibited malevolent intent. Their restraint in not unleashing a devastating attack from beyond Earth was already a testament to their humanity. Did they expect him to graciously host Bojack and his entourage? That was utterly out of the question. Even the voluptuous beauty Zanya was not exempt, and certainly, someone like Bojack was an impossibility. What do you think, Wukong? Their strength is quite formidable, isn't it? They surpass even Vegeta in his Super Saiyan form by a considerable margin. Aside from Bojack, the other 4 are not particularly strong. They fall significantly short compared to you, Big Brother. Huh? Do I even need to say it? There is but one of me, while beings like them abound throughout the cosmos. All right, Big Brother, remember the agreement. You must not intervene. They are all mine to handle. Humph. Son Wukong, do not forget that I did not come here merely to witness your battle. I cannot leave everything to you. I shall confront the mightiest, Bojack. While you deal with the others, the usually taciturn Piccolo interjected. At that moment, Bojack and his companions emerged from the spaceship. Casting haughty glances at Son Wukong and his allies, and nonchalantly inquired, "Was it you who attacked our ship just now?" Son Wuyuan and the others paid no heed to the interruptions and continued their discourse regarding the allocation of opponents. "Piccolo, how can you behave this way? I too yearn for a confrontation with Bojack." The neglected few were incensed. "How dare you?" "Silence. Wait patiently for your impending defeat and refrain from disturbing our deliberation." Son Wuyuan admonished sharply, disregarding the dazed villains as he resumed discussions on the distribution of adversaries. "How about this? I have no preference for whom I battle, but I will take on that woman. The remaining 4 shall be divided amongst you. The mightiest, Bojack, along with the tall man on the far left, will face Goku, while Piccolo can contend with the other 2. How does that sound? No way. Since Bojack will fight Son Wukong, then the other 3 shall all be mine." Piccolo assessed his strength, acknowledging that while he was indeed inferior to Bojack, he was significantly stronger than the others, and felt confident in taking on multiple foes. "Are you certain you wish to take on 3? "Of course." "Humph. 3 is merely a trifle. I could handle 3 more without breaking a sweat." "Indeed, Piccolo, you are quite brave. While those 3 may not match you in individual strength, their combined efforts could prove troublesome, particularly with their ability to restrict movement. I shall watch you tackle that challenge. You should prepare yourself, Bojack. We trust you have comprehended our words clearly. Your opponent is my brother, Son Wukong, and the lady should come here of her own accord." Bojack sneered. "Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. You still do not grasp the nature of the formidable adversary before you. Tell me, where is Son Wuyuan? I may consider sparing your life." "Son Wuyuan? You have indeed inquired of the right person, for I know him all too well. Are you lusting after his charm? You may find disappointment, as he is only interested in beautiful women. Much like the alluring blonde with aquamarine skin and curvaceous form by your side, individuals like you are typically dispatched to his brother for handling." "Ah? My brother remains as cheeky as ever, yet he speaks truthfully," Opponents who do not pique his interest are usually dealt with by me. Very well. If you comply and divulge Son Wuyuan's whereabouts, I might allow you to live. Yet you have rambled endlessly without providing an answer. You fancy beautiful women, do you? Zanjia, fetch me his head. Understood. Zanjia's lips curled into a wicked smile, her gaze sharp. She was not one to fear death or take lightly the challenge of teasing her. In times past, wherever they roamed the galaxy, they left behind a trail of terror and despair. Their reputation as marauders was no idle jest. I am ready to commence. Do not be frightened, young handsome. I must correct you, omit the little. You may either call me handsome or great handsome. Are we starting so soon? I suggest you wait for them. After all, I am formidable beyond your wildest imaginings. If you commence too early, your slight frame may not endure for long. Goku, Piccolo, since they wish to fight, let us begin. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home for a meal. With a cool demeanor, Bick advanced step by step towards his three opponents, his white cloak billowing behind him, exuding an air of mastery. Upon hearing the words dinner, Goku's eyes visibly brightened, and his gaze towards Bojack sharpened with intensity. In an instant, Son Wukong seized Zanjia by the neck and teleported next to Raditz. Brother? What brings you here so suddenly? Raditz exclaimed, startled. It had been quite some time since Son Wukong had intervened in his training or life, and he wondered if his brother had whimsically decided to impart some wisdom once more. There's no need to be so alarmed. Look at what I have in my hand. Son Wukong said, presenting Zanjia before Raditz. Her? Who is she? Such immense power, even surpassing that of the Super Saiyan Vegeta. Raditz marveled, noting how effortlessly Son Wukong handled the formidable woman, as if she were a mere chick. Did you not express a fondness for fierce and powerful women? She is a notorious marauder in the galaxy, undoubtedly fierce. Though her complexion differs from ours, her physique and features are quite remarkable. Raditz was taken aback. Is this my arranged bride? Yet, I am unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. How can I even consider procreation? Moreover, while he did appreciate strong, tempestuous women, he found her strength overwhelming. Brother, our power disparity is far too great. I cannot contend with her. Raditz lamented. Cannot contend? I grasped her effortlessly. It is quite simple. With me around, do not falter. Son Wukong chided his ineffectual brother. You cannot even accept the bride I have brought to you. It is a disgrace. Not just to you, but to our entire Saiyan lineage. Zanjia trembled under his grip, acutely aware that the battle would conclude swiftly. But she never anticipated being so utterly powerless. The striking figure before her was indeed astonishingly powerful. Brother, did you not once say to that bald fellow named Krilin, with no thoughts of women, when as training flourishes? I shall not pursue a woman until I can transform into a Super Saiyan. My focus must remain on training. Raditz insisted earnestly, recognizing that marrying such a formidable woman was a daunting prospect, for she could easily extinguish his life with a mere gesture. Son Wuyuan found himself at a loss for words. That remark had no effect on Krilin, yet it had led Raditz astray. No wonder Vegeta and Nappa both had partners while Raditz remained solitary, showing no signs of romantic interest. Chapter 95. Piccolo's counterattack technique. Raditz, this little brother, was quite disappointing. Despite his elder brother's efforts to secure benefits for him, he showed no initiative. Son Wuyuan had no choice but to grasp Zanjia by the neck and instantaneously teleport back to the northern glacier. Upon his arrival, he was abruptly confronted by a green figure charging towards him. Instinctively, he executed a sweeping kick, only to realize it was an ally. Though he had sent the figure sprawling, he couldn't be bothered to retrieve them. Even Piccolo, with his temperament, felt an urge to curse. Could you possibly be more of a nuisance, Son Wuyuan? While I don't expect you to catch me, you certainly needn't have kicked me away. Have you developed a habit of kicking people? As Piccolo clambered out of the pit, gasping for breath, he exclaimed, Oh dear. My apologies, Piccolo. I truly did not intend for that to happen. Humph, could you be any more dismissive? If it was intentional, then it was deliberate. I've known you long enough to see that. TSK, you appear quite disheveled. Do you require assistance? Rest assured, I won't charge you. Seeing Son Wuyuan casually holding Zanjia by the neck while engaging in conversation, Piccolo questioned, Do you look down upon me? Not at all. I merely underestimated the situation. Taking on all three of them alone poses no issue. With that, Piccolo angrily lunged at an opponent, only to find himself restrained once more, as the other two unleashed a barrage of punches upon him. Fortunately, Piccolo's formidable strength and high defense, combined with his remarkable self-healing ability, prevented him from sustaining any serious injuries, albeit he endured a thorough beating. Honestly, not heeding Wuyuan's advice has brought misfortune upon you. Insisting on battling 3 at once while refusing assistance, what a prideful torment to endure. Master Wuyuan, are they foes intent on causing destruction? Oh, Krilin, is that you? Your strength appears somewhat diminished. This battle is perilous for you. Are you not afraid? Krilin covered his face. In truth, I am not weak. Merely not as strong as you. I just wanted to see if I could be of any help. Noticing Zanya's eyes rolling back, as if near death, he curiously inquired. Who is she? Master Wuyuan, you're about to choke her. To her? Oh dear, she is already rolling her eyes like a dead fish. Why not mention it sooner? Krilin was left speechless. She probably couldn't say anything earlier. Son Wuyuan casually tossed Zanja to the ground, leaving her gasping for breath. Her face awash with terror as she gazed at him. This man was utterly fearsome. She had come perilously close to death. I advise you to remain still and obedient. Otherwise, I assure you, you shall experience a sensation that will haunt you for a lifetime. Turning to Krilin, he added, inquire about this young lady. Her name is Zanjia, and along with her companions, she intended to wreak havoc on Earth, but we have thwarted their plans. As Zanjia heard Son Wuyuan's warning, her body trembled, and she stood frozen in place, suppressing even the sound of her breathing. Master Wuyuan, what have you done to her? Krilin remarked, taking a closer look at Zanjia. She was indeed quite attractive and possessed formidable strength, yet she was a villain here to cause destruction. Ah, Krilin. I can see the stirrings of your heart in your gaze. What is it? Are you not planning to renounce worldly desires and indulge once again? Son Wuyuan jestingly remarked that Krilin had essentially grown up under his watchful eye. If he were inclined, he could lend a hand, employing his formidable presence to intimidate Zanjia into obediently following Krilin. As for whether Krilin could win her over, that would depend on the young man's own abilities. Otherwise, one might resort to unorthodox methods, allowing Krilin and Mr. Zanjia to forge an intimate bond, for as the old saying goes, affection develops over time. Krilin, however, remained sensitive to teasing, his face flushing crimson as he protested, Master Brother Wuyuan, you mock me once more. I merely have a shaved head. I am not a monk and am certainly free to pursue romance. Oh, I see. Zanjia has come to serve us tea. Do not harbor any illusions of escape. Nor should you expect Bojack to defeat my brother to rescue you. He is no match for Wukong, and as it stands, Wukong has no intention of concluding the battle just yet. Son Wuyuan skillfully set out a tea table, 2 small stools, and an assortment of snacks including sunflower seeds, peanuts, and popcorn, inviting Krilin to sit and observe the battle between Wukong, Piccolo, and Bojack. Krilin sat down uneasily, questioning whether they truly needed to assist. He cast a quick glance at Piccolo, unable to clearly perceive the unfolding conflict, only noticing the craters being created in the earth. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Surely Piccolo wouldn't be defeated. What could possibly go wrong? Although Piccolo was consistently taking hits, his aura remained relatively stable, showing no signs of waning. It seemed to him that Piccolo was merely toying with his opponents, holding back his full strength and thus deserved the punishment he was enduring. They should enjoy their food and drink without concern. After all, he wouldn't perish. Taking a sip of the tea that Zanjia had poured, he savored the moment while watching Piccolo withstand the blows. One truly needed to savor sunflower seeds under such circumstances. He had to admit that Piccolo was quite resilient. Had Krilin been in his place, he would have surely succumbed. It was only appropriate to compare Piccolo to Old Bay. Krilin was at a significant disadvantage due to his lineage, lacking in power. Thank you, Krilin said, accepting the tea from Zanjia, expressing his gratitude out of habit. What Son Wukong was unaware of was that Piccolo was currently grappling with his own tribulations. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would have unleashed his full strength from the outset. Now, rendered immobile by his adversaries, even the most astute strategies eluded him, as he lacked the opportunity to execute them. Infuriatingly, that individual remained on the sidelines, offering no assistance. Had he done so, Piccolo could have utilized his 3 clones to restrain one opponent, while the remaining 2 would have had a chance to break the deadlock. As time inexorably slipped away, Piccolo finally seized an opportunity to unleash his ultimate technique, the multiplication technique, conjuring 9 clones of himself. Is it only your kind that resorts to overwhelming numbers? Allow me to let you experience the sensation of being besieged by 3, he declared. Quickly, restrain him. There are too many. I can only control 1 at a time. One of his adversaries exclaimed in frustration. I never anticipated such a tactic. Had I known earlier, we should have attacked with all our might to eliminate him. With a cold smirk, Piccolo retorted, it is not that you desire my demise, but rather that your abilities are woefully inadequate. beyond that insufferable skill of yours. You possess little else of worth. You seem to relish the opportunity to strike me earlier, but now you shall face the consequences of provoking my wrath. The individual controlling Piccolo was swiftly ensnared by two of his clones, who began delivering relentless punches to his face. I suppose you never imagined a day would come when you, too, would be subdued. It is time to send you on your way. To perish beneath my ultimate technique is a fitting end for you. The demon beam cannon. Stop, please, he cried, thrashing desperately. Yet he remained firmly restrained by the two clones, unable to move, and could only watch in horror as his body was pierced through. Chapter 96, Piccolo's Triple Kill. Zangia is terrified dead. He is truly dead. Zangia gasped in shock. You actually killed Piccolo. Dead is dead. You two shall meet the same fate. Since you've spoken, I shall afford you a little more attention. 5 clones for you, and that other fellow shall contend with 4. No need for pleasantries. Having spent considerable time alongside Son Wukong, Piccolo exhibited his usual arrogance, yet he was inevitably influenced by his companion. In days gone by, such words would never have escaped his lips. Peter was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat beleaguered. I merely spoke a little too much, and now you're bringing more clones? 3, and I won't stand a chance. Buchan felt a sense of relief for having remained silent, yet seeing the 4 clones surrounding him. His situation was hardly better than Peter's. Krilin observed. Piccolo possesses some remarkable abilities. Despite enduring blows earlier, he can swiftly counterattack when given an opening. Zangia, stop dawdling. Don't you see that our tea is run dry? You're such a simpleton, lacking any perceptiveness. I certainly do not require a foolish maid like you. Son Wuyuan took a sip of tea and continued. Once their battle concludes, follow my brother Krilin. Do not entertain any malevolent thoughts. I possess the ability to teleport. No matter where you attempt to flee, I shall instantaneously appear by your side. Zangia felt an icy dread envelop her. Why did this handsome man instill such fear? Could even the formidable boss Bojack be defeated? At that moment, she was engulfed in terror, unable to fight, unable to escape. A sense of weakness, pity, and helplessness arose within her. It had been years since they dominated the galaxy and subsequently faced the combined might of 4 kings who sealed them away. She had never experienced such despair until now, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. I merely gave a light tap, she thought, seemingly frightened of herself. Had she overreacted? Surely. My striking appearance could not have intimidated the young lady. Yet, upon reflection, Zangia appeared youthful, but in reality, she was older than my grandfather. Referring to her as a young girl was rather inappropriate. Son Wuyuan cast a meaningful glance at the dazed Krilin, remarking, You truly are a foolish lad. At this moment, when Zangia is in such a state of helplessness, what better time is there to offer a warm embrace? Sighing, he continued, My dear brother, I mean well, yet you, Krilin, fail to seize even the slightest opportunity. Krilin, inadvertently catching sight of Son Wuyuan's expression of exasperation, seemed to sense a certain call of life within him. Fear not, Zangia. Master Wuyuan is merely jesting. We are all warriors of justice and would never harm you without cause. However, Zangia felt an even greater trepidation. It was not without reason, you see. While you are champions of justice, I am but a villain who revels in chaos, an inherent adversary to your cause. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence, redirecting the attention of Son Wuyuan, Krilin, and Zangia back to the battlefield. The anguished cry emanated from Peter, who was being mercilessly pummeled by 5 of Piccolo's doppelgangers. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, and Peter was currently besieged by 10 enormous green fists. Even the formidable Son Wuyuan was taken aback by Piccolo's relentless tactics, gasping in disbelief. Presently, Peter found himself ensnared by 5 colossal hands that gripped his limbs and neck, while another 5 hands mercilessly rained down blows upon him. Notably, even Peter's 3rd leg was not spared. He endured a barrage from the front and then from behind, with his soles also subjected to the onslaught of fists. Such ruthless methods left Son Wuyuan feeling inadequate. Piccolo's tormenting techniques rivaled those of the twisted inventions of a sadistic eunuch. Oh, how cruel. Is it possible that Piccolo harbors envy towards those with 3 legs, as he possesses only 2? It seems he has long held sinister thoughts about himself. No, I must not allow Piccolo the opportunity to surpass me. The danger is too great. As Son Wukong contemplated, Peter had already completed a round of attacks, now shifting to his front. Beside him, Zangia was left utterly astonished, exclaiming, Goodness, Earth is perilous. To kill so ruthlessly is truly barbaric. Even I, who am dubbed the Galactic Bandit, fall short. Perhaps Piccolo had grown weary of the fight, as he hurled the half-dead Peter into the sky, unleashing 5 energy blasts that obliterated him into mere ashes, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, Buchan felt a lump rise in his throat. It appeared that the greenskin fiend had been provoked by their trio, with both Baidu and Peter meeting a gruesome fate, leaving him as the sole survivor. I did not expect you could remain so composed, not fleeing in fear. In light of your courage, I shall grant you VIP membership. My 9 clones will soon entertain you. With each step Piccolo took closer, Buchan trembled, his voice quivering as he pleaded, "Don't come any closer." VIP membership? How absurd. Is this truly the decisive Piccolo? Yet, it seemed that Piccolo's extraordinary talent had rendered even one of the galaxy's notorious bandits quaking in his boots. In any case, I shall never admit to granting Piccolo the privilege of a VIP beating experience. It appears I have been surpassed. Wasn't it just moments ago that he relished in tormenting me? Compared to death, Buchan dreaded the thought of being tortured to death by 9 clones. His ferocity ignited. He shouted vehemently, "Damn it! If Bida had managed to control you, we would not have failed. If you seek my demise, you shall not escape unscathed." You wish to self-destruct? Do you truly think I would grant you that opportunity? Piccolo scoffed. Your own incompetence has provided me with the chance to retaliate. Who else can be blamed? Magic flash. Buchan followed in Peter's footsteps, unable to self-destruct before being struck by the magic flash, disintegrating into fine particles scattered in the air. Piccolo, arms crossed and facing away from the explosion, stood with his white cloak billowing in the gusts, his expression neutral, embodying the demeanor of a true master. Son Wuyuan gazed in astonishment, realizing that this segment of Bic had subtly surpassed him. Unable to resist, he moved his hands, experimenting with the control technique he had just learned. The imposing Bic suddenly froze, the sensation akin to being pierced through yet still alive. With great difficulty, he glanced toward the lifeless body of Baidu, who lay quietly not far away. Indeed, he was dead. But what was happening? Slowly, he turned his gaze back to Son Wuyuan, who wore a bothersome and infuriating grin, and in that instant, everything became clear. You offered no assistance when I was being beaten, yet now you strike from the shadows. Son Wuyuan, you truly are a scoundrel. Bic, your complexion is dreadful. A sickly green. Your recent display of being besieged was quite the spectacle. Releasing his control over Bic, he selectively disregarded Bic's dissatisfaction at being treated as a mere experiment. After all, Bic was only 7 or 8 years old, still a child. Why should he stoop to quarreling with a child? The control technique proved remarkably effective, precise in its application. Henceforth, should he encounter an exceptionally swift opponent, he would possess a reliable countermeasure. It was worth the effort of allowing Bojack and his ilk to enter Earth. This venture promised substantial returns. Chapter 97, Interrogating the Puppet Master. The doom of the Namekian Bic glared menacingly at the sole surviving subordinate of Bojack, Zanjia, who felt a chill run down his spine under Bic's intense gaze. The useful technique had been employed, the rare female warrior had been retained, and now only the identity of the puppet master behind the destruction of the seal remained to be uncovered. Son Wuyuan silently acknowledged Piccolo, the adept assistant, with a nod of approval. At that moment, the elder maiden, Zanjia, was utterly terrified, making it increasingly straightforward to extract the information sought. Do not fear, Zanjia. We are neither entirely virtuous nor wholly malevolent. As long as you choose the path of righteousness, we shall not impose undue hardship upon you. Learn to greet life with a smile. Come now, grant us a smile. A near slip of the tongue almost led to a blunder, attributable to memories of certain hypnotic television scenes from a past life. Zanjia managed to conjure a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Splendid. Now, I implore you to answer a rather simple question. Who is the individual responsible for breaking the seal of destruction and releasing your kind? Zanjia fell into silence, not out of reluctance to respond, but rather from sheer ignorance of the identity of the one who breached the seal. You choose not to answer, quite unexpected. I must commend your resilience. I shall count to 10, and should you remain obstinate in your silence, I will not hinder Piccolo from taking drastic measures against you, even permitting him to extend a modicum of special care. The countdown commenced. 10, 9. As Son Wuyuan began to count, tension thickened in the air. 8, 3. Wait. Lord Son Wuyuan, it appears you have miscounted. I relish counting in this manner. Is there a problem? Piccolo, Krilin, and Zanjia exchanged glances, questioning the absurdity of the count. What of 4, 5, 6, and 7? Your counting is unprecedented. 3, 2, 1. I demand that you reveal everything. In truth, I am unaware of who shattered the seal. Do you perceive yourself as humorous? Are you inviting me to personally administer a severe punishment upon you? Allow me to remind you. Have you heard of the 10 infamous tortures specifically devised for women? While I may not be privy to all, I have certainly heard of several, such as the wooden donkey, bodily violation, and the use of a rattan switch, each more terrifying than the last. Krilin scratched his bald head. Are such tortures truly a thing? I have never encountered any mention of them. I genuinely do not know who broke the seal. I have not seen that individual since Bojack and the rest of us were freed. Only a robot conveyed information to us. Upon hearing this, Son Wuyuan could not help but be taken aback. In the realm of Dragon Ball, aside from the now destroyed Dr. Gero, was there truly another entity so cautious and prudent? What of that robot? Bojack had obliterated it. Zanjia answered truthfully, fearing that Son Wukong might impose upon him some unheard of punishment. Why would Bojack destroy a robot without cause? Be specific, speak swiftly, lest I mete out the punishment of breaking your body upon you. Ordinarily, Bojack had no reason to be at odds with a robot, particularly one that served the very individual who had unleashed them from their seal. It was likely that Bojack, in his arrogance, disregarded the commands of their enigmatic benefactor and subsequently annihilated the robot. However, this was merely his initial conjecture. He would need to consider Zanjia's subsequent words for deeper insight. That individual had not appeared in person, but rather communicated through the robot, warning us of a warrior named Son Wukong on Earth, the strongest of all warriors, and advising us to avoid Earth and seek refuge elsewhere. We were incredulous, unable to believe that anyone could surpass Bojack's might. Hence Bojack destroyed the robot and led us here to vanquish the so-called Son Wukong. Zanjia did not withhold any detail, recounting the events in full. Who would have imagined that they, once invincible across the galaxy, would now find themselves undone by an obscure figure on Earth? Meanwhile, Dr. Mew dispatched formidable mutant robots and high-performance machines to invade Namek. In less than 5 minutes, they had subjugated the entirety of the Namekian populace, aside from the Grand Elder. Over 100 Namekians, including the mightiest among them, Nail, were thoroughly defeated. They bore no semblance of preparedness. Mew's robots transformed them into mere shards of metal, with only the Grand Elder remaining unscathed. Even Nail had succumbed? Alas, I had failed to foresee the calamity befalling Namek. The Grand Elder exhibited no fear, only a deep, resonant sigh. The Dragon Balls soon gathered, and one high-performance robot stepped forth, astonishingly speaking in Namekian. Come forth, Shenron. The Grand Elder smiled wryly. They even speak our language? This foe has come well prepared. I wonder if this is a conspiracy against us Namekians or a quest for the Dragon Balls. State your wish, whatever it may be. I shall fulfill it. In Namekian, Shenron, my first wish is to conceal all traces of Dr. Mew and Dr. Raichi, rendering them undetectable to all. This wish seemed rather simple. A gleam of red flickered in Barunga's eyes. Your wish has been granted. State your next desire. The mechanical beings on the metal planet exchanged satisfied glances, for if Son Wukong could not locate them, he could not materialize at their side. Nor could he seize the opportunity to slay them. The second wish is for Dr. Meow to successfully merge all cells in the ultimate android project. The third wish is to provide Dr. Meow with the core materials necessary for creating a perpetual energy furnace. Your wishes have been fulfilled, Shenlong. It would be best if you did not depart. All the robots dispatched by Dr. Meow launched a simultaneous assault, resulting in the destruction of Palunga, whose body shattered into fragments and fell to the ground. The 7 Dragon Balls also transformed into stone, plummeting from the heavens, only to be crushed into dust. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the ferocity of the enemy, who had even slain Shenlong Palunga. It seemed the children were in grave peril. Meanwhile, Dr. Meow on Planet Star chuckled ominously. All 3 wishes have been granted. The Namekians and Shenlong are no longer necessary. He immediately commanded the robots on Namek to annihilate all Namekians. Over 100 Namekians, now reduced to metallic fragments, were obliterated by the mutant and high-performance robots. And the Grand Elder was shattered by a single energy blast. Having completed their grim task, the robots swiftly departed from Namek, while Dr. Meow and Dr. Raichi observed the operation's seamless execution. Their actions were executed with remarkable speed and precision. From their arrival on Namek to their departure, not even 30 minutes elapsed. And no one on Namek was aware of the events that transpired. Chapter 98. Bojack's Demise, Summoning Shenlong. Raichi lamented that they had no opportunity, otherwise. He wished to eliminate the last remaining Namekian on Earth while simultaneously destroying Shenlong and the 7 Dragon Balls. At this moment, Not only were formidable adversaries like Son Wuyuan and Son Wukong present on Earth, but there was also an impressive surveillance system, making it impossible for him to secretly dispatch robots to Earth for this mission. Meow. Do you think Son Wuyuan might utilize Shenlong on Earth to locate us? Doctor. Reiki expressed his concerns. You are overthinking it. According to my research, Shenlong's powers vary in strength. Namek is the homeland of the Namekians. Thus its Shenlong is significantly more powerful than that of Earth. By concealing ourselves with Namek Shenlong, the Earth Shenlong should be incapable of detecting us. Furthermore, once Son Wuyuan learns of the Namekians' demise, the Earth Shenlong will likely be summoned to resurrect them. Dr. Miao spoke with unwavering confidence. However, if the Namekians are revived, they may also have a means to resurrect that Shenlong. What then? Fear not. The Dragon Balls require time to recharge before another wish can be made. Moreover, I have not destroyed Namek. I have left contingencies there. As long as we keep a close watch on Namek, no unforeseen events will occur. Doctor. Reiki was eager to inquire. Meow. When did you become so cunning and treacherous? Who taught you? Listening to Zhanjia's words, Son Wuyuan pondered deeply, unable to recall when he had become the target of scrutiny. The investigation into his affairs and the release of Bojack and his companions indicated that this mysterious figure was undoubtedly a nefarious character. Adding yet another potential adversary to his list, the situation appeared rather precarious. His opponent was evidently extremely cautious and would likely remain in the shadows until confident in their ability to confront him. If given the choice, Son Wuyuan would prefer to confront thieves 1,000 times rather than live in perpetual vigilance against them. The sensation of being secretly monitored was decidedly unsettling. He looked up to find Piccolo with his head bowed, clutching his left chest and gasping for breath. Krilin inquired directly, Piccolo, what's wrong? I don't know. An unexpected palpitation suggests that something unfavorable may have occurred. Piccolo, you seem unwell. Do you need a Sinzabine to calm your nerves? Piccolo furrowed his brow, replying, I'm fine. There's no need. The battle between Bojack and Son Wukong was gradually drawing to a close, a circumstance that was also tied to Son Wukong not exerting his full strength in combat. Wukong, hurry up. Piccolo has already dealt with 3 opponents. Stop toying around and finish this. Brother, I understand. Son Wukong gazed at Bojack and remarked, I have witnessed all your techniques. Your strength is formidable. Yet your martial arts foundation is woefully inadequate. I can easily discern your patterns of attack. My elder brother is urging me. After battling with you for so long, it is time to bring this to a close. Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, surrounded by crackling lightning. His gaze sharp and his demeanor unyielding. My power surpasses yours. Previously, you were overwhelmed in our direct confrontation, with just a fiercer glance. I can grow stronger. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Bojack, unaccustomed to sensing energy, had never engaged with Wukong in his Super Saiyan 2 form and was unaware that his strength was now inferior to Wukong's. Your companions have slain Bujin and the others. Once I eliminate you, I will systematically eradicate them as well, and then annihilate this planet. You are truly malevolent, your actions mirroring the essence of your wickedness. In that case, I shall not hold back. Evil is but a compliment to me. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew eerily tranquil. In the next instant, Son Wukong teleported directly in front of Bojack, delivering a powerful punch squarely to his abdomen without the slightest restraint. Oh! Bojack emitted a pained cry, instinctively clutching his midsection. Why? Why has he become so immensely powerful all of a sudden? His golden hair remained unchanged, his physique and appearance seemingly the same. Yet his strength felt as though it belonged to an entirely different being, overwhelming. Before he could recover from the agonizing pain in his abdomen, another fist struck him in the face, dislodging several teeth and spitting out saliva. But this was merely the beginning. Son Wukong relentlessly pummeled Bojack's face with a flurry of punches. Bojack's teeth shattered, and he inadvertently swallowed some in the process. The battle was one-sided. Bojack found himself utterly defenseless, a pitiful sight indeed. Zhanjia, do not emulate your leader. With a swift kick, Son Wukong sent Bojack soaring into the sky, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. Amidst his screams, Bojack disintegrated into dust, carried away by the wind. Splendidly done. We have successfully completed the task entrusted to us by Lord North Kai. Now, I shall summon the Eternal Dragon to see if I can uncover the mastermind behind this. Lord North Kai, who had been observing the battle from North Kai's planet, could no longer contain his laughter. This kid Wukong is truly formidable. The once troublesome Bojack, who had given me and the other 3 Kai so much grief, was dispatched with such ease. The seal has been lifted, and my power is gradually returning. What about the inhabitants of Namek? There are signs of battle. King Yama, are the Namekians dead? Lord North Kai. King Yama quickly checked the Book of Life and Death. Yes, the Namekians perished not long ago. They are still waiting in line for judgment. I see. You may continue your duties. Lord North Kai felt somewhat dejected. My North Galaxy is truly fraught with calamities. Just as I was beginning to rejoice over Bojack's defeat, another crisis has emerged on Namek. On Earth, the Eternal Dragon had been summoned. Eternal Dragon, we meet again. Can you bring forth the one who orchestrated the release of Bojack and his companions? After a moment, the Eternal Dragon replied, Your wish cannot be fulfilled. May I inquire as to the reason? My powers have been disrupted, preventing me from locating them. The Earth's Eternal Dragon is unable to assist. Should we seek the Eternal Dragon of Namek instead? At that moment, Son Wukong heard the voice of Lord North Kai. Wukong, I have some grave news for you. Aside from Piccolo on Earth, the Namekians have been completely annihilated by an unknown assailant. What? Son Wukong was taken aback. The Namekians had perished collectively once more, unaware of who their adversary was. I resolved to summon the dragon to resurrect the Namekians and inquire about the circumstances. Well, I shall entrust this matter to you. Before Son Wukong could respond, King Kai of the North severed their telepathic connection. What does it mean to entrust it to me? I am not a deity tasked with governing the galaxy. Oh. Esteemed King Kai, is it truly acceptable for you to be so indifferent? Son Wukong silently expressed his grievances but ultimately decided to inform Piccolo about the tragic news regarding the Elder of Namek and the others. To his astonishment, Piccolo stood there, seemingly in a daze, overwhelmed by the loss of the Elder who had shown him immense kindness and respect, as well as the death of many of his fellow compatriots. The situation was indeed dire. The earlier sense of foreboding was not without reason. Hey, Piccolo, why are you standing there like a fool? Isn't there a dragon god? Quickly make a wish to bring back the Elder and the others. Chapter 99, Reviving the Inhabitants of Namek, Bulma's Research. Upon hearing Son Wukong's suggestion to wish for the resurrection of the Elder and the others, an unprecedented sense of gratitude welled up within Piccolo. Though Son Wukong had caused some trouble, he no longer seemed so intolerable. With a solemn demeanor, he expressed, Thank you, Son Wukong. Son Wukong replied with a grin. Why thank me? If thanks are to be given, they should be directed towards your celestial counterpart, for it is he who created this divine dragon. What a delusion. Merely an illusion. Son Wukong remains as mischievous as ever, and it is imperative that he receives a sound thrashing at the earliest opportunity. O dragon, revive all the Namekians who have been slain on Namek. Your wish has been granted. With that, the dragon vanished. Son Wukong pondered for a moment before swiftly seizing a stone-turned Dragon Ball, then instantaneously teleporting to King Kai's planet. Soon after, he returned to Earth. Come, let us journey to Namek. Krilin pointed to himself and asked, Am I going to? Indeed, let us go together. While we are there, the Grand Elder can help unlock your potential. You will understand everything once we arrive. Son Wukong, accompanied by Krilin and Zhang Jia, along with Son Wuyuan and Piccolo, utilized instant transmission to arrive at Namek. Over 100 Namekians gathered around the Grand Elder, who, upon noticing the arrival of the five, smiled and remarked, We were previously deceased, and it is you, Wuyuan, who has revived us using the Dragon Balls from Earth, is it not? Son Wuyuan nodded and asked, Elder, do you know who the enemy is? The Elder sighed deeply. I have no knowledge of their identities. A group of robots suddenly arrived on Namek, evidently in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. After making 3 wishes, they destroyed Shenron and the Dragon Balls themselves. The specific situation necessitates the recreation of the 7 Dragon Balls. And only after resurrecting Porunga can we communicate with him. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's eyes were filled with rage, his killing intent palpable, his expression dark and foreboding. Is it merely robots that we face? Elder, what do these robots look like? The Elder casually sketched the rough outlines of 2 robots. Son Wuyuan immediately recognized one of them. It was a model identical to that of the highly advanced robot akin to Geros, capable of devouring dragon radar and appropriating its functionalities. To further confirm, Son Wuyuan inquired, Can those robots also transform humans into metal? The Elder pondered for a moment before responding, Yes. I recall that Nezaru was turned into a piece of metal. Among them, there are some with exceptionally potent abilities, and Nezaru was no match for them. Indeed. It must be that old Dr. Mew. Isn't he the villainous scientist who emerges decades later? I recall that by then, Old Bei's daughter had grown up, and Goku's granddaughter, Xiaofeng, could accompany them in their quest for the Dragon Balls across the universe. However, this was of little consequence. 3 years prior, Bulma had invented a device that detected 2 types of signals, one belonging to the Galactic Patrol, and the other. Could it be that the old rascal Dr. Mew concocted it? How insidious! It's possible that Namek is currently under his surveillance, along with that abhorrent creature baby he was researching, which forced Goku to transform into Super Saiyan 4 just to have a chance at defeating him. With this thought, Son Wuyuan instantaneously teleported to Bulma's residence, where she, clad in a lab coat, was engrossed in her research in the laboratory. Wuyuan, you're so impatient. There's still a long time until evening. You've arrived too early. Bulma blushed, speaking bashfully. What is going on? Oh, right. I think I mentioned to Bulma that I would come after she cleaned up. She must have misunderstood. Am I the sort of person to indulge in such daylight indiscretions? Regardless of day or night, I'm quite capable. Never mind. I'll visit you again this evening. I have urgent matters to discuss. Do you still have the device used for signal blocking? You want that? I only made one of those devices. Once I completed the monitoring system, the signal blocking device became somewhat redundant. It's stored in this universal capsule. Bulma questioned curiously. The monitoring system can also block signals from beyond Earth. Why do you need the signal blocking device? Here is the situation. When I was battling alongside Goku and the others against Bojack, the Elder and his companions on Namek were all killed. I suspect the perpetrator is linked to that other signal you previously detected. Bulma, do you wish to accompany me to Namek? Bulma shook her head in refusal, expressing her disinterest in visiting Namek to encounter those tedious races incapable of love, stating she was preoccupied. What are you concocting now? Son Wukong inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed the glass apparatus on the experimental table, which did not appear to pertain to any invention. Wukong, weren't you perplexed by my prolonged inability to conceive? She continued. Thus, I extracted our reproductive cells to attempt in vitro fertilization. Wait a minute, you little rascal. When did you pilfer my reproductive cells? He exclaimed. And what transpired next? The fusion was impossible. It didn't merely resist amalgamation, but even through injection. It failed to merge with my ovum. I also endeavored with medications, lasers, electric shocks, and pressurized methods, yet none bore fruit. Bulma tugged at Son Wukong's collar, questioning. Do you harbor an aversion towards me, which causes such rejection of our reproductive cells? Son Wukong leaned closer to Bulma's ear and whispered, Tonight, I should remind you just how deeply I cherish you. The warm breath brushed against Bulma's fair neck, causing her heart to race and her breath to quicken, as if she were envisioning delightful moments. With eyes filled with affection, she gazed at the handsome Son Wukong, who provided her with an overwhelming sense of security. This is too irresistible. It's broad daylight, after all. The real concern is that wretched Dr. Mew.